my name is Su Yi. At this moment, I was running quickly into the wedding company where I was working as a summer intern. As soon as I entered, I found that the company was in chaos. Su Yi. A clear voice came. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, fair-faced beauty waving at me. It was midsummer, and the beauty was wearing a business suit, a short skirt that revealed her slender legs, and flesh-colored stockings that made her thighs look as dazzling as two green onions. Her soft silk shirt revealed two white arms, and when she raised her arms to greet me, her chest surged. This is my supervisor, Lan Mei, the business manager in charge of wedding site coordination. She is one of the 4 most powerful people in the company and a general who has been with the company boss for many years. Sister Mei. I ran over. I was busy too late last night. I didn't get home until 2 o'clock. No one blames you for being so nagging at such a young age. Lan Mei grabbed a handful of my hair with her slender fingers. I told you long ago that we wedding planners have to pay attention to our image. Did you run straight over here as soon as you got up? Look at your messy hair. A strong aroma came. I glanced over and saw a large area of white on the other person's chest. Inadvertently, I also saw a touch of scarlet flashing before my eyes. No. My scalp went numb, and Lan Mei's intimate gesture made me half limp. Men don't move their heads, and women don't move their feet. Don't touch me randomly. I am pretty and I am the target of harassment by the girls in the company. Maybe because of the tight schedule today, Lan Mei didn't tease me too much. She quickly took out a few banknotes from the exquisite female bag hanging on her chest and said, "Go to the antique market and buy me 5 kilograms of ancient coins." I took the money from her hand, counted it, and yelled with a bitter face, "Sister Mei, you want me to spend 500 yuan to buy you 5 gene of ancient coins? Did I hear you right? I'm not telling you to buy antiques." Lan Mei glared at me. "When you get to Xingfu Road, go to the second alley on your left. There's an old man who sells fake antiques wholesale. Just tell him that it was Sister Mei who asked you to come, and he'll understand." Understood. I turned and left. Lan Mei shouted from behind, "Once you've bought the coins, go directly to Banquet Hall 2 of Huayu Hotel. Our people are already there. You will be responsible for hanging the purchased coins on the silk thread to make tassels. For more details, ask Xiaoding who is on site." Another day. I walked out of the door with a bitter face, walked to the bus stop opposite the company, and took the number 2 bus to Xingfu Road. I was originally a happy second-generation rich, and a rare type of positive second-generation rich. My parents started out as a small business owner, and their wealth grew rapidly as the real estate industry boomed in recent years, making them one of the top 10 real estate tycoons in Pengcheng. Unfortunately, they were too aggressive in developing a property, and all their wealth went to waste, leaving them with huge debts. They instantly fell from heaven to hell. From being a popular star and an idol in the hearts of countless girls, I became a wet chicken overnight. This gap made me feel miserable. My grades also dropped from the top 10 in the grade to the bottom hundreds now, and I became the only problem student in the key high school in Pengcheng. My former school beauty girlfriend has long since left me, and my many followers have gradually drifted away. My heart has become as hard as steel after this wave of blows. I will definitely take back what belongs to me. I made a secret vow in my heart, but I just didn't know where to start. Our family lived in a rundown rental house. All the money we earned was directly taken away by the bank. We had to rely on my mother to endure the cold shoulder and go to her parents' house from time to time to get some money to make ends meet. I had already learned to be strong and worked part-time during the holidays to reduce the burden on my family. But I was always unwilling to give up and had already made up my mind to restore the glory of my family. Following Lan Mei's instructions, I went into the second alley of Xingfu Road, and indeed found a wretched-looking old man in a dilapidated courtyard. After listening to my self-introduction, he took the banknotes I handed over, handed me a plastic bag, and pointed impatiently at a small door in the corner of the courtyard. "It's all in that room, go and weigh it yourself." After selecting the ancient coins, I left the courtyard in a hurry. Following Lan Mei's instructions, I went to Huayu Hotel and found Xiaoding who was in charge of the scene. Xiaoding led me around the scene and pointed at the silk threads that had been hung. "You put the ancient coins you bought on the silk threads and make these silk threads into ancient coin tassels." Looking at the hundreds of threads on the scene, I started my work with a sad face. After threading a dozen or so threads, it was already noon. My left hand mechanically reached for the plastic bag, but I touched something strange. When I looked down, my eyes widened in surprise. I had not paid attention when I bought the ancient coins just now, but I actually found a palm-sized, rusty ancient mirror among the ancient coins. This mirror looks very old. But when you take a closer look, you will find that the dirty things on the mirror surface are not rust, but cloud patterns formed naturally on the ancient mirror. The dark mirror surface looks very smooth, but you can't see even a shadow no matter how hard you look. Weird. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Xiao Ding shouting from a distance, "Come over and eat," and then continue working after eating. Without time to study it carefully, I stuffed the antique mirror into the back pocket of my jeans and walked towards the lunchbox with the slowly gathering crowd. I worked until midnight, and then I returned home exhausted. Everyone in the family had already fallen asleep, so I didn't turn on the light, but walked to the bed in the faint moonlight and fell headfirst onto the hard wooden bed. It seemed like there was something under me, and I remembered that I had an antique mirror in my trouser pocket. I reached out and took out the mirror, holding it in front of my eyes to examine it carefully. Suddenly, my fingers touched a small bulge. I was using my right thumb to feel the strange touch of the crystal bead, when I suddenly felt a slight numbness on the tip of my finger. A dim red light flashed by, and I suddenly felt dizzy. It seemed that most of the blood in my body was instantly drained out, and my whole body seemed empty and I was about to fall. What's going on? I cursed in my heart. Intuitively, I knew that the momentary dizziness was related to the ancient mirror in my hand. I wanted to throw the ancient mirror away, but the mirror seemed to be stuck to my palm and I couldn't take it off. Countless strange thoughts flashed through my mind. Could it be that this mirror was actually a blood-sucking magic weapon? Don't let your imagination run wild. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in my mind, "This mirror is not a magic weapon. The lowly title of magic weapon is not worthy of its sacred identity." Ghost. I was shocked. If I wasn't so weak, I would have jumped out of bed. A lowly creature like a ghost. The voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied. "Do you want to insult me on our first meeting? What the hell are you, a ghost?" I screamed in horror. "Forget it. You have limited knowledge, so I won't bother with you." The voice was a little helpless. "Okay, you can call me Tia now. We are symbiotic friends, and I won't do you any harm." Did the ancient mirror suck my blood? I didn't believe it at all. Why do I feel so dizzy? It's such a small contribution, and you're still talking endlessly. Tianao didn't seem to care. If I don't absorb a little of your blood, how can I activate the remaining energy of the ancient mirror and let me leave the ancient mirror and enter your sea of consciousness? Compared with what you will get in the future, your little contribution is really too insignificant. Don't worry, the ancient mirror only absorbed 1/5 of your blood. In less than 10 days or half a month, your body will naturally replenish the blood. 1/5 of my blood. I looked at the dark mirror in silence. You sucked so much of my blood, what can you do for me? What can I do for you? With my help, you will be the boss in this world from now on. Tianao's tone sounded very arrogant. You can bully powerful people and pick flowers at will. With my assistance, you will have endless potential. You can see through all illusions, understand all truths, and develop thousands of potentials. Boy, you stepped on dog shit. Can you make money? I was delighted. You also know that my family owes a lot of debts. If you want money, make it yourself, don't do anything illegal. Tianao was a little disappointed. With my help, won't your family's debt be a drop in the bucket? Forget it. I just woke up and don't have time to talk to you. The voice in my head showed a trace of fatigue. Tianao didn't seem to be as awesome as he boasted. There is a long way to go. I will teach you slowly later. I will help you put this mirror away first. Now we both need to rest. I don't know what the voice in my head did. The ancient mirror in my right hand suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. I raised my right hand and looked carefully, and saw a faint image of the ancient mirror in the palm of my right hand. If you don't look carefully, you can't feel its existence. I felt dizzy again, retched twice, fell on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning. Everything that happened last night seemed like a dream, but when I raised my right hand and looked carefully, the shadow of the ancient mirror was still there. I got up from bed. Although I was still a little weak, it didn't affect my normal movements. I picked up my phone to check the time and jumped up. Oh no. I'm really going to be late today. Half an hour later, I ran into the wedding company and saw the same busy scene. I looked around and was relieved that Lan Mei was not here today. Before I could react, a cold voice sounded behind me, Suyi. What's wrong with you? Do you think this is your home? You can come whenever you want. I looked back and saw a petite, arrogant woman standing behind me, staring at me coldly with a hint of disgust. It's Sister Yu. I smiled awkwardly. I was busy too late last night. This woman's name is Miyu. She is the assistant of the company's boss, Mr. Huang. People in the company jokingly call her special assistant. As for what a special assistant is, everyone knows it. I have heard several dirty guys in the company talking about the details of Miyu and Mr. Huang's special relationship with great relish more than once. The obscenity made a young man like me blush and quickly stay away from them. Looking at the little woman so close to me, thinking about all the things she and teacher Huang had done, I felt a surge of heat in my heart. I looked down at Miyu's bulging breasts, speechless for a moment. Busy too late. Seeing my pig-like look, Miyu was proud in her heart, but she laughed coldly. Why, are you busy with your sister Mei? No wonder Lan Mei didn't see me today, it turns out she was too busy. Sister Yu, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Miyu slandering Lan Mei, I hurriedly said, we were busy setting up the scene at Huayu Hotel until midnight last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Ding and the others. Humph. Miyu also felt that she had gone too far and said sourly, who isn't busy? They were busy until midnight last night, so aren't they working normally today? With your work attitude like this, you'll be fired no matter where you go. What's wrong? There was the sound of high heels hitting the ground, and Lan Mei hurriedly walked in from outside, with a trace of fatigue on her face. What are you doing here? Don't you have anything to do? Suyi, how are you doing what I asked you to do? It's all done. We were busy until midnight yesterday. I looked at Lan Mei, the scene over there is almost set up. When will you go over to take a look, Sister Mei? I'll talk to teacher Huang for a few minutes, then I'll go over and take a look. Lan Mei looked at Miyu standing next to her. Xiao Yu, what's going on? It's okay. Miyu didn't dare to confront Lan Mei directly, and said lightly, Suyi is always late. I'm in charge of attendance, so I chatted with him and asked him to pay attention. Oh. Lan Mei smiled, they worked too late yesterday. If field staff work overtime, the attendance standards can be moderately relaxed the next day. The company also has regulations. After all, we can't let our employees work themselves to death. Okay. Miyu glanced at Lan Mei with resentment. Lan Mei didn't notice it, but I was staring at her. This woman has gone too far. We need to teach her a lesson. I thought to myself, otherwise, she will become even more arrogant. Around 4 p.m., the site at Huayu Hotel was completely set up and passed the customer's acceptance. I returned to the company and saw that the lobby was quiet and everyone was busy. I said hello to the girl at the front desk, and carried a bunch of leftover decoration materials up to the second floor to the storage room at the end of the corridor to store them. Just as I was about to leave, I heard two people's footsteps enter the next room, and then the door was locked tightly. What's going on? I perked up and slowly walked to the wall and put my ear to it. Next door was a large room where wedding dresses and formal wear were placed. Normally, no one would go in during this time period unless guests were choosing clothes. I heard the footsteps of the two people, a man and a woman, and I felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, a coquettish female voice came from next door, Good man, I also want to wear a wedding dress. Put it on, followed by a man's low laugh, it's more exciting to put on a wedding dress. I have good hearing and I have already recognized that the man is Mr. Huang, the boss of the company. The woman who had just exchanged words with me this morning is Mr. Huang's special assistant Miyu. I stared at the wall, thinking to myself, it would be great if I could see through the wall. I could watch a good show. A magical scene appeared. As I stared at the wall intently, the wall in front of me seemed to slowly turn transparent. In my sight, two entangled figures appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. Miyu was wearing a transparent wedding dress, with no other clothes on her body. She knelt in front of Teacher Huang, doing something that made the men extremely excited. Teacher Huang hummed softly, with a smug expression on his face, as if saying, "I am rich and powerful now, and I can pick up the usual serious girls at will." Watching the two people's inappropriate behavior, I felt dizzy and almost had a nosebleed. My eyes blurred and the wall in front of me returned to its original state. It must be because I overused my brain and my perspective function had failed. This woman is such a scoundrel. I walked to the door quietly and left the storage room quietly. I walked down the stairs quietly and came to the office area behind the lobby on the first floor. The door of the large office was open, and no one was in the room. I went to Miyu's desk and dialed a mobile phone number according to the number list under the glass plate. After 2 rings, a cheerful female voice came, accompanied by a burst of noise from the street. "Who is it?" "I'm shopping, who are you?" "Sister-in-law, something happened." I lowered my voice, pinched my voice to make it sound like a woman's, and said softly, "Something happened to Teacher Huang in the wedding dress room on the 2nd floor of the company. You should come and have a look, it will be too late if you are late." After saying that, I quickly hung up the phone, ran out of the big office, calmed down my excitement, and flirted with the girl at the front desk in the lobby. 10 minutes later, a plump middle-aged woman came in from the door. The receptionist and I stood up and greeted her, "Hello, Madam Boss." The woman ignored us and headed back like a gust of wind. She hurried up the stairs and headed straight to the large room on the 2nd floor where the wedding dress was placed. Then there were knocks and bangs on the door. Then there was a loud bang, the sound of someone breaking into the house. Then there was a burst of high-pitched curses, accompanied by the sounds of fighting and things being thrown. The girl at the front desk was shocked. She was about to leave the front desk to see what was going on, but I pulled her back. "Don't move. It looks like the boss lady is here with bad intentions. Let's not get involved, lest we get ourselves into trouble." My little sister looked at me in surprise. She didn't expect me to have such deep thoughts. She slapped the back of my hand and said, "You are a little kid but you are so smart. Tell me the truth, where do you get all these tricks from?" As we were talking, we heard hurried footsteps on the stairs. Miyu came down from upstairs in disheveled clothes, with one of her shoes missing. One of her sleeves was torn off, revealing her pale shoulders and a large area of skin. She rushed into the back office in a panic and locked the door tightly. There was still commotion and abuse coming from upstairs. A man's voice was sometimes louder and sometimes softer, sometimes scolding and sometimes begging, showing the boss's ability to control the situation. After more than half an hour, the boss's wife, who looked unfriendly, came down from upstairs accompanied by Teacher Huang and pushed and shoved her way out of the door. At this time, I had already disappeared, and some employees in the hall had returned to the company after get off work and were sitting there chatting. Seeing the appearance of Mr. Huang and the boss's wife, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Someone went to the front desk to inquire and soon learned the cause and effect of the incident. The news spread throughout the company in an instant. Everyone was making faces and exaggerating the latest gossip. Some people started to add some of the previous secret plots, making several female employees who liked gossip blush and chase the gossip spreader with coquettishness. I was the culprit of the whole incident, but I didn't get involved in the trouble. I just wandered around outside. When it got dark and all the employees had left work, I slowly returned to the company. As soon as I entered the door, I ran into Miyu, who had changed her clothes and was walking out in a hurry with her head down. I greeted her warmly, "Sister Yu, you're off work so late." Miyu ignored me and left like a gust of wind. I grinned and walked to the office at the back. I looked out the corridor and saw Lan Mei sitting at her desk, typing something on her computer. "Sister Mei, are you not off work yet?" I flashed into the office and sat down opposite Lan Mei, glancing at the half of her white skin that was exposed due to her prone position. "Aren't you going back to cook for your brother-in-law?" Lan Mei raised her head, and a hint of hidden pain flashed in her eyes. The pain was fleeting, but I captured it keenly. I was secretly surprised. I had never been so sensitive before. I don't know why I reacted so quickly today and always could sense other people's hidden emotions. "Where have you been?" Lan Mei's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and she quickly hid her inner thoughts. Something big happened this afternoon, didn't you know? What's the big deal? I pretended to be confused. Special assistant and teacher Huang were playing in the bridal room and were caught by the boss's wife. Lan Mei lowered her voice and whispered mysteriously. Play. I pretended not to understand. What are you playing? Landlord. Fight you. Lan Mei slapped Su Yi on the head and said, don't act so arrogant. You kids are all bad. Don't think I don't know. I know a little about this. Su Yi regained his composure and said, I came back this afternoon to take a look. I was chatting with the girl at the front desk when I saw the boss's wife run in and go upstairs. Then there was a commotion upstairs and I was afraid of being implicated, so I quickly left and went out for a walk for a while. Does this have anything to do with you? What are you afraid of? Lan Mei looked at Su Yi suspiciously. Don't tell me you are involved in this. How could that happen? Su Yi hurriedly changed the subject. Sister Mei, I saw a red mark on your neck. Did you get scratched? Let me help you check. Get away. Lan Mei pulled up her collar and said, little kid, don't look around. You might get slapped in the face. Give me a slap, I'm not afraid. Su Yi said with a grin, glancing at Lan Mei's red lips. When Lan Mei grabbed a book and threw it at him, Su Yi had already run away. The matter was quickly forgotten because it was not a big deal. Mr. Huang used some means to appease his wife, and even Miyu's position in the company was not affected at all. He just muddled through it and never mentioned it again. But Miyu would not let the matter go. She suspected that there was a mole in the company. After a private investigation, she found out that a call was made from the company just a quarter of an hour before the incident, and the number dialed was the boss's mobile phone number. After checking the internal call records, she found that it was actually made from her own extension. Too arrogant. Miyu's teeth chattered, as if she was slapped in the face in public. She carefully checked all the suspicious people in the company, and finally focused her attention on Su Yi. The whole company knew about her and teacher Huang's affair, but when she was caught by the main wife, there was only Su Yi, a newcomer. Moreover, on the day of the incident, he had specifically targeted him. After comparing the two sides, Su Yi's suspicion had almost been confirmed. However, Su Yi was Lan Mei's subordinate, and he really couldn't control him. Even so, Miyu would not let Su Yi go. She secretly called her elder brother whom she knew in society, and then sneered and prepared to see Su Yi's joke. After work today, Su Yi was walking on the street, and he always felt something was wrong, as if someone was following him. But when he looked around, there were pedestrians everywhere, and he couldn't see anything wrong. To get back to his home, he had to go through a narrow, secluded alley. The street lights in the alley had long been broken, and it was pitch black at night. Fortunately, it was still early today, and Su Yi took advantage of the dim light of dusk to quickly pass through the alley. He looked up suddenly and saw two young men with unfriendly faces blocking the way in the middle of the 3 or 4 meter wide alley, staring at Su Yi, who was walking hurriedly with a sneer. I'm really being watched. Su Yi's back felt numb, for the two young men in front of him who were obviously up to no good, and for his sudden surge in perception. He suddenly remembered Tian Ao's existence, and had a vague guess in his mind. What are you going to do? Looking at the two young men approaching, Su Yi slowly retreated and asked, We have no grudges in the past or in the present. Did you find the wrong person? I'm looking for you. The bare-backed, tattooed burly man on the left spat, You little bastard, I've troubled the grandfathers to teach you a lesson. You've delayed my chance of picking up girls. Today I have to crush your balls to vent my anger. Kid. The tall and thin young man on the right looked at Su Yi with pity. Don't cause trouble in the future. If you provoke an opponent you shouldn't provoke, you will regret living in this world. What should I do? Su Yi turned around and tried to run, but there was no time to escape. Looking at the two young men approaching, he wailed in his heart, Oh my God, I'm going to be unlucky today. Tianao, Tianao, please show up and save me. Suddenly, a faint red light flashed in front of Su Yi's eyes. In Su Yi's sight, the two young men walking towards him suddenly slowed down, as if every one of their movements became a series of slow-motion combinations, allowing Su Yi to instantly capture the trajectory of their movements. This tall, strong man with tattoos has his right fist slightly clenched. Suye's mind was calculating quickly, he is 2 steps away from me. When he takes a step with his left foot, his right fist will be raised at the same time and hit my left cheek. The tall and thin young man behind him was obviously half a step slower than the tattooed man, so he should be a supporting role. After the tattooed man knocked him down, he would come over and beat him up with his fists and feet, giving him a good beating. What we have to face now is the first wave of attacks from the tattooed man. Suye's eyes quickly scanned the area, his gaze fixed on the tattooed man's lower abdomen. Although there was clothing covering it, Suye knew that there was a wound on his lower abdomen that had not yet completely healed. The wound was more than a foot long, and there was a suture on it. Let's fight. The tattooed man was already in front of him, and the trajectory of his movements was exactly what Suye expected. Suye suddenly bent down and watched the tattooed man's right fist slide over his head as if in slow motion. Before he could use up all his strength, Suye gathered all his strength in his right fist and hit the tattooed man's wound on his lower abdomen hard. In the eyes of the tattooed man, this seemingly frail and thin boy suddenly disappeared from his fist, making his fierce thunder-like punch miss. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. An iron fist hit his wound, making his whole body immersed in piercing pain, unable to continue attacking the opponent in front of him. The tall and thin young man was stunned. He subconsciously reached out to help his companion, and a huge gap appeared in front of him. Suye seemed to be dominated by a magical experience. He punched the tall and thin young man's slender neck again. The punch was as fast as lightning. Before the tall and thin young man could react, a huge force hit his neck. His head suddenly tilted to the side, and his body staggered 3 or 5 steps sideways before falling to the ground with a thud. Suye looked at his right fist in disbelief. This thin fist looked no different from usual, and there was nothing unusual about it. Looking at the 2 young men who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, Suye suddenly exerted force on his feet, swooped past them, and ran away like a rabbit. He ran back to his yard panting. Suye locked the gate and then fell to his knees at the door, breathing heavily. Running all the way had completely exhausted his physical strength, and he felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter suddenly came from his mind, making Suye almost crazy. After a moment of stunned silence, he confirmed the owner of this familiar voice. Tian Ao. Suye growled angrily, is it that funny? Ah. Tianao burped a few times. It turned out that he was laughing so hard that he almost choked. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. It's funny, but it's not that funny. Are you sick? Suye cursed silently. No, Tian Ao finally regained a serious tone. In fact, there is no need for you to run. They can no longer hurt you. You are still running so fast, and because of the effect of adrenaline, your running speed just now exceeded 35% of your maximum strength. Shut up. Suye slowly recovered some of his strength and slowly got up from the ground. I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you were still breathing. What good would it do you if I died? Tianao asked back, if it weren't for the mirror effect I released, you would have beaten those 2 chickens into a puddle of mud, and you still have the chance to complain to me here. Mirror effect. Suye was startled, what the hell is that? The mirror effect is one of the most basic and most elementary functions of the ancient mirror you own. Tianao explained seriously, its function is to truly reflect all the truth within the range of the mirror in your mind. The truth. Suye was stunned, what is the truth? Truth is relative to appearance. Tianao patiently explained, what you can see with your eyes in daily life is the appearance. The essence of things hidden behind the appearance is the truth. For example, when you saw the tattooed man's movements, guessed his next attack method, and saw his physical weaknesses, what you actually saw was the result of the mirror effect. This is the truth. It's not that great. Suye sneered, it's far from what I imagined. As a powerful artifact, the ancient mirror should at least be able to emit lasers, right? Laser is nothing. Tianao shouted angrily, as a weapon used by the great Tianao, the ancient mirror is a magical existence that can reach the sky and the earth and see through the myriad worlds. How can its power be described by a small so-called laser? He suddenly sighed in frustration, but now my ability is not even 1/1000th of what it was at its peak, so I can only do some minor things for the ancient mirror. If we want to restore the ancient mirror to its former glory, we need to work together. We. Including me. Suyi was shocked. I am just an ordinary high school student. I have never even left this city. I dare not hope to have any connection with a high-end creature like you. Uncle Tianao, you should find someone else to work together. Too late. Tianao sneered, our fates are already closely linked, and the outcome is a fight to the death. If you want me to leave, you should take some sleeping pills and die first. I don't. Suyi shook his head, you are so annoying. Now let's talk about it and see how we can create brilliance together. Actually, it's a good thing for you. Tianao chuckled a few times, and then said to Suyi sincerely, being a small person in obscurity is also a life, and being a great hero is also a life. Since the ending is the same, why not make your life more colorful? Is this chicken soup for the soul? Suyi blinked suspiciously, these beautiful futures are of no use to me. The most urgent task now is how to deal with the little hooligans who are pestering me. What do you think? Tianao asked with concern. It seems that I need to learn some self-defense skills. Suyi thought for a while, do you have any ideas in this regard? Teaching people is my strong point. Tianao was overjoyed, if your strength improves, I can recover faster. In fact, your idea just fits our dream of common development. Is there such a good thing? Suyi was a little skeptical, how can you help me learn self-defense skills? The strength of the body comes from whether the meridians and blood vessels are strong. Muscles are the surface, and bones are the inside. When the surface and the inside complement each other, the divine power is achieved. Tianao is a master in this field, and he explained it clearly, whether it is external or internal power, it is actually to improve the strength of the meridians and the vigor of the blood vessels in different ways. Around the meridians and blood vessels, bones are the foundation and muscles are the appearance. The four are integrated into one, plus exquisite moves, which is the highest realm of martial arts that humans have pursued from ancient times to the present. Mysterious. Suyi nodded in agreement, my focus is, how can a chicken like me quickly defeat the little thugs? Practice some martial arts. Tianao smiled, if you have a mountain of treasure in your body, you will never starve to death. Martial arts are like a casting machine, which turns the mountain of gold in your body into ingots of gold, which you can then use to hit people. I'm considering learning something that is easy to learn and extremely powerful. Suyi said after thinking for a while. I know a lost boxing style called Tiger Roar. Tianao thought for a moment, there are 18 moves in total. It is a fierce and powerful style, but it is a superb boxing style that has both offensive and defensive capabilities. We have the moves, but as for physical fitness? Suyi asked. The Tiger Roar fist has a matching mental method that can quickly enhance physical fitness. It is practiced simultaneously with the boxing moves. Tianao said excitedly, the key is that this mental method basically has no upper limit. It can infinitely improve one's physical fitness. It is suitable for beginners like you to learn. I don't have any basic knowledge of how to practice. Suyi was a little nervous, will it be a waste of effort and have no effect? You don't have to worry about that. Tianao smiled. After all, human skill learning is still controlled by mental power, and then reflected to various parts of the body. This is the power of spiritual consciousness. I can simulate a meditation room in your sea of consciousness. Through the comparison and practice of spiritual consciousness, the efficiency of your practice can be increased by more than 100 times. Then hurry up. Suyi jumped up, maybe in an hour, some little thugs will jump in from outside my house. I'll practice for a while, maybe it will be useful. A set of boxing moves and internal skills appeared in Suyi's mind at the same time, directly eliminating the process of reading and understanding. Suyi was shocked, is this also the result of the mirror effect? This is an extension of the mirror effect, I call it mirror fusion. Tianao said, it is the magical property of the ancient mirror that directly integrates the true meaning of knowledge into your consciousness. This deep level of knowledge transmission can only be achieved between you and me at present, and it can be regarded as a benefit of your integration with the ancient mirror. Suyi's room is not big, but it is enough for one person to perform. He stood in the middle of the room, demonstrating the moves according to the routine of the technique, and at the same time using the corresponding mental method to drive the flow of the moves. In Suyi's sea of consciousness, a strange space of 2 meters in radius was projected. A proportional Suyi stood in the middle of the space, and all the actions performed by Suyi's real body were exactly the same. When Suye's body makes wrong movements or the skills and movements cannot be synchronized, the simulated Suye in the sea of consciousness will radiate rays of light, influencing the movements of Suye's real body through mental power, making his movements close to perfect and achieving synchronization between the moves and skills. It was like having a perfect role model and a teacher with extraordinary execution. After practicing the whole set of boxing techniques only 3 times, Suye's body had completely adapted to the routines and coordination of this set of boxing techniques, and his movements looked extremely coordinated. The 18-style tiger roar fist had almost become an instinctive action, and a weak but well-formed skill flowed through the meridians in his body without any obstruction. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared in Suye's sea of consciousness. He was wearing a handsome training suit, and with a lazy smile, he launched a fierce attack on Suye. Suye was shocked. Fortunately, he already had some basic boxing skills and could see the direction and intention of the opponent's attack. Using the tiger roar fist he had just learned, Suye began to fight the handsome guy with a fierce force. When the moves could not react, he used the moves of a shrew, scratching and scratching, making the handsome guy unable to defend himself. Suye's real body was doing the same thing, looking ridiculous. Fortunately, he was the only one doing it, so he avoided the embarrassment of being laughed at. Slowly, Suye's movements became coordinated. No matter how cool the handsome guy's movements were or how tricky his moves were, he could always deal with them with simple tiger roar fist moves. At least he could remain invincible. From time to time, he would launch a fierce counterattack, forcing the handsome guy to take a defensive stance. Finally, the handsome guy disappeared with a sullen expression and 2 dark eye sockets. Tiannao's voice rang out, "I didn't expect you to have good talent. Let's not practice anything too complicated today. Let's practice one-on-many training later." Suye was distracted and realized that he was sweating all over and his clothes were soaked. Fortunately, it was summer, so he stopped chatting with Tiannao, threw off his clothes and ran into the bathroom to wash his exhausted and sweaty body. When he woke up, it was the next morning again. Suye jumped up from the bed and found that he was as light as a swallow and his whole body was filled with infinite strength. It seems that following Tiannao is not all bad. Suye thought unscrupulously, seemingly unaware that after Tiannao entered his sea of consciousness, he would only get benefits. Wedding companies are the best place for energetic young people to hang out. Most of the people working here are beautiful women, including the receptionist. Only a few technical jobs such as running errands and on-site engineers are done by men. The beauties in the company are all graceful and charming, and they are all bold and outgoing business talents. They took extra care of Suye, a fair and tender boy. They teased him from time to time, so boldly that Suye blushed. Suye felt like Jia Baoyu, who had all the beauties in the group, but he didn't know whether he was playing with the beauties or the beauties were playing with him. There is another benefit, which is a huge temptation that a young man like Suye cannot resist. Whether they come to take wedding photos or choose wedding dresses, brides-to-be have to change their clothes. If Suye is nearby, they will deliberately expose themselves, and then laugh at Suye's embarrassed departure, which makes Suye deeply experience the terrible feeling of "women are tigers." Since the sniper incident in the dark alley that day, there has been no movement. Miyu no longer specifically targeted Suye and seemed to be much more obedient. Life returned to being busy and peaceful, but some abnormalities of Lan Mei affected Suye's mood, making him feel that something was wrong, but he had no clear answer. The scene was set up that day, and Lan Mei and others were busy until late at night. By the time the scene was set up flawlessly and all matters for the wedding the next day were arranged, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Lan Mei and Suye were the last to leave. Seeing that everyone had left, Lan Mei patted Suye on the shoulder and said, "Follow me in the car. I'll take you back." The wedding was held at a church on the outskirts of the city. Although it was on the edge of the city, it would take Suye more than an hour to walk back. Suye nodded, followed Lan Mei to the parking lot, and sat in the passenger seat of Lan Mei's small Mini. Lan Mei got in the car and closed the door. Her back accidentally touched the back of the driver's seat, and she suddenly uttered a soft "ah," and her mouth hissed in pain and she gasped. "What's wrong, Sister Mei?" Suye was startled and leaned over to look at Lan Mei's distorted face. "What's wrong? Are you injured somewhere?" Lan Mei looked at Suye with her watery eyes, revealing a hint of sadness. Suye's heart moved, and he gently held Lan Mei's palm. "Sister Mei, what happened?" "It's okay. Lan Mei gave a bitter smile and took out a tube of ointment from the box next to her. Help me apply it. There are some places on my back that I can't reach. Holding the ointment handed to him by Lan Mei, Suyi watched Lan Mei turn around with her back facing him. With trembling fingers, Suyi unzipped Lan Mei's shirt, revealing her white and slender back. Lan Mei was wearing nothing underneath her coat. From Suye's angle, he could see a pair of tall, snow-white shadows. Suyi was stunned by the sight before he could appreciate the beauty under the dim light. On Lan Mei's back, there were several deep scars scattered in all directions. The dark purple scars showed a bit of sad beauty under the dim light. What's going on? Suyi was stunned. He gently touched the scar on Lan Mei's back with his fingertips, and his eyes were full of anger. Which bastard did this? The cold fingertips gently stroked the scar, making Lan Mei's heart feel like it was soaked in a carbonated drink, numb and tingling. She moved slightly. I asked you to help apply the medicine, don't touch it. Ugh. Suyi finally reacted and hurriedly smeared the ointment on Lan Mei's back. When it was almost done, he gently helped her zip up. Lan Mei turned around and looked at Suye's face. She suddenly leaned in front of Suye's face and kissed him gently on the lips. Little brother, thank you. The cold lips touched Suye's lips, with a faint fragrance. Suyi seemed to be struck by lightning, staring at Lan Mei in a daze, unable to speak. Lan Mei's tongue moved slightly on Suye's lips, then slowly retracted. She was injured at the moment, and had no interest in stirring up trouble. Otherwise, she might have done something drastic to Suyi and eaten this innocent boy. You, a boy, always make people want to get close to you. Lan Mei looked at the silly Suyi and showed a mischievous smile, as if you are the closest person. Your injury. Suyi took a long time to come back to his senses, thinking of the scars on Lan Mei's body. Yes. Lan Mei shook her head. You are still a child and don't understand these things. The most terrifying thing for a woman in her life is to meet the wrong man. How could this happen? Suye's heart skipped a beat, and he vaguely guessed the privacy behind Lan Mei. Lan Mei was feeling a little down today and was looking for someone to talk to. As she spoke in a low voice, a sad story slowly emerged. When Lan Mei was in high school, she had a boyfriend who she grew up with. Later, Lan Mei was admitted to university, but her boyfriend failed the entrance exam, and the two of them separated. When Lan Mei graduated from university, she returned to her hometown and joined Mr. Huang's company. Her boyfriend did nothing all day long, and hung out with some people in society, and finally joined a club called Black Tiger Hall. Although they were not together in the past few years, they had never lost contact. Although her family members did not agree, Lan Mei still insisted on marrying her boyfriend with her persistence in love and moved out of her home to live together. As they spent more time together, conflicts between the two began to erupt. Lan Mei's husband had long since developed bad habits of being lazy, drinking, whoring and gambling, and was no longer the passionate young man he once was. Every day he just hung out in society, drinking, fighting, gambling and making trouble, and when he got home he became more and more irritable, and from time to time he would hit Lan Mei, often leaving her covered in bruises. Lan Mei made a lot of money, but it all went into a bottomless pit. The Black Tiger gang hooligans that Lan Mei's husband hung out with knew that Lan Mei was very pretty and had long coveted her. They teamed up to cheat Lan Mei's husband, causing him to lose everything in gambling and owe a huge gambling debt. Lan Mei's husband couldn't pay back the money, and was forced into a corner by his bad friends. At this time, Kue Gu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall who owed the most gambling debts to him, finally showed his ferocious face and asked him to hand over his wife to make him happy. Otherwise, he would cut his tendons in his hands and feet, making him a useless person more miserable than a beggar. Ever since Lan Mei's husband embarked on a road of no return, their love has long faded, and now only hatred remains. He agreed to Kue Ge's request without much consideration. But when he came back to discuss it with Lan Mei, he was flatly rejected by Lan Mei. The angry man showed his true colors. He not only beat Lan Mei, but also stripped her naked and tortured her severely. He also warned her that she had to accompany Brother Kue tomorrow. Otherwise, he would break her legs and carry her to Brother Kue to pay off her gambling debts. There are actually such men in the world. Suye's teeth were clattering, and his eyes were shining with anger. You can't agree to his request, or your life will be ruined. Once you get involved with those gangsters, don't think about getting rid of them. But those people are capable of doing anything. Lan Mei's face showed a sad expression. If you don't do what they say, you will also get into great trouble. Suyi nodded silently. He knew that this matter was of great importance and he couldn't make a decision casually. But he had to intervene in this matter, otherwise Lan Mei would fall into the bottomless abyss and could never escape. Let's take it one step at a time. Lan Mei gathered her emotions and started the car. I've made an appointment to meet Brother Kuei tomorrow night. We still have one day to think of a solution. If it really doesn't work, let's hide for now and wait until the storm has passed. After sending Suyi to the door, Lan Mei drove away. Suyi entered the house and fell headfirst onto the bed. Thinking about how to deal with this matter, he tried to contact Tian Ao, who was hiding somewhere in his sea of consciousness. Tian Ao, Tian Ao. What's the matter? Tianao's familiar voice came from his sea of consciousness. When you have nothing to do, practice more martial arts. Don't wait until you need it to regret it. I've run into a problem. Suyi scratched his head. After all, he was just a high school student. Social issues seemed so far away and high-end to him. A friend of mine ran into a problem. I wanted to lend a hand, but I was afraid that I was not capable enough. Is it the beautiful woman who was flirting with you just now? Tianao's voice was filled with a sly smile. As a man, you should naturally stand up when encountering such a thing. You will also have to start to deal with strength, power, and women. As the owner of the ancient mirror and the partner of my Lord Tianao, your future will definitely be rolling in these things. That woman is really good. I have calculated her measurements, which are. It seems like you know everything. As a soul, Suyi was not afraid of him spying on him. You said I'm going to challenge the Black Tiger Hall. Wouldn't my strength be a little weak? Actually, you've got it wrong. Tian Ao sincerely planned for Suyi. You are not facing the entire Black Tiger Hall, but just a small follower in the Black Tiger Hall. Of course, with your strength, this so-called Black Tiger Hall is not a formidable enemy. It would be best if we can avoid provoking any big opponents. Suye's mood brightened up. My goal is to help Sister Mei get rid of that muddy man and make Brother Kuei from the Black Tiger Hall give up his evil intentions towards her. Then do it well. Tianao encouraged, the Lord of the Ancient Mirror has always been a great hero. If you want to do something, do it boldly. With my secret help, you will surely turn danger into safety and turn disaster into blessing. I still need to think of a proper plan. With Tianao's assurance, Suyi felt relieved and began to plan carefully. The next day, she was busy from morning till night again. By dusk, Lan Mei was obviously nervous and distracted from her work. After dealing with a few urgent matters, she said she was not feeling well, picked up her bag and hurried out. Walking to the door, Lan Mei looked up across the street and her face changed color. She saw a tall, thin, bearded man wearing a pair of sunglasses, staring coldly at the door of the company, like a hungry wolf waiting for its prey. This man was Lan Mei's husband Hu Cheng, who was waiting outside to catch Lan Mei and send her to Brother Kuei. Lan Mei suddenly turned her head and tried to retreat, but she bumped into Suye's chest. Suyi gently grabbed Lan Mei's arm and whispered in her ear, I'll take care of the rest, just listen to my instructions. At this moment, Suyi seemed to exude a strong aura like steel. In Lan Mei's eyes, he was no longer the shy and timid young boy, but a tall and strong man who could be relied on. But before she could say anything else, Suyi had already put his arm around her shoulders, hugged her and walked out of the company gate, hurriedly heading for a side street a few dozen meters away. As they walked, Suyi whispered in Lan Mei's ear, when we get to that side street, I'll stop the men forcing you. You go back and drive away, and don't worry about the rest. But nestled in Suye's arms, although his arms were not that strong, Lan Mei still felt safe and protected. She looked at Suyi deeply and said, I can't walk like this, you are no match for those gangsters. Don't worry. Suyi grinned, and he had already turned into the sparsely populated side street with Lan Mei in his arms. He kicked the guardrail at the corner, and actually kicked a deep dent in the railing. Ah! Lan Mei covered her mouth in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that Suyi was actually a hidden master. Only then did she truly realize that Suyi had the ability to handle this matter, and she looked at Suyi with a hint of admiration for the strong. Let's go. Suyi didn't have time to enjoy the admiring eyes of the beautiful woman. because the men behind him saw his wife being taken away by a man with his arms around her shoulders, and he angrily ran across the street to chase after her. He pushed Lan Mei's shoulder and said, "You go first, I'll help you settle the rest of the things, and I promise that no one will come to harass you again in the future." Lan Mei suddenly turned around, hugged Su Ye's neck, and kissed him on the cheek. The man who just turned the corner happened to see this scene and was so angry that he almost exploded. In the brief moment when he hurriedly caught up with her, Lan Mei had already flashed into the alley next to her and ran away. "You bitch!" Hu Cheng was so angry that he was fuming. "How dare you flirt with other men behind my back? Wait until I beat that pretty boy, and then I'll come back and slowly beat you up." Seeing Su Yi escaping quickly into the distance, Hu Cheng could no longer control his anger. He no longer paid attention to where Lan Mei was going, and chased after Su Yi in the direction he fled. Chasing into a narrow alley, Hu Cheng slowly stopped. Su Yi, who was thought to be running at the moment, was standing quietly in the middle of the alley, looking coldly at Hu Cheng, with a cold expression on his face. "You little bastard, why don't you run away?" Hu Cheng showed a ferocious expression on his face. "How dare you touch my woman? I think you are tired of living, right? To pay off gambling debts, you gave your woman to another man." Su Yi said coldly, "Are you qualified to have a woman as outstanding as Lan Mei? You are such a shameless couple, telling you such a thing." Hu Cheng Tian grinned shamelessly. "Lan Mei is my woman, I can do whatever I want. Even if I sell her to be a prostitute, no one else can interfere. You should think about it. Do you want me to cripple your left hand or your right hand?" He pulled out a switchblade from his pocket and swung it skillfully. The cold blade gleamed in the afterglow of the evening sun, looking very scary. Su Yi looked around, trying to find a weapon that suits him. In his mind, Tian Ao smiled slightly. "You have the best weapon in your hand, why don't you use it?" Before Su Yi could react, his right palm felt hot. The ancient mirror that was hidden in his palm suddenly appeared, and it was several times larger than before, turning into a round weapon with a long handle. "Do you think you are Red Wolf?" Hu Cheng's nose was crooked with anger. "You even took out a frying pan." "Frying pan?" Su Yi looked at the weapon in his hand and felt a little disappointed. This round weapon with a long handle looked like a frying pan. Hu Cheng had already pressed forward, and his right hand holding the switchblade suddenly thrust forward, stabbing towards Su Ye's ribs. It seemed that he was furious and had done something to Su Yi. If he had stabbed Su Yi with this knife, Su Yi would have been seriously injured if not dead. Yes. Su Yi was also angry. Seeing Hu Cheng's switchblade stabbing at him, Su Ye's eyes flickered and he had already used the inner strength of the Tiger Roar fist. The power flowed through his body. In Su Ye's eyes, Hu Cheng's movements became slow. The stab that was originally as fast as lightning was completely like the slow motion in the movie. Su Yi calmly stretched out his left hand and firmly grasped Hu Cheng's wrist. Hu Cheng felt as if there was a hard iron hoop on his wrist, and a strong force came, making his arm numb. The originally swift move could no longer stab. "This kid, how come he's so fast?" Hu Cheng was still surprised, but Su Yi had already raised his right hand, and the round mirror surface brought a fierce wind and hit him hard on the forehead. As if he had hit a speeding train, Hu Cheng felt his body suddenly fly up, and was held by Su Ye's right hand holding his wrist. His right arm made a slight click, and was dislocated at the shoulder and elbow. Fortunately, his brain was hit hard and he was confused, so he did not faint from the pain. Su Yi turned his wrist and had already grasped Hu Cheng's hand joint. He twisted it downward with force, and Hu Cheng's wrist made a crisp sound, and the base of the metacarpal bone was broken by Su Yi. The switchblade fell to the ground with a clang. Hu Cheng's knees went weak and he fell to the ground, unable to speak in pain. Su Ye's mind moved, and the ancient mirror in his hand disappeared again, hiding in his palm again. He grabbed Hu Cheng's neck, lifted him up from the ground, and put his feet off the ground against the wall of the narrow alley. The iron-like hand made Hu Cheng breathless. Hu Cheng struggled desperately, his expression changed from anger to anxiety, and finally to fear. He could already feel that this seemingly insignificant boy in front of him had the determination and courage to strangle him to death. Seeing the pleading look in Hu Cheng's eyes, Su Yi loosened her fingers. Hu Cheng slid down the wall and coughed softly after a long time. Only then did he feel sure that he had saved his life. "Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Just after catching his breath, Suyi kicked Hu Cheng in the chest, causing him to fall 7 or 8 meters away, lying on his back on the ground, unable to get up again. In the midst of boundless fear, Suyi's devilish face appeared above his head. Although Suyi looked harmless, his fierce methods had frightened Hu Cheng, and he felt extremely afraid of him. From now on, Lan Mei has nothing to do with you. Suyi squatted down, got close to Hu Cheng's face and said coldly, in your current state, you have no ability to own and protect a woman. Do you agree with me? Hu Cheng blinked his eyes and became as obedient as a little white rabbit under Suyi's violent coercion. Don't be perfunctory with me. Suyi smiled, which made Hu Cheng shudder in his heart. If I find out that you didn't do what I asked, you know the consequences. Suyi picked up the switchblade that had fallen beside him and held it with one hand, twisting it with his thumb. The blade of the switchblade made a slight click and was broken into 2 pieces by the huge force of his fingers. Get up. Suyi threw the scrap switchblade aside and stood up. We still have things to do. Hu Cheng struggled to get up from the ground and stood beside Suyi with his back bent. His entire right arm was almost useless, and the piercing pain made him sweat coldly, but he dared not make a sound. Where did you agree to meet Brother Kuei from the Black Tiger Hall? Suyi glanced at Hu Cheng. Brother Kuei and his gang are not easy to deal with. I am just a small follower of theirs. Hu Cheng said in a trembling voice while enduring the pain, I am afraid you can't handle this matter alone. Whether it can be settled or not is not your concern. Suyi sneered, just lead the way, and I will let you go when we get there. The 2 of them left the alley, hailed a taxi and drove away. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a tea house in a remote street. It was not yet night, and the tea house was not doing well. The lady who greeted guests at the door had not arrived yet, and there was only a faint light in the tea house. After sending the taxi away, Suyi followed the limping Hu Cheng, walked through the narrow door of the tea house, and headed for the hidden staircase at the back. Behind the counter in the hall, the 2 big men on duty obviously knew Hu Cheng, but they glanced at them, lowered their heads and ignored them. After going up the stairs to the 2nd floor, the 2 walked through a long corridor and came to a room at the end of the corridor. Hu Cheng raised his left arm and knocked on the door, and only pushed the door open after hearing the greeting from inside. The room was very spacious and filled with the smell of tobacco. On the big seat at the end of the room, a burly, ugly middle-aged man was smoking a thick cigar and looking at Hu Cheng coldly with his eyes slanted. 2 young men stood beside him. One of them was trimming his nails with a switchblade in his hand, and the other was stroking his bald forehead with his hand, his face full of anger. Brother Kuei. Hu Cheng stood in the middle of the room and grinned at the men in the middle, looking uglier than crying. Where's your wife? Brother Kuei suddenly blew out a puff of smoke, glanced at Suyi who was following behind him, and said coldly, could this be your wife? Hu Cheng stuttered and couldn't speak. The bald man standing in front of Brother Kuei had already stepped over and punched Hu Cheng in the stomach. Damn it. You dare to fool Brother Kuei, have you lived enough? Hu Cheng bent down like a shrimp, bitter water dripping from the corners of his mouth, and slowly knelt on the ground. The bald man raised his arm and pushed Suyi. Who the hell are you? Stick it here. Without waiting for his arm to touch his clothes, Suyi raised his left arm, calmly grasped the bald man's wrist, and punched out with his right fist like lightning, hitting the bald man's elbow. There was an unpleasant sound. The bald man's elbow was bent at a strange angle, and his thick arm was bent in the opposite direction. A sharp pain came, and a layer of fine sweat instantly appeared on the bald man's forehead. Before he could react, Suyi's iron fist had hit his lower abdomen. A fist mark clearly appeared on the bald man's round belly. The fist mark went 2 inches deeper into the muscle of his belly. Because the speed was too fast, a piece of torn clothes slowly floated down for a long time and fell on the ground in the middle of the room. You are such a blind thing, you dare to touch anyone. Suyi said lightly, with a double meaning, do you think you are dying too slowly? The bald man slowly fell to the ground, not knowing whether his intestines were broken by Suyi's thundering punch. Suyi glanced at Hu Cheng and said, get lost. Go back and complete the divorce procedures, and I will spare your life. Hu Cheng got up from the ground, lowered his head and walked away in embarrassment. Suyi glanced at Brother Kuei who was sitting in the middle and seemed to have not yet reacted, and slowly walked to a chair next to him and sat down. Brother Kuei, right. Let me talk to you. You have the right to talk to me. Kuei Go, a gangster, reacted immediately. He looked at the bald man lying on the ground with disdain and said, "Take him out." Brother Kuei, the young man next to him, wanted to speak, but Brother Kuei stopped him with a look. "There's no point in you staying here. Do you think you can be a match for this little brother?" The young man hesitated for a moment, then dragged out the bald man lying in the middle of the room. "It seems that you were invited by Hu Cheng's wife." There was no third person in the room at this time. Brother Kuei glanced at Su Yi and said, "I didn't expect that woman to have a friend like you. Wanting to play with your brother's wife, is this what a big brother should do?" Su Yi said lightly. "Hu Cheng is not my brother." Brother Kuei waved his hand. "He is a piece of trash, but his wife is not bad. I am willing to accept the loss, and I have done nothing wrong in this matter. In today's society, women are not men's appendages." Su Yi turned to face Brother Kuei. "Letting others use their wives to pay off debts, is this the rule of your Black Tiger Hall? You are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Black Tiger Hall." Brother Kuei showed a stern look on his face. "My Black Tiger Hall is a large society with hundreds of brothers. How can a little kid like you be able to comment on it?" Seeing Brother Kuei showing his elder brother demeanor, Su Yi actually had a little appreciation for him. He carefully scanned Brother Kuei's sturdy body, and his expression suddenly moved slightly. Just now, he accidentally activated the mirror effect of the ancient mirror and had already done a full body scan of Brother Kuei's body. In Su Ye's mind, a three-dimensional image of the human skeleton and blood vessels appeared. Although the clarity was still a little lacking, the overall structure of the body and the flow of blood vessels were all visible at a glance. "Brother Tian, Brother Tian." Su Yi began to summon the omnipotent Tian Ao. "What's the matter?" After hearing Su Ye's respectful title, Tianao seemed to be in a good mood, and his tone was much more friendly than usual. "Look at Brother Kuei's chest. Is that where his heart is?" Su Yi asked uncertainly. "I think Brother Kuei seems to have some health problems. The heart arteries are blocked. He must have been injured before. Look at the muscle texture there are obvious signs of sutures." Tianao said calmly, "Although the external injuries have been cured, the hidden injuries have not been discovered and treated. If this situation continues, this guy will die in 3 years. I'll scare him." Su Yi communicated with Tian Ao while showing an unfathomable smile on his face. "Brother Kuei, you are only about 40 years old now, right?" 42. Looking at Su Ye's weird smile, Brother Kuei's heart skipped a beat and he answered involuntarily. "You are ill." Su Yi smiled faintly. "If you don't get treatment quickly, you will be in trouble within 3 years. Are you trying to scare me?" Brother Kuei is an old hand, so he won't be fooled easily. Let's talk about the matter, don't talk nonsense. Press your fingers on the left chest 3 inches away from the heart, between the 4th and 5th sternum. Su Yi tapped the corresponding position on his chest. "Do you often feel chest pain when you wake up in the middle of the night? Have you ever injured your left chest?" Su Ye's vague words were like a bolt from the blue to Brother Kuei. He subconsciously reached out to press the spot Su Yi pointed at, and then he felt a sense of depression in his chest and a dizziness in his head. "Little brother, do you know medicine?" Brother Kuei's expression changed rapidly, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. He stood up and walked to Su Yi and sat down, and asked anxiously, "Little brother, you can actually tell my chronic illness by observing my expression. Are you the descendant of some senior doctor? Don't ask me about my origins as a teacher." Su Yi smiled reservedly. "But you still need to treat your hidden illness quickly. The 3-year period I just mentioned is definitely not an exaggeration. If you don't cure your illness quickly, I'm afraid you won't live for more than 3 years. My illness, can you cure it, little brother?" At this point, Brother Kuei no longer cared about his status. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and seeing Su Yi nod slightly, he was overjoyed. "As long as little brother can cure my illness, the grudges between me and Hu Cheng will be written off and we will never entangle again. I don't care what happens between you and Hu Cheng." Su Yi shook his head. "But Lan Mei, Hu Cheng's wife, is my god-sister, so don't worry, Zhou Kuei, will never covet your sister again." Brother Kuei waved his hand. "I can tell the difference between life and women. Brother Kuei is indeed a master who can take on and let go." Su Yi praised Brother Kuei a little. "Brother Kuei's illness can be cured in 2 ways. If you want it to be quick, use acupuncture; if it's slow, use Chinese medicine. It will take at least half a month, or at least 100 days, and he will be cured anyway. Little brother is really a versatile person. Brother Kuei asked anxiously, "Little brother, what do you think is better? How about this?" Suyi thought for a moment. "Our timings may not coincide, and it's a bit difficult to come here every day for acupuncture. I will help you with recovery treatment today, and then prescribe a prescription for you. If you take care of yourself properly, your body will recover in 1 to 50 days, and no more than 2 months at most. This is the best." Brother Kuei had already believed in Suyi and, following his instructions, he moved a stool and sat in the middle of the room. "I will teach you a set of pulse control methods." Tian Ao was still very knowledgeable, and he immediately transmitted a pulse control method to Suyi's mind. "You can use the heart meridian regulation method in the 3rd volume to treat him, and it will have a sufficient therapeutic effect. Then prescribe a prescription for warming up the heart meridian for him, and you will be done." Suyi examined the pulse control method and mastered the essence of heart pulse regulation in a moment. He silently exerted his power, gathering the gradually increasing strength in his body to the tip of the 2nd knuckle of his right index finger, and then tapped the 13 hidden acupuncture points on Kuei-ji's upper body. With every tap, a slight amount of power was injected into Brother Kuei's meridians, affecting the frequency of his heartbeat. The touches of varying weights and rhythms warmed up Kuei-ji's damaged heart for the first time since his injury. The heavy congestion slowly loosened, and then was gradually removed from the blocked channel. After performing a set of heart meridian conditioning methods, Suyi's forehead was sweating and he showed a trace of fatigue. Brother Kuei felt relieved, as if the sky that had been covered by dark clouds for a long time suddenly cast a ray of sunshine. Although there was no obvious improvement, the feeling of brightness could not be deceived. "Thank you, little brother." Brother Kuei stood up and bowed to Suyi, thanking him sincerely. "Until now, I still don't know your name, little brother." "My name is Suyi, but I'm just a student." Suyi was not afraid that Brother Kuei would know his background. With this connection today, Brother Kuei would only be grateful to him and would never hurt him in the slightest. "I'll write you a prescription. You can just follow the prescription and take the prescribed amount." Suyi walked to the table next to him. Fortunately, there were 4 treasures of the study here. Suyi quickly wrote out a prescription and handed it to Brother Kuei standing next to him. "There are no special medicines in it. You can find them in ordinary large pharmacies. But this prescription is my secret recipe. You'd better get the medicine from several places, so that no one can learn my prescription." "Thank you, Brother Su." When Suyi said this, Brother Kuei knew that he had received a great favor from Suyi. Such a confidential recipe was handed over to him. Whether it was true or false, Suyi gave him enough face. That's how it is. After finishing the matter, Suyi didn't want to stay any longer. He thanked Brother Kuei and turned to leave. "Brother Su, please stay." Brother Kuei hurriedly called Suyi, with a hint of hesitation on his face. "What's the matter, Brother Kuei, do you have anything else to do?" Suyi asked puzzledly. "Brother Su's medical skills are amazing, which reminds me of something." After thinking it over again and again, Brother Kuei invited Suyi back to sit down at the table. If this can be accomplished, Brother Su will be able to walk sideways in Pengcheng in the future. No matter what kind of person he is, he will give face to Brother Su. Since it's so important, I think it's not that easy to do. Suyi looked at Brother Kuei's face and guessed that it was a troublesome matter. Indeed. Brother Kuei nodded secretly, and was amazed at Suyi's quick reaction speed. "This is a private secret of my Black Tiger Hall, and not many people know it. Our Black Tiger Hall's boss, Missouri Tianxiong, had a baby daughter when he was over 40. He has always loved this daughter like a treasure and carefully cared for her. But a year ago, his daughter suddenly got a strange disease. Her body was thin and her spirit was depressed. Countless famous doctors were invited but they couldn't cure her. I saw that Brother Su's medical skills were superb, so..." "Yeah." Suyi nodded, already knowing what Brother Kuei meant. He thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, "How old is Boss Mo's daughter this year?" "He's already 16 years old." Brother Kuei's face lit up. "Why, Brother Su, do you want to give it a try?" "I can try." Since he had already made up his mind, Suyi no longer hesitated, "But I can't guarantee whether it can be cured or not." "Of course." Brother Kuei nodded repeatedly. Even if I am a god, I can't guarantee that I can cure all diseases. But I will try my best. If I can't cure it, I promise that I won't do any harm to Brother Su. Yeah. Sui nodded. Then when are we going to visit? Brother Su, please wait a moment. Brother Kuei hurried out, probably to the next room to make a phone call. Less than 10 minutes later, Brother Kuei walked in quickly with a hint of joy on his face. It's settled. How? Sui asked. I just called Boss Missouri. Brother Kuei said like a subordinate reporting intelligence. He heard that I have a miracle doctor here, and he was very happy. He asked me to invite the miracle doctor over right now to help his daughter diagnose the disease. You must have exaggerated how powerful I am. Sui had already seen through the truth. Boss Missouri is so anxious, I guess his daughter's illness is not optimistic. Brother Su guessed all right. Brother Kuei nodded embarrassedly and admitted, I have followed Boss Missouri for more than 10 years and I am his most trusted team. The relationship between us is no longer as simple as that between ordinary gang subordinates and bosses. I feel very uncomfortable watching my niece's body getting weaker and weaker. I also helped recommend a few doctors before, but unfortunately they are all useless. Let's not talk any more. Sui stood up. Let's go there while it's still early. The two of them walked down the stairs and came to the entrance of the tea house. A stretched Lincoln was already parked in front of the door. Just as Sui was about to get in the car, he glanced into the distance. Suddenly, he saw a mini car quietly parked in the shadows at the corner of the street. Sui smiled and waved to the car. After a while, the door of the mini sedan opened, and Lan Mei got out of the driver's seat with a suspicious look on her face, and walked over slowly. Everything is resolved. Sui knew that Lan Mei was worried about him, so he followed quietly, and a little warmth rose in his heart. He held Lan Mei's hand, turned around and looked at Brother Kuei standing by the car. This is Brother Kuei. The misunderstanding has been resolved, and there will be no more problems between us in the future. Brother Kuei. Lan Mei was panicked. Brother Kuei had already revealed an awkward smile, and he bowed to Lan Mei. Sister Lan, it was my fault before. I frightened you. From now on, we are all friends, please forgive me. Seeing that Sui had dealt with this famous Black Tiger Hall general in such a short time, Lan Mei blinked in surprise and nodded to Brother Kuei. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Kuei. I'm going to diagnose someone. Do you want to come with me? Sui gently squeezed Lan Mei's palm. I'll go with you, maybe I can help. Lan Mei thought quickly and knew that Sui wanted to take her with him, so she said hurriedly. Then let's go together. Sui pulled Lan Mei into the car, and Kuei-gu sat in the passenger seat. The Lincoln started quickly and drove towards Mo Tianxiong's residence. In the darkness of the back seat, Lan Mei's soft palm gently rested on Suye's leg. As the car went up and down, her fingers gently stroked, causing Sui to almost accidentally fire his gun. My great-grandmother, what time is it now? Sui was furious and gently pinched the outside of Lan Mei's thigh. Lan Mei frowned, stopped moving her fingers, and gave Sui a watery wink. Half an hour later, the Lincoln stopped in front of a single-family villa with a locked iron gate. Two big men in black suits came over, looked at the passenger seat, nodded to Brother Kuei, opened the gate and let the car in. The car stopped at the crosswalk in front of the villa. Brother Kuei took Sui and Lan Mei out of the car. A thin middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper came over and greeted Brother Kuei. Brother Kuei, is the miracle doctor here? Yes. Brother Kuei gave way to his companions and let Sui walk in front, while he said to the housekeeper, is the boss here? Yes. The butler nodded. The master is waiting in the living room. A group of people filed in, passing through the wide passage and walking into the front hall. An old man who looked a little skinny but full of energy sat upright on the sofa, facing the direction of the door. Although he looked a little ordinary, he gave people the feeling of a dangerous bomb that could explode at any time and cause a devastating blow to the opponent. This man was the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, Mo Tianxiong, a well-known and powerful figure in Pengcheng. Seeing Brother Kuei bringing people in, Mo Tianxiong slowly stood up. Brother Kuei quickly walked to Mo Tianxiong and raised his hand to introduce him to him. This is the miracle Dr. Sui that I mentioned. Brother Su, this is my eldest brother, Grandpa Mo Tianxiong. Greetings, Mr. Mo. Suyi was polite and bowed to Mo Tianxiong. Mo Tianxiong's eyes were like lightning in the dark clouds, sweeping over Suyi, with a look of surprise on his face. Dr. Su is actually a master. Your skills are not bad, so you must have a famous master, right? I dare not. Suyi smiled and nodded. I am a junior, thank you for the compliment, Senior Mo. Please sit down. Mo Tianxiong did not act like a boss, but rather appeared amiable. He asked Suyi and Lan Mei to sit down, and then asked the servants to serve tea. After a busy period, everyone sat down and talked. I heard that the young lady has a strange disease, and the situation is not right. Suyi went straight to the point. Since Brother Kuei trusts me, I will come to take a look. But whether it can be cured or not, I can only say that I will try my best. If it doesn't work, please don't blame me, Senior Mo. No. Mo Tianxiong waved his hands helplessly. I'll just do my best and leave the rest to fate. If Divine Dr. Su can cure my daughter's illness, you will be the benefactor of our Black Tiger Hall. No matter what happens in the future, our Black Tiger Hall will definitely stand up for the Divine Doctor. Suyi nodded silently. I won't ask about the whole story. Let's take a look at the patient's symptoms first, and then we can discuss it in detail. Please come in. Mo Tianxiong admired Suyi's style very much. Hearing this, he stood up and said, Dr. Su, please come in. I will lead the way for you. Letting others sit in the living room and wait, Suyi followed Mo Tianxiong alone and walked to the back of the villa. After exiting the back door of the villa, Suyi discovered that there were several independent houses behind the villa, scattered among the green lawns. The houses had different styles, but all of them were meticulously crafted and were architectural masterpieces. There was no time to appreciate it carefully. Under the bright street lights, Mo Tianxiong and Suyi walked along the path into a single-story house. A middle-aged woman came up and asked, Master, did you invite a doctor to come and diagnose the disease? Yeah. Mo Tianxiong nodded, took Suyi across the corridor to the room at the end, and pushed the door open. This is a girl's boudoir, with a faint fragrance in the air. A girl is sleeping on the big bed, her black hair scattered on the pillow, and her pale face looks extremely thin. Although she was thin, it couldn't hide her beauty. On the contrary, her morbidity added a different kind of charm to the girl, making a straightforward boy like Suyi's heart beat fast and unable to control himself. After calming down, Suyi turned to look at Mo Tianxiong. Senior Mo, please wait outside. No third person can be present when I examine the patient. Mo Tianxiong nodded silently, and then he left silently, closing the door. Suyi stood in the middle of the room, and had already activated the mirror effect in his mind. The three-dimensional image of the room was projected in his mind, making everything in front of him different. It was summer, and the air was very hot. But even though the air conditioner was not turned on, the room seemed a little chilly, which was out of tune with the temperature outside. In the space of Suyi's sea of consciousness, a faint light curtain flashed with layers of brilliance. This was the virtual mirror controlled by Tian Ao, which was helping Suyi to see the mystery in the room. Suddenly, a layer of faint red light shone through the light curtain, and merged with Suyi's visual nerves at a strange angle. Suyi's eyes lit up, and he saw that around the girl on the bed, there were several almost undetectable colorful auras. These auras were very weak, and if Tian Ao hadn't activated the special perspective function, Suyi would not have been able to detect their existence. In front of his perspective, the girl's pajamas were like nothing. Looking at the snow-white body in front of him, Suyi's nose felt sore and a thin line of blood flowed down from his nose. Oh my god! Tian Ao shouted in surprise in Suyi's sea of consciousness, not caring about his loss of composure, so it was a ghost. It seems that the old man shouldn't have asked for a doctor, but a Taoist priest who can catch ghosts. What do you mean? Suyi's skin was covered with goosebumps. Is there a ghost? Then let's run quickly, or we'll be possessed by the ghost. The ancient mirror in your body is a divine object of great masculinity and strength. How could you be afraid of a little sneaky ghost? Tian Ao sneered. You have a divine mirror to protect your body, and you have become an indestructible body. It is really ridiculous that you are afraid of a weak ghost at this time. That's right. Suyi was relieved. These are just a few small and weak auras. They don't look like powerful ghosts. Watch me catch up and kill them all. It's not that simple. Tian Ao stopped Su Ye's reckless behavior. In fact, this matter is a bit troublesome. The real ghost is not here. The one entangled with this girl is just a clone that absorbs the vitality in her body. If you want this girl to recover completely, you must capture those original masters. Otherwise, even if you drive away the few strands of yin qi entangled with her, the real bodies of those ghosts will come to the door again. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Su Yi snorted, but first we have to get rid of these wisps of evil spirits and let this girl recover, right? Are you getting a little impatient? Tianao said sourly, you little boys are really kind to girls. Are you tempted to do something bad to this underage girl again? Why are you saying these useless things? Su Yi stopped Tian Ao from complaining, tell me what to do. The treatment method consists of 2 steps. Tian Ao said angrily, the first step is to dissolve the 5 strands of yin qi wrapped around the girl. This is easy to do. I will use the ancient mirror's divine light through your eyes, and the 5 strands of yin qi will disappear in an instant. Not bad. Su Yi nodded, what about the second step? The second step is a bit awkward. Tianao said, the girl is currently lacking in vitality, and we need to inject yang qi into several hidden acupuncture points in her body to warm up her atrophied meridians. The most yang energy. Su Yi was stunned, where can I find the most yang energy? You are it. Tian Ao smiled, a young man with strong yang energy and vigorous blood is a tonic in itself. What? Su Yi was shocked, you won't ask me to do anything inappropriate, right? Stop pretending. Tianao sneered, look in the mirror. The flames shooting out of your eyes are more than a foot long. You are pretending to be innocent. Don't worry, I won't let you sacrifice yourself to save you. I'm just injecting yang energy into certain acupuncture points. Oh, that's good. Su Ye's thick skin was not to be underestimated, revealing a thoughtful expression. After all, there are differences between men and women. If the skin is in contact. Don't pretend with me. In your heart, I see that you have already pounced on her and are doing something very inappropriate. Tianao sneered, if you really want to pretend, didn't you bring a god sister with you? You can just ask her to help. Tianao had already seen through everything, you can also let her be a witness, so that the victim will not think that you have done something wrong. Are you my enemy? Su Yi was very unhappy, why do you always turn your elbow outward? I want you to calm down. After all, there are 5 more evil spirits that you need to deal with later. Tianao explained considerately, don't be seduced by beauty and end up becoming food for evil spirits. If you want to find a woman, I have plenty of ideas to help you. You are lying to me again. Su Yi shouted, just now you said it was a small sneaky ghost, and now it has turned into 5 evil ghosts. Let's dissolve those strands of yin qi first, and then go and ask your sister to come over and diagnose the illness. Tian Ao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, walk to the bedside and stare at the strands of yin qi that are wrapped around the girl. Su Yi didn't dare to act recklessly because it was a matter of life and death. He followed Tian Ao's instructions and walked forward, staring closely at the wisps of colorful aura. Fortunately, the auras seemed unconscious and did not show any alertness because of the approach of Su Yi, the evil star, and they were still swirling in the girl's nostrils. After the preparations were completed, Tianao did something in Su Ye's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Su Ye's pupils flashed with a strange light, and a faint golden light shot out from his right eye like a searchlight, shining directly on the colorful aura. Like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The colorful breath made a low hissing sound, and was instantly vaporized, turning into a few wisps of green smoke and dissipating without a trace. The girl's chest rose and fell rapidly several times, and then she made a low cough. Her long eyelashes moved a few times, and she seemed to slowly wake up from her sleep. It's really amazing. The golden light flashed and Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief, Brother Tian, you are really amazing. No big deal. Tian Ao's tone was filled with undisguised pride. I'll show you how powerful I really am later. Now go call your sister in and ask her to help you warm up the patient's meridians. Su Yi opened the door and walked out, and saw Mo Tianxiong sitting on a bench in the corridor, with a trace of anxiety between his brows. Seeing Su Yi coming out, he stood up and stepped forward to greet him. Divine Doctor, how is the situation? I'll try to treat her. Su Yi said without further ado, your daughter's illness is a bit complicated. I'll try to keep her alive first, and then find a complete solution. So there is hope. Even with Mo Tianxiong's shrewdness, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Su Ye's heart ached, and in front of him appeared the kind face of his mother who had worked hard and lived a hard life but still cared for him. He suppressed his fluctuating emotions and nodded slightly. Senior Mo, don't worry. I need my sister to assist me during the diagnosis, and now I need to invite her over. Aunt Lu, go ask Miss Lan to come over. Mo Tianxiong nodded and asked Su Yi to sit down on a chair in the corridor. If there is anything else you need, just let me know. I will do my best to help the doctor prepare it. It just requires the use of special techniques to regulate the meridians. No external assistance is needed. Su Yi first gave Mo Tianxiong a shot of prevention. However, there may be physical contact during the diagnosis process. I need to explain it clearly to Senior Mo first. It doesn't matter if you need medical treatment. Mo Tianxiong nodded readily. The doctor will do whatever is necessary to treat her. As long as Xiaoyun's life can be saved, those minor details don't matter. As they were talking, footsteps were heard outside. Lan Mei walked in with Lu Ma and walked up to Su Yi. Su Yi, what's the situation? I want to treat Miss Mo, and I need your help. Su Yi smiled slightly. After all, the patient is a girl, and there are some things I need your help with. Mo Tianxiong nodded secretly. This young boy is actually a sincere gentleman, and he does things in an orderly manner. From this perspective alone, Xiaoyun's illness may really be cured. Su Yi brought Lan Mei into the house for diagnosis, and Mo Tianxiong was still waiting in the corridor at the door. At this time, the girl lying on the bed had gradually regained consciousness, but her body was weak and unable to move. Seeing a handsome boy and a beautiful woman walking in, she looked at the two in surprise, wondering where they came from. Seeing that the girl had regained consciousness, Su Yi smiled at her and said, I am a doctor, and I am here to diagnose you. This is my assistant, and she will help you tidy up your clothes later. It's all for the diagnosis, don't mind it. The girl was very smart and had already understood what he meant. Two faint blushes appeared on her face, making her look even more lovely and charming. Su Yi put away his floating thoughts and turned to look at Lan Mei. Sister Mei, help her take off her pajamas, and then find a piece of the thinnest cloth to cover her body. Humph. Seeing Su Yi turned away, Lan Mei secretly laughed in her heart. She came to the bedside to look at the weak little beauty, and suddenly a sour taste came out of her heart. It's good to be young. If I could be 10 years younger, maybe I could be a couple with Su Yi. Knowing that it was not appropriate to think about this now, Lan Mei reached out to lift the quilt, helped the girl take off her clothes, and then found a thin piece of gauze to cover her body. Okay. Walking behind Su Yi, Lan Mei gently poked Su Ye's lower back and said, you can diagnose the disease now. Be careful and don't take advantage of the opportunity. Lan Mei's voice was low, but it was clearly heard by the girl lying on the bed. Thinking that this boy would touch her body, the girl actually got goosebumps. Although it was a medical examination, the feeling of having her body, which had never been touched by a man, being touched by this boy, was. She was worried about gains and losses here, and Su Yi was also a little embarrassed. In his sea of consciousness, Tian Ao had already told him the acupuncture points that needed to be infused with yang qi to nourish them, and he also knew the specific diagnosis and treatment methods. However, these acupuncture points were mostly very hidden because they were eroded by yin qi. If he wanted to treat them, it would be a difficult test. Whether you stick your head out or hide it, you'll be stabbed in the same sword. Tian Ao shouted in his sea of consciousness, hurry up. If you can't pass this level, then you might as well just die so that I can find someone to reincarnate into. Let's fight. Su Yi gritted his teeth, walked quickly to the bedside, and stretched out his hands to the patient. When their fingers touched the smooth skin, they both felt excited. The thin gauze scarf could not cover up the situation, but made the scene more exciting. Although Su Yi had been in contact with girls before, and had been intimate with his school beauty girlfriend, he had never experienced such an erotic scene. Finally, Su Ye's hands grasped the girl's cold feet first. His hot hands wrapped around her slender ankles, and 2 fingers pressed on the 2 acupuncture points on both sides of her ankles. A stream of hot water gushed in, splashing the boiling water into the broken ice, causing the girl to let out a low hum. It's over. Feeling the wetness below, the girl's face flushed and her heart beat rapidly. The girl, who had never experienced sex, finally tasted the first taste of happiness in her life under Suye's palm. You rascal. Lan Mei was an experienced person, so she could see the mystery behind it. At this moment, she wished she could replace the girl lying on the bed and experience this touching feeling. After injecting a stream of yang qi, Suye's hot palm gradually moved upwards and continued to inject yang qi into other acupuncture points. Stimulated by the girl, he remained in an excited state at this moment. This allowed him to always maintain abundant yang qi, which was also a coincidence. An hour later, Su Yi, exhausted physically and mentally, finally finished his first formal diagnosis in his life. A quarter of an hour after he started to treat the girl on the bed, she fainted due to the impact of the surging yang qi in her body on her fragile heart, thus avoiding the embarrassment that followed. This also made Su Yi relax a little, and the subsequent diagnosis and treatment became easy, smooth, and completed in one go. Put her clothes on. Su Yi walked to the side tiredly and sat weakly on the sofa in the corner. Lan Mei looked at his tired expression and was too embarrassed to make fun of him. She hurriedly came up to put the girl's clothes on and then covered her body with a quilt. The negative energy in the room gradually dissipated, the temperature rose, and it felt warm. Su Yi asked Lan Mei to change a thin quilt to cover the girl, so that the girl's body could maintain a normal temperature and not develop other symptoms due to the heat. You are quite considerate. Lan Mei sat next to Su Yi and massaged his shoulders attentively. If a woman follows you in the future, she will be blessed. Why think so much? Su Yi quickly circulated his energy to regulate his tired body. Lan Mei's soft snake-like fingers slid over his body, causing his internal energy to surge, and his consumed blood and yang energy were quickly replenished. A quarter of an hour later, his breath had returned to normal. It is not appropriate to do anything inappropriate at this moment. Su Yi took his hand back from Lan Mei's leg, stood up, opened the door, and looked at the corridor outside. Mo Tianxiong was still sitting in the corridor, and turned his head to look over here. Seeing Su Yi nodded at him, he suddenly stood up and walked quickly into his daughter's room. The temperature in the room was close to normal, and there was no longer the cold air as before. The girl on the bed was sleeping, her face was a little rosy. Her body had obviously improved greatly, full of vitality, sweeping away the previous weakness. Mo Tianxiong showed a happy smile on his face. He turned around and held Su Ye's hand, unable to hide his excitement any longer. What a miracle, doctor! Brother Su is my benefactor. From now on, if you have any mission, I, Mo, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Now is not the time to talk about this. Su Ye's expression did not relax. There are some things I want to talk to Senior Mo about. What's wrong? Seeing Su Ye's expression, Mo Tianxiong's heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Dr. Su, if you have anything to say, let's talk over here. Let Lan Mei go to the front hall to wait first, and Su Yi followed Mo Tianxiong to a small room next to it. After closing the door and sitting down, Su Yi said directly, although I have cured the symptoms of Miss Mo's illness, I have not yet cured the root cause. I have a question, and I hope Senior Mo can answer it truthfully. You go ahead. Mo Tianxiong nodded. I will tell you everything I know. Did Miss Mo go to any special place before she fell ill? Su Yi asked, staring at Mo Tianxiong's face. Mo Tianxiong was startled. His thoughts were flowing, and he seemed to remember something. Looking at Su Ye's bright eyes, Mo Tianxiong sighed. I was a little confused before, but I didn't dare to confirm it. Today, when Dr. Su asked me, I thought it might be related to that incident. Senior Mo, please speak. Su Yi nodded. Only when I figure out the root of the disease can I find a way to completely eliminate it. It is said that the gates of hell open on the 15th day of the 7th month every year. Every year on that day, our Black Tiger Hall holds a grand memorial ceremony to pay tribute to our ancestors. Mo Tianxiong said sadly, on the 15th day of the 7th month last year, Xiaoyun was already 15 years old. I think the Black Tiger Hall's huge foundation will eventually be inherited by Xiaoyun. She will soon become an adult, and she should participate in the memorial ceremony in the hall. So that's how it is. Su Yi suddenly realized, could it be that after the memorial ceremony, Miss Mo started to get sick? Yes. Mo Tianxiong nodded, but I think the ancestors of the Mo family would never harm their descendants, so I have never wanted to think about it. The miracle doctor said this today, so I think something went wrong. It may not be the fault of the ancestors of the Mo family. Suyi comforted. Miss Mo was hit by the evil spirit and was possessed by the evil spirit, which gradually lost her vitality and eventually became seriously ill. I have adjusted her meridians and her body will gradually get better. But if the source of the evil spirit is not resolved, this evil spirit may come back in the future and hurt Miss Mo again. So. Mo Tianxiong stood up and bowed deeply to Suyi. Please ask the divine doctor to help my Mo family completely solve this difficult problem. Please take a seat. Suyi asked Mo Tianxiong to sit down, and continued to ask, I wonder where your ancestor worship place is. In the ancestral hall in the backyard of the main hall of the Black Tiger Hall. Mo Tianxiong frowned and replied, it is a place of blessing chosen by the ancestors of the Mo family. It is said that it can protect the younger generations and achieve great things. I didn't expect that when it was passed on to Xiaoyun's generation, it would be poisoned instead. The art of feng shui originally has the theory of circulation. With Tian Ao's support, Suyi seemed to be a hermit. Besides, some unintentional mistakes may also become the source of evil spirits. After all, we are all ordinary people, and it is impossible for us to understand the wonders of feng shui. So what should we do now? Mo Tianxiong had lost his composure and was completely following Suyi's baton. Suyi pondered for a moment, then stood up. No one else should move. You and I will go to the ancestral hall behind the Black Tiger Hall and check to see if we can find any mistakes. Okay. Mo Tianxiong obeyed Suyi's words and stood up quickly. Let's go now. The two of them walked out of the door and came to the front hall together. Mo Tianxiong instructed Brother Kuei, Zhou Kuei, you greet the guests for me. Dr. Su and I are going out for a while and will be back soon. Kuei grinned and almost cried. Originally, he had an intersection with Suyi because he coveted Lan Mei's beauty. Although the misunderstanding was resolved with Suyi's mediation, he still felt a little embarrassed when facing Lan Mei. Now Mo Tianxiong asked him to greet Lan Mei, which made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. But Mo Tianxiong looked cautious, and it was obvious that he was going out to do something important. If he kept talking nonsense, he might get beaten. He could only smile bitterly and nodded. Boss, do you want me to go with you? No need. Mo Tianxiong waved his hand, hurried out of the hall, and left with Suyi. Suyi gave Lan Mei a look and whispered, I'll be back later, wait for me here. This damn thing forced me to sit with Brother Kuei. Lan Mei cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to do anything rash, so she nodded in grievance. Looking at Brother Kuei's embarrassed face, Lan Mei suddenly felt funny and laughed out loud. Brother Kuei, the past is over. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I'm afraid I will inevitably trouble Brother Kuei. It's just a matter of words. Seeing Lan Mei being so open-minded, Kuei Ge's expression became natural. He chuckled and said, don't tell me, if I had a sister like you, it would be a blessing from heaven. The Mo mansion was not far from the Black Tiger Hall, and they reached their destination in less than a quarter of an hour. Mo Tianxiong led Suyi through the heavy security and headed straight for the ancestral hall in the backyard. Standing in the center of the backyard, Suyi looked at the dark building in front of him and began to mutter to himself. This is a single building standing alone in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by thick walls on all sides, with only a strange heart-shaped door in the front. There is a yin-yang fish pattern engraved between the two handles on the door, which exudes a strange atmosphere under the faint moonlight. The building is topped by a pyramid-style spire, which is also an airtight and closed dome. The style of this ancestral hall is a bit strange. Tianao looked at the strange building in front of him and made a squeak. Why does it look like a seal? Seal. Suye's body went numb, as if a pair of cold eyes were staring at his back. What is under the seal? We have to see it to know. Tianao said unhappily, send this old man away, let's go in and take a look. Suyi looked at Mo Tianxiong who was standing next to him and said, Senior Mo, please go to the front and wait. No matter what happens here later, don't panic. Don't come in unless I call you. Thank you, Doctor. Mo Tianxiong said nothing and turned to leave the backyard. He closed the heavy gate from the outside and even locked it. It's all over this time. Suyi sighed, I can't run away even if I want to. With an uneasy mood, Suyi walked slowly to the gate of the ancestral hall. Following Tian Ao's instructions, he pressed the eyes of the two yin-yang fish in the middle of the gate, and then rotated it clockwise at an angle. There was a slight click, as if some lock had been unlocked. He reached out and gave a gentle push, and the heavy door of the ancestral hall opened, revealing the entire interior. What Suyi didn't expect was that the ancestral hall was full of peace and harmony, and there was no gloomy and ominous atmosphere as he had imagined. A huge night-shining pearl on the dome emitted a soft light, illuminating the ancestral hall. A good place. Suyi jumped into the ancestral hall and gently closed the door. At this time, his feet stepped on the spotless ground of the ancestral hall. Suyi felt the ancestral hall tremble slightly, as if he had touched some hidden mechanism. What's going on? Suyi exclaimed. Tianao ignored him and kept clicking his tongue. This house is not simple. Looking at the layout here, it seems to be a black tiger evil. What on earth could it be that needs to be suppressed by the black tiger evil? Don't just talk to yourself and forget about me. Suyi stamped his feet hard. Can we share the information together? Someone has set up a strange formation in this ancestral hall. Tian Ao seemed to be calculating something, and after a moment he said, take 3 steps to the left, 9 steps forward, then turn right and jump left, and you will stand at the center of this strange formation. Should we break the formation? Suyi muttered, and followed Tian Ao's instructions, jumping to the center of the ancestral hall. Just walk over here, it's only a few steps away. Before he finished speaking, Suyi suddenly felt dizzy. Before he fell to the ground, everything returned to normal. Looking closely, he found that he had been teleported to the smooth wall on the right side of the ancestral hall. If you hadn't taken the right steps just now, you would never have reached this position in your lifetime. Tianao sneered, did you see the black tiger mark on the wall? Looking closely, Suyi indeed saw a faint black tiger image on the wall. If he hadn't looked at it, it would have been fine. But now that he looked at it, the image of the black tiger suddenly became clear, as if there really was a black tiger circling and running on the wall, as if it was about to jump out of the wall. So it's the 5 ghosts. Tian Ao shouted in surprise again, no wonder they have to use the black tiger evil to suppress it. Before Suyi could ask, a faint red light shone from Suyi's right eye, shining on a wall below the black tiger pattern. Under the red light, the wall in front of him seemed to be dissolved into a translucent gelatinous substance, revealing a small altar hidden in it. On the altar, there was a pale red crystal bead. 5 continuously jumping shining lines were running around the crystal bead, as if trying to break free from the bead's restraints. However, they were sucked by a huge suction force and could not leave the control range of the crystal bead. Suyi was shocked by the strange scene in front of him and was speechless. After a long while, he asked stupidly, what is going on? You must not understand such a complicated situation. Tianao seemed to find it incredible, to be able to design such an exquisite formation, it must be the work of a master. How could such a powerful person let the Yin Qi escape and hurt an innocent girl? Suyi disagreed, it seems that this master's ability is limited. You can't always use an idealized state to demand reality. Tianao laughed and said, in the past few hundred years, the topography of Pengcheng has undergone tremendous changes. You haven't forgotten the several major earthquakes recorded in history books, right? Could it be that the earthquake broke the balance between black tiger evil and 5 ghosts calming the soul? Suye's mind raced and he had guessed the truth of the matter. That's right. Tianao nodded silently. It should be that the change in the terrain affected the balance of the 5 elements underground, causing a slight flaw in the entire formation. The 5 ghosts calming the souls gained the upper hand and released a trace of Yin energy, which happened to be hit by Miss Mo, who came to worship her ancestors, so she became seriously ill. Where exactly did this 5 ghosts calming the soul come from? Suyi asked curiously. In my opinion, they should be 5 fierce spirits that have already gained some magical power. Tianao carefully analyzed the 5 lines on the altar. In order to fight against the black tiger evil, they were gathered by the mighty with magical power. They devoured and countered each other with the black tiger evil, and finally formed a delicate balance. How can we break this situation? Suyi scratched his head. Since the balance has been broken, there is no way to reverse the outcome. If we don't solve it, the 5 ghosts will eventually break free. When that happens, Pengcheng will be filled with gloomy winds. What will happen then? Little did he know that Tianao's thoughts had already shifted to another level. He let out a sinister laugh, which made Su Ye's hair stand on end. Brother Tian, can you stop scaring me? There is a good thing, but it is a little risky. Tian Ao discussed with Su Yi, once successful, I can put both, Black Tiger Evil, and 5 Ghost Soul Calming, into the ancient mirror space and make them all your subordinates. Not only will it solve the current crisis, but it will also greatly increase your strength. In the future, if you want to fight or do something bad, you will have your little brothers to run errands for you. No. Su Yi shook his head firmly, this is a typical trick to deceive children. If you can get such a big benefit, how can the risk be small? You want to fool me, you are too dishonest. You are quite cautious. Tianao muttered softly, there is actually no risk. You just need to bleed a little, and I will take care of the rest. You treat me as a blood bank. Su Yi was furious, you sucked a tube of my blood before, and I haven't recovered yet. Now you want to trick me into bleeding again, forget it. At this critical moment, let me make the decision for you. Before Su Yi could react, his right index finger had already pressed uncontrollably on the wall, exactly at the location of the crystal bead. The tip of his index finger hurt, and he felt dizzy again. Su Yi cursed in his heart, and hurriedly felt it, and found that the dizziness was much milder than the last time when Tian Ao sucked his blood. Just as he was about to fight with Tian Ao, he found that the wall in front of him had undergone a huge change. The crystal bead that bound the 5 ribbons seemed to have taken a tonic, and suddenly shone with light. Under its illumination, the 5 rapidly rotating ribbons suddenly stopped, as if they were fixed in the air. In this frozen moment, Tian Ao had already made a move. A golden light shot out from a light curtain, passing through Su Ye's left eye and covering the 5 ribbons. In less than 1,000th of a second, the 5 ribbons had disappeared from around the crystal bead and were teleported by Tianao to the magical space constructed by the ancient mirror. The loss of the ribbons immediately broke the balance of yin and yang in the wall. The crystal bead surrounded by the yin energy of the 5 ghosts shone brightly and suddenly shone on the black tiger phantom above it. The black tiger roared, as if corroded by the leaked strong acid, and was instantly severely injured. Seeing that the black tiger was about to die, Tian Ao showed his power again. A golden light flashed, and without much effort, the black tiger's evil spirit was also sucked into the ancient mirror space. The ancient mirror hidden in Su Ye's right palm suddenly appeared and floated in front of the wall. Its mirror surface emitted a dark light, tightly wrapped the shining crystal bead, and then slowly pulled it towards the mirror surface. The crystal bead struggled desperately, and started a tug-of-war with the ancient mirror. However, the energy in the crystal bead came from Su Ye's blood, and the ancient mirror had already merged with Su Yi. Just like a big tree can't compete with the earth, the crystal bead was finally pulled into the ancient mirror with a wail, and disappeared in an instant. The crystal bead entered the ancient mirror, and the mirror seemed to burp, revealing a hint of joy. Su Ye's spirits lifted, and he felt that the blood he had just lost returned to his body. Not only did he quickly replenish the lost energy, but he also greatly increased it. How was it? Tianao laughed complacently, is it true that you didn't suffer any loss? After this adventure, your vitality has increased by at least 30%. So there is a saying that goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. As a young man, don't always be timid and cautious. Su Yi had gained the advantage, so he didn't want to bother with Tian Ao's reckless action. He looked at the empty wall with an incredible expression. Could it be that you have put away both Black Tiger Evil and 5 Ghost Soul Calming? That's right. Tianao laughed proudly, we got a great deal this time. Not only did we solve the problem of the Black Tiger Hall, but we also got a few good subordinates. Once we train them, they will be great helpers. Just a few souls, what use can they have? Su Yi disagreed, can they clean my room? Everything in the world is inseparable from the word energy. Tianao said solemnly, as long as there is enough energy, the soul can still be materialized. Even if they walk on the street, you can't tell whether they are human or ghost. Is there such a thing? Su Yi shuddered, you mean, if I meet someone on the street, it might be a ghost. That's the theory. Tianao smiled, but now that you have the magic mirror, things are different. If he is a ghost, you will be able to see through him at a glance. After all, a ghost is a physical entity, and some of his physical details are different from a real human body. Unbelievable. Suyi sighed, and then asked, "The matter here has been resolved, can we go out now?" "Yes." Tianao nodded. "Let's go, I guess Mo Tianxiong is waiting outside anxiously." Now that the strange formation has been broken, the way out is no longer as complicated as before. Suyi opened the gate of the ancestral hall and walked into the courtyard. The gate of the ancestral hall was closed again. In the warm night, everything that happened just now was like a strange dream. Just as he walked to the door, Mo Tianxiong's anxious voice rang out from outside, "Is that Brother Su? Are you okay?" Suyi felt a little warm in his heart. It seemed that Mo Tianxiong had been waiting at the door since he entered. Although he took his own interests into consideration, he also showed concern for himself. It seems that Mo Tianxiong is not the kind of tyrant who regards life as worthless and is extremely selfish. Suyi thought to himself and raised his voice and said, "The matter is resolved. Senior Mo, please open the door." With a loud bang, Mo Tianxiong quickly opened the door. Seeing Suyi's calm expression, he felt relieved. Despite this, Mo Tianxiong still asked anxiously, "Brother Su, the evil spirit in the ancestral hall. It's been solved." Suyi smiled mysteriously. "From now on, there will be no more evil spirits in the Black Tiger Hall. But Senior Mo, you still have to stick to the right path in the future and stop doing overly unconventional business. You also have to control your subordinates and don't let them do anything wrong, which would damage Senior Mo's fortune." Although Suyi was talking nonsense, Mo Tianxiong's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He nodded slightly, treating Suyi's words as an imperial decree. "Brother Su's words, I, Mo Tianxiong, will keep them in mind and dare not disobey." He has changed his address to Suyi from Su Divine Doctor to Su Little Brother, and his desire to recruit Suyi is evident. Imagine if the Black Tiger Hall has a divine doctor and a charlatan like Suyi. If they encounter any troubles in the future, they can just invite this god to come out, and no matter how big the problem is, it will be solved. The two of them left the Black Tiger Hall and drove back to Mo Tianxiong's residence. The car stopped at the door, and Mo Tianxiong did not get out of the car. Instead, he took out a small card from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it carefully to Suyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Brother Su. Today you helped my Black Tiger Hall solve the difficulties and saved my daughter's life. Although money is something outside of the body, it can help you travel freely in the world. This is a small gift from me, just as a little consultation fee for you, brother." This. Suyi hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take it. "Since Senior Mo is so kind, I will accept it with gratitude. It's just a small token of my appreciation. It can't repay Brother Su for his kindness to my Mo family." Mo Tianxiong shook his head and smiled, "But there's still a long way to go. We'll all be hanging out in Pengcheng from now on. As long as Brother Su can use me, I'll definitely do my best to help him." Suyi's heart moved, but he didn't say anything more. He put the card into his pocket and said with a smile, "If Senior Mo needs me in the future, I will do my best to help." In fact, he was the biggest winner today. He got a crystal bead that enhanced his vitality in the Mo family ancestral hall, and also collected 5 evil spirits and a black tiger demon. These were all incredible benefits. Of course, he couldn't tell these things to others, so he could only bury the secret deep in his heart and share it with Tianao. The two reached a cooperation intention, smiled at each other and got out of the car. They walked into the living room together and found that Zhou Kuei and Lan Mei were chatting enthusiastically, and there was no longer any awkwardness at the beginning. Seeing Mo Tianxiong and Suyi walking in together, they stood up at the same time to greet them. "Brother, how is it?" Zhou Kuei looked at Mo Tianxiong nervously, afraid that he would say something bad. Lan Mei walked up to Suyi, took his hand, and gave him a questioning look. Brother Su is very capable, so he solved the problem perfectly. Mo Tianxiong smiled and walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. He made an invitation gesture to Suyi. "Brother Su, please sit for a while. I will arrange for someone to prepare some drinks, and we will have a drink together." "Don't bother." Suyi smiled and shook his head. "First, it's late, so it's inconvenient to have a big banquet. Second, Miss Mo is still weak, and it will take some time to fully recover. After Miss Mo is fully recovered, it won't be too late for us to celebrate together." "Okay." Mo Tianxiong thought for a moment and stood up from the sofa. Then I won't force you to stay. I hope Brother Su can come over when he has time to check on my daughter and see if there are any bad changes. Of course. Suyi nodded. Usually, just take care of and nourish him like a weak patient. There is no need to take any special medicine. Okay. Mo Tianxiong looked at Zhou Kuei and said, you are responsible for sending Brother Su and Miss Lan back. If you encounter anything involving Brother Su in the future, you don't need me to give you any more instructions, right? Don't worry, big brother. Zhou Kuei nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know what to do. As long as I, Zhou Kuei, am here, no one in Pengcheng can touch Brother Su. Goodbye, Senior Mo. Suyi said goodbye to Mo Tianxiong, got on Zhou Kuei's stretched Lincoln again, and returned to Zhou Kuei's tea house. The car stopped at the entrance of the tea house. Zhou Kuei turned around and looked at the two people sitting in the back seat. Brother Su, Sister Lan, do you want to go up and sit again? It's getting late, I think we should give it a try. Suyi thought for a moment. You get off first. Zhou Kuei waved his hand, and the driver left the driving seat and left quietly. Brother Su. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Zhou Kuei took out a bank card from his pocket. You cured my illness, which actually saved my life. The money is not much, just 500,000 yuan, to express my gratitude. If Brother Su needs me in the future, I will go through fire and water for you. This. Suyi wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhou Kuei's sincere expression, he knew that if he didn't accept his kindness today, it would definitely cause misunderstanding on his part. Suyi took the bank card handed over by Zhou Kuei with a wry smile and shook his head. Okay, then I will accept Brother Kuei's kindness. If there is anything else you need me for in the future, please let me know. Zhou Kuei finally felt relieved, and he got down from the passenger seat and opened the door for Lan Mei attentively. Sister Lan, if there are any shortcomings in what I did today, please forgive me. Didn't we just agree that we won't talk about this again? Lan Mei smiled like a flower and gave Zhou Kuei a reproachful look. No fight, no acquaintance. That's good, that's good. Zhou Kuei watched Suyi and Lan Mei get into the mini car parked in the distance and slowly drive out of his sight, then he walked into his tea house. The car drove to a quiet street. Lan Mei stopped the car, turned off the lights and the engine. What's going on? Suyi looked sideways and saw Lan Mei had already jumped over the joystick and jumped into the passenger seat, with her legs tightly wrapped around his waist. It's indecent. Suyi was shocked and felt the backrest of the seat fall back. Lan Mei's body pressed up and pressed heavily on him. Her hot breath sprayed on his face and he could smell a fragrance like orchid and musk. The four lips were tightly stuck together. They exerted force from top to bottom and were about to fire accidentally. In the distance, an off-road car with headlights on sped past them, illuminating the two people in the car. From the open car window came the deafening music and loud shouting, as well as waves of malicious boos. It's so immoral. Lan Mei, whose interest was disturbed, returned to her seat in dismay. The two looked at each other and were actually a little embarrassed. Zhou Kuei gave you a lot of money for the consultation, which should be enough for you to spend for a while. Lan Mei made small talk to break the awkward atmosphere. From the way she addressed Zhou Kuei, it was clear that she still had some grudges against this bad guy who schemed against her. People like Kuei are snobbish but not mean. Suyi had already experienced the ups and downs of life, and he seemed much more mature than Lan Mei, who was nearly 10 years older than him. Today I showed my strength and gave him a great benefit by diagnosing him. I am sure that he will not pose any threat to you from now on. It's all that bastard Hu Cheng's fault. Lan Mei's eyes flashed with anger. What a scumbag. I have already warned him to cooperate with you in going through the divorce procedures. Suyi patted the back of Lan Mei's fair hand and comforted her softly. End this evil relationship quickly and start a new life as soon as possible. Alas. Lan Mei sighed. Let's get a divorce first. When I think of my man's horrible appearance, I feel sick as if ants are crawling all over my body. Seeing Lan Mei start the car, Suyi asked, where are you staying tonight? There's a nice hotel near the company. I'll stay there for a while. Lan Mei had already planned, after I divorce that bastard, I'll rent a house for myself. Okay. I'll take you to the hotel first, and then go home. Suyi nodded. You are so young, but you are quite gentlemanly. Lan Mei's watery eyes almost drowned Su Yi, but I'll take you there. I'll take you home first, and then we'll go to the hotel. All right. Su Yi was anxious to go back and discuss Li Po's matter with Tian Ao, and no longer bothered with Lan Mei. The mini car sped away, and soon arrived at the alley where Su Ye's family lived. You live here. Lan Mei poked her head out. You look so delicate and tender, you don't look like you grew up in the alley. Am I a rich second generation who is in trouble? Su Yi glared at Lan Mei. If I were a rich second generation, would I work as a summer intern in a wedding company? That's right. Lan Mei nodded. You are so capable, you will definitely become a big shot in the future. Suffering is like a grinding stone, and it is a necessary process for successful people to go through. Thank you, Sister Mei, for your good wishes. Su Yi got out of the car with a smile. After watching Lan Mei drive away, he walked into the depths of the alley alone. Black Tiger Hall, Mo Tianxiong's villa. Seeing Mo Weiyun sleeping soundly and looking healthy, Mo Tianxiong finally put his mind at ease. He told the servants to take good care of him, and then he walked back to the living room, sat down, picked up his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Mo. As soon as the call rang, the person on the other end picked up the phone respectfully, as if he had been waiting there all along. It's so late, what do you want? I still have more than 2 million on that card, but I can't remember the exact balance. Mo Tianxiong said, it's the gold card. Transfer 5 million to it now, and then change the username to Su Yi, Su as in Su Dongpa, and Yi as in EZ. Get this done tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Mo Tianxiong sat in silence and pondered. Su Yi is a big gold mine. As the leader of the Black Tiger Hall who has been in the martial arts world for a lifetime, how could Mo Tianxiong not have this vision? Moreover, for a young man like Su Yi, only if you are sincere to him can you gain his recognition and unconditional support. If you play tricks on him, it will end up in an ugly way. No matter what, Su Yi is the benefactor of the Black Tiger Hall. Thinking of this, Mo Tianxiong smiled. I will check the background of this young man and see if my relationship with him can be further improved. In the simple room, Su Yemo sat on the bedside and had already contacted his old friend Tianao. He held the bank card given by Mo Tianxiong in his hand and asked Tianao with a smile, Brother Tian, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Tianao answered casually, what can I help you with? You are so capable, can you help me see how much money is in this bank card? Su Yi asked. Exclamation point. Tianao cursed angrily, why don't you ask me how many intelligent creatures there are in the universe? How many intelligent creatures there are in the universe has nothing to do with me. Su Yi said seriously, but the amount of money on this card is very important to me. You also know that my family owes a lot of debt. Go check it at the bank ATM at the door. Tianao said coldly, I haven't kept up with the times and reached the level of being able to crack the bank card chip circuit. Okay. Su Yi put away Mo Tianxiong's bank card. He took out the bank card Zhou Kuei gave him and said, I'll ask Mo Tianxiong about the bank card password tomorrow. Brother Kuei is so thoughtful that he even wrote the password on the back of the bank card. Do you find it fun to tinker with these things? Tianao's disdainful voice came, what is truly valuable is not those broken coins, but the Black Tiger Evil and the 5 Ghost Soul Calming we found. The Black Tiger Evil and the 5 Ghost Soul Calming Evil are indeed important. Su Yi was inspired, but money is also important. Before he could figure it out, Tianao had gone berserk. Su Yi felt his eyes go dark, and he was once again in the magical space of the magic mirror. The cool man who had fought with him in the training room that day was standing in the void with his hands behind his back, looking at Su Yi coldly. Brother Tianao. Su Yi asked cautiously, seeing is believing. It turns out that Brother Tianao is so wise, brave, handsome, and cool. Tianao's expression obviously eased up. This is an image I simulated to facilitate communication with you. The energy required for me to condense my true body is too huge. With your ability, it is impossible for you to get a chance for me for the time being. Okay. Su Yi nodded repeatedly, it's foolish to do something that you don't have the ability to control. But this matter still falls on you. Tian Ao had already seen through Su Ye's little thoughts, now your ability is almost zero, so I won't force you. When you have enough strength, you still have to collect enough natural treasures for me so that I can condense my true body. Why are you talking about this now? Suyi laughed. I am still a long way from becoming a successful person. Anyway, you won't be killed in a short time. Are you talking human language? Tian-Ao glanced at Suyi angrily and stopped entangled with him. Let's go over and meet your future subordinates. Suyi followed Tian-Ao forward. It seemed that they had passed through an invisible barrier and arrived at an independent space. There were 5 people standing lazily on a round platform, seemingly arguing. A huge beam of light like a stage light on the top of the platform enveloped the small platform, illuminating the words and actions of the 5 people. I saw a tall and well-proportioned girl who looked like she might commit a crime, with her arms folded across her chest, holding a pair of weapons that seemed about to jump out, and looking at the 4 people around her with extreme contempt, as if she were looking at 4 piles of garbage. A cold voice came out, clearly reaching Tianao and Sui's ears. Oh my god, are you going to make a scene? If I hadn't tried my best to protect you guys all these years, you wouldn't even be left with a scumbag now. Now that you've escaped from the soul-snatching pearl, you're shaking. If anyone is not convinced, come and try it with me, and see if I can't show him 180 of his appearances. Yu Xiao, don't be so arrogant. A woman who looked extremely charming stood farthest from Yu Xiao. At this moment, she twisted her waist and said sarcastically, do you think you are still the high and mighty heavenly demon cult master? With your current strength, can you defeat the 4 of us together? Chi Mei. Don't flirt with me. How come you haven't made any progress in thousands of years? You are still so shameless. Yu Xiao spat, do you think that if you just twist your butt, men will follow your lead? Don't dream. You don't accept it, do you? The charming woman sneered, what a pity. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, Yu Xiao, the culprit that everyone in the righteous world wants to kill, is actually still a virgin. How funny. Let's take her down together, and then let you brothers enjoy her, how about it? Next to them were 3 men of different appearances. A wretched old man was squatting on the ground, holding onto a non-existent crack in the ground. A tall, rough-looking man stood with his arms folded, looking very vulgar, but with a cunning look on his face that was extremely inconsistent with his image. Next to him was a skinny boy who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, looking up at the dark sky with his head tilted at a 45-degree angle. The 3 men seemed to not care about the conversation between the 2 men, but their 3 pairs of wildly rolling eyes had already exposed the unrest in their hearts. You 3 are cowards. The charming woman Chi Mei jumped up and down and cursed, her chest surging. After being trapped for thousands of years, have you lost all your courage? Anyway, we are going to die, why not fight? See. There are gangs everywhere. Outside the platform, Tianao and Suyi had already seen the situation clearly. Tianao patted Suyi's shoulder and said, today I will teach you a lesson, how to control these cunning and slippery old foxes. What do you mean by, as cunning as ghosts? They are ghosts themselves. Suyi muttered softly. Tian-Ao had already stepped forward and stood at the edge of the platform, revealing himself in front of the 5 cunning ghosts. Who is it? Yu Xiao was still the most powerful one, and she was the first to discover Tian-Ao's whereabouts. She turned her face to Tian-Ao outside the platform, with a surprised expression on her face. Who are you, and why are you imprisoned here? Immediately afterwards, Chi Mei, the wretched old man, the burly man and the thin young man sensed Tian-Ao's presence in turn and turned their faces at the same time. You don't deserve to know who I am. Tianao said coldly. With his cool and unrestrained attitude, he really had the aura of a master, but there is one thing you have to understand. If I want to destroy you, it's just a matter of blowing a breath. Really? Chi Mei twisted her body and walked to the edge of the platform with a charming smile on her face. She suddenly stretched out her hand hidden in her sleeve, and her half-foot-long sharp nails suddenly grabbed Tian-Ao's face that was close at hand. With a scream of awe. As soon as Chi Mei's nails touched the light curtain covering the platform, she trembled all over as if struck by lightning, and a puff of green smoke rose from her head. The half-foot-long, steel-hard nails touched the light curtain, just like tofu touching a sharp steel knife. 3 of the 5 nails were broken, and light blue blood-like liquid oozed out of the broken parts. Chi Mei quickly retreated and hid in the place farthest from Li Tianao. She held her hand which was in great pain, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her surprised face. You, who are you? Why did you use this cover to trap us? It seems that you don't understand the current situation. Tianao looked at Qi Mei coldly. Anyway, there are still 4. I don't mind if you lose your soul. I will let them learn to behave themselves in the future. No. Qi Mei screamed, fear clearly written on her face. I am more valuable than any of them, you can't use me as a target. They are just a few trash spirits, what value can they have? Tianao was not moved at all, trash like you. If it were in the past, I wouldn't even be interested in looking at you. Since you said so, you must want to keep us to serve you. Yu Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, we are all poor prisoners, and now we are just transferred from one prison to another. If you have any instructions, we will do our best to help you. I hope you can spare our lives. Tianao looked at Yu Xiao with a hint of appreciation on his face, not bad. It seems that you understand more than the others. You know the situation you are in and the position you should maintain. The 3 men on the platform understood the current situation in an instant. They restrained their careless attitude and slowly gathered behind Yu Xiao. The burly man was the first to speak, Master Yu is our leader, and we all listen to her. The wretched old man and the skinny young man nodded at the same time and quickly stood their ground. Qi Mei. Yu Xiao spoke coldly. Although she was talking to Qi Mei, she didn't even look at her. What did you say? Humph. Qi Mei was also a 1,000-year-old ghost, and she knew that the situation was stronger than the person. She said in a low voice with grievance, I'll listen to you. Anyway, you are the most powerful among us. It's our bad luck to follow you to die. That's it. Tianao was too lazy to waste time with these little characters. He raised his right palm, and a light red crystal bead appeared in the palm of his hand. Su Yi, who was standing behind him, had already seen clearly that this was the bead they got in the Black Tiger Hall Ancestral Hall, which should be the soul capture bead, mentioned by Yu Xiao. Tianao raised his hand, and the soul capture orb passed through the thin light curtain and landed in Yu Xiao's hand. He ordered coldly, merge the soul capture orb with your soul. Ah. Yu Xiao showed an incredible expression on her face. The other 4 people around her also couldn't help showing expressions of shock and envy on their faces. Sir, are you going to give this soul-capturing bead to me? Yu Xiao's voice was already trembling a little. Tianao remained silent. Yu Xiao had already known the situation and raised the soul capture orb to her forehead, muttering something. The light red soul capture orb slowly floated up and merged into Yu Xiao's forehead, like a snowball melting into the calm water. In less than a moment, the fusion was complete. Yu Xiao's whole body glowed red, becoming even more beautiful. Tianao ordered again, the 4 of you, each of you will give a wisp of soul to Yu Xiao. The 4 of them did not dare to neglect it, and pulled out a thin white thread between their eyes. Finally, 4 crystal beads emitting white light were melted out and handed to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao held the 4 crystal beads, and in a moment, these 4 souls merged into her body. The 5 of them turned to Tianao at the same time, knelt on one knee and kowtowed to him, Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Yeah. Tianao nodded and called Su Yi, who was standing behind him, to his side. Seeing Su Yi suddenly appear, the 5 people on the platform were surprised. They didn't expect that there was suddenly someone behind Tianao. He is Su Yi, the master of the soul-snatching pearl. Tianao said calmly, the 5 of you have now established an inseparable connection with the soul-snatching pearl. From now on, you will be the spirits of the soul-snatching pearl. From now on, if Su Yi has any instructions, you must do your best to carry them out. If you dare to disobey, I don't need to tell you the consequences. Su Yi secretly raised his thumbs, impressed by Tianao's methods. From then on, these 5 evil spirits were controlled by the soul-snatching pearl, and naturally dared not disobey his orders. With these 5 powerful people, the room for his development would definitely be infinitely expanded. Yu Xiao, the leader of the demonic cult, pays homage to the master. Yu Xiao knelt down to Su Yi, expressing her complete submission. Qi Mei greets the master. Qi Mei came behind Yu Xiao and knelt gracefully to Su Yi, intentionally or unintentionally revealing a large area of whiteness under her clothes. Chen Laonian, I meet the master. Gao Dazhuang, meet the master. Zhang Xiaoliu, meet the master. The wretched old men, the burly men, and the skinny young men all knelt down behind the two men and saluted Suyi at the same time. Yes. Suyi nodded. You all get up. From now on, everyone should follow the rules and listen to my orders. If you follow me, there will be many benefits for you. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I will not tolerate it either. The 5 people obeyed the order. Although their strength was countless times higher than Suyi's, they were controlled by the magical soul-stealing beads and dared not disobey Suyi at all. Suyi could make their souls fly away and never turn over again with just a thought. Fortunately, Suyi looked like a good person, so he would not deliberately torture them and make them suffer. Tianao waved his hand and put away the cage on the platform, letting the 5 people regain their freedom. Just stay here and wait for Suyi's call. The soul-snatching orb is a treasure of heaven and earth, and it has incredible power. You should think carefully and improve your strength. Don't let others use you in the future, and you will all be like weak shrimps and be killed by others in one blow. The 5 people gladly accepted the order, and their figures disappeared without a trace. Tianao looked at Suyi and said, I have one more thing to say to you. Don't think that the world is peaceful now. In fact, there are hidden dangers everywhere. You are no longer an ordinary person, and you will definitely face many difficulties and obstacles. Improving your own strength is the hard truth. You will regret it one day if you rely on external things. Don't worry, Brother Tian. Suyi patted his chest. Brother Tian should know what kind of person I am. Unless I have no choice, I will not use them easily. Yes. Tianao nodded. That's it about Lipa. Let's go check out the black tiger. Oh, yes, there is also a black tiger. Suyi then remembered, I saw 5 living people and almost forgot about the black tiger. The black tiger demon can maintain a balance with the 5 evil spirits. You should be able to judge its strength. Tianao sneered, don't let your IQ drop drastically when you see beautiful women. They are just 2 ghosts. Didn't you say that powerful evil spirits can condense into a physical entity? Then there's no difference between them and real people. Suyi said, following behind Tianao with pink light in his eyes. Don't blame me for not warning you. Tianao glanced at Suyi and said, you'd better not touch those 2. They are different from you, both humans and ghosts, and they have a lot of yin energy. With your current strength, you will be dead after having fun a few times. I understand. Suyi shuddered, that's right. There are so many beauties, why would you want to provoke a beautiful ghost? In a cage surrounded by a beam of light, a mighty black tiger was roaring and charging towards the beam of light. Although it was knocked back to the center of the cage every time, it still kept attacking. Black tiger. This time Tianao did not hide his figure and took Suyi to the side of the cage. Don't resist in vain. Who are you? The black tiger suddenly stopped and spoke to Tianao. It didn't even look at Suyi beside Tianao, obviously knowing who the real tough guy was. Who am I? Tianao sneered, and suddenly threw his right palm upwards. A strange symbol with radiant light appeared out of thin air in front of him, slowly rotating and emitting a mysterious aura. You. The black tiger seemed frightened and retreated suddenly. Its body hit the cage behind it and was bounced back to the center of the cage. You are actually... Heihu's voice was trembling, not caring about the pain in his body. His originally arrogant attitude suddenly became restrained, as if he had met his nemesis. It's good to know. Talking too much will bring trouble. Tianao said coldly, it is the end of the world now. Many things have to start over. I will give you an opportunity, I don't know if you are lucky enough to accept it. The black tiger was spinning around in the cage, seemingly in a daze. After a long while, it looked up at Tianao and asked, what should I do? You should follow him. Tianao looked at Suyi, this is Suyi, the person destined for me in this life. If you hang out with him, maybe you can even find a way out. Suyi. Black Tiger came up to Suyi and looked at him carefully. Suyi raised his right hand and waved at Black Tiger, with a harmless smile on his face, hi. He is too weak. Black Tiger muttered, how long will it take for him to come to the fore? I still have to wait, but you don't have patience. Tianao sneered, then wait until you die in this cage. Wait. Seeing that Tianao was about to leave in anger, the black tiger was completely panicked. It quickly ran to the side of the cage and wagged its tail at Tianao in a flattering manner. "My lord, I didn't say I disagree. Since you can wait, what can't a little black tiger like me wait for? Everything is subject to your instructions, and I will never say a word." "Yeah." Tianao nodded with satisfaction, "Then show some sincerity." The black tiger turned around in the cage for a few times and finally returned to Su Yi. It whistled at Su Yi and spit out a small black tiger phantom from its mouth, which slowly floated in front of Su Yi. Su Yi stretched out his palm and gently caught the black tiger, watching the black tiger phantom dissolve into his palm bit by bit. He felt as if there was something extra on him, but he couldn't see it for a while. Tianao nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand to remove the cage around the black tiger. "You can move on your own, Su Yi will call you if there is anything." The 5 evil spirits have been subdued by Su Yi, and you are all in the same boat from now on. Don't make trouble when you see them, and settle the past grudges. The black tiger let out a depressed howl and slowly disappeared from the 2 of them. "Okay, today's matter has been resolved satisfactorily." Tianao looked at Su Yi and said, "I'm going to practice in seclusion to restore my strength. You should also work hard to improve yourself. External forces are nothing but clouds. You still have to rely on yourself to deal with critical moments." "I understand." Su Yi nodded. "I will practice the tiger roar fist well and try to be able to defeat 10 people alone." After a dizzy spell, Su Yi had returned to his room. The cicadas chirped outside the window, and the summer night heat rolled in, making him feel like he had just dreamed. Looking down at the 2 bank cards in his hand, Su Yi smiled. "Not bad, a good start. I believe that it won't be long before I can make achievements and let our Su family get out of the quagmire and become glorious again." There seemed to be a small black spot on the back of his left hand. Su Yi wiped it with saliva, and the black spot still stayed there steadily. He brought his left hand to his face and looked at it carefully, and then he found that the black spot was actually a small black tiger pattern. He sensed it in his sea of consciousness again and found that there was also a small black tiger phantom floating in his sea of consciousness. Never mind. Knowing that it would do no harm, Su Yi, who had been busy all night, yawned, fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day at noon, Su Yi had just put down his work and was about to go to a nearby fast food restaurant for lunch. As he was about to leave the company gate, he suddenly heard a call from a distance. Looking up, he saw a tall, beautiful woman in a gray business suit running towards him quickly in front of a Volkswagen car parked on the side of the road, and soon came to him. "Handsome, wait." The beautiful woman stood in front of Su Yi, panting. A faint fragrance came from her body, which refreshed the tired Su Yi, and his eyes swept across her towering chest. "You're not being honest." The beautiful woman in high heels was about 1.7 meters tall, half a head taller than Su Yi. She saw Su Yi's eyes scanning her chest like a pig, and she reached out and patted Su Yi's arm. "Don't look at the lady so directly, it's very rude." "Ah." Su Yi blushed. "Beauty, are you calling me? What do you think?" The beauty rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "Handsome guy, let me ask you something." "I don't know." Su Yi shook his head. "I'm not familiar with this place." "I haven't even asked yet, and you said you don't know." The beauty glared at Su Yi with some dissatisfaction. "Can you wait until I finish speaking?" "Okay." Su Yi showed a pitiful expression. "I'm very hungry, and I'm just about to go eat." "It won't take you long." The beauty said quickly. "I saw you coming out of the wedding company. Do you know a Mr. Su Yi?" "Su Yi?" Su Yi's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you want from him?" The beauty thought for a moment and said, "I'm his girlfriend. I need to ask him something. Can you help me call him?" "Are you Su Yi's girlfriend?" Su Yi looked the beautiful woman up and down and said, "I haven't heard him mention it. How could I not know such an important thing? Are you familiar with Mr. Su?" The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. "Is Su Yi a playboy?" "I know there are many beautiful women in the wedding company. Does he have secret relationships with many people?" "You shouldn't ask me about this." Su Yi thought for a moment and said, "You are his girlfriend, so just ask him directly. Isn't this a secret investigation?" The beautiful woman lied calmly. "If I knew he was doing bad things behind my back, I would never let him off. If a woman wants to hold on to a man, don't she have many ways to do it?" Su Yi became interested and began to give the beauty some advice. For example, if you drain him dry in bed, won't he have too much energy to fool around outside? You little brat, you're actually so experienced. The beauty widened her eyes in surprise, a blush on her face. Let's stop talking nonsense, go and call him for me, please. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Suyi smiled. It's a very private matter, and it's not convenient for a child like you to hear it. The beauty smiled and said, call him out for me, and I'll give you a small gift. She pulled out a delicate keychain from her pocket like a magician. On it was a picture of an old man and a woman kissing. Hey, is it fun? It's fun. Suyi took the small gift and put it in his pocket. What do you want? Ah. The beauty wanted to talk, but Suyi stopped teasing her. Actually, I am Suyi. You are Su. The beauty said halfway, and suddenly swallowed the rest of the words. She looked at Suyi carefully, and her face gradually turned red. It's okay. Suyi said with a smile, I feel honored to have a girlfriend like you. How could you be so mean? The beauty quickly regained her composure, and looked at Suyi with some surprise as she stretched out her hand. You actually lied. I'm just kidding. Suyi reached out and held the beautiful woman's soft and tender hand, and gently hooked her palm with his middle finger. It's an honor to meet you. May I know your name, beautiful lady? My name is Wei Ting. The beautiful woman glared at Suyi in a reproachful manner, as if blaming Suyi for harassing her. I am a senior business manager of Pingshang Bank, and I am here to discuss business with Mr. Su. Just call me Suyi. Suyi looked at Wei Ting in surprise, but I have never had any dealings with banks. Did you receive a bank card last night? Wei Ting looked at Suyi's face. Oh. Suyi suddenly realized, that's true. Mr. Mo Tianxiong gave me a bank card, and I haven't had time to take a closer look. That's right. Wei Ting finally confirmed Suyi's identity. Mr. Mo has transferred this bank card to your name, so I'm here with you to go through the formalities. When did the bank do things so attentively? Suyi was a little surprised. Don't we have to go to the bank to handle it ourselves? It's like this. Wei Ting explained to Suyi, based on the amount on your bank card, you have automatically been upgraded to a major customer of our bank. Customers like you will have special customer service specialists to provide customized services. Then, I will be your service specialist. Bank card amount. Suyi's mind moved. Oh, I don't know how much money is on the bank card yet. Wei Ting opened a delicate folder tucked under her arm and checked the numbers on it. As of 12 o'clock noon today, the balance on your bank card is 7,300,600 yuan. Hey. Seeing that Suyi didn't move for a long time, Wei Ting stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of his face. Suyi, Suyi. The number Wei Ting reported stirred up waves in Suyi's heart. He was born into a wealthy family, so this amount of money was not enough to make him lose his composure. But as an underage boy, he had never had such a large amount of wealth before. He was impressed by Mo Tianxiong's generosity, which made him stunned for a moment. Oh! Suyi regained his composure in an instant. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a smile like a flower. Then what procedures do I need to go through with you? I have a few documents I need you to sign, Wei Ting said quickly. I've also drawn up a financial plan specifically for you, and I want to talk to you about it. She looked around and said, why don't we go to my car and talk? It'll be cooler if we turn on the air conditioner. Suyi nodded and followed Wei Ting into her car. After signing the documents handed over by Wei Ting, he heard Wei Ting say, it's a waste to keep such a large sum of money in the bank without managing it. I have a good financial plan. Can I tell you about it? Don't tell me the details. Suyi smiled and waved his hand, handing the signed document to Wei Ting, meeting his fate. I'll leave the financial management of this money to you, so don't make me lose money. Impossible. Wei Ting was delighted. If I give you money as compensation, I will give you myself as compensation. Then you'd better help me pay the money. Suyi's eyes darted around Wei Ting, teasing the beautiful woman. It just so happens that I'm in need of a girlfriend. You are so dishonest. Wei Ting twisted Suyi's ear affectionately. Looking at your age, you are still a high school student, right? You are not taught by any teacher, you only know how to talk nonsense. My teacher is also a beauty. Suyi smiled and enjoyed the abuse of the beauty, and signed a few documents. I only ask for one thing, that I can withdraw my money anytime when I need it. The beauty thought for a moment and said, I understand. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Seeing that everything was done, the beauty said happily, aren't you hungry? I'll treat you to lunch at noon. I don't seem to be so hungry anymore. Suyi scratched his head. What? Are you not hungry after seeing 2 big steamed buns? Wei Ting was happy after signing a big order. She couldn't help but blurt out a dirty word when she saw Suyi scanning her chest. After she finished speaking, she reacted and a blush appeared on her face again. Yeah. Suyi nodded meaningfully and opened the car door. Don't forget to compensate me with some money so that you can compensate me with yourself. Go to hell. Wei Ting cursed in a low voice, waved at Suyi, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The next few days were peaceful. 2 days later, Lan Mei quietly told Suyi that Hu Qing had gone through the divorce procedures with her. This time, things went very smoothly. Not only was Lan Mei granted a divorce, but the 2-bedroom apartment she had bought before was also awarded to her, allowing her to keep her own place to live. After all, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. Seeing Hu Cheng's pitiful appearance, Lan Mei's heart softened, and she handed over the family's savings of 100,000 yuan to Hu Cheng, thus ending this evil relationship. Without the burden, Lan Mei looked very energetic, as if she was a few years younger. Unfortunately, this season was the peak wedding season, and the 2 of them had no time to get bored together, as they were all busy with the company's business. That evening, Suyi finished his work and got off work before it was too late. Lan Mei was away from the company because she was at a wedding. Suyi walked in the crowd and came to the most prosperous bar street in Pengcheng. The lights were already on. Young men and women were hugging each other and making love in the street. The sound of intense music could be heard faintly from the KTV. This was a world full of restlessness. Suyi used to be a frequent visitor here. After the demise of the Su family, he had not been to such a place for a long time. Now he actually felt a little strange and alienated. Oh my! A strange voice came from behind, am I dazzled? Look who I see. Suyi looked back and saw a few young men in extravagant clothes standing behind him. They were leaning on his shoulders and looking at his back with a hint of mockery in their eyes. These people were all old acquaintances of Suyi. When the Su family was at its peak, it was more powerful than these people's families. At that time, they were all his younger brothers, running around for him with a smile on their faces every day, and Suyi didn't feel any difference between them. Now seeing their faces of nouveau riche beating up a fallen dog, he suddenly felt disgusted. He was too lazy to pay attention to these playboys and turned to leave. But how could these people let him go so easily after finally finding a fun thing to do? Before Suyi took a step, several young men had already rushed in front of him and blocked Suyi's way. Kai Gang. Suyi looked coldly at the arrogant young man standing in front of him. What do you mean, do you want to rob people on the road? Robbery. Kai Gang's face was shaking with flesh, and he was almost out of breath with laughter. How much money do you have on you? You want to rob? Several young men nearby echoed and laughed. Kai Gang's family runs a mining business and is one of the richest families in Pengcheng. Although the other young men's families have impressive strength, they are still an order of magnitude behind Kai Gang. Now Kai Gang is the leader of these people and has replaced Suye's original position. How about this? Kai Gang managed to stop laughing. I'm in a good mood today. I'll pay for all your expenses today. Come with me to the nightclub and have some fun. Don't stay in this shabby house all day crying and reminiscing about the glorious days in the past. Ha ha ha. The followers laughed arrogantly again. Ha. Suye's heart moved. He had been keeping a low profile recently and had not had much contact with his former friends. How did Kai Gang know about his current situation? In addition, why was Kai Gang so concerned about his situation? Was it just because he was a playboy like them? Logically speaking, they shouldn't be so kind as to pay so much attention to a poor rich second generation like him. Suyi, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly thought of many questions that he had never considered before. Why did his family lose everything overnight? Is there any hidden reason? Why are these playboys still secretly investigating his current situation? Do they have any ulterior motives? These bastards, I'm afraid you never dreamed that you have turned over a new leaf. Not only have you gained the magical powers in the magic mirror, but you have also made friends with the most important gang leader in Pengcheng. You are no longer the poor rich second generation who was bullied by others, right? Suyi showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Since you want to play, I will play with you. If I knew what conspiracy you were playing behind your back, don't blame me for being cruel. All these thoughts flashed through Suye's mind, but it only took a short moment. Zhang Qian. Seeing Suyi hesitate for a moment, Kai Gang's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He shouted loudly, "You used to be Suye's most capable younger brother. Go over and teach him and tell him what to do now." A slightly thin boy with a slightly embarrassed look on his face was standing behind several dudes. Hearing Kai Gang call his name, a flash of panic flashed in the corner of his eyes, but he did not dare to disobey Kai Gang's order. He slowly walked out from behind Kai Gang and came to Suyi. Zhang Qian. Suyi felt a pain in his heart. The young man walking towards him was his best friend in the past. Zhang Qian's family situation was very poor, and he had little contact with Suyi, who came from a wealthy family. But fate is always so wonderful. In the freshman year of high school, the two sat at the same table, and their relationship became closer. Suyi knew that Zhang Qian's family was not well off, so he always helped him a lot. Zhang Qian was busy in front of him and behind the horse, and he was also his most capable man. It wasn't until the second year of high school that the two were assigned to different classes. Unexpectedly, just 1 year later, Suye's family situation had undergone tremendous changes. The relationship between Zhang Qian and him gradually became estranged, and they did not have much contact with each other later. I don't know when Zhang Gan became Kai Gang's follower again. Thinking about it carefully, could this be an alternative way for Kai Gang to gain a sense of presence? Master Yi. Zhang Qian stood in front of Suyi, his face flushed. Suyi sighed softly in his heart. He didn't blame Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian must have had his own reasons. According to his understanding of him, Zhang Qian was not the kind of person who wanted to be a seller. Don't say any more. Suyi glanced at Zhang Qian lightly, then looked at Kai Gang. Since Master Kai is so interested, what's wrong with me playing with you? It just so happens that I haven't been to a place like this to relax for a long time. Well, I feel a bit sorry to have Master Kai treat me. Kai Gang's eyes twitched suddenly. He gave Suyi a hard look, laughed loudly and said, "These few small coins can't stop me. From the moment you step into this KTV to the time you come out, I won't let you spend a penny. Then you're welcome." Suyi smiled coldly and turned to look at the brightly lit entertainment venue in front of him. Blue Electric KTV. This is one of the best bars in Pengcheng City, and has always been famous for its expensive consumption and complete services. Here are the most beautiful girls in Pengcheng City, the most powerful dancers, the most famous resident singers, and of course the most expensive services. When Suyi was wealthy, he only came here a few times. If you spend money freely, spending 180,000 in one night is like throwing it into the water, and it will make no sound at all. Let's go. Kai Gang waved his hand boldly and took the lead into the luxuriously decorated door of the KTV. Several followers followed closely behind Kai Gang and swarmed in. Zhang Gan whispered, "Be careful," and then quickly chased after Kai Gang and the others. Suyi shook his head sadly and followed them in. Swaggering into the central hall of the KTV, Kai Gang found a set of sofas to sit down on, and then arrogantly waved Suyi to sit over. Tonight, it seems that these young masters are going to play hard tricks on Suyi and satisfy some of their most obscure desires. Bullying those who were once high and mighty but later fell into obscurity seems to be a natural bad nature of human beings, and it is now fully exposed in these teenagers. Suyi did not care, and silently found a slightly remote sofa to sit down. Although he was also a member of their small group, he seemed out of tune with them. Several young men laughed and started to call the young lady over. After a while, a plump woman came over, swaying her hips like a lotus flower in the wind, and almost sat on Kai Gang. "Master Kai, how come you have time to come and play today?" Kai Gang was an acquaintance here, and the woman recognized him at a glance. She pressed her upper body tightly against Kai Gang's arms, wishing she could rub Kai Gang into her body. Ha ha ha. Kai Gang laughed and put his hand on the woman's leg and touched it. "I'm in a good mood today, so I brought a few brothers over to play with us. Do you have any beautiful newcomers here recently? Find a few of them to say hello. Why, Master Kai, you're tired of the old and love the new, and you think I'm not fresh anymore. The woman twisted around Kai Gang coquettishly. Seeing that Kai Gang was already enjoying himself, she smiled and said, but we do have a super beautiful girl here, singing in our bar. I'll ask her to come over and have a chat with Master Kai. Go. Kai Gang patted the woman on the back, causing her to scream. The scene was so vulgar that Suyi felt disgusted. He is such a hopeless case. He is so young, yet he is flirting with an old woman like this. He is so cheap. The woman left quickly, and the bartender brought drinks and dried fruits in a continuous stream. Several young men shouted loudly, revealing their true colors. Fortunately, this was a lively entertainment venue, so their affectation did not seem so abrupt. In other hidden private rooms, several middle-aged men who looked disgusting were talking and laughing loudly, saying dirty words, hugging heavily made-up women, and making very obscene movements. The women responded calmly, collecting the bills from time to time and stuffing them into the small bags they carried with them. Young masters, our Miss Cece is here. The woman who had just flirted with Kai Gang came over, followed by a slender girl in a white dress. She enthusiastically pushed the girl to the front and introduced her loudly, "This is our new Miss Cece in the bar. She has a sweet voice and is even more beautiful. When Cece goes on stage to sing later, everyone remember to support her." Cece. Suyi withdrew his gaze and stopped on the girl. This is a beautiful girl. She stood in front of everyone like a lotus flower emerging from the water, with a slightly reserved look on her face. Her body seemed a little thin and not fully developed, but compared with those vulgar women in the bar, her temperament was a world apart. Suyi slowly widened his eyes. His heart seemed to be tugged, because this girl was none other than Lin Miaoxi, his classmate and the most beautiful girl in the class. Lin Miaoxi was a good student with excellent academic performance, but her family was poor. Her father was an engineer at the Exploration Bureau, but he died in an accident, leaving her and her mother to live a hard life. Lin Miaoxi's mother was in poor health and usually made a living by setting up a small stall on the street to sell daily necessities. With the government pension, she could barely make ends meet. Lin Miaoxi has always been very arrogant and never treated the dandies in the school well. When Suyi was proud before, he was also the object of Lin Miaoxi's scorn. Now that he has become a fallen chicken, Lin Miaoxi has become a little kinder to him, and sometimes she would even chat with him, which made Suyi, who had experienced the warmth and indifference of human nature, feel a little warm. But why did she go to KTV to sing? Didn't she know that KTV was full of people of all kinds and was not a place for a girl from an honest family like her? Or maybe she had encountered some difficulties and had no choice but to come here to sing and make money. Suyi was thinking secretly here. Kai Gang's eyes were already radiating the light of a hungry wolf. He extended his hand and greeted Lin Miaoxi enthusiastically, "Beautiful lady, come and sit here and let's have a good chat." There are 10 classes in Pengcheng No. 1 High School, with hundreds of students. Kai Gang is a problem student, he doesn't attend classes on time, and usually hangs out outside. So he didn't recognize Lin Miaoxi as his classmate, and thought she was an ordinary girl. "No, it's my turn to sing on stage soon." Lin Miaoxi recognized Kai Gang, the famous playboy in the school, at a glance. She showed a trace of panic on her face, but then quickly concealed it. Being caught by her classmates here. Lin Miaoxi's face turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Kai Gang was still there, calling out loudly, "Come and sit down, beautiful lady, brother will show his support to you later." Master Kai. One of the young masters recognized Lin Miaoxi and whispered something in Kai Gang's ear. Kai Gang's eyes lit up and he became even more persistent. "Why, you come here to serve, don't you know how to greet guests? I am a VIP here. If you make me angry, I will make you unemployed in a minute." A teasing voice sounded from the side, "Whether you are a VIP or not, we will know when the money comes. If you keep pestering me now, what's the difference between you and a hooligan? How dare you?" Kai Gang was furious and looked towards the place where the sound came from. He saw Suyi with a sneer on his face, and met his angry eyes without any hesitation. Lin Miaoxi glanced over and saw that it was Suyi who spoke for her. She felt extremely ashamed. She didn't expect to meet so many acquaintances today. She only felt disgusted when she saw Kai Gang, but when she saw Suyi was also there, her heart was filled with waves. It's true that a dog can't change its nature. Lin Miaoxi felt a little sad. His family is in such a bad situation, but this guy still has the mind to hang out here. I thought he was a young man with backbone, but I didn't expect him to be a pile of mud. Suyi didn't expect that when he stood up for Lin Miaoxi, she would look down on him. Seeing Kai Gang's furious look, he calmed down and leaned against the sofa. What, do you want to bite me? During their confrontation, Lin Miaoxi had already disappeared like a gust of wind. Kai Gang gritted his teeth in hatred. You little bastard, you ruined my good deeds. That little bitch, she can run away, but she can't run away from the temple. When Suyi, the unlucky star, is not around one day, I will come to support you again. Thinking about conquering the inviolable beauty in school and wantonly ravaging her, Kai Gang couldn't help but laugh. The younger brothers beside him looked at each other and muttered in their hearts, is Mr. Kai angry to the point of going insane? Why is he crying and laughing at the same time? After a lot of noise, the seats under the performance pool were almost full. A hot beauty was dancing pole dance on the stage with strong rhythmic music. She was wearing thin clothes, which could not cover her body at all. There were ghosts and wolves howling in the audience, and from time to time, large amounts of money were thrown onto the stage. The scene was very lively and exciting. After the dance, the pole girl quickly picked up the money on the stage and retreated to the backstage. A charming and pretty woman walked onto the stage, first laughed, then said in a hoarse and sexy voice, the next show is the latest show of our Blue Electric KTV. Miss Cece, the girl of Tianyin, will present moving songs, showing her charming voice and graceful figure. If you think the show is wonderful, you can send a flower basket to Miss Cece. Each flower basket is worth 1,000 yuan. I hope you handsome guys will support us. The host's eyes flew and her waist was twisted into several pieces. She walked off the stage reluctantly until the atmosphere in the audience reached a climax. The lights in the venue dimmed, and a bright beam of light hit the microphone in the middle of the stage. Lin Miaoxi appeared on the stage. Her temperament was quiet and elegant, which seemed to be very incompatible with the stage. However, because of this incompatibility, there was a strong conflict, making the atmosphere on the scene strange and harmonious. A voice like the sound of nature sounded. This is a very elegant American country song, which can calm people's hearts and relax them again and again, as if they were immersed in the cool lake water. Not many people at the scene could understand the meaning of this song, but the elegant melody of the song has infected everyone's emotions, and the atmosphere in the hall has gradually calmed down, contrary to the impetuousness just now. When the song ended, warm applause rang out in the hall. Lin Miaoxi's beautiful figure and beautiful singing voice conquered the entire audience. A sturdy bald man raised his right hand high and said, "It's so beautiful. I'll give 10 flower baskets to this little sister." There was an uproar at the scene. The beautiful woman sitting next to the bald man twisted her body a few times in dissatisfaction. "Brother, you are so generous. Why didn't I see you being so generous when I sang before? Can you compare with this little girl?" The bald man spat and pinched the beauty hard. "How can an old peach like you compare with a young peach? Stop talking nonsense." In a far corner, a half-bald old man in his 40s or 50s with a Hong Kong or Taiwan accent raised his hand and waved, "This little sister sings very well. I will give this little sister 15 flower baskets. Come over and sit for a while later, little sister, I will treat you to a drink. Fight with me." The bald man suddenly raised his hand, "I'll give you 20. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated. This kind of atmosphere is what nightclubs like to see the most. The coquettish host ran up to the stage and shouted like a climax, "This handsome guy gives me 20 flower baskets. Are there any friends who are not convinced and want to compete with this handsome guy?" "It's meaningless." The old man with a Hong Kong and Taiwan accent waved his hands and said, "You're uncultured. I'm not a sucker. I really like this little sister's song." "Old bastard," the bald man cursed, then proudly picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it down with a gulp. Suddenly, a sharp sneer came from the side, "Why are you so arrogant? I won't accept it, I will give you 40 flower baskets." Exclamation point. Everyone in the field was shocked. 40 flower baskets meant that Lin Miaoxi received 40,000 yuan directly. Even if she and Lan Dian split the profits 50 to 50, she could still get 20,000 yuan. Except for some wealthy bosses, not many people could afford such a big sum. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The KTV lighting engineer seized the opportunity and shone a strong light in the direction of the sound, so that everyone could see who sent the flower basket. A beam of strong light shone on a boy in strange clothes. He had short black hair, a fair and delicate complexion, a tall figure, and a protruding chest. He was actually a girl. Although she was a girl, her dress and temperament were no different from those of a boy. Not only was she holding a cigarette in her mouth, but her two arms were each holding a beautiful young girl. The three of them were being affectionate with each other, which looked very strange. "It's Yuan Dasha." Someone next to Kai Gang shouted. Su Yi is also very familiar with this so-called Yuan Dasha. She is the only daughter of Pengcheng department store tycoon Yuan Dacheng, named Yuan Xiaoji, and is also a graduate of Pengcheng No. 1 Middle School who is about to enter the third year of high school. Yuan Xiaoji has been spoiled since she was a child and was raised by Yuan Dacheng as a boy. She has a rebellious aura. And there are rumors that her sexual orientation is a bit problematic. She doesn't like boys, but likes girls instead. She often entangles with beautiful female classmates in school and is a weird character. Because of her aggressive style and reckless behavior, the school's nosy people privately nicknamed her Yuan Dasha. Yuan Xiaoji and Su Yi were not in the same class and did not usually interact with each other, but they did not expect to run into each other at Landian KTV this time. Seeing that it was Yuan Xiaoji who sent the flowers, Lin Miaoxi on the stage blushed immediately. When they were in school before, Yuan Xiaoji often looked for opportunities to get close to her and take advantage of her. Because they were all girls, Lin Miaoxi had no way to turn hostile and could only try to avoid her. Unexpectedly, this Yuan Xiaoji had a sharp nose and knew that she was singing at Landian KTV, so he actually followed her all the way. Today, he even showed his support for her and sent out 40 flower baskets at once. Not bad. After a few glances, Su Yi had already seen all the situations clearly. Looking at Kai Gang next to him with his mouth wide open in shock, he suddenly came up with an idea. Everyone was discussing Yuan Xiaoji's strange behavior when a clear male voice was heard. "Well, this beautiful lady sang well. I'll give her 50 flower baskets." Who is this? Today, the scene was full of surprises. The lights instantly hit the location where the sound came from, and Su Yi's tall figure was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Su Yi. Lin Miaoxi was surprised. She knew that Su Yi's family had a big problem, and now they were in debt and could not make ends meet. If it was in the past, this amount of money was not a big sum for Su Yi. But now that his family was in such a situation, it was a bit of a pretense. What nonsense. Even if you want to help me, you have to consider your own situation. Lin Miaoxi was anxious and angry, and had already started to think of ways to plan for Su Yi. Lin Miaoxi's income from the karaoke bar was split 50 to 50 with Landian. If she used her share to fill the hole for Su Yi, she didn't know if it would be enough to pay the price he asked. Yuan Xiaoji also saw Su Yi. Su Yi was a well-known figure in the school, so naturally everyone knew each other. Yuan Xiaoji frowned and blew a puff of smoke into the air. "Su Yi. You also come to challenge me, do you still have the confidence to challenge me now? Stop bragging and shut up." She turned to the stage and shouted, "I hate people who try to steal the limelight the most. I'll send you 70 flower baskets, let's see who dares to compete with me." There was an uproar at the scene. All the ladies looked at Lin Miaoxi on the stage with envy and jealousy. This little girl with no breasts and no butt actually has so many people supporting her. 70 flower baskets. Su Yi sneered, "I just don't want to be convinced today, I will give you 100 flower baskets." The scene fell into complete silence. This situation was no longer a matter of jealousy, but a matter of pure emotion. Lin Miaoxi's face turned pale, and she lowered her head deeply, unable to think of any way to remedy the situation. Even Kai Gang stared at Su Yi in amazement, stunned by his generosity. Is this guy going crazy? He actually challenged Yuan Dasha. How can a poor boy like me send 100 flower baskets? Oh! Yuan Xiaoji's eyes widened, as if she had just met Su Yi for the first time. After a while, she spit the cigarette she was holding onto the ground fiercely. Interesting, I like it. Well, if you can give out these 100 flower baskets, I'll consider you ruthless. The competition ended here. A polite waiter came up to Suyi with a large plate, bent down and asked politely, "Sir, how are you going to pay?" "Yeah." Suyi nodded and smiled, and pointed with his right index finger at Kai Gang, who was sitting on the side. "That gentleman is paying the bill today, go find him." Everyone's eyes were focused on Kai Gang. It took Kai Gang a long time to understand what was going on, and he jumped up and said, "Suyi, what do you want to do?" "Huh?" Suyi looked surprised. "Who was it at the door just now who said that he would pay for all my expenses from the time I stepped into this place to the time I left? Could it be that Master Kai has forgotten about it?" "Ugh." Kai Gang just remembered the boast he made at the door. His face turned red, and he pointed at Suyi, not saying anything for a long time. Did Master Kai not bring enough money? Suyi pretended to be thoughtful. A young master with such financial resources as Master Kai wouldn't be so poor, right? Or maybe he felt that Miss Cece's performance was not perfect enough. He waved his hand generously. "If Mr. Kai has no money, what I just said is just bullshit. I will pay for the flower basket myself, so I won't bother Mr. Kai." Even so, he had no intention of paying for the bill. Instead, he picked up the water cup in front of him and began to drink slowly. "You bastard, you are so cruel." Kai Gang finally couldn't save face. He trembled and took out a gold card from his pocket and put it into the big plate in the waiter's hand. "I am a VIP here, don't forget to give me a 15% discount." "Sir, you don't enjoy a 15% discount for tipping." The waiter replied respectfully, then took the plate and left. Kai Gang's followers looked at each other in silence, not expecting to encounter such a bizarre situation. Kai Gang panted heavily, and it took him a long time to calm down. He stared at Suyi like a bull, and finally sneered, "Good boy, you are quite thoughtful. It's a pity that you Su family are all idiots. You have lost billions of assets and now you can't even pay the bank interest. It's really ridiculous to think about it now." He laughed out loud, but his face looked like he was crying. 100,000 yuan was not an unbearable loss for him, but this way of paying money was really too frustrating. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so in desperation, he started to talk about the decline of the Su family. "How did you know about this?" Suyi looked at Kai Gang calmly. "It seems that someone is very concerned about our Su family. Are you afraid that what you have done will be exposed?" Kai Gang's laughter got stuck in his throat and he stopped laughing. After a while, he stood up and grabbed the bank card that the waiter had returned. "I won't say any more to a loser like you. If I say too much, it will lower my status." He passed by Suyi like a gust of wind and disappeared in an instant. Several followers followed Kai Gang dejectedly and left quickly. The karaoke hall regained its lively atmosphere. Several long-legged beauties began to dance on the stage, making all kinds of ambiguous movements. The audience was in chaos again, and the elegant atmosphere just now was instantly washed away by the vulgar atmosphere. Suyi didn't want to stay any longer in such a vulgar atmosphere. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Yuan Xiaoji suddenly sat down beside him, almost sitting on his lap. "Don't sit so close." Suyi moved to the side. Exclamation point. Yuan Xiaoji put his arm around his shoulders and said, "We are all brothers, don't be so formal. I have disliked that idiot Kai for a long time. I am very happy that you tricked him today." "Well, I'm glad I'm happy." Suyi slowly moved his body. "It's too late, my mother is waiting for me to go home for dinner." "Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know you." Yuan Xiaoji blew a breath in Suyi's ear, still pretending to be innocent in front of me. "Do you think I don't know about your affair with Feng Xiaoxian? That woman is so fucked up. One day I will teach her a lesson for you." Suyi felt a pain in his heart. Yuan Xiaoji's words touched the most secret corner of his heart, making him feel as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, and he couldn't catch his breath for a long time. "Cheers." Yuan Xiaoji handed the wine glass in his hand to Suyi. "A real man will never worry about not having a wife. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but there are plenty of beauties with two legs. If you like that girl in the future, I will help you get her." Suyi picked up the wine glass woodenly and drank most of the wine in one breath. A hot breath rushed from the esophagus to the throat, which slightly diluted the pain in his heart. Yes, you are a real man. Yuan Xiaoji took the wine glass with admiration. 62% alcohol distilled wine, drink 2 taels in one breath. I have to go. Suyi stood up and felt the smell of alcohol rushing into his head. Thank you for the wine. Watching him stagger away, Yuan Xiaoji sighed, alas. What is love in this world? It makes people pledge to each other throughout life and death. 2 people flying together from all over the world. What comes after that? When he reached the entrance of the KTV, Suyi felt the urge to urinate. He reached out and grabbed a waiter next to him. Where is the WC? He was in the limelight today, and the waiters here all had an impression of him. Seeing Suyi asking, the waiter pointed at a narrow passage in the corner and said, Sir, walk to the end of this passage, then turn left. Suyi waved his hand and walked in the direction indicated by the waiter. After passing through a narrow corridor, under the dim red light, he smelled the familiar smell of the toilet. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a low panting sound coming from the utility room next to him. Along with a slight rustling sound, it immediately caught Suyi's attention. Could it be that someone is doing something bad here? Suyi's spirits perked up, and he was mostly sober. He was now practicing the advanced boxing technique, Tiger Roaring Fist, and the accompanying internal skills were so advanced. With a little practice, the alcohol in his body was quickly decomposed, and the slightest bit of drunkenness disappeared in an instant. There was no one in the corridor. Suyi gently pushed open the half-closed door of the utility room and slipped in as fast as a mouse. The sound came from behind the tall shelves. Because there were countless sundries piled up, the real scene behind could not be seen. Suyi quietly moved over and poked his head out from behind the shelf to look inside. A dim light bulb hung on the wall, illuminating the small storage space. A petite woman leaned against the wall of the storage room, hugging a tall man. She twisted gently against the wall, obviously aroused by the man. The woman was wearing a milky white gauze skirt, the bottom of which just reached her knees. Suyi looked down and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Under the gauze skirt of the woman, a thin man whose face could not be seen clearly was hiding his head under the skirt, and he didn't know what bad things he was doing under the skirt. 2 dragons and 1 phoenix. Suyi felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and a small flame in his heart was ready to go. This kind of live spring palace, except for the last time when he saw through the wall at the wedding company, he had never seen it before. Hey, that's not right. Suyi shook his head, and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him who was immersed in desire was somewhat familiar. Looking at her figure and appearance, Suyi had an extremely familiar feeling. Although the woman was wearing heavy makeup and her expression was a little distorted, the overall outline was correct. Suyi felt a sense of absurdity. Could it be such a coincidence? The woman who was entangled with 2 men was actually Miyu, his colleague at the wedding company. It's really fate. Suyi smiled bitterly in his heart, too lazy to read on. Just as he was quietly retracting his head, Miyu seemed to sense something, suddenly opened his blurry eyes, and looked in the direction where Suyi was hiding, just in time to meet Suyi's eyes. Miyu never dreamed that she would meet her nemesis Suyi here. She suspected that Suyi had exposed her affair with teacher Huang, so she called 2 young men to teach Suyi a lesson. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail, but they were beaten to a pulp by Suyi. She had already paid the price for this matter. She was severely tortured by her brothers in the underworld for a whole night and almost lost half her life. I thought the matter was over, but I didn't expect that I was hanging out with a man in a KTV and was seen clearly by this annoying guy hiding in the dark. Is this boy my natural nemesis? Miyu thought sadly. Suyez had disappeared behind the wooden frame like a ghost, making Miyu feel as if she had just hallucinated. But she did hear a slight sound of the door closing, and knew that a peeper had just left. Miyu was terrified, and even the strong stimulation from the 2 men around her could not make her mind feel better. I'm going to talk to this guy tomorrow. Miyu usually looks noble and pure in the company. If Suyi spreads the news that she hangs out in entertainment venues, it might cause a stir. Especially if it gets to teacher Huang's ears, it will be an even greater disaster. No matter what, we have to shut this kid up. Thinking of the last time when he asked someone to deal with Suyi and got beaten up, Miyu shuddered. I didn't expect this guy to be such a ruthless character. It may not be easy to bribe him. Suyi watched a passionate scene, and his heart was not at peace. He even forgot to pee, and rushed out of the KTV channel and came to the hot street. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Walking slowly forward, Suyi felt the urge to urinate. He looked around and saw that there was no toilet nearby. He cursed inwardly, walked to a big tree in a remote corner, took out his tool and began to water the tree. Half a minute later, Suyi tied his belt and felt relaxed. Just as he was about to leave the tree, he suddenly heard a low cough behind him. Who is it? Suyi was startled and turned his head to look back. He saw a pretty beauty standing not far behind him, looking at him with a look of disdain. Ah! Suye's face turned red, and he walked out slowly, rubbing his hair. Student Lin, why are you here? Standing behind him was Lin Miaoxi. She looked at Suye's embarrassed expression and was too embarrassed to say anything more. How can you be so uncivilized and have no sense of public morality at all? It's mainly because the city construction is not in place and there are too few public toilets. Suyi smiled awkwardly. Why, you don't have to continue singing in the karaoke bar. Yeah. Lin Miaoxi nodded and walked closer to Suyi. I have already paid today's money with the boss, and I will not come here to sing again in the future. Yeah. Suyi nodded. As a high school student, it's best not to come to such a mixed place. Besides, Kai Gang also knows that you sing here. I'm afraid he will come to bother you again. You're still talking about me. Aren't you also a high school student? Lin Miaoxi glared at Suyi. Why do you still come to this kind of place to spend money when your family is in that situation? Don't you have any sympathy for your family's situation at all? No. Suyi felt a little sour in his heart, and hurriedly explained, I just happened to walk here, and was dragged in by Kai Gang and his men. In fact, I am now working in a wedding company to supplement my family income. It's not as unreliable as you think. That's about right. Lin Miaoxi's expression looked a little better. No matter what the environment is like, we must maintain a progressive attitude. The more difficult the environment is, the harder we should work to improve the current environment. You are right. Suyi felt touched. The beautiful Lin was so open with him, obviously not treating him as an outsider. Just based on this concern, it has gone beyond the scope of ordinary classmates. Why are you singing here? After a moment of silence, Suyi broke the awkward atmosphere. In my impression, you have always hated places like this. Is it your home? It's okay. Lin Miaoxi quickly interrupted him, seeming unwilling to talk about her own situation. She took out a bank card from the small bag she was carrying, and waved it in front of Suyi, revealing a little pride. But you did a good thing today and helped me make some money. It's a good thing indeed. Suyi laughed. Instead of letting the wealth of society be in the hands of those unkind people, it's better to let them use it to do things that benefit the people. Lin Miaoxi laughed out loud because of what he said. Suyi felt as if a flower was blooming in front of him, emitting a faint fragrance. Seeing Suye's stupid look, Lin Miaoxi quickly put away her smile and asked worriedly, You fooled Kai Gang, be careful, he might deal with you. It's okay. Suyi waved his hand casually. I don't take little caterpillars like Kai Gang seriously. You think it's still the same as before? Lin Miaoxi hesitated. Forget it, I can't control your affairs. I made money today, and we all have a share. She pointed at the bank card in Suye's hand and said, I'll give you 50,000 yuan of the money I made tonight. Give me your bank card number later and I'll transfer the money to you. Give me 50,000 yuan. Suyi was stunned. Why? It's hard work fee. Lin Miaoxi put the card away. I should have given you 100,000 yuan, but the unscrupulous karaoke bar owner took 50% of it. I also need money, so I can't give you more. With this 50,000 yuan, although it won't be of much use, at least your life will be better. Suyi was silent. He had not met her much before, and he did not realize that this girl was so considerate and generous. Looking at her watery eyes, Suyi felt a faint warmth in his heart. I don't lack money now. Before Suyi could finish his words, Lin Miaoxi waved her hand to stop him from continuing. Don't say anything more, I have made a decision. Don't run around with the money now, hurry up and review your lessons at home. Look at how bad your grades are now, don't forget that we will take the college entrance examination next year. Suyi didn't know how to respond to Lin Miaoxi's words. If you want to change your fate, you should at least get into a decent university, right? Lin Miaoxi showed a look of disappointment on her face. You used to have such good grades. Fortunately, you were my idol for a while, but it's a pity that you didn't give me face at all. Suyi looked at Lin Miaoxi in surprise, shocked by her amazing logic. I am your idol, so I have to maintain a good level for you. Lin Miaoxi blushed, as if some personal privacy had been exposed. She reluctantly said in defense, why, is self-degradation something worth boasting about? No. Suyi thought for a moment, then looked up and said to Lin Miaoxi in a serious tone, in fact, I have already climbed up from failure. I will study hard and try to get into the university of my choice. I will also stand up for the family and make our Su family stand up again. That's more like it. Lin Miaoxi smiled playfully, it's a bit like Mr. Su's style. She raised her wrist to check her watch. I'm leaving now. Do you want to make an appointment? I'll transfer the money to you. Don't worry. Suyi said perfunctorily, school will start soon anyway, and I don't need money for the time being. Okay. Lin Miaoxi was in a hurry to leave, so she didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Go back and review your lessons. Don't waste your time. The beauty floated away. Suyi stared at her back for a long time, then turned around and went home slowly. The next day, it was another busy day at work. In the morning, he met at the company. Lan Mei arranged things for him today, and then she accompanied teacher Huang on a business trip to host a wedding in another city, and would not be back until tomorrow. According to Lan Mei's arrangement, Suyi followed several brothers from the engineering team to set up a wedding scene, and did not return to the company until dusk. After returning to the company, they put down various tools in the equipment room, and everyone dispersed and went home quickly after get-off work. Suyi was sweaty and smelly, so he went to the company's duty dormitory to take a shower. Fortunately, he had prepared spare clothes. After taking a shower, he changed into fresh clothes, put the clothes he took off into a small bag, and then walked out of the dormitory. The company was quiet, and there were no people. Walking in the empty corridor, just after turning a corner, Suyi ran into someone head-on, and the two almost hugged each other. Oh, sorry. Suyi smelled a faint fragrance and felt his chest hit two soft objects. He didn't know that he had bumped into a beautiful woman. He apologized hurriedly and then looked across. Both of them stayed there. It turned out that the person Suyi bumped into was his mortal enemy Miyu. Ah, it's Sister Yu. Suyi touched his head awkwardly, and his mind flashed through the two charming love affairs he had spied before. Today, Miyu was wearing a formal business suit, revealing most of her slender legs and a turbulent chest. At this moment, she was covering her chest and staring at Suyi in reproach without saying a word. I really didn't mean it. Suyi felt guilty and stammered to explain. Miyu looked at him coldly, waved at her for a long time, turned around and walked away. Come here, I have something to tell you. I'm in a hurry to go home for something. Suyi had no reason not to stay away from Miyu, a troublemaker who was also teacher Huang's forbidden lover. Miyu stopped and turned around. If you don't listen, I will say that you harassed me when no one was around. How is this harassment? Suyi was shocked and had to follow Miyu reluctantly and followed her into the wedding dress warehouse next door. This was a place Suyi was very familiar with. Not only did he often come in to get things, but he also peeked at a passionate scene through the wall last time. Now that he and Miyu came here again, Suyi's heart skipped a beat and a different emotion emerged. Sister Yu, what's the matter? Seeing Miyu stop and lean against a platform, Suyi was standing far away from her, seeming to be very afraid of her. Come here. Miyu waved her hands at him impatiently. Why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you. Miyu was the only woman in the company that Suyi didn't dare to joke with. Hearing her say this, Suyi had no choice but to move slowly over and stand 1 meter away from her. Sister Yu, just tell me what's going on. Miyu looked at him coldly, and after a long while she asked, last time Master's wife came to cause trouble, was it you who tipped her off? What trouble? Suyi was surprised. What situation are you talking about? I have no idea. Humph. Miyu lowered her head and thought for a moment. I'll let you pretend. She looked up at Suyi, her face flushed. What did you see in the KTV that day? KTV. Suyi continued to play dumb. What KTV? I'm a poor boy, How can I be qualified to go to such a high-end place as Blue Electric KTV? You still say no. Looking at Suyi, who was extremely embarrassed because of the spilled secret, Miyu sneered, I don't care what you saw, but you'd better shut up. If I hear any rumors, I will go to Teacher Huang and sue you for harassing me. Who is threatening whom? Suyi was a little unhappy. He was a soft-hearted guy. If someone deliberately provoked him, he would fight back. Moreover, Miyu had the upper hand in his hand, and now he dared to be so arrogant. Suyi couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Miyu's arrogant expression coldly and sneered, since you are so awesome, I won't be polite. You can report me to Teacher Huang. At worst, I will be fired. But I will also report all the ugly things you did to Teacher Huang. Do you have any evidence? Miyu sneered, you are making a false accusation. Really? Suyi smiled even more coldly, stretched out his hand to take out his mobile phone and waved it towards Miyu. Since I am going to follow, I will naturally not be unprepared. I will send the video I recorded to everyone in the company, so that they can see that our usually aloof and indifferent sister Yu actually has a very strong taste. Shut up. Miyu screamed loudly and jumped over to try to grab Suye's phone. Unfortunately, Suyi was a head taller than her and was a boy, so Miyu jumped over several times but couldn't even touch the edge of the phone. What do you want? Miyu stared at Suyi breathlessly, her clothes in disarray. Suyi was unmoved, it's too late. First you wanted to find someone to beat me up, but I let it go because you're a woman. This time you actually bite back, I think you're too arrogant. Don't let this out. Looking at Suye's cold face, Miyu was really panicked this time. She lowered her voice and showed a pitiful expression, let's negotiate. As long as you don't expose this matter, I will agree to any conditions. I don't have any conditions. Suyi rudely rejected Miyu's request and turned to leave. Miyu was shocked and rushed over to kneel down at Suye's feet, hugging his thighs tightly. Don't leave, give me a chance. Suyi looked down and saw Miyu's large area of spring light exposed from her collar. His heart beat faster and a series of erotic scenes appeared before his eyes. Miyu, who was hugging Suye's legs tightly, suddenly felt something strange, as if something had hit her. She was an old hand in the world of romance, and she immediately understood the meaning of it. So this guy is a pervert. Miyu's heart moved. It seems that if I don't pay a little price today, I won't be able to control this boy and make him shut up and stop talking nonsense. Good men, I beg you. Miyu's voice became hoarse, like a kitten calling softly. Without waiting for Suyi to move, she slowly reached out and grabbed Suye's belt. Half an hour later, Suyegao walked out of the company with 1 foot and 1 foot, as if he was stepping on the clouds. Everything just now seemed to be just a dream, but it really happened. In the end, he agreed to Miyu's request and would not expose Miyu's privacy to anyone. Suyi recalled Miyu's expression when she found out that he didn't have any videos, and couldn't help but grin. With this lesson today, I believe Miyu won't be so arrogant in the future, right? Bang. Kai Gang slammed the wine glass in his hand to the ground, scaring the little brothers around him. I can't swallow this. Kai Gang was like a man-eating beast, staring at the people around him fiercely. Think of a way for me, I want this bastard to pay a price he can't afford. Mr. Kai. A thin man next to him whispered, don't get so angry that you get yourself hurt. It's easy to deal with a small character like Suyi. I'll go find some brothers in the underworld and ask them to break this kid's leg so that he can't even go to school. This man's name is Lian Shan, and he is the military advisor of several rich young men. Although he himself has a very ordinary background, he has successfully mixed into the circle of these playboys by giving bad ideas and has become an important figure. At this moment, hearing Lian Shan's good idea, Kai Gang's face looked a little better. Let's do it. Cripple his hands and feet for me, and let him crawl to school in the future. Leave this to me. Lian Shan nodded with a smile. I promise to satisfy Master Kai. But this hard work fee. Money is not a problem. Kai Gang casually threw a bank card to Lian Shan. There is 50,000 yuan in it. Take it and help me get this done. No problem. Lian Shan happily put away the bank card, and then heard Kai Gang say, notify me when you start. I want to see Suye's hands and feet broken with my own eyes. Got it. Lian Shan nodded in agreement, and then heard Kai Gang ask, hasn't that little girl Lin Miaosi gone to the karaoke bar to sing these few days? I've already asked around. Lian Shan quickly agreed. She said she has already quit her position as a singer and won't go to the karaoke bar anymore. You want to stop now after making a fortune? Kai Gang sneered. It's not that easy. Let's put this matter aside for now. After we deal with Su Yi, we can slowly deal with that little girl. You can run away, but you can't. Do you think my money is so easy to take? I understand. Lian Shan nodded repeatedly. He asked someone to come over and collect the crumbs of the glass on the floor, poured another glass of wine, and handed it to Kai Gang diligently. It was dusk this day. Su Yi got off work and walked through the streets and alleys alone to his rented residence. While passing through a remote narrow alley, a person suddenly rushed out of the crosswalk in the alley and ran towards the direction where he was standing. Huh. Su Yi was very surprised. When I looked at it carefully, I couldn't help shouting, Zhang Qian. Why is it you? Brother Yi, run. Zhang Qian quickly rushed to Su Yi and pushed him hard. Kai Gang and the others found a few thugs to ambush in the alley ahead, ready to break your hands and feet. After speaking hastily, Zhang Qian turned around and ran away. Su Yi grabbed Zhang Qian's shoulders and looked deeply into his eyes. Zhang Qian, why do you want to hang out with those people? Zhang Gan's eyes flickered and he avoided Su Yi's gaze. I have my own reasons. Anyway, run away quickly, it will be miserable if they catch you. Seeing Su Yi holding onto his clothes, Zhang Qian shouted anxiously, let me go quickly. I said I had to pee, so I ran out to report the news to you. If they find out, I won't be able to do anything. End. Su Yi slowly let go of Zhang Qian's clothes. Go ahead, I'll tell you in detail later. Zhang Qian ran away in a flash and disappeared. Su Yi stood there in thought for a while, then a smile suddenly appeared on his face. That's right. Although there are several people who want to plot against me, I finally found that my former brother still has a conscience. This is also a huge gain. In just a moment, several figures appeared at the end of the alley, walking quickly towards Su Yi. Although there was still time to escape, Su Yi stood motionless and looked coldly at the 5 social youths who came over. Kid. The one walking in front was a lean young man wearing a bi-muscle vest, revealing strong arms and tattoos all over his body. He looked at Su Yi standing there and suddenly laughed. A scar more than an inch long on his face twisted his smile, making it look very ferocious. Anyway, I admire your courage. Because you are a bit brave, I will hold back a little when I attack you later. When the other 4 young men heard what he said, they all burst into laughter. I'm just a student, why are you targeting me? Su Yi looked at the enemies who looked tough at first glance, and didn't panic. There must be a reason, right? It's very simple. The scarred young man said coldly, we take money from people and help them get rid of their misfortunes. Someone paid us to deal with you, so we just did it. Really? Su Yi asked curiously, can I know the price? 40,000 yuan for the 5 of us. The scarred young man was very easy to talk to today, and he was frank and open-minded, which surprised his brothers. I'll buy one of your broken legs and one of your broken hands. Brother, what are you talking to this chicken about? A burly man next to him shouted, hurry up and do it. Then we can find a place to have fun. Don't waste time here. Shut up. The scarred young man jumped up and slapped the big man hard on the forehead. Who told you to talk too much? You're butting in when I'm talking. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. The big man lowered his head in grievance and dared not say another word. There's nothing we can do about it. The scarred young man turned to Su Yi and forced a smile on his face. Little brother, I advise you not to resist. Let me break one of your arms and one of your legs. I'll try to do it beautifully and make sure you recover faster. If you continue to struggle, can you defeat the 5 of us? Yeah. Su Yi nodded, you are a well-trained fighter. But I can't let you break my arms and legs, I still have to fight with you a few times. It's up to you. The scarred young man waved his hand at his 4 men and said, go ahead, finish the work quickly so we can go drink. The burly man who had just been beaten was holding back his anger. When he heard the boss's call, he rushed up and punched Su Yi's chest with his fist as big as a bowl, making a gust of wind. Su Yi at this moment was no longer the same as he was half a month ago. He had fought against Tian Ao in the training room in his sea of consciousness, comprehended the secret of the tiger roar fist, and had accumulated a certain amount of fighting experience after several confrontations with his opponents. At this moment, a strongman who relied only on brute force and had no tactics provoked him, just like a little white rabbit trying to attack a hungry wolf. He had completely chosen the wrong target. Suyi took a step back calmly. The big man's punch had already exhausted all his strength. Suyi turned his body and used the same move, Black Tiger Heart Digger, on the big man's chest. His fist looked very small, and compared to the huge man, it was just like tickling him. The sturdy man showed a grim smile on his face, not caring about Suyi's attack at all. In his opinion, even if this punch was real, it was only 3 or 5 pounds of force, and it couldn't hurt him at all. In a moment, Suyi's fist had hit the sturdy man's chest. The sturdy man felt his chest stagnate and a huge force came. His body was like a head-on collision with a speeding car, and there was no room for him to fight back. In the eyes of the big man, who was incredulous, his body flew backwards and hit the wall of a yard behind him. With a loud bang, the wall behind him made a harsh squeak. It had been deformed by his body and was about to collapse. A brick fell down and landed on the top of the strong man's head, making a dull sound. The strong man's body slowly slid down and collapsed on the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken into countless pieces, and a sharp pain surged into his chest, and a mouthful of blood was about to gush out. The villain, who was usually cruel and ruthless and had hurt countless people, had been beaten by Suyi's punch and had no strength to resist. The pupils of the scarred young man shrank to the size of a needle tip, and the smile on his face froze instantly, then slowly disappeared. He stared at Suyi coldly, and spit out a trace of cold air from between his teeth. It seems that I was wrong. I didn't expect to meet a master. It doesn't matter whether you are a master or a novice. The key is whether you do it right. Suyi replied calmly, if you do something wrong, there will always be a day when you will be asked to pay for it. You are right. A trace of coldness flashed across the scarred young man's face. In the underworld, the winner is the king. We are doing things for others, and we don't tell you what is right or wrong. He slowly reached his hand to his lower back and pulled out a machete that was more than a foot long. Today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Sorry for the offense. The other 3 thugs also drew out 3 machetes and slowly surrounded Suyi. These guys are all armed. Suyi's heart trembled slightly. He shook his right hand, and the magnified magic mirror appeared in his hand again. At this time, a sturdy young man had already rushed forward, raised the machete in his hand high, and chopped down at his arm. Suyi turned his wrist and placed the magic mirror flat on his arm, as if adding a hard arm guard to his arm. He heard a loud clang and saw that he had hit the magic mirror directly. The force of the knife was fierce, but it did not cause any harm to Suyi. The magic mirror seemed to have a magical function of absorbing power. When the force of the machete was transmitted to his body, it had become as weak as the breeze. The sturdy young man's moves were old, and his body froze on the spot. Before he could come to his senses, Suyi kicked him in the ribs like lightning. It was like being hit by a running train. The sturdy young man flew backwards flat, landing right on the sturdy man who had just fallen. The two rolled on the ground and finally fell into the corner of the wall at the same time. The sturdy man was hit twice and finally lost control of his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out and spit on the sturdy young man's face. In just a short moment, the remaining 2 thugs had already attacked Suyi from both sides. 2 machetes emitting cold light chopped down with a sharp sound, stabbing Suyi's ribs respectively. Suyi retreated instead of advancing, and rushed forward suddenly. His speed was so fast that the 2 thugs' eyes blurred, and the 2 machetes had already chopped into the empty space. The scarred young man was watching the fight with a machete in his hand, ready to rush up and finish off the opponent at any time. Unexpectedly, before he could move, Suyi had already rushed in front of him like a ghost. The scarred young man was shocked. He clenched the machete in his hand and was about to raise it, but Suyi, who had rushed in front of him, had a cold smile on his face. His left knee was raised like lightning and was already pressing hard against the scarred young man's crotch. A sharp pain came to the scarred young man's brain. His first reaction was, "It's over, my egg is broken." This was an indescribable pain. The scarred young man dropped his machete, his hands already covering the attack part, his waist bent like a shrimp, his body slowly slumped to the ground, and finally collapsed at Suye's feet. Suyi turned around suddenly, waving the magic mirror in his right hand. A thug who rushed over to help felt a gust of wind coming, and the mirror of the magic mirror had already hit his cheek. The huge impact hit his face and flew to the right, pulling his slender neck outward, as if it was suddenly stretched several inches longer. The remaining intact fighter saw his companion fall heavily to the ground and fainted without a sound. He was stunned and didn't know how to react. But in the blink of an eye, this thin and vulnerable boy had knocked down 4 experienced fighters. He held the machete, veins popping out on the back of his hand. He stared at Suyi blankly, not having the courage to attack him again. Suyi slowly walked in front of him, raised the magic mirror in his hand and slapped it straight at his face. "You lie down too." The huge force hit the surviving thug, and his neck cracked, as if it was about to be broken. His body suddenly fell backwards, and he fell on his back to the ground, and he fainted happily. Is it possible that the martial arts world today is filled with only a bunch of braggarts? Suyi speechlessly retracted his weapon, walked to the scarred young man, squatted down, and stretched out his hand to straighten his distorted face. Suye's expression was calm, and he didn't give off a fierce look. But the scarred young man looked at his face and felt that it was more terrifying than the devil. In his career, no one had ever been able to knock down several fierce fighters, including himself, in such a short time. With just a few seemingly simple moves, he beat the hell out of them. This was not because he was incompetent. In the small group he belonged to, the scarred young man was an absolute gold medal fighter, and he had never lost a fight before. In the battle that left a scar on his face, he fought 7 burly men alone. Although he was almost beaten to death, he still created a brilliant record of seriously injuring 3 people and slightly injuring 4 people, and from then on he had his own status in the martial arts world. There is only one explanation for Suyi being able to easily defeat these people. That is, this seemingly ordinary boy, his strength far exceeds the order of magnitude of these people, and is an existence that they cannot reach. I've hit a wall today. The scarred young man secretly regretted that he shouldn't have accepted this seemingly easy task. He was drinking and had to come out to earn this little extra money. It seemed that not only would he not be able to earn extra money today, he would probably have to pay the price with blood. Take a break. Don't hang out during this period. Suyi frowned and thought for a while recuperating at home. Think carefully about what you should do in the future. Will you still act as a thug for others and eventually become an accomplice of evil forces? With a crisp sound, the scarred young man's wrist was broken by him. With 5 soft sounds, the wrists of the 5 thugs were all broken by Suyi, and they became quasi-crippled at the same time. Suyi straightened up and glanced at a corner of a street in the distance. Several figures flashed and disappeared in an instant. Suyi snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to the masterminds behind these crazy escapes. Zhang Qian had just told him that Kai Gang was causing trouble. It must be because he had lost face to Kai Gang at Landian KTV a few days ago, so he sent people over to take revenge. The matter of settling accounts has a long way to go. Suyi is not the kind of person who chases and kills everyone, but he is also not the kind of person who is resigned and succumbs to power. Now that a rift has been made, there will always be revenge one day. When the time comes to settle the accounts, it won't be too late to slowly crack down on those villains. Suyi turned around and left without looking at the 5 thugs lying on the ground moaning in pain. Today it is all their own fault and they cannot blame anyone else. If he hadn't had an unexpected encounter and could easily crush these villains, he would be the one lying on the ground groaning today. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny. Pushing the door open and walking into the small courtyard where he rented, a warm atmosphere lingered in Suye's heart. Although there are no large halls or luxurious decorations here, as long as there are family members around, you can feel care and affection everywhere. Mom, I'm back. Walking into the bright little living room, Suyi saw a figure flash by, and someone quickly walked into the kitchen. From the kitchen came the voice of her mother Haomei. It's Xiaoyi. You take a rest first, and we'll have dinner when Dad comes back. Suye's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have heard a bad feeling in Haomei's voice. He walked quietly to the kitchen and saw his mother stirring the chicken soup on the stove. A faint fragrance filled the kitchen. Mom. What happened? Suyi put her face in front of Haomei and saw that her eyes were a little wet and red as if she had just cried. Hao Mei is only in her early 40s, but a few fine wrinkles have appeared on her beautiful face. She was once a famous beauty in Pengcheng City, the eldest daughter of the Hao family who lived a life of luxury. Su Ye's father was originally a poor boy, and he had to go through great pains to get her. Later, the Su family's business flourished and became a super-rich family in Pengcheng City. Hao Mei gained face in the Hao family, and the relationship between the two families became much more harmonious. Unexpectedly, the Su family was in trouble again. Not only did the business fail completely, but they also owed a huge debt. The relationship that had been slightly eased suddenly began to crack again. In addition, Hao Mei had no choice but to go home and borrow some money to make ends meet. Although her mother loved her daughter and would help her, she was often looked down upon by her brother. Hao Mei is a generous woman, she will never cry because of temporary hardship in life. Judging from her expression today, she must have been upset at her parents' home again, and she is crying secretly when she returns home. Xiao Yi. Holding Su Ye's hand, Hao Mei forced a smile. Mom, it's okay. The wind just blinded me. Stay indoors, where's the wind coming from? Su Yi felt sad and amused. He knew his mother was an honest and kind person, a young lady who couldn't even lie. He took Hao Mei's hand and walked into the living room, pressed her to sit on the sofa, and began to massage her diligently to relieve her fatigue. Xiao Yi is really a good son to me. Su Ye's laughter made Hao Mei feel much better. She sighed quietly. Son, you must have guessed it. I am angry with your unlucky uncle. Hao Mei has only one younger brother, named Hao Jian. When he was young, he was also useless and ruined the Hao family's huge business, which was exactly the opposite of Su Ye's father Su Dingquan, who started from scratch. After Su Dingquan's business started, he arranged Hao Jian to work in his own company, gave him extremely generous treatment and high salary, and restored the Hao family's former glory. Unfortunately, Hao Jian was a bastard who acted recklessly in the company and caused a lot of trouble for Su Dingquan. For Hao Mei's sake, Su Dingquan never blamed him and blocked many things for him. As soon as the Su family showed signs of trouble, Hao Jian immediately jumped out, took a sum of money and left the company. Later, when the Su family ran into trouble, Hao Jian boasted about it outside, thinking that he was smart and capable, and had escaped from the Su family's quagmire early, which saved a part of the Hao family's business. Later, the Su family could not make ends meet. The money Su Dingquan earned outside was taken away by the bank before it could reach his own pocket. Sometimes Hao Mei was in a difficult situation and went to her parents' house to beg for money. The old couple did not care and often supplemented Hao Mei's household expenses. But every time Hao Jian ran into them, he would inevitably be ridiculed. Hao Jian was a playboy who hung out outside every day. His wife couldn't stand him and divorced him and remarried, leaving a girl to be raised by her grandparents. Since then, Hao Jian became more unscrupulous, hanging out with different women outside every day, and was a notorious old playboy. Su Yi was helpless when he heard Hao Mei talking about her uncle. After all, he was her own uncle, and it was a bit presumptuous to criticize him with her status. Hao Mei continued to say, your grandparents are helpless now. All the family property is controlled by your uncle, and they can't give me any money to help me. This time, it was your cousin Xiaoying who secretly gave me some money, so that I didn't make a wasted trip. Speaking of Xiaoying, Su Ye's heart was filled with warmth. His cousin had the same temperament as Hao Mei, a kind-hearted girl. She had never changed her attitude because of the Su family's rise or fall, and had always treated the Su family with full affection. Everyone sat together inside, wondering how Hao Jian, the bastard, had such good luck to have such a good daughter. Seeing his mother's sad face, Su Yi felt sad. He sat down next to Hao Mei and gently hugged her shoulders. Mom, I have good news for you. What good news can you have? Hao Mei smiled and patted Su Ye's head. Could it be that you were hit by the money falling from the sky? Don't worry about the family affairs, you must try to improve your studies. You must strive to be good. There are no timid little men in our Su family. We are all upright men. Yes, I understand. Su Yi nodded and agreed, it's really good news. A few days ago, I met an amazing master. I helped him a little, and he taught me a profound medical skill. I have worked hard to study these days, and now my medical skills have improved a lot. With this medical skill, I have also made a small amount of money. You are not allowed to do anything crooked. Hao Mei looked at Su Yi seriously. you must be honest. If you take money that you shouldn't take, you will have to pay it back one day. Don't worry, don't you know what kind of person your son is? Suyi smiled and took out the bank card that Kuei-gu gave him from his pocket. Although the money is not too much, it is impossible to pay off Dad's debts. But the daily expenses should be able to sustain for a while. Are you serious? Haomei took the bank card with a half-doubt. How much money is in the card? 500,000. Suyi had checked at the ATM before, and there was exactly 500,000 in the card. How much? Haomei's heart trembled. How can you make so much money? It's like this. Suyi explained patiently. I met a boss in a tea house once. He had some health problems, but he didn't know it yet. If he wasn't treated quickly, he would die within 3 years. I had just learned medical skills, so I treated him. The boss was grateful for my life-saving grace, so he generously paid me 500,000 as a reward for my life-saving service. Is your medical skill really so miraculous? Haomei stared at Suye's expression. After making sure that he was not lying, she heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God for your help. My baby son now has the ability to help the family through this difficult time. She then instructed him seriously, don't put all your energy into learning medicine. Only by going to a good university and broadening your horizons can you really do great things. After the summer vacation is over and school starts again, you must focus on studying. Your teacher told me that your grades are declining sharply. If you don't work harder, even getting into university will be a big problem. Don't worry. Suyi grabbed Haomei's hand and stroked the fine calluses on her hand. I have grown up. I will no longer be so self-destructive and self-degrading as before. I will definitely work hard and work with Dad to get the Su family back on its feet. Good boy. The mother and son snuggled together, immersed in the warm atmosphere. After a long time, Suyi said, don't tell Dad about my money. If he knew, he would have all sorts of thoughts. Okay, this is a secret between us two. Haomei stretched out her little finger and hooked Suyi. Everyone works together, and the Su family will one day rise again. When Su Dingquan came back, everything was as usual at home. The three of them sat together and had a simple dinner. Su Dingquan had a hard day's work, so he went to wash up and then went back to his room to sleep. Suyi was full of energy and didn't feel sleepy at all. He thought of what happened in the afternoon, and suddenly his heart moved. Zhang Qian took a huge risk in order to report to me this afternoon. Why don't I go see him now and have a good chat with him? After telling Haomei, Suyi walked out of his small courtyard slowly, wearing a sweatshirt, shorts, and a pair of slippers, and walked along the alley towards Zhang Qian's house. The two families lived not far apart. Half an hour later, Suyi had appeared at the door of Zhang Qian's house. Just as he was about to knock on the door, there was a burst of soft footsteps in Zhang Qian's yard. A man ran out of the house, opened the door and ran outside. There were no street lights in the alley, and it was dark and it was hard to see clearly. He bumped into Suyi squarely. Suyi was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the visitor. He fell on his back and made an old woman crawl into bed. The man couldn't stop himself in time, stumbled forward and sat on Suye's body. Two soft objects suddenly pressed on Suye's belly, almost killing him. Suyi screamed lowly and smelled a faint fragrance in his nose. He groaned and shouted in a low voice, "Who is so reckless that he almost broke my little brother's seat?" Oops. A clear girl's voice sounded, with a hint of panic, "I'm sorry, it was too dark and I ran in a hurry. I'm really sorry." Only then did Suyi have a chance to take a closer look. He saw a slim girl sitting on her belly, trying to stand up in a panic. The two people's bodies rubbed against each other, which made Suye's heart ignite, and there was a strong reaction below. Ah. The girl was sensitive enough to sense that something was wrong with Suyi. She suddenly jumped up from Suyi and kicked him hard on the butt. "You bastard, how dare you take advantage of me? Stop kicking." The tip of the girl's pointed leather shoes kicked his buttocks, and it really hurt. Suyi screamed in a low voice, "I am Suyi, not a hooligan who wants to take advantage of you." Suyi. The girl was startled and retracted her foot that was about to kick Suyi. She leaned over to Suyi and looked at him carefully in the dim light. After looking at him for a while, the girl recognized that he was indeed Suyi, and she couldn't help but feel flustered. "Brother Yi." The girl reached out and held Suye's shoulders, pulling him up from the ground. You didn't say a word in the dark, I thought you were a hooligan. Pulling the girl's soft and smooth little hand to stand up, Suye patted the dust off his butt and said helplessly, so, this matter is my fault. Who else can I blame if not you? The girl argued. I fell on you just now. Who was the one who did the bad thing? Isn't that a natural reaction? Suye felt a little guilty and quickly changed the subject. Where are you running to? It's so dark now, what if you run into a bad guy? I just met you. The girl lowered her head slightly and muttered, you haven't come to play with your brother for such a long time. I thought you forgot about us all. This girl is Zhang Qian's sister Zhang Fei, who is a freshman in high school in Pengcheng City No. 1 Middle School. Originally, everyone was having a good time, but because Suye's family suffered a change, he was out of mood, so he didn't interact with the Zhang brothers and sisters for a long time. Today I suddenly saw Zhang Fei and listened to her complaining softly, and I couldn't help but feel tenderness in my heart. Isn't there a lot of things going on in my family recently? Suye affectionately grabbed a handful of Zhang Fei's black hair and said, where's your elder brother? I need to see him if I have something to do. Brother. Zhang Fei then remembered the business and said with a hint of anxiety, I almost forgot the business. Brother was injured and was afraid of being seen by his parents. He didn't dare to go home. He just called me and asked me to go. Looking for him. Suye was shocked and had a bad feeling. Zhang Qian had just reported to himself this afternoon, but he was injured in the evening. The cause and effect here must still be related to yourself. I'll go with you and see if I can help. Suye made up his mind instantly. I'm worried about you, a girl, wandering around outside alone at night. Yeah. Zhang Fei nodded softly, and walked out along the dark alley with Suye. After a long time, Zhang Fei whispered in Suye's ear, Brother Yi, it feels so good to walk with you. I don't feel scared at all. Suye felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Previously, the Zhang siblings were often bullied and harassed in school because of their poor family background and Zhang Fei's handsome appearance and being the most beautiful girl in the class. It was because of his help that they were able to live a peaceful life. Zhang Fei always treated him as his own brother, but later, something happened in his family and he became estranged from the siblings. I guess the two siblings didn't have a good time during this period. Suye already had some guesses as to why Zhang Qian was hanging out with Kai Gang and others. But Kai Gang is a little wolf himself. If he follows them, wouldn't he jump into the fire pit himself? With a hint of apology, Suye followed Zhang Fei and walked quickly in the alley. I don't know when, Zhang Fei had already taken Suye's hand, and her 5 fingers were firmly intertwined with Suye's. Suye's heart moved, and a feeling of emotion and tenderness rose from his heart. This girl still regards herself as her last resort. Their destination was a dilapidated courtyard in an old city reconstruction area. Demolition is in full swing. 78 out of 10 people here have moved out, leaving only ruins. The two of them turned around and finally came to a dilapidated small courtyard. This is my family's old house. No one has lived in it for a long time. Zhang Fei explained to Suye, my eldest brother is injured, so he will take shelter here temporarily. Suye nodded silently. The gate to the yard no longer existed. The two walked through the uneven yard and came directly to the main house with dim lights. Zhang Fei knocked lightly on the door. There was a noise in the room, and Zhang Qian asked nervously, Who? Brother, it's me. Hearing Zhang Fei's voice, Zhang Gan walked to the door, pulled the door open, and opened the door. He was holding half of a chair leg in his hand, seemingly using it as a self-defense weapon. Zhang Fei flashed into the room, and Suye's face appeared in front of Zhang Qian. Master Yi. Zhang Qian's expression was flustered. He did not expect that Suye would appear in his hiding place with his sister. Suye's sharp eyes had already seen the purple scars on his face. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind his back. Why are you injured? Was it done by Kai Gang and those people? It's okay, just a minor injury. Zhang Qianchang smiled to himself and hurriedly moved a stool for Suye. The movement was a little too big, causing wounds on his body, and he couldn't help but let out a groan of pain. Brother. Why did they beat you like this? Zhang Fei held Zhang Qian up and looked at the scars on his face. Tears couldn't help but flow out of her eyes and flow down her white cheeks. It's okay. Zhang Qian waved his hand. Brother is strong, this little injury doesn't matter. You still say that? Zhang Fei helped Zhang Qian sit down next to him, looking around for wound medicine to treat Zhang Qian's wounds. I'll do it. Su Yi suppressed the anger in his heart and walked to Zhang Qian. His eyes scanned Zhang Gan's body, and he had turned on the mirror perspective function. Zhang Qian's body was covered with bruises and blood clots everywhere. The most serious thing is that the bones of the left leg and right arm have developed thin cracks. If it is not dealt with quickly, it may lead to lifelong problems. Compared with these injuries, the bruise on his face is nothing. Xiao Fei, bring a stool over here. Su Yi asked Zhang Fei to bring over a stool and put Zhang Qian's left leg flat on the wooden stool. He knelt on one knee and gently held Zhang Gan's cracked calf with both hands. A gentle force penetrated his body and began to treat Zhang Gan's wounds. Zhang Qian looked at Su Ye's calm face, his eyes instantly turned red, and a tear fell down uncontrollably. He felt a soft spring-like breath spread over his painful leg bones, as if countless small ants were gnawing at them. A numb and itchy feeling came, causing him to exclaim softly. Brother, does it hurt? Zhang Fei held Zhang Qian's arm, tears dripping from her eyes. It's okay. Zhang Qianchang laughed and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. But after a moment, he felt that the wound on his leg miraculously no longer hurt, as if he had never been hurt before. After treating the injury on Zhang Qian's leg, Su Yeo treated his right arm according to the law. He now possesses magical energy, and the true energy flows through Zhang Gan's bones, quickly allowing Zhang Gan's bones to heal, making them no different than before he was injured. After dealing with the most serious injury, Su Yi kneaded Zhang Qian's body with his hands, quickly dispersing the blood accumulated in the trauma on his body, and pushing away the scars on Zhang Qian's face. Zhang Fei stared dumbfounded. I saw the bruises on Zhang Qian's face dissipated quickly, and soon became almost as if he was not injured. She didn't know when Su Yi became so powerful, even more amazing than the doctors in the hospital. However, with a few gentle massages, the scars that originally looked very scary were smoothed away. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. With an expression of extreme admiration, Zhang Fei quickly found a mirror and held it in front of Zhang Qian. Brother, your injuries are almost invisible now. Su Yi smiled slightly. Zhang Qian. Stand up and walk around to see if there is anything wrong. Zhang Gan stood up and walked around for a few steps, and found that he was no different from before he was injured. He looked at Su Yi gratefully. Master Yi, my injury is no longer serious. Yes. Su Yi patted Zhang Qian's shoulder and led him to the table to sit down. You can buy some ointment to remove congestion and apply it on it later. I think he will be completely back to normal tomorrow. It's troublesome for Mr. Yi. Zhang Qian nodded. It's okay. Now I can go home tonight, otherwise my parents will have to worry about what happened to me. Tell me about it. Su Yi clasped his hands and placed them flat on the table in front of him. Why are you with Kai Gang? Don't you know that man is very dangerous? Zhang Qian's eyes flashed. Looking at Su Ye's sincere eyes, he felt sad and his eyes became red again. Don't worry, I will protect you. Su Yi said lightly, with a trace of trustworthy calm, from now on, no one can hurt you anymore. Young Master Yi. Zhang Qian's heart was filled with ups and downs, and it took him a long time to regain his composure. He looked up at Su Yi and told all his difficulties. I have no choice but to date Kai Gang. During the time when Su Yi was sinking, the previously restless bad elements in the school began to cause commotion again. They began to harass Zhang Fei continuously, causing the Zhang brothers and sisters to return to their turbulent days. In order to protect his sister, Zhang Gan had to find another way and began to act as Kai Gang's younger brother. I want to use Kai Gang's reputation to suppress the gangsters who want to bully my sister. 40,000, finished. Kai Gang was dizzy for a while, holding onto the sofa to stand still, and glared at Lian Shan, who was already stunned. Lian Shan. How did you do anything for me? Lian Shan was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He usually got some benefits from these stupid young masters. Because he did things secretly, they never found out. Scar suddenly came to him today and kept holding on to 4,000. Wasn't he just trying to make trouble for him and destroy him? But he didn't dare to challenge Scar. If he angered these ungrateful guys, who knows what they would do. With a pale face, Lien Shan hurriedly explained to Scar, "This is what happened. Young Master Kai was prepared to spend 50,000 to settle this matter. I was afraid that things wouldn't go well, so I kept 20% of the balance and wanted to give it to you after things were done." Balance. Scar looked at Lien Shan, as if he had heard a big joke. "Why don't you draw up a contract for us to sign and confirm, and then go to the notary office to notarize it?" Ah. Lien Shan couldn't make up any more stories. He could only look at Scar and then at Kai Gang pitifully, not knowing how to resolve this thorny problem. "Brother," Kai Gang finally said to Scarface, "this matter is handled by Lien Shan. If you have any ideas, you can communicate with Lien Shan. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak directly to me?" He. Scar sneered, "So Lien Shan is doing this according to your wishes. I came to find you today, but it seems I found the wrong person." He stood up slowly. "You gave us a small amount of money and asked us to deal with a super expert who is impossible to defeat. Are you kidding me? I don't need to talk to you. We can go talk to that expert and tell him about our agreement. Every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. We can't let such a terrifying person bear a grudge against us forever. We also need to let him know who is plotting against him from behind and let him come and talk to you." "Wait a minute." Kai Gang trembled and quickly stood in front of Scar. "We can discuss anything, why make a big deal out of it?" He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't know that guy was so difficult to deal with. I am willing to pay for your medical treatment and I can also make some appropriate compensation. I hope this matter will end here and not spread any further." Scar looked at him coldly, then slowly sat down. "How are you going to compensate me?" "Brother, please name a price." Kai Gang looked at Scar pitifully. "You are quite sensible. I won't make it difficult for you." Scar thought for a moment and said, "For our medical expenses and the lost wages during this period, you should compensate each of us 50,000 yuan, and we will write off this grudge once and for all." 50,000. Kai Gang gritted his teeth in pain. "Can you give me a discount?" He lowered his head and did some calculations. "So, I will compensate you brothers a total of 200,000 yuan, what do you think?" 200,000. The sturdy man standing behind Scar was furious. He grabbed the bookshelf by the wall and threw it at Kai Gang, divided equally among 5 people. "It's another die. You feel bad that we didn't die completely, right? 50,000. 50,000 is 50,000. Kai Gang shouted, "I will pay my brothers 250,000. Scar and the others were silent. Kai Gang quickly ran to the coat rack, took out his wallet from his pocket, tremblingly took out the wallet and flipped through it for a while, then took out 3 bank cards, walked to Scar, bent over and handed them to him. "These 3 cards. One has more than 70,000 on it, and the other 2 have 80,000 each. Big brother, take a look." "Humph." Scar waved his hand. The younger brother standing behind him reached out and snatched the bank card away. "It's unlucky to meet you bastards. Next time when you find someone to do something, investigate the opponent first, don't let us suffer the consequences of your actions. Let's go." Daoba stood up and walked away with his 4 brothers. Kai Gang's eyes were filled with chilling light, and he slowly turned his head to look at Lien Shan who was shivering like a quail in the wind. "Master Kai, please spare me." Lien Shan fell to his knees with a plop. "I followed you. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I worked hard. Even if I didn't work hard, I was tired. I'll tire you out." Kai Gang reached out and picked up the newspaper rack on the ground, raised his hands high, and smashed it down on Lien Shan's head. "I'll tire you out. I'll tire you out." Suyi knew nothing about this farce. He believed that Brother Kuei would handle this matter properly, and Lien Shan would never appear next to Kai Gang again. It was already August, and the summer vacation would end soon and school would start. His days working at the wedding company were also coming to an end. Since Miyu and Suyi reconciled last time, there has been a little secret between them. Usually in the company, Miyu always avoids Suyi, tries not to meet him, and her style is not as arrogant as before. Colleagues are talking about her behind her back, wondering why she has changed. However, everyone likes her change, and the atmosphere in the company has become harmonious. That night, it was almost dark before they got off work. Su Yi and Lan Mei came out of the company, chatting and laughing, and discussed where to eat together. While they were chatting intimately, they suddenly heard someone calling Su Ye's name in the distance. Turning his head, Su Yi was stunned. He saw a slim girl with long hair standing on the road outside the company, waving at him. He was very familiar with this person, Lin Miaoxi, whom he had just met a few days ago. "Who is she?" "Your girlfriend." Lan Mei asked sourly. "You are quite popular with women. When did you seduce such an innocent girl?" "Don't talk nonsense." Su Yi hurriedly clarified, "This is my high school classmate. Maybe he came to the nearby area to do some work and happened to meet him, right?" "You're talking nonsense and your words are not sincere." Lan Mei snorted, "Okay, I won't disturb you. But you'd better take it easy and don't let the other person's parents come to your house." "Yeah." Su Yi nodded thoughtfully. "When I meet a beauty like you who has no parents to supervise me, I can do whatever I want without any scruples." "Go to hell." Lan Mei walked away. Su Yi watched her walk away, then ran towards Lin Miaoxi. "Why are you here? Are you shopping nearby?" "I came here specifically to see you." Lin Miaoxi looked at Lan Mei's receding figure and asked, "Who is she?" "Your girlfriend." "Ha ha ha." Su Yi laughed. Seeing Lin Miaoxi's serious look, he had to stop laughing awkwardly. "That's impossible. We are just good colleagues." "Well, it doesn't seem to matter based on age." Lin Miaoxi nodded. "Hey, how did you know that I work here?" Su Yi quickly changed the subject. "What do you want from me? Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do?" Lin Miaoxi smiled. "As for how I know you are here, I have my own information channel." "Is Kai Gang a good guy?" Su Yi shook his head. "Didn't he treat Xiao Fei as bad thoughts?" "We can only live one day at a time." Zhang Qian smiled bitterly. "Kai Gang is powerful and has many women around him. I think he may not notice Xiao Fei." "What's the result?" Su Yi frowned and asked, "Didn't Kai Gang mention Xiao Fei?" "The worst thing is Lian Shan." Zhang Gan's eyes flashed with coldness. "Kai Gang is an idiot and has no brains. He didn't care about Xiao Fei at first, but Lian Shan mentioned it twice and asked me to introduce Kai Gang get to know Xiao Fei. I excused myself, but maybe Lian Shan will bring up the old matter again. This time Kai Gang wants to deal with Mr. Yi, who is also the one Lian Shan is looking for. I gave Lian Shan 50,000 yuan for the activity and asked him to find someone to do it for you. This kid actually got a kickback of 10,000 yuan. Su Yi laughed angrily. He thought silently for a moment, then looked up at the Zhang brothers and sisters in front of him. From today on, you are not allowed to associate with Kai Gang. I will take care of your brother and sister's safety. No one will dare to bully you anymore. This afternoon Su Yi beat up 5 thugs. Zhang Qian followed Kai Gang and the others and saw the process clearly. He didn't know when Su Yi became so powerful, and he also knew that his promise was not empty words. With Su Ye's guarantee, he and his sister could study in school with peace of mind and no longer be afraid of harassment from gangsters. Young Master Yi, I, Zhang Qian, will always be your little brother. Zhang Qian looked at Su Yi firmly. If you betray me, there will be thunder and lightning from heaven. We are brothers. Su Yi nodded. Remember to tell me if anything happens in the future. Don't bear it alone. Zhang Gan nodded in agreement. Su Yi clicked his fingers on the table and began to plan the next action. We can't just let this matter go. Kai Gang saw my power today, and he must not dare to provoke me again in the short term. But with Lian Shan, there are hidden dangers, and he might come up with some sinister plan for Kai Gang. Lian Shan must be eliminated. Zhang Gan nodded. These evil master's minions are more shameless and terrifying than the evil master himself. Su Yi thought for a while, and an unpredictable smile suddenly appeared on his face. I have a plan that can make Lian Shan suffer a hidden loss. If it is planned properly, Lian Shan can no longer follow him. Kai Gang is helping others to do evil. What's the plan? Zhang Qian was startled and looked at Su Yi, who became a little unpredictable. Can I help? No, just wait and see the good show. Su Yi smiled. You brothers and sisters will go back now. It's getting late, so as not to worry about the family. I have to think about something here, so you go first. Brother and sister Zhang Qian left. Suyi took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After a while, Brother Kuei's hearty voice sounded from the other side, "Brother Su." "Brother Kuei." Suyi smiled, "How are you? Do you feel anything after taking the medicine I prescribed for you?" "Thanks to Brother Su." Kuei's voice was filled with gratitude. "When I first started taking the medicine 2 days ago, my chest felt burning and I even vomited blood. My body has stabilized in the past few days, and I feel much more open-minded than before." "That's good." Suyi talked to Brother Kuei for a few words, then changed the subject. "Brother Kuei, I want your help with something." "Just tell me." Brother Kuei cheered up, "As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate. There is a brother with a scar on his face on the road. Do you know him?" Suyi asked. "Scar?" Brother Kuei obviously knew the scarred young man who was defeated by Suyi very well. "Is he a tall and thin guy in his 20s? "Yes." Suyi nodded. "I know this guy. He doesn't have his own organization. He makes a living on the street with a few brothers." Brother Kuei said, "Why, did this guy provoke you? I'll catch him right now and break his hands and feet." "No, no." Suyi hurriedly stopped them. "This is what happened. I had a conflict with a playboy, and they asked Scar to deal with me, but I broke his hand." "Aren't you courting death by going against Brother Su?" Brother Kuei said with a hint of gloating. "Brother Su, do you want them to pay compensation? I can do it for you." "No." Suyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Actually, it's like this. I don't want to fall out with that rich kid yet, and I don't want to touch him for the time being. But he has a guy named Lian Shan under him, and I want to trick him." The specific method: that rich kid gave Lian Shan 50,000 yuan to find someone to do the job, but Lian Shan kept 10,000 yuan for himself, and only spent 40,000 yuan to do the job. I want to do something with this 10,000 yuan, and let that rich kid teach Lian Shan a lesson. So that's how it is. Zhou Kuei was an old hand, and he understood Su Ye's plan immediately. He laughed and said, "No problem, I understand. I will go find Scar later and ask him to ask for compensation from the rich young master, so that Lian Shan can be trapped. Brother Kuei is really cunning and sly. I'm convinced." Suyi laughed and complimented Zhou Kuei. "Brother Su has ruthless plans and is a tough guy." The two people shamelessly flattered each other for a while before hanging up the phone with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. Kai Gang suffered a secret loss and took a few boys to drink in a bar. Although Zhang Qian, who was suspected of reporting the news, was severely beaten, it could not eliminate the anger in his heart at all. But Su Ye's terrifying skills have deeply shocked Kai Gang and the others. They don't dare to touch the tigers, but again, no matter how brave they are. Suyi was lucky that he didn't come to seek revenge. How could he dare to provoke him again? While he was feeling depressed and angry, the people in the room were suddenly pushed away from the outside. Several people looked up and their expressions changed drastically. I saw 5 gangsters with plaster on their right hand swarming in from outside the door, standing at the door and watching everyone in the room coldly. "Brother Scar." Lian Shan's face was filled with panic, and he hurriedly greeted him. "Why are you here? Who is the boss?" Scar pushed Lian Shan away coldly and glanced at the few young masters who were silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Gang. Kai Gang was as soft as a snow lion in the sun. He cursed everyone for being disloyal, and stammered with a smile, "Brothers, what do you want from me?" Scar walked to the opposite side of Kai Gang, sat down on the sofa, raised his right arm and shook it. "Don't you know what happened? I was seriously injured while doing things for you. Do you want to just let it go?" "But I've already paid." Kai Gang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "We all have to abide by the rules of the underworld, right? With just the 40,000 yuan you gave us, you let us go against a super expert." Scar cursed loudly. "Are you trying to cheat us, brothers? You should at least make it an even number." Scar's little brother scolded, "Even if you give 50,000 yuan, it's still worthy of the brothers' arms. Giving 40,000, do you want the brothers to die?" Suyi scratched his head. "Then, what do you want from me?" "Ha." Lin Miaoxi couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I do have something to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" Suyi looked at Lin Miaoxi. "If you need my help, just ask." How can you help me? Lin Miaoxi's expression darkened. I thought you were the previous Mr. Su. She took out a bank card from her small bag and handed it to Su Yi. I thought about it later and applied for another bank card and put 50,000 yuan on it. I came here today to give you the bank card. I know your family is having a hard time right now, and getting this money early can also solve your urgent needs. Looking at Lin Miaoxi's watery eyes, Su Ye's eyes became moist. There is a saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Lin Miaoxi's family was in a difficult situation, but she was still concerned about his family's plight. Su Yi was already very grateful for this thought. 50,000 yuan is not a big deal, but this heavy friendship slowly melted Su Ye's heart. He silently reached out to take the bank card. The two of them were speechless, not knowing what to say. After a long time, Su Yi calmed down and found a topic. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. I've prepared the meal. I'll pick up my mom and bring her home to eat together. Lin Miao thought for a moment and said, let's talk about it later. My mom isn't feeling well right now. Su Yi sensed a hint of sadness from Lin Miaoxi's tone. He had guessed that something inappropriate might have happened in the Lin family. With his mind racing, Su Yi suddenly laughed. Why don't you invite me to your house for dinner so I can meet your parents? Bah. Lin Miaoxi blushed. Why are you meeting my parents? Don't take advantage of me with your sweet talk. No. After the initial awkward period, Su Ye's eloquence came into play again. You see, we are good classmates, and we have the fate of helping each other. No matter what, it's not wrong for me to go to your house to see your aunt. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, you can just visit my house another day. You're really good at taking advantage. Hearing that he was getting more and more outrageous, and it seemed that the situation would develop to the point where both parties would meet each other's parents, Lin Miaoxi hurriedly said, it's not impossible for you to come to my house for dinner, but don't talk nonsense. My mother is an honest person. I'm absolutely honest. Su Yi hastily assured, I won't tell her what happened between us. Go to hell. Lin Miaoxi kicked Su Yi. What's going on between us? You. Okay, let's go. Su Yi hurriedly ran away. After Su Ye's commotion, Lin Miaoxi felt a little better. She quickly chased after Su Yi and said, come with me to the free market. My mother is still setting up a stall there, waiting for me to pick her up. I can help. Su Yi nodded and followed Lin Miaoxi like a puppy, walking towards the night market. The night market was crowded and lively. This was a no man's land. Every night, many people would set up stalls to sell small daily necessities to supplement their family income. Because of the complete range of goods and low prices, a huge free market gradually formed here. Su Yi followed Lin Miaoxi through the night market, watching the crowds around him. There was a lively enthusiasm lingering around him, making him feel agitated. As we were walking forward, we suddenly heard a loud noise in the distance. Some people were running away, and some were shouting, oh no. The urban management is beating people. Lin Miaoxi frowned and ran quickly towards the direction where the noise came from. Her mother's stall was in that direction, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. As soon as she squeezed into the crowd, Lin Miaoxi screamed. The crowd formed a big circle, and in the middle of the circle were scattered all kinds of small commodities. A middle-aged woman sat on the ground wiping her tears, as if she had been pushed there. 3 or 4 people in gray uniforms stood in the circle, kicking small objects on the ground from time to time, looking very arrogant. Mom. Lin Miaoxi rushed over and hugged the woman's shoulders. Mom, what's wrong with you? Cece, Mom is fine. The middle-aged woman saw Lin Miaoxi running over and forced a smile on her face. She wanted to get up from the ground, but her wound was affected. She groaned and sat down softly on the ground. How wicked. They even bully women. Someone in the crowd nearby murmured. A man with a face full of flesh seemed to have heard the discussion, and suddenly turned his head and said angrily, who is farting here? The crowd quieted down. A young man standing in the circle saw a beautiful girl suddenly appear, and his eyes suddenly radiated an evil light. He walked over slowly and reached out to hold Lin Miaoxi's shoulder. Little sister, who are you to this woman? Do you know that it is illegal for you to set up a stall here? Who gave you the right to hit people? Lin Miaoxi stood up suddenly and roared like an angry little tiger. Bullying a woman, what kind of ability is that? Oh, the little beauty is quite aggressive. The men laughed evilly again and reached out to grab Lin Miaoxi's arm. You have violated the market management regulations. Now come back with me to record your statement. Before his hand touched Lin Miaoxi's skin, a white hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. Stop. The young man with the evil smile felt a steel clamp-like hand grabbing his wrist. He struggled hard for a few times, but he couldn't get rid of the hand's grasp. He looked up and saw a young man in ordinary clothes standing in front of him. It was he who blocked his claws reaching out to the beauty. Boy, do you want to die? The young man with an evil smile shouted angrily, treating Suyi as an ordinary loser. He glared at Suyi fiercely. Little bastard, let me go right now. Otherwise, I will arrest you too. Humph. Suyi sneered and let go of his hand. We should always abide by the law when doing things. No matter who you are, it is wrong to bully women. Seeing Suyi let him go as he said, the young man with the evil smile was completely relieved. He quickly determined that Suyi was a timid boy who didn't dare to cause trouble with him. He had just stepped forward to stop him because he wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend. Now that he saw that he was very powerful, he automatically retreated. Law. The young man with an evil smile laughed wildly. In this small piece of land, my words are the law. Get out of here, or I'll break both of your legs. Why are you so arrogant? Suyi frowned and asked, who gave you the power? He is the son of the director of the Market Management Committee, and he is a bully in this market. Someone in the crowd whispered to Suyi, there are people in this market who have been crippled by him, so be careful, young man. Did you hear that? The young man with the evil smile also heard the discussion in the crowd and raised his triangular face high. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. What if I don't leave? Suyi's heart was filled with anger. Why are there always such people in this world who are accomplices of evil and bully the people? Don't they know that water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it? The young man with the evil smile was furious. He suddenly pulled out an electric baton stuck in his waist and said, little bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't even know how many eyes the Horse King has. Without saying anything, he had already taken a step forward and stabbed Suyi's lower abdomen with the electric baton. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Suyi smiled coldly, stretched out his left hand like lightning, grabbed the young man's right hand holding the electric baton, raised his right foot, and kicked him in the lower abdomen. It was like a red-hot iron pillar stabbed into the belly of the young man with the evil smile. He stared at Suyi with his eyes wide open in disbelief, and his body was thrown backwards by the huge force. But his right wrist was still in Suyi's hand, and his body flew backwards flat, and was pulled back like a kite. What's the point of keeping this hand of yours that hurts people at random? Suyi snorted coldly, and twisted his left hand downward. With a slight snap, the wrist of the young man with the evil smile was broken into two pieces. Suyi let go, and the young man with the evil smile fell to the ground like a dead dog, in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to groan. Seeing that the situation was not good, several other city management officers rushed towards Suyi at the same time, wanting to capture the young man who hurt the leader's son. Suyi took a big step forward to avoid hurting Lin Miaoxi and her daughter who were sitting on the ground. A city management officer was rushing forward, and Suyi had already bent over and punched him in the shoulder while running. With a snap, the city guard's arm was hanging loosely at his side, and his shoulder was dislocated by Suyi's huge force. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. An urban guard came flying with an iron rod, and Suyi's body spun 360 degrees on the ground, and kicked the man's neck hard. The city management officer screamed, and the iron rod in his hand flew out diagonally, landing in the crowd and hitting someone's foot. His body had already fallen to the side under the huge force, and fell to the bluestone ground with a thud. An urban management officer rushed behind Suyi, thinking that Suyi didn't see him, and swung the stick in his hand to hit the back of his head. Amid the exclamations, Suyi leaned back at an incredible angle, and suddenly kicked over his shoulder with his right foot, hitting the attacker in the face. The attacker's head was like being hit by a huge rock, making a buzzing sound. He stood there in a daze, then slowly softened and collapsed to the ground. Suyi's body rushed left and right among several city guards, punching and kicking from time to time. But in a few moments, several city guards were lying all over the place, and no one could get up. Good. There was a burst of warm applause from all around. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out, and everyone wanted to light firecrackers to celebrate. Some older people shouted loudly, "Run, young man. There are too many of them, and it will be troublesome when reinforcements come." Suyi turned around and ran to Lin Miaoxi, squatted down and carried her mother on his back, and whispered to Lin Miaoxi, who was standing there in a daze, "Miss, let's run." Seeing Suyi running away with her mother on her back, Lin Miaoxi finally came to her senses. She followed Suyi like a little deer and got into the crowd. But in a few moments, the two of them had disappeared without a trace. They ran 2 miles, far away from the market. Suyi found a bench on the side of the road and slowly put Lin Miaoxi's mother down. Lin Miaoxi caught up with him panting, and seeing Suyi looking fine, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Did you take the 10 herbs pills? Why are you running so fast?" "You blame me for running fast." Suyi rolled his eyes. "Why don't you say that you run slowly? What's going on?" Lin Miaoxi's mother finally caught her breath and looked at Lin Miaoxi and said, "Who is this young man who saved me?" "Mom, he is my classmate Suyi." After running, Lin Miaoxi's face was flushed. I don't know if it was because she was shy or for some other reason. "I originally wanted to take him home for dinner, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Suyi. Lin Miaoxi's mother seemed to be thinking, "I seem to have heard of this name. Young man, thank you for what you did today." "Ah." Seeing Suyi looking a little helpless, she couldn't help but laugh. "Just call me Aunt Lin." Aunt Lin. Looking at her kind smile, Suyi felt relieved. "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Aunt Lin tried to stand up for a while, then sat down on the bench again. "Maybe I sprained my ankle. Those people are too arrogant. They pushed me down without any explanation. It's really lawless. Don't be angry with those rubbish." Suyi squatted down, held Aunt Lin's ankle, and gently massaged it a few times. "Yes, it's true that your ankle was sprained. Just bear with it for a while, I will help you adjust the misaligned meridians. You also know medical skills." Aunt Lin's eyes widened. Before she could say anything else, Suyi had already shaken her ankle violently. A sharp pain came, and Aunt Lin couldn't help but screamed, "Ah! What are you doing?" Lin Miaoxi was so anxious that she slapped Suyi on the forehead. "Do you want to kill someone?" "Huh?" Before Suyi could say anything, Aunt Lin exclaimed in surprise, "It seems to be much better. The stinging feeling just now is gone." She slowly stood up and took a few steps, with a look of surprise on her face. "It's really okay. Young man, you are a miracle doctor. Stop talking. Have you ever seen a miracle doctor being beaten by a patient's family?" Suyi glared at Lin Miaoxi angrily. "Be careful or I'll sue you for intentional injury." "I'm just anxious," Lin Miaoxi said with a bashful face. "Man, will you die if you get hit? If you don't accept it, just hit me back." "Do you think I don't dare?" Suyi stretched out his index finger and flicked it on Lin Miaoxi's forehead. "Ah." Lin Miaoxi was furious. "You actually dared to hit me." Seeing that she was about to rush up and fight with Suyi, Aunt Lin stopped the two with a smile. "Okay, stop making trouble. Let's go home quickly. I'm a little hungry." "Oh." Lin Miaoxi was startled and quickly reached out to support Aunt Lin. "Are you okay?" Aunt Lin smiled and said, "Just be nice and don't bully Suyi, and I'll be fine." "Aunt Lin, you are so kind." Suyi smiled proudly. "Can I carry you back?" "No, I can walk." Aunt Lin smiled and said, "We'll be home soon. Let's go home together." The house where the Lin family mother and daughter lived was very simple, but it was kept exceptionally clean. After everyone washed their hands, Lin Miaoxi heated up the food that had been prepared long ago and brought it to the table. The three of them ate together while chatting and laughing. "What a good old lady." Suyi sighed in his heart. He looked at Aunt Lin, whose face was a little sallow under the light, and his heart moved slightly. While talking to the two of them, he had already turned on his mirror perspective function and carefully stared at Aunt Lin's body. After checking for a while, Suyi sighed slightly. Aunt Lin's health was not optimistic. There was a mass in her lung, which is commonly known as a malignant tumor. And there were already several faint black lines radiating to other parts of the body, which should be a sign of cancer cells spreading. All the questions were answered. Why did Lin Miaoxi return to the karaoke bar to sing and make money, and why did she always look worried? All of these were answered. Lin Miaoxi must have known that Aunt Lin was in the late stage of lung cancer and that it had begun to spread, so she could not control her emotions. As for earning money, it was also to save money for Aunt Lin's treatment. Unfortunately, there is no good treatment for this disease. If extraordinary measures are not taken, Aunt Lin may not survive for more than half a year and will pass away, unable to accompany Lin Miaoxi anymore. Aunt Lin looked at Su Yi, and the more she looked at him, the happier she became. She kept picking up food for Su Yi, asking him to eat more. She also complained that Lin Miaoxi didn't prepare more dishes when she had guests. Lin Miaoxi hummed and agreed, looking at Su Yi with dissatisfaction. "What's so good about you? Why is my mother so nice to you?" Aunt Lin looked at me, and of course she was happier and happier. Su Yi teased Lin Miaoxi in a subtle way. Lin Miaoxi didn't react, but Aunt Lin had already heard what he meant. She looked at Su Yi lovingly. "Xiao Yi, I think you are a good child. You should get along well with Cici in the future, and you must take good care of her for me." Lin Miaoxi's body trembled, and she looked at Aunt Lin blankly. "Mom, why do you say that?" Aunt Lin realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. She looked at Lin Miaoxi deeply and said, "Why? I asked someone to take good care of my baby daughter. Is there anything wrong with that?" Lin Miaoxi's eyes turned red, and tears almost fell. The table fell into silence for a while. After a long time, Aunt Lin slowly said, "Cici, I'm sorry for you. In fact, I have already asked the doctor about my condition. But you have to keep it secret from me. A little girl has to bear such a heavy burden." "Mom, you will be fine." Lin Miaoxi finally burst into tears. "Mom, I don't want you to leave me." Seeing the mother and daughter crying, Su Yi felt bad. He coughed softly. "Aunt Lin, Cici, don't be too sad. In fact, lung cancer can be cured by folk remedies." "What?" The mother and daughter were both shocked and looked at Su Yi in shock. "How do you know my mother has lung cancer?" Lin Miaoxi asked Su Yi without bothering to wipe the tears from her face. "Why, you didn't tell Xiaoye?" Aunt Lin was also stunned. "Xiaoye, how did you know that?" "Well." Su Yi thought for a moment and said, "In fact, I once became a disciple of a hermit master and learned medical skills from him." He began to lie again. Although some diseases cannot be cured by ordinary medical means, they can often achieve very good results by using traditional Chinese martial arts. "Come with me." Lin Miaoxi jumped up suddenly, grabbed Su Yi and pulled him out of the house, and together they came to the dark alley outside the yard. "Is there anything that can't be said in the house?" Su Yi looked at Lin Miaoxi's sparkling eyes and said with a guilty conscience, "If you drag me out like this, Aunt Lin will misunderstand." Lin Miaoxi's eyes shot out a burning light. She tightly grasped Su Ye's arm and pinched 2 deep fingerprints on his arm. "Did you lie to me?" Looking at Lin Miaoxi, who was in a semi-crazy state, Su Yi knew that she was very emotional and didn't dare to provoke her. He nodded firmly. "I can cure this disease." "Really?" Lin Miaoxi put her face an inch away from Su Yi and stared into his eyes. "Look into my eyes and tell me the truth." "It's okay, I can hold on." "If I say it can't be cured, you will go crazy right away, right?" Su Yi was speechless. He looked deeply into Lin Miaoxi's eyes and said, "Don't be patient. I can tell you clearly that I can cure this disease." Woo. 2 lines of tears rolled down from Lin Miaoxi's eyes. She slowly loosened her hands, hugged Su Yi tightly, and put her face on Su Ye's shoulder and cried bitterly. Since she learned about her mother's illness, Lin Miaoxi felt like she had fallen into the 18th level of hell. These days, she couldn't sleep for more than 2 hours a day, and every time she opened her eyes and closed them, she saw her mother's emaciated figure. Just before she was about to collapse, God suddenly sent Su Yi to appear in front of her. Knowing that her mother might recover, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally burst out, and she burst into tears in Su Ye's arms. Su Yi sighed in his heart. He reached out and gently stroked Lin Miaoxi's back, helping her to clear the negative energy accumulated in her meridians. Now the Lin family is not the only patient. Lin Miaoxi is also on the verge of collapse. If she doesn't recover quickly, she will at least get a serious illness, and maybe even hurt her vitality. Under Su Ye's guidance, Lin Miaoxi felt a layer of warm energy surrounding her back. Her body seemed to be immersed in a hot spring, and she felt like she was about to melt in Su Ye's arms. Her heart moved, but Su Ye's pair of magical hands had already directed her thoughts elsewhere. Slowly stopped crying. Lin Miaoxi gently pushed Su Ye's arm away, raised her head and looked at Su Yi with tears in her eyes. Su Yi, if you can save my mother, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. No matter what you ask for, I will try my best to satisfy you. The girl said such bold words, her face was already full of blush. Su Ye's heart trembled, and he knew that Lin Miaoxi had misunderstood. Now was not a good time to explain, so he could only laugh. The promise of the beautiful lady made me think of many possibilities. You're so annoying. Lin Miaoxi pushed Su Yi away. I feel bad, and you still have the nerve to do such a thing. Su Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. He raised his arms and gestured in the air, then put them down dejectedly. Okay, I am a pervert. But I am a pervert with a kind heart and skills, don't you think? A pervert is a pervert, there's no need for so many adjectives. After such a commotion, and with Su Ye's guidance of her meridians, Lin Miaoxi felt much more relaxed. She even felt a little tired and wanted to lie down on the bed and have a nap right away. She insisted and hugged Su Ye's arm. Since it can be cured, how are you going to treat it? Yes. Just now when he was diagnosing the disease, Su Yi had already thought of a set of treatment methods. He said confidently, for treatment, it is better to start early rather than late. Tonight I will give Aunt Lin an internal massage to first block the channel for the spread of cancer cells and restore vitality to other healthy functions. Yeah. Lin Miaoxi nodded and listened to him quietly. Next, I will prepare some medicines, all of which are super tonic medicines. Su Yi continued, after the lesion is controlled and compressed to a point, I will use the true qi to carbonize the cancerous part of Aunt Lin's lungs and kill the cancer cells completely. Then I will give her tonic medicine immediately to improve her own immunity. It sounds reasonable. Lin Miaoxi lowered her head and thought carefully, then looked up at Su Yi. Anyway, I leave it all to you. I believe you will create a miracle. Looking at Lin Miaoxi's sparkling eyes, Su Yi nodded silently. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Aunt Lin's voice came from the yard. Cici, Xiaoye. What are you two doing in the dark? Can't you go home and talk about what you have to say? Let's go back. Lin Miaoxi tugged at Su Ye's clothes, in case my mother suspects that we are doing something bad. You are quite considerate. Su Yi smiled awkwardly and followed Lin Miaoxi to the yard. Although Su Yi had solved several cases of curing illnesses and saving lives, this was the first time he encountered such a serious illness as Aunt Lin. He was worried and finally contacted his backer Tian Ao. Brother Tian, after a few calls, Tianao's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. What's the matter? I'm busy practicing, can't you let me be quiet for a while? There is a troublesome matter. Su Yi said with a flattering smile. Brother Tian, do you think our Tongmai therapy can cure the symptoms of advanced lung cancer? The most miraculous medical skill in the world, combined with the miraculous internal energy of the Tiger Roar Fist. Before he could finish, Tian Ao proudly replied, as long as the patient is still alive, there is a guarantee that any disease in this world can be cured. My treatment plan. No problem. It is the best solution that is completely in line with medical principles. I want to discuss medication with you. Bang. Tianao took out a pile of yellowed books from somewhere and threw them into his sea of consciousness. Go study it yourself. I don't have time to discuss these low-level issues with you. A huge amount of information suddenly poured into Su Ye's mind, as if a bomb had exploded in his head. Su Ye's body swayed twice and he almost fell to the ground. Why are you so rude? Su Yi roared, protesting to Tian Ao. But Tian Ao remained silent, having already run off to who knows where, and no longer paying attention to his message. Too irresponsible. Countless complicated medical theories kept surging in Su Ye's mind, and then they were classified and found their respective positions. At this time, the two had returned to the house. Lin Miaoxi was shocked to see Su Ye's pale face and silent sitting at the table. She reached out and shook Su Ye's shoulder. Su Yi, are you okay? It's okay. Su Yi smiled bitterly. I was just thinking about the prescription for Aunt Lin's treatment, and I was a little overthinking. Aunt Lin showed a trace of gratitude on her face. She walked to Su Yi and gently stroked Su Ye's head. Good boy, it's really hard for you. Don't exhaust yourself because of Aunt's illness. Fine. It can only be said that Tianou's mirror fusion effect is too magical. After a short shock, the vast medical knowledge has been systematically engraved in Su Ye's mind. At this time, Su Ye has instantly grown into a master of traditional Chinese medicine with rich theoretical experience, but he still lacks practical experience and has never prescribed medicine for anyone. It seems that any achievement requires a certain price. Thinking secretly in his heart, Su Ye has found a combination of medicines suitable for nourishing the body from the myriad of medical theories. Even the complex relationship between the various drugs' mutual promotion and restraint has been sorted out by him extremely clearly. It seems that my mental strength level is really amazing now. Su Ye thought complacently, looking up at the two women who were staring at him. No problem. I have thought of the prescription, now I will give Aunt Lin the first stage of treatment. You are too tired. Take a good rest. Aunt Lin looked at Su Ye with concern. Aunt's illness is not a 1 or 2 day thing. It's okay. I was just thinking about something. It's okay. Su Ye smiled and stood up. As for the treatment of the disease, the sooner the better. If you delay it for another day, you will consume much more energy and it will be detrimental to your future recovery. Mom, just listen to Su Ye. Lin Miaoxi looked at Su Ye lovingly, and then advised, if the disease is delayed, you may miss the best time for treatment. Okay. Aunt Lin nodded helplessly. Xiao Yi, how can I cooperate with you? Just sit upright on the chair. Su Ye helped Aunt Lin sit down on a stool. No matter what abnormal reactions your body has later, it is a necessary process for treatment. It won't take too long, only about half an hour. I will first block the channel for your cancer cells to spread and eliminate the scattered cancer cells. After I prepare the medicine, I will help Aunt Lin completely seal the lesions in the lungs and let your body recover. After Aunt Lin sat down, Su Ye stood behind her with his legs slightly bent, and had already activated the perspective function. All the meridians in Aunt Lin's body, including the lesions in her body and the channels for the cancer cells to spread outward, were clearly mapped in Su Ye's mind. Silently practicing the inner strength of the tiger roar fist, a faint true energy has condensed at Su Ye's fingertips. Lin Miaoxi looked at it in surprise and found that the tip of Su Ye's right index finger radiated a bright light, as if a bright little lamp was lit. She suddenly covered her mouth, and only then did she truly believe that Su Ye was not talking nonsense, and that he really had the ability to cure diseases and save lives. Su Ye tapped Aunt Lin's back with his fingertips, which was the channel where the cancer cells spread outward. Aunt Lin sat upright on the stool and felt that every time Su Ye tapped her back, a warm breath penetrated her body, and the place he tapped was warm and comfortable. Under Su Ye's perspective, a gentle qi surrounded the pathways through which the cancer cells spread outward, contained them, and then dissolved the slightly black meridians bit by bit. Half an hour later, all the black channels disappeared without a trace, leaving only a circular area in the lungs surrounded by black qi. That was the largest lesion in Aunt Lin's body, and the biggest problem that needed to be dealt with in the next step. After half an hour of full effort, Su Ye's forehead was slightly sweaty and his body felt a little tired. He had achieved certain results in his practice, and the foundation he gained from taming the soul-snatching pearl was added. Although he was still tired, he had made a lot of progress compared to when he treated Kuei Gu and Mo Tianxiong's daughter Xiaoyun. Su Ye let out a long sigh and stood up straight. He turned to Lin Miaoxi who was standing beside him and smiled, okay, today's treatment ends here. Help Aunt Lin lie down on the bed and let her have a good rest. Aunt Lin felt her body being soaked in the warm heat, indescribably comfortable. She hadn't felt this relaxed for a long time, and a wave of sleepiness came over her, making her drowsy. Lin Miaoxi helped her lie down on the bed, and in just 2 minutes, she had fallen into a deep sleep and entered a sweet dream. Su Ye and Lin Miaoxi tiptoed out of the bedroom and came to the small hall. Seeing her mother's ruddy face and relaxed brows, Lin Miaoxi knew that Su Ye's treatment had worked. She walked up to Su Ye, put her arms around his neck, and gently touched his lips with her wet lips. Thank you. The kiss with the fragrance of a young girl made Su Ye's heart flutter. Before he could make any move, Lin Miaoxi had already pushed him away and retreated to a safe distance. There was a hint of shyness on her face. This is to thank you for Mom's matter. Don't think that I have any idea about you. Ah. Su Ye smiled bitterly. You are so mean. You teased me and then ran away. I have some bad ideas now, and I want to practice them with you. Don't do anything stupid. Lin Miaoxi was startled and quickly jumped to the door, if you don't do something right, I. She thought for a long time before finally saying, I'll just run away. Ha ha. Suyi smiled maliciously, and then stopped scaring the beautiful woman who was like a frightened bird. I was just teasing you. You should also take a rest quickly. You have been tired for such a long time and you are exhausted. I helped you regulate your meridians in the alley just now. As long as you have a good rest for a while, your body will recover. So. Lin Miaoxi blushed, realizing that she had wronged Suyi. She looked at Suyi lovingly. I knew you were not a villain who would take advantage of others. We are all students, and there are some things that we should not get involved in for the time being. Her face turned red again. Suyi smiled, don't worry, I'm not a pervert whose hormones can't be suppressed. Everyone should study hard, make progress every day, get into a good university, bring honor to the family, and then consider the issues that adults should consider. Ha, are you mocking me? After his nonsense, Lin Miaoxi finally calmed down. She covered her mouth and yawned. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. You should get some rest as soon as possible. Suyi nodded. Have a good sleep. Rest is the main thing these days. I'll call you after I prepare the medicine, and then we'll arrange a time to come and treat Aunt Lin. She shouldn't go to the market during this period, lest she run into those city management officials seeking revenge, and it would be bad if she gets hurt again. I understand. Lin Miaoxi nodded. I'll take you there. You should get some rest. Suyi waved his hand, and quickly walked out the door, disappearing into the vast night. Lin Miaoxi stared at his back, standing there in a daze for a long while, and then went back to the house to rest with a sweet smile. The next day at noon, Suyi took advantage of the lunch break to leave the company and came to the most prosperous commercial street in Pengcheng. There were many shops here, and it had the largest Chinese medicine store in the city. If you wanted to get rare Chinese medicinal materials, you could only look for them here. At noon in midsummer, there were not many pedestrians on the street. When he came to the middle of the street, Suyi looked up at the antique-style door in front of him and walked in. This shop is called Jingxin Chinese Medicine Shop, and it is the largest Chinese medicine shop in the entire commercial street and even in the entire city. Suyi had heard of its reputation before, but had never been in it. This time, in order to find rare Chinese medicine, he set foot in it for the first time. After entering the not very spacious shop, Suyi discovered that there was something else inside the pharmacy. Inside the narrow shop door, there was actually a huge space. The spacious hall of several hundred square meters, the antique diagnosis place, plus the hundreds of large and small drawers, almost all customers who entered for the first time would feel shocked. Suyi was one of them. He stood at the door for a long time like a goose, and then walked towards the counter in front of the medicine shop. There were no customers in the medicine shop at this time, only an old shopkeeper with gray hair standing behind the counter, sorting out a thick stack of prescriptions. There was no clerk in the store, probably all of them went to eat or take a lunch break. Young man, do you want to get some medicine or see a doctor? Seeing someone coming, the old shopkeeper looked up at Suyi and a kind smile appeared on his face. I'll get the medicine. Suyi nodded and took out a long prescription he had written last night. He couldn't confirm whether some of the Chinese medicinal materials were extinct, so he wrote down several alternative medicines at the same time. As long as one of these was included, it would have a similar effect. As for the dosage of the medicine, Suyi cunningly wrote down several times the required dosage. The prescription he researched had very strict control over the dosage of each medicinal ingredient, and there was a principle of mutual promotion and mutual restraint between the medicinal ingredients. Even if an experienced expert wanted to study the prescription according to his list, it would be like falling into a fog and not getting the correct answer. The old shopkeeper took the prescription and read it carefully. As he read on, a look of shock appeared on his face. He looked up at Suyi from time to time, and his expression looked very strange. Why, do we have the herbs here? Suyi was a little nervous. If the herbs here are not complete, then the entire Pengcheng city may not be able to implement his prescription. Without the tonic Chinese medicine as a foundation, the subsequent treatment cannot be carried out. Aunt Lin's health can't be delayed for too long. Who wrote this prescription? After looking at it for a long time, the old shopkeeper called Suyi over and asked, can the prescription be completed with just one of these herbs? Suyi secretly admired him, knowing that the old shopkeeper was an expert. Just from his questions, he knew that he had a deep understanding of the effects of Chinese medicinal materials. That's right. Suyi nodded and replied, "This prescription is passed down in my family. A famous doctor in my family left this prescription, and I just follow it." Strange. The old shopkeeper pondered for a while, then walked out of the counter. He led Suyi to sit at a quiet table, then hurried to the back of the pharmacy. After waiting for only a few minutes, the old shopkeeper came out with a man and walked quickly to Suyi. Suyi looked carefully and was slightly startled. He saw a beautiful woman in her 20s following behind the old shopkeeper, holding his prescription in her hand. This beauty has a quiet, calm, and elegant temperament, a classic beauty. She is about 30 years old, with a slim figure, and her black hair is tied behind her head and fixed with an ebony hairpin. She was not wearing a doctor's white gown, but a loose tang suit. The plain color and fitted cut made the suit look elegant on her. "Miss, this is the prescription this young man brought." The old shopkeeper introduced the beautiful woman, then smiled and said to Suyi, "This is our Miss Yuan, the chief doctor at Qingxin Chinese medicine shop. I have some doubts about your prescription, so I asked her to take a look. You two can talk about it, and I will prescribe medicine for you after confirmation." "He's so young, and he's the chief doctor." Suyi muttered to himself, "Does this medicine shop select doctors based on appearance?" No wonder he thought so. Traditional Chinese medicine is a broad and profound subject. Without years of immersion, it is impossible to achieve much. Unless you are a genius or a freak with incredible luck like Suyi. But are geniuses and freaks so easy to meet? He was thinking about it, but he didn't know that the beauty was also puzzled by his identity. Just now, she saw the prescription that the old shopkeeper brought in, and immediately saw a difference in it. Some medicines have become extinct today, and it is impossible for an outsider to come up with the names of the medicines out of thin air. This means that this prescription is definitely not from this world, and it must be an ancient prescription passed down by the predecessors. Some of the herbs in the prescription are inextricably linked in their medicinal properties. Laymen may not understand why, but experts will immediately discover the mystery. But the beauty gave up her rest and hurried out to meet the customer who brought the prescription. But when she saw Suyi's age, she felt a little depressed. It turns out to be a little kid. It seems that we can't get any useful information from him. The two people stared at each other with ulterior motives, and no one spoke for a while. The beauty was more experienced, and introduced herself with a smile on her face. "My name is Yuan Wanqing, and I am the doctor in the Qingxin Chinese medicine shop. I wonder what your name is, and where you work." Suyi scratched his head. "My name is Suyi, and I'm a student. I came here today with an ancient family recipe to help a frail elder recover." "Oh," Yuan Wanqing nodded, with a mysterious smile on her face. "Mr. Su, this recipe, is there a simplified version?" Simplified version. Suyi immediately understood what she meant. It turned out that this beautiful woman had seen through the mystery and knew that in order to hide the secret of the ancient recipe, she deliberately did not mark the exact amount of medicinal materials. This, Suyi secretly exclaimed in his heart, and had thrown away the idea of looking down on the beautiful doctor. Apart from anything else, the fact that she could see the essence of the prescription so thoroughly already showed her extraordinariness. Hee. Suyi laughed sinisterly. "You know. This ancient recipe is my family heirloom, so naturally I can't let outsiders get it easily. And the most valuable part of this recipe is the accurate dosage of several medicinal ingredients. So. I understand." Yuan Wanqing nodded silently. She is an insider and is very familiar with the concept of secret recipes in the traditional Chinese medicine industry. Some of these ancient recipes are extremely valuable. If they are sold, they are worth tens of millions. It is reasonable for Suyi to be so cautious. "Ms. Yuan, I wonder if your pharmacy has the medicinal materials in my prescription in stock?" Suyi asked with a hint of nervousness. "It seems that you are not an insider. Several of the herbs in your prescription have long been lost. Anyone who knows a little about pharmacology should know that they are." Yuan Wanqing pointed out several of the herbs and said, "Fortunately, there are still some alternative herbs in existence, so your prescription is actually valuable." "That's good." Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Human life is at stake, otherwise I wouldn't be so nervous. "Since your pharmacy has medicinal materials, can you prepare the medicine for me immediately?" There's a small problem here. Yuan Wanqing smiled cunningly. Look at this herb. She pointed with her slender white fingers at a key ingredient in the perilla leaf prescription. There are not many of this herb left in the world now, and it just so happens that I still have a little bit of it in my Chinese medicine shop. Apart from this little bit of stock, I believe that no other Chinese medicine shop in this province would have even a little bit of this herb. What do you mean? Suyi shouted, are you still trying to hoard the goods? Sister, we are doctors, and we are doing the most noble cause in the world. Human life is at stake. Don't yell, listen to me. Yuan Wanqing glared at Suyi in dissatisfaction. Didn't I say I won't give you the herbs? Did I say that? Then you can't ask for an exorbitant price. Suyi muttered softly, how about we meet at the price bureau? You are such a mean person. Yuan Wanqing glared at Suyi unhappily. I just want to ask you a question, and it won't involve the secrets contained in your prescription. Are you relieved? Why didn't you say so earlier? Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, you acted like a profiteer and scared me. You are the little evil devil. Yuan Wanqing looked at Suyi angrily, and it took her a long time to calm down. She pointed at the 2 Chinese medicines on the prescription and said, I can see that your prescription uses the principle of mutual promotion and mutual restraint of many medicinal materials. It is indeed a magical prescription. I can tell the medicinal properties of many of the medicinal materials, but these 2 medicines. Resurrection grass and blazing fruit. She pointed at the 2 herbs on the prescription and said, both of these herbs have extremely overbearing properties, one is extremely yin and the other is extremely yang. If we put these 2 herbs in the same prescription, how can we convert their overbearing properties into mild medicinal properties that can be absorbed by the human body? If the 2 herbs directly offset each other, even a healthy person would not be able to survive for more than a moment. You are indeed an expert. Suyi looked at Yuan Wanqing's pretty face. Is that all you ask? Yes. Yuan Wanqing nodded firmly. You won't be stingy and cherish this little request, right? It's easy to get a lot of money, but it's hard to find a trick. Suyi waved his hand. Don't underestimate this little trick. If you understand it, it will make your medical skills go a big step forward. Don't be so cocky. Yuan Wanqing looked at his face and felt that Suyi was particularly hateful at the moment. You are just a little brat, how can you be so mean? The wise are the greatest, regardless of age. Suyi said with a smug smile, in ancient times, there was an illusion that a teacher is one word. I won't ask you to recognize me as your master, but I'm still worthy of calling you senior brother, right? Senior brother. Yuan Wanqing was so angry that she almost jumped up. You little brat. Huh. Suyi waved his hands hurriedly. Calm down, calm down. You may think that I am not worthy of being your senior brother, but the dozens of secret recipes passed down in my family are all the results of my predecessors' years of hard work in practicing medicine. You can disrespect me, but you can't disrespect the predecessors, right? Do you have dozens of ancient recipes at home? Yuan Wanqing's eyes flashed with a frightening light, just like a man seeing a beautiful woman. She was instantly conquered by her desire for knowledge and finally succumbed to Suyi's trick. Okay. For the sake of these recipes, I will call you senior brother. Formally called. Suyi sat up straight and put on a sanctimonious look. Senior brother. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Yuan Wanqing called out in a low voice with grievance. Yeah. Suyi nodded with satisfaction. Junior sister. Since we are all family, you should at least give me a 15% discount on these herbs. Yuan Wanqing jumped up and grabbed Suyi's face with both hands like eagle claws. You are such a bully. Wait a minute. Suyi stretched out his hand to block the attacking white little hand, and whispered mysteriously, in fact, there is a medicine in this prescription that plays the role of neutralizing the 2 overbearing medicines. But it is too inconspicuous, I am afraid you have overlooked it. Yuan Wanqing stretched out her claws in front of Suyi's face, then slowly retracted them. Her mind was spinning rapidly, but she was still confused and at a loss. Suyi knew when to stop. He reached out and touched the last ingredient in the prescription. Kingswai, what do you think? Kingswai is a medicinal herb for removing internal heat and promoting salivation. There's nothing special about it, right? Yuan Wanqing was only thinking about the pharmacology and had already forgotten about Suyi's rudeness. Could it be? Yeah. Suyi nodded. The Qingshu leaf is too ordinary, and no one pays attention to its unique medicinal properties. In fact, there is a special substance in the Qingshu leaf called alkali, which is not decomposed in the human body under normal circumstances. But once it is mixed with the soul-returning grass and the flame fruit, a magical chemical reaction will occur, which will reduce the overbearing medicinal properties of the two by 10 times. The intensity of these two extremely yin and yang medicines will be reduced to 1/10 of the original at the same time, so naturally they will not cause any adverse effects on the human body. So that's how it is. Yuan Wanqing suddenly realized and nodded in admiration at Su Yi. Your ancestor is indeed very knowledgeable. He can even practice the usage of such an obscure medicinal material. Ha ha. Su Yi smiled. What about the discount? Don't even think about it. Yuan Wanqing waved her sleeves angrily. An exquisite tea bowl on the table was swept by the edge of her sleeves and fell quickly to the ground. Subconsciously, Su Yi stretched out his right hand like lightning, leaned over the table, and reached for the fallen teacup. In the blink of an eye, a white and tender little hand also stretched out to catch the fallen teacup. A second later, the rapidly falling teacup had landed steadily in Yuan Wanqing's left hand. Su Yi quickly stretched out his right hand and covered Yuan Wanqing's small hand, holding her left hand. Their faces were about a foot apart. After staring at each other, their overlapping hands quickly separated, and the lucky teacup was placed back on the table by Yuan Wanqing. Junior sister is indeed extraordinary. Su Yi was secretly shocked. Although Yuan Wanqing was closer to the teacup, her reaction speed was beyond his expectations. From this point, it can be seen that her skills must be not inferior to his. Could it be that this Yuan Wanqing is also the descendant of some ancient martial arts family? Su Yi muttered to himself, but a sincere smile appeared on his face, which was harmless to people and animals. So my junior sister is also a martial artist. I wonder which school she learned from. You really give people a lot of surprises. Yuan Wanqing looked at Su Yi with interest. Ancient martial arts master, secret recipe inheritor, neither of these identities is simple. Since we are all in the same field, it seems reasonable to give you a 15% discount. The old shopkeeper of the medicine shop had been paying attention to this place. Seeing Yuan Wanqing waving at him, he hurried over and asked, "Miss, what do you want? Please prescribe the medicine for Mr. Su according to the prescription." Yuan Wanqing handed the prescription to the old shopkeeper. After calculating the price, give him a 15% discount. The old shopkeeper looked at Su Yi in surprise, then nodded and left to get the medicine. Yuan Wanqing played with the tea bowl in her hand, looking at Su Yi with a smile. Your skills are not weak, is it a family kung fu? It's like this. Su Yi began to lie seriously. You also know that my ancestor was a famous doctor. He saved many patients, including many martial artists. In order to thank him for his help, some generously gave him their martial arts secrets. Later, my ancestors passed down a set of boxing techniques and corresponding mental methods, which is why I have martial arts skills now. So that's how it is. Yuan Wanqing showed a trace of admiration on her face. So you just practiced martial arts by looking at the secret manual, and there was no guidance from an expert? I just practiced blindly. Su Yi smiled shyly. I'm sorry to make you laugh at me, junior sister, if I practiced well or not. He kept calling her junior sister and junior sister. Yuan Wanqing seemed to be immune to his rude address and no longer reacted so strongly. She looked at Su Yi deeply. At your age, you have skills that are not inferior to mine. And you don't have a master to guide you, which shows that you are a real genius. What's more valuable is that you actually have a wealth of knowledge in pharmacology. She sighed quietly. I have always considered myself a genius, and I think that at my age, I have reached the pinnacle of genius. After meeting you today, I finally realized that there are always people who are better than you and there are always better things. Now that you mention it, I feel a little embarrassed. Su Yi was really surprised this time. Actually, you are so amazing, I admire you very much. Let's not flatter each other. The two smiled at each other, and the slight quarrel between them disappeared instantly. Yuan Wanqing smiled mischievously and said, Since you call me junior sister, I will trouble you if there are any difficult puzzles in pharmacology or martial arts in the future. Let's learn from each other. Su Yi agreed sincerely this time. In fact, I am very pleased to meet someone of the same kind. If you are interested, I can write down the specific dosage of this prescription for you to study carefully. Forget it. Seeing Suye's true heart, Yuan Wanqing was also touched. No reward without merit. After we get to know each other better, maybe I'll ask you to write down all the secret recipes you know for me. No problem. Suyi smiled generously. Let's set up a biopharmaceutical factory together, specializing in the production of good medicines to cure diseases and save lives. By then, we will accumulate merits and perhaps we will be blessed with great fortune and a long life. Do you think we are Master Hong and his wife, praising ourselves? See the deer in the cauldron, Yuan Wanqing smiled, and suddenly felt that this statement was a little inappropriate, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. Junior sister, why is your face red? Suyi sensitively noticed Yuan Wanqing's change. Is it too hot here? Shut up. Yuan Wanqing shouted angrily, don't take advantage of the situation, or I'll beat you up. While the two of them were laughing and joking, the old shopkeeper had already prepared all the medicines that Suyi needed. He packed up the large and small packages of medicine and brought them over. Miss, the medicines are packed. After the 15% discount on these medicines, the cost is 42,000 yuan. I'll give you a small change, just give me 40,000 yuan. Yuan Wanqing looked at Suyi. If the money is inconvenient, you can pay later. I think your prescription can save lives, so don't delay the important matter. Suye's heart warmed up, and he waved his hand hastily and said, money is not a problem. I'll just pay 40,000 yuan. We'll have dealings in the future, and I'll give you the money then. Suyi took out the 50,000 yuan bank card that Lin Miaoxi had given him, and handed it to the old shopkeeper. Old sir, please help me transfer the money. Here's 50,000 yuan, and the password is 6/8. The old shopkeeper took the bank card and left. Yuan Wanqing looked at Suyi and said, I think this medicine is a great tonic. It must be taken by people who are extremely weak and have almost lost their vitality. If ordinary people take it, it may be a disaster rather than a blessing. That's right. Suyi sighed. A good friend of mine has a mother who is in the advanced stage of lung cancer. I plan to treat her while replenishing her vitality. Otherwise, even if the disease is cured, her body will still be sick and her quality of life will not be truly improved. Advanced lung cancer. Yuan Wanqing was surprised. You mean you can cure patients with advanced lung cancer? Suyi realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He rolled his eyes and immediately found an excuse. It can't be said that it can be cured 100%. But you also know that my ancestors have great doctors. For diseases that modern medicine cannot cure, using traditional Chinese martial arts may have a better effect. You are right. Yuan Wanqing did not try to pry into Suye's privacy, but nodded in agreement. Chinese traditional medicine is profound and contains many great philosophies. Traditional Chinese medicine is accustomed to using natural materials to treat diseases, which is more profound than Western medicine and Western medicine. That's it. Suyi pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down a number. This is my cell phone number, call me if you have anything. If you need someone to do something and don't have enough manpower, I might be able to help. Yuan Wanqing took out a small mobile phone from her pocket and dialed Suye's phone number directly. The call was connected, and the two saved each other's mobile phone numbers. Just after the treatment, the old shopkeeper came over with Suye's bank card to exchange. The transaction is complete. Okay. Suyi stood up and picked up the pile of herbs on the table. I have urgent matters here, so I'll leave first. Let's keep in touch in the future. When we are free, we can arrange time to discuss. Okay. Yuan Wanqing stood up and sent Suyi out the door. Seeing his figure walking away slowly, Yuan Wanqing showed a faint smile on her face. The old shopkeeper followed behind her and asked curiously, Miss, is this young man of some importance? He has quite a background. Yuan Wanqing nodded. In addition to his family's knowledge, he also has superior martial arts. From what I can see, his strength is not inferior to mine. So amazing. The old shopkeeper was surprised. The eldest lady is a genius. I didn't expect there are even more amazing young people in the world. While the two were talking here, Suyi had already left without a trace. He rushed all the way to Lin Miaoxi's house and found that the mother and daughter were resting at home. Seeing Suyi coming with large and small bags of medicinal herbs, Lin Miaoxi came up to him in surprise. Suyi, are all the herbs ready? Yes. Suyi nodded. I still have to go to work in the afternoon. Go to the daily necessity store and buy a big clay pot. Come back and wash it and boil water. When I get off work in the evening, come over to boil the medicine and treat Aunt Lin at the same time. Suyi left in a hurry, and Lin Miaoxi went to buy a clay pot. When Suyi came to Lin's house again after dark, he saw a sumptuous meal on the table. In the kitchen next to him, the clay pot on the stove was making a gurgling sound of boiling water. I'm so hungry. Suyi reached out and picked up a piece of shredded meat and put it in his mouth. Lin Miaoxi was serving chicken soup and slapped the back of his hand. It's so dirty. You didn't even wash your hands before eating. Aunt Lin's laughter came from the kitchen. Xiao Yi, wash your hands quickly. Today, I made you my signature braised pork and braised pig's trotters. I guarantee that you will eat until your mouth is full of oil. Suye's appetite was aroused, and he quickly ran to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came out after washing his hands, he found that the fragrant rice had been served in the bowl, emitting white-hot steam. The three of them sat around the table and started to eat dinner. Aunt Lin didn't eat much, and Lin Miaoxi was worried about her mother's condition, so she didn't have a strong appetite, but she accompanied Suyi and ate a little bit. Suyi ate with relish, not only eating 3 bowls of rice, but also eating most of Aunt Lin's secret braised pork and braised pig's trotters. After eating and drinking, Suyi burped comfortably. After Aunt Lin and her daughter cleaned the table, he took out the miniature electronic scale and medicine bowl that he bought on the way home from get off work and carefully placed them on the table. Lin Miaoxi helped him move a large pile of medicinal materials to the table. Suyi unwrapped the medicine bags one by one, weighed out the exact amount of each medicinal material according to the dosage of a dose, and mixed them together in turn. If there was something that needed to be ground, he asked Lin Miaoxi to help him crush the medicinal materials in the medicine bowl. Half an hour later, all the herbs were ready. Suyi asked Lin Miaoxi to pour out most of the boiling water in the casserole, adjust the water according to the ratio of 30% cold water to 70% hot water, and then put the herbs into the casserole one by one. Soon, the room was filled with a strong aroma of medicine. Suyi asked Lin Miaoxi to watch the medicine pot, and he took Aunt Lin to sit in the small hall. It was the same process as yesterday. Aunt Lin sat on the stool in a relaxed mood, and Suyi stood behind her to regulate her breathing and practice qigong, ready to diagnose her. His internal energy was running fast in his body like a ball. Suyi concentrated his energy, his eyes gleaming, and he could see through Aunt Lin's lungs. His fingers quickly pointed at Aunt Lin's back, and he poured the burning internal energy into Aunt Lin's chest and lungs along several important acupuncture points. Aunt Lin felt different today than she did yesterday. Unlike the warmth and nourishment of yesterday, today Suye's fingers were like a magical syringe, pouring abundant energy into her body, rushing towards her lungs, as if a group of small burning flames were burning the diseased parts of her lungs bit by bit. In the reflective area in Suye's sea of consciousness, one can clearly see that the cancerous part of Aunt Lin's lungs is carbonizing slightly. All tissues in the area are burned by the magical internal force and lose their activity instantly. With Suye's current strength, he is not yet able to distinguish cancer cells from healthy cells and successfully separate them. Therefore, the best treatment method at present is to kill all cells in the diseased area. Although this will damage some healthy cells and even slightly affect lung function, the positive effect still has an absolute advantage. This is why Suyi took great pains to prepare a tonic prescription for Aunt Lin and search for precious medicinal materials. With this tonic medicine, Aunt Lin's body can be stimulated, allowing her own immune system to play a role, slowly repairing damaged cells and tissues, and finally achieving complete recovery. This time Suyi invested a lot of money, and the precious true energy in his body was infused into Aunt Lin's body bit by bit. The diseased tissue in Aunt Lin's body changed at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and Suyi seemed to be able to hear the squeaking screams of cancer cells. A quarter of an hour later, Suyi slowly ended the exercise. The diseased part of Aunt Lin's lungs was completely carbonized, and all cells that might cause further cancer had been killed. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her body. Aunt Lin felt her body relax, and she felt relieved. Suyi slowly ended the exercise, then helped her stand up. Aunt Lin, the treatment is complete. From now on, don't worry about it, just take good care of your body. Xiao Yi. Aunt Lin grabbed Suye's hand and whispered in his ear, tell me the truth, how long can I live? I'm not afraid of death, but I'm worried that Cici will be too lonely in the world. What are you talking about? Suyi was touched and amused. I can tell you clearly. He thought for a moment and said, if there are no major changes or unexpected events, living another 30 or 40 years will be like a joke. Dang. A crisp sound of shattering came from the kitchen door. Aunt Lin and Suyi turned their heads and saw Lin Miaoxi standing at the door with tears in her eyes. The water cup she was holding had fallen to the ground and shattered without her noticing. Cece. Aunt Lin watched her daughter run up to her and hug her tightly. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears and said, "Good girl, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Mom, we will be together forever." The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Suyi slowly retreated to the kitchen, leaving a private space for the mother and daughter. He squatted beside the stove, gently stirring the herbs in the casserole, controlling the heat of the soup. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when Suyi came out of Lin Miaoxi's house. Walking on the still crowded streets, Suyi's mood seemed to have changed a little. Using one's abilities to help others is really a very meaningful thing. Seeing the true feelings between Lin Miaoxi and Aunt Lin, Suyi had a deeper understanding of the abilities he possessed. Since God has given me the opportunity to become a legend, I should not let God's gift go to waste. I must use my abilities to the fullest to help those in need. Suyi's mood suddenly brightened. The qi in his body grew vigorously, instantly replenishing the energy he had consumed today, and it grew further. The most obvious thing was his mental strength, which suddenly expanded and increased by about 10% in an instant. Good deeds are really rewarded. Suyi was secretly delighted when the phone in his pocket rang. He picked up the phone and answered it with a smile. "Sister May, you want to see me?" "Where is it?" Lan Mei's lazy and charming voice sounded. "Why do I feel like there is a mess around me?" "I'm shopping." Suyi smiled. "It's too boring to be alone, and there's no girl to accompany me. I really have no place to vent my energy, so I have to go to the street to see people." "You'll be dying of suffocation." Lan Mei could be heard laughing on the other end of the phone. "Why don't you come sit over here?" "Where are you?" "I'll pick you up." "No need to answer it." Suyi looked at his location. "Huh? Why is it so strange? I was walking, and I was almost downstairs of your house. I was about to call you, but your call came in. Do you want your mouth to be so sweet that it kills me?" Lan Mei said coquettishly. "Since we are downstairs, come up." After hanging up the phone, Suyi quickly crossed several alleys and took a shortcut to the residential area where Lan Mei's apartment was located. Although it was close to the bustling city center, it was not noisy and had a sense of tranquility in the midst of noise. When he walked downstairs and looked up, Suyi had already seen Lan Mei's familiar figure on the balcony. The journey was smooth. As soon as he entered the door, a warm body jumped over, sat on Suyi's waist, and hugged his neck tightly with both arms. "My dear, I miss you so much." After a low murmur, Lan Mei had already given him a sweet kiss. The two of them were lingering together, and they had come to Lan Mei's bedroom without knowing when, and fell on her bed together. The night was like water. Lan Mei leaned against Suyi and gently cleaned his ears with a cotton swab. Suyi closed his eyes and enjoyed the tenderness of the beauty. He felt like his heart was soaking in a hot spring and was about to melt. "In a few days, I will quit my job and go back to school." The two chatted slowly, and Suyi said, "I will be in my 3rd year of high school this year, and people around me have high expectations of me. I have to make up for the courses I have missed in the past and strive to get into a key university next year. This is a must." Lan Mei nodded. "With your qualifications, it won't be a problem to go to a prestigious university." "I hope so." Suyi smiled. "What about you, do you have any new plans?" "I was just thinking about discussing this with you." Lan Mei perked up. "I want to start my own business, what do you think?" "It's a little late to make a decision now." Suyi thought for a while, "But it's not too late. Your ability is there, and you have certain connections and influence in the industry. If you do it yourself, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself. Teacher Huang is very nice to me." Lan Mei shook her head in annoyance. "I don't know how to tell him." "Actually, this is easy to do." Suyi had a quick mind and instantly came up with a great idea. "You can create an entity that is financially independent but has in-depth business cooperation with Teacher Huang. After all, children grow up and are no longer under the control of their mothers. Teacher Huang will definitely understand. If you continue to cooperate with Teacher Huang in this way, it will also be beneficial to him and can further expand the business territory of your department. After weighing the pros and cons, Teacher Huang will understand and accept it. You are simply a business genius. Lan Mei's eyes widened in surprise. I don't even have such advanced ideas. I didn't expect you to come up with such a unique trick. Why do you say that? Suyi looked at Lan Mei's face and said, Why, what's on your mind? I've wanted to do it on my own for a long time. Lan Mei leaned against Suye's chest. Before, I was always entangled with Hu Cheng, and I didn't have that much ambition. Besides, doing it on my own would also require a lot of money. If you need money, tell me, big boss. Suyi said with a smile, a boss of my level will definitely not hesitate if his woman needs money. Who is your woman? Lan Mei snorted softly, you will definitely have your own girlfriend in the future. Let's just stay together. Speaking of funds, why are you talking about your girlfriend again? Suyi hurriedly changed the subject, let's talk about money. How much startup capital do you need to open a wedding company? If I want to do this, I definitely can't start from a small workshop. Lan Mei calculated carefully, at least, the starting capital of 1 million cannot be any lower. 1 million is not a lot. I'll give it to you. Suyi waved his hand with pride, if it's not enough, add more. You are so rich. Lan Mei's eyes widened in surprise, is this the money you got from Boss Missouri last time? Well. Suyi thought for a while, I'll give you 2 million as your startup capital. But you have to count me as a share of your company. We'll each own half. I'll pay the money and you'll invest in the business. Boss, you're so generous. Lan Mei looked at Suyi charmingly, how can I thank you? It's up to you. After hanging out with Lan Mei for a while, Suyi summoned his strong willpower and left her home at midnight. The two agreed to let Lan Mei do the preparations for the project launch first, and then negotiate with Teacher Huang in detail. When the money was needed, Suyi would withdraw the money and transfer it to Lan Mei's account. From the next day, Lan Mei started to work like a spinning top. Although she was busy, everything went smoothly. She had a frank and sincere conversation with Teacher Huang, revealing her ideas and plans for the future. Mr. Huang was quite emotional. He knew that when his subordinates grew to a sufficient level, they would definitely start their own business. Lan Mei included herself first in her vision of the future, which was a sign of gratitude and repayment. Moreover, the cooperation plan she designed was indeed very feasible, and he had almost no reason to refuse. You are a student who has surpassed your teacher. Teacher Huang smiled bitterly and readily agreed to Lan Mei's request. He promised to help Lan Mei to the greatest extent possible and strive to achieve a win-win goal. The situation was settled, and Lan Mei was full of energy. Suyi began to call his agent Wei Ting to discuss the withdrawal. The two of them met at a water bar. When Suyi walked into the water bar lobby, he saw a beautiful woman in white waving at him in a corner. It was Wei Ting, the beautiful bank business manager who had only met him once and had always been his only important job. Wei Ting's outfit today is different from the last time. The last time we met, Wei Ting was wearing a professional suit, which looked a bit like uniform temptation. Today we met after work hours, and she was wearing a fitted white dress, with a low cut on the chest and a high cut on the skirt, revealing 2/3 of her body, which looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Are you dressed like this to attract hatred? Suyi sat opposite Wei Ting and looked at her fiercely. Do you think everyone else is like you, a little pervert? Wei Ting was already familiar with Suye's character, and glanced at him with her big white eyes. Isn't it a bit too rude to describe a customer like this? Suyi picked up the soda water in front of Wei Ting and took a sip. Bad guy. Wei Ting glared at Suyi coquettishly, can't you order your own drinks? Why are you drinking other people's leftovers? The water you drank tastes sweeter. Suyi laughed and ignored Wei Ting's complaints. It's up to you if you want to eat some saliva. Wei Ting spat softly, called the waiter over and ordered herself another drink. You asked me to come here today, is there something going on? Wei Ting looked at Suyi with a half-smile, are you worried about your investment? The main thing is to see if you have paid the compensation, so that you can compensate me for my losses. Suye's eyes rolled around, with a malicious expression on his face. Alas, what's the point of coercion? Wei Ting waved her hand. If you want to chase me, I can give you a chance. I think coercion is interesting. Suyi chuckled. You see, in many movies, the beauty can't pay the money, so she has to give herself to an ugly man and has to accept it. Looking at Suye's ugly expression, Wei Ting waved her hands in disdain. You are a person with such low quality that it is hard to describe. After the two of them joked for a while, Suyi returned to his normal expression. Actually, it's like this. A friend of mine wants to open a wedding company and needs some startup capital. I've already promised to give her 2 million, so she must be a beauty, right? Seeing that Suyi did not deny it, Wei Ting showed a hint of sarcasm. I knew that Boss Su was up to no good in the wedding company. He must have hooked up with the beautiful salesperson there. Actually, it's the business manager. Suyi was not angry. Whatever you say, but once you promise a woman, you can't change it easily. So I asked you out just to say hello in advance, so that you won't be caught off guard when you need money. No problem, you can withdraw it anytime. Wei Ting also regained her shrewd nature as a salesperson. She reached out and took out a piece of paper from the small bag beside her. I just wanted to report to you the income during this period. She picked up the report and looked at it. Your principal is 7.3 million. As of noon today, your principal and interest total 9.98 million. How much? Suyi was stunned. It's only 20,000 away from 10 million. Wei Ting said proudly, I wanted to tell you the good news after I got 10 million, but I didn't expect you to make an appointment with me in advance. Did you rob it? Suyi said blankly, we are not in a hurry to make money, so we must not do anything illegal. Just shut up. Wei Ting looked at Suyi with amusement. All the transactions I made were reasonable and legal. But I played a little too big recently. After all, high profits come with high risks. But it doesn't matter. At most, I can pay off my gambling debts with my body. You have a big heart. Suyi was speechless. Can you tell me how the profit comes from? I used your money to do a futures deal. Wei Ting whispered. I had inside information and the money in hand, so I played around. In fact, I also made a lot of money. These days, my commission is about 1 million. Pengshang Bank is lucky to have a talent like you, Suyi said sincerely. Wrong. Wei Ting waved her hand. In fact, the money you entrusted to me is the largest amount of funds I have ever handled since I started my career. So a good horse must meet a good person to be able to display its talents. Banks also promote people based on seniority, and it is not easy for a junior like me to stand out. I trust you. Suyi nodded. Just do it boldly. If you make money, we will make a fortune together. If you lose, it will be mine. I didn't make a mistake. Wei Ting's eyes showed a trace of gratitude, but she quickly concealed it. You are young, but you have a rare heroic spirit. This kind of spirit is hard to find in many tycoons. Well, we are all men. Suyi smiled. Just leave me 2 million, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Okay. Wei Ting put away the financial report and said, don't worry. I mean what I say. If I make a profit, I make a profit. If I lose, I lose. I will never lie. As soon as I saw your figure that day, I knew you were a good person. Suyi laughed. It seems that my intuition was right. You are following the logic of a pervert. Wei Ting looked at Suyi unhappily. The more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious she is. You just haven't seen the world. It will always be like this in the future. You will suffer someday. When I have my own business, I will hire you as my financial director. Suyi thought about it and made a decision. With a beauty like you to check on me, my immunity will be stronger. Okay, my boss Su. Wei Ting smiled charmingly. I'm waiting for your good news. Speaking of investment, I suddenly remembered something. Suye's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered an incident in the past. If a large enterprise is raising funds from a bank, how to prevent the other party's capital chain from breaking and causing huge losses to the bank. This kind of thing usually doesn't happen. Wei Ting was a little surprised, not knowing why Suyi asked this question. Even so, she patiently explained, banks have very detailed risk control mechanisms for large investments. Before a loan is made, the qualifications of the loan recipient will be strictly reviewed. Even if a customer has a problem with capital turnover, as long as it is not an uncontrollable risk, the bank will provide a bottom line for the customer. In most cases, the bank will increase the scale of credit for the customer to help the customer overcome difficulties. So that's how it is. Sui nodded silently. Then were there any surprises? There are two situations that may lead to investment failure. Wei Ting said, the first is that the customer and the bank staff work together to defraud the loan, and then everyone shares the profits. Because bank investments have a certain risk control ratio, in principle, a very small amount of investment failure is allowed. So, you know. I see. What Wei Ting was talking about was the widely criticized corruption among bank employees. Sui continued to ask, what about the other situation? The other situation is more complicated. Wei Ting thought for a moment. If someone uses all kinds of forces to snipe the loan recipients, or even influences the decision-making of bank managers and regards the client's project as a failure, it will lead to the collapse of the client. Add to that some other human factors, such as the attack from business rivals, the constraints of the external environment, etc. As Wei Ting explained, Suye's heart was already in turmoil. When the Su family's real estate investment project failed, everyone was looking for the reasons in themselves, and did not comprehensively analyze the impact of external factors. Today, Sui rashly tried to explore, and actually came into contact with another very cruel truth. Although it cannot be confirmed now, he has already had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. It seems that the water here is very deep. Hi. Wei Ting waved her fair hands in front of Suye's face, bringing his chaotic thoughts back. I'm trying hard to explain this to you, but you're daydreaming. I am not dreaming. Suyi tapped Wei Ting's palm. I am planning a huge business plan, so I am a little distracted for the time being. Business plan. Wei Ting was surprised. What level? $1 billion scale. Suyi gestured with a finger. Can your bank afford it? Wei Ting looked at Suyi with a grin as if she had a toothache. I can eat it, but your bubble is too big, isn't it? Do you have any projects that can reach $1 billion scale? Such a large investment must be decided by the bank's board of directors. It's not as simple as talking about it. The bigger your heart is, the bigger your stage will be. Suyi smiled mysteriously. By the way, for an investment of more than 100 million yuan, what level of officials in your bank can approve the project? At least the vice president level. Wei Ting looked at Suyi thoughtfully. It doesn't look like you are joking. How about this, when you have a practical project plan, you can show it to me. Although my level is not high enough, my boss's level is high enough. Your boss. Suyi looked at Wei Ting, a middle-aged successful man with a big belly. How can you be so shameless? Wei Ting looked at Suyi angrily. My boss is a woman. Women can also develop unusual friendships. Suyi chuckled. Wei Ting glared at Suyi and said unhappily, if you continue to be so wretched, I will beat you up. Do you have a whip and candles? Suyi wanted to continue pestering her. Wei Ting could no longer control her temper. Can you talk like a normal person? If you continue like this, don't ask me for help in the future. I'm just kidding. You're still anxious. Suyi finally stopped being vulgar and became serious. I do have a relatively large business plan, but I haven't thought it through yet. If it is feasible enough, I will ask you to help me evaluate it first. That's more like it. Wei Ting smiled charmingly. It feels really bad to say something inappropriate in public. Okay, we'll discuss this in private later. Suyi raised the glass of water in front of him. Cheers to our beautiful vision. After breaking up with Wei Ting, it was already dark. Suyi walked slowly on the street alone, with countless thoughts in his mind. There was his grand plan for starting his own business, and there were the reasons behind the failure of the Su family project. Thinking carefully, he couldn't sort out the clues for a while. Unknowingly, he had walked to the small courtyard where his family rented. Just as he was about to push the door open, Suyi suddenly heard a woman crying in the living room. His heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Has my mother been wronged again? Suyi crossed the courtyard in 2 steps and stepped into the room. On the sofa in the living room, she saw a girl lying on her mother's shoulder, her back twitching slightly. The crying sound came from this girl. Hao Mei was stroking the girl's back and whispering something to comfort her. Hearing someone coming in, they both turned their heads to look at the door. Seeing that it was Suyi who came back, the girl wiped the tears from her face aggrievedly and whispered, "Cousin, you're back." Suyi then saw clearly that the girl was his cousin Haoying. He looked at Haoying's red and swollen eyes and asked curiously, "Xiaoying, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Your cousin is here to help you vent your anger." Xiao Yi. Hao Mei patted the sofa and asked Suyi to sit down next to her. "Something happened at your grandpa's house. Your good-for-nothing uncle was detained because of debt. Your grandparents didn't have any ideas, and Xiaoying was still a child. She had no other choice but to come to me for help. My uncle has been detained." Suyi walked speechlessly to Hao Mei and sat down, patting the back of Hao Ying's hand comfortingly. "It's okay. Tell me what's going on, and your cousin will take care of it for you. You are such a big shot." Hao Mei looked at Suyi lovingly. "This is a big deal. What can you, a half-grown kid, do? Tell me about it." Suyi smiled slightly. "Crying won't solve the problem. I do have a few capable friends outside who may be able to help." He winked at Hao Mei. "You forgot. The last time I treated a patient, that person was a big boss with a lot of influence in the underworld. At most, I can ask him to come forward and he can settle the matter anyway." Hao Mei then remembered that Suyi was no longer a child. She was a woman and had no idea what to do when faced with such a thing. It would be better to let Suyi come forward, maybe there would be a chance for things to turn around. Thinking of this, Hao Mei turned to look at Haoying. "Xiaoying, tell your cousin the whole story. Hao Jian hangs out outside every day and is often not at home. He has not returned home for the past few days. His family doesn't know where he has gone and doesn't pay much attention to his whereabouts. Until this afternoon, several big men suddenly broke into the Hao family. They looked ferocious and scared the old couple. Looking at the family of old, weak, women and children, the leader made a vicious threat. He said that Hao Jian had gambled in their place and owed millions of gambling debts. Now he has been detained by them, and the family is asked to raise money to redeem him. Every night, they cut off a part of Hao Jian's body to eat with wine. After saying this, they left an address and left. I called Hao Jian's cell phone again, but there was a busy tone and no one answered. Hao Jian had gotten into a lot of trouble over the years, but this was the first time he had gotten into such a big trouble. The old couple had no idea and no one to discuss with, so Haoying came to find her aunt and asked her daughter and son-in-law to think of a way to rescue Hao Jian. "Did your family call the police?" Suyi asked after listening to Hao Ying's narration. "Those people said that if we dare to call the police, my dad will never be able to walk again in his life." Haoying wiped her tears and said, "They will break my dad's legs and throw him into the mountains outside the city." So brutal. Suyi frowned and thought for a while. "Well, I'll take you home now, and then go meet these criminals. How about we raise money first?" Hao Mei asked. "It's not logical to owe others money. It's useless to reason with the guys who run the casino." Suyi shook his head. "You give him 1 million, and he will ask you for 2 million. Don't worry about it, I will take care of it." The head of the family, Su Dingquan, had not returned home yet, and Hao Mei could not leave. Suyi asked Hao Mei to wait at home, and she accompanied Haoying home. As soon as she entered the Hao family's door, she saw Grandpa and Grandma sitting on the sofa sighing, and Grandma was wiping tears from the corners of her eyes from time to time. "Xiao Yi is here." Suye's grandfather Hao Da saw his granddaughter and grandson coming in, stood up and welcomed them to sit on the sofa. "Xiao Yi, is your father back?" "Dad hasn't gotten off work yet." Suyi sat down next to the two elders. "My mother is waiting at home, she may come over later." Alas, this evil Hao Jian. Hao Da slapped his thigh and said, "I wish I didn't have this evil son, so that he wouldn't make us old couple angry to death." "What's the point of saying that? No matter how disappointing he is still your son." Grandma stood up slowly. "Xiaoye, you haven't eaten yet, right? You haven't been here for a long time. Grandma will go get you something to eat." "No need, saving people is more important." Suyi pushed Grandma to sit on the sofa. "Those people left an address. Xiaoying, bring it to me." Haoying handed the address to Suyi. Suyi looked at it carefully, then stood up and said, "You stay at home with the old couple. I'll go meet these people and see if I can get my uncle out. You are still a child." Hao Da grabbed Suyi and said, "How can I let you take this risk? You should wait for your father to come over, and we can discuss a foolproof plan together. I have some good friends who are very powerful. Suyi comforted him. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will handle this matter properly. Without waiting for the two elders to say anything, he quickly walked out of the room and onto the street, soon disappearing into the crowd. Suyi is such a good kid. He doesn't hold a grudge against Hao Jian for what he did to his family, and he's so eager to help. Hao De sat down slowly, shook his head and sighed. If Hao Jian is okay this time, I hope he can mend his ways and stop doing things that hurt others. Following the address left by those people, Suyi turned around the street and came to a secluded alley hidden in a residential area. This place is full of hotels of all sizes and simple karaoke bars. It is a chaotic place with all kinds of people. From time to time, a sneaky big man flashed in front of him and disappeared into a doorway. Several heavily made-up women stood at the door, cracking melon seeds while scanning the passers-by to see if there was any prey they liked. Walking to a closed gate, Suyi looked at the note with the address in his hand and confirmed that this was the destination for tonight. He stepped forward and slapped the gate twice, then stepped back and waited for the movement inside. Soon, footsteps were heard. The small door on the door was pulled aside, revealing a bearded face. He looked coldly at Suyi standing in front of the door. Kid, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Hao Jian. Suyi's face was calm, and he couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy. Someone asked me to come here today to talk about Hao Jian. Hao Jian. The bearded man thought for a moment and suddenly grinned. Are you from the Hao family? Are all the Hao family members dead? Why are you sending a child to talk to them? Open the door or not. If not, I'm leaving. Suyi put his hands behind his back coldly. If you want to talk to your eldest brother about the rest, go talk to him directly. Wait. Seeing Suyi about to leave, the bearded man's eyes flickered, and he finally stopped him. Come in. Don't be scared to the point of peeing your pants when you see my boss later. The door opened with a bang, revealing a small gap. Suyi walked in slowly, with a sneer on his face. It's not certain who will pee in their pants. Although the gate was small, the courtyard was very spacious. The bearded man led Suyi through two alleys and led him into a hall at the back. After pushing the door open, the bearded man said to the inside, the people from the Hao family are here. Then he retreated. In the hall, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned around at the same time and looked at Suyi. Seeing that a half-grown boy came to the Hao family, these people couldn't help but lose their temper. A big man slammed the table and stood up. Are the people from the Hao family joking? I'm going to chop off a finger of that bastard and send it over. Let's see if they dare to take it so lightly. I have the final say on Hao family's affairs. Suyi glanced at the big man, walked slowly to the middle of the hall, and looked at the main seat in the middle of the hall. A purple-skinned fat man was sitting on a wide jujube wood chair in the middle of the hall. He was tall, and his fat body was shaking slightly. He must have weighed more than 300 pounds. His eyes, which were squeezed into a small gap by his flesh, radiated cold light and stared coldly at Suyi who was standing in front of him. Suyi looked at the fat man who was 5 times his size, and put his hands behind his back. He looked at the fat man calmly and said slowly, I want to see Hao Jian. Did you bring the money? After a long while, the fat man slowly said, you are quite courageous, daring to break into my White Tiger Hall. But if you don't have money, it will be easy to get in but hard to get out. Whether it's difficult or not, you won't know until you try it. Suyi showed no weakness. Bring the person out, and we'll talk. The fat man waved his hand slightly. A big man rushed out to the back hall and came back dragging someone. Suyi took a closer look and found that the man was indeed his uncle Hao Jian. Probably because he had been beaten, Hao Jian's face was red and purple and he looked extremely miserable. He looked up and saw Suyi, and his eyes widened in surprise. The big man who dragged him and took off the rag stuffed in his mouth, and Hao Jian couldn't wait to shout, Suyi, is your father here? Hurry up and ask him to raise money to rescue me. If I stay here for another night, I'll be dead. I'm the only one here today. Suyi looked at Hao Jian. Why do you think of my dad when you need someone, but always have a hard time with my mom? What are you doing here? A trace of shame flashed across Hao Jian's eyes, and he soon started to yell crazily, what are you doing here, a little kid? Hurry up and ask the adults to redeem me. No matter how useless I am, I am still their flesh and blood. Oh, we're chatting about family matters here. The big man who just slammed the table sneered, Hao Jian has been brought out, shouldn't you also pay the ransom? All eyes were fixed on Su Yi again. How much money do you owe them? Su Yi frowned and glanced at Hao Jian's face. I lost 800,000. Hao Jian lowered his head slightly, not daring to meet Su Yi's eyes. 800,000, Su Yi looked at the fat man in the hall, then why did you say that I owe you several million? He owes us money, doesn't he have to pay interest? The big man who slammed the table took the lead and said, he eats, drinks, defecates and urinates here every day, doesn't he need money? My little brothers serve him every day, don't they need money? Sistering brought you into play, doesn't she have any hard work fee? A burst of arrogant laughter rang out in the hall. After a long while, the man who slammed the table said coldly, the interest is compounded, Hao Jian's debt has reached 3 million. Without 3 million, you can't redeem this person. 3 million. Hao Jian screamed, Du-ing, you bitch, you two teamed up to cheat me. Shut up. A sturdy man jumped over and slapped Hao Jian hard in the face, you also called Sistering by her name. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll give you another million. My family doesn't have 3 million. Hao Jian roared, you might as well just kill me. Isn't your brother-in-law rich? The man who slammed the table sneered, let him sell his valuables. 3 million is just a drop in the bucket. Why do you have to risk your life? It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Don't you understand this principle? So. A hint of enlightenment appeared on Hao Jian's face, so, you guys want to trick my brother-in-law. These are not important. The fat man in the middle of the hall said slowly, we only care about money. As for how you plan to raise money, it has nothing to do with us. He looked at Su Yi who was standing in front of him and said, do you understand? If you have money, pay it. If you don't have money, go and raise it quickly. My patience is limited. I don't want you to pay the money and still have to support a disabled person at home. Are you guys blatantly blackmailing me? Su Yi smiled faintly, you guys are considered to be in the underworld, right? Do you know any rules of the underworld? Jianghu. The fat man suddenly laughed, his fat body shaking with great pain. You little kid, you're telling me about Jianghu. In Jianghu, whoever has the biggest fist is the boss, and whoever has the most brothers can rule the world. That's the rule of Jianghu. You want to compare power with mine? Su Yi said slowly, I have a good friend, Scar, I wonder if you have heard of him. I also have an elder brother, Zhou Kuei, I wonder if you know him. I also have a close friend, Mo Tianxiong, whose power is bigger than yours. The hall suddenly became quiet. The fat man looked at Su Yi suspiciously, and frowned for a long time. Scar is a small character, let's not talk about him for now. Zhou Kuei is a big shot, but I can't compare to Boss Missouri of the Black Tiger Hall. These people you mentioned are all big brothers in the underworld, how could they be related to you? If you reason with me, I will reason with you. Su Ye's voice was still calm, if you try to be tough with me, I can wipe out your entire family tonight. Do you believe it? Was I scared? The fat man stared at Su Yi coldly, his hands squeaking on the handles of the jujube wood chair. A few days ago, I went to the Black Tiger Hall's ancestral hall. Su Yi smiled faintly, you must know the Black Tiger Hall's ancestral hall, right? I just had tea with Brother Kuei in his tea house. I wonder if you have been to Brother Kuei's tea house. You have entered the Black Tiger Hall. The fat man's face was distorted, and it was indescribably ferocious and terrifying. Su Ye's reminder led his thoughts elsewhere. Entering the Black Tiger Hall ancestral hall to worship was a privilege only for the senior members of the Black Tiger Hall. And Zhou Kuei's tea house, ordinary gangsters were not qualified to go in and drink tea. Su Yi was definitely not lying when he said this. Otherwise, he would not know so much about the Black Tiger Hall. If Su Yi was a member of the Black Tiger Hall, then tonight's events would have taken an unknown direction. Although the fat man had some power, compared to the Black Tiger Hall that had dominated Pengcheng for hundreds of years, it was like an ant dancing with an elephant. He would be trampled to death without knowing how. No matter who you are, you have to be reasonable. Seeing that his power was nothing in front of Su Yi, the fat man's face slowly calmed down. He gently stroked the armrest of the chair under him. Killing someone means paying with your life, owing a debt means paying it back. No matter where you go, you can't get past the word reason. Since you want to be reasonable, let's be reasonable. Suyi paced calmly in front of the fat man, more calmly than in his own living room. Hao Jian lost 800,000 yuan with you. You said he owed 3 million yuan, this fee, that fee, it's up to you. Maybe your service level is very high, and it's really worth 3 million yuan. Suyi, you're crazy. Hao Jian was just listening to the fight between Suyi and the fat man. Seeing that the fat man didn't dare to use his power to suppress him, a glimmer of hope just ignited in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly heard Suyi admitting the gambling debt of 3 million, and he couldn't help but yelled, "Do you still have any brains? Where can you get 3 million? Shut up." Suyi glanced at Hao Jian coldly. If you hadn't been fooling around outside, would you have gotten into such a big trouble? Since you have admitted 3 million, then use the money to redeem the person. The fat man was also very surprised. He did not expect Suyi to admit it so readily. I've accepted the 3 million. But I don't know if Hao Jian lost the money because of cheating. Suyi turned his head and stared at the fat man. So, I want to gamble with you to verify whether your casino is fair and just. You want to gamble here with me? The fat man looked incredible. How do you want to gamble? You can decide how to gamble. Suyi was not particular about the form of gambling. As for the stakes, let's say 3 million. If I win, Hao Jian's gambling debt will be written off. If I lose, the Hao family will pay you 6 million. Everyone was stunned. Hao Jian wanted to scream, but a big man stuffed a rag into his mouth, so he could only squeak and whimper, unable to make a sound. You can't even pay back 3 million, how can you expect 6 million? The fat man looked at Suyi. Could it be that you came here today to entertain us? Neither this nor that. Suyi impatiently took out his cell phone and waved it at the fat man. I'll make a call, and Mr. Mo will come over to preside over this matter within half an hour. I didn't want to disturb him, but since you are so rude, let's just talk it out. Wait a minute. Seeing Suyi was about to dial the number, the fat man's face twitched and he finally stopped Suyi. Since we dared to open the place, we are not afraid of people coming to gamble. Today I will give Black Tiger Hall a favor and let you gamble here. The fat man waved his hand, and several big men quickly carried a large table to the spotlight in the hall, and brought 2 chairs. Suyi walked to the seat below and sat down, looking straight ahead. Who wants to bet with me? The fat man waved his hand. A thin middle-aged man walked out from beside him and sat down opposite Suyi. He did not look down on Suyi's age and said calmly, Mr. Su, how do you want to bet? I don't understand anything too complicated. Suyi thought for a while and said, let's go with the simplest one. The thin man nodded. Then let's compare the size of the 6 dice, what do you think? Okay. Suyi nodded. Someone quickly handed over a black iron cylinder and 6 crystal-like dice. The thin man spread his hands and rolled up his sleeves to indicate that he had no chance of cheating, then asked, will Mr. Su go first? You throw first. Suyi nodded slightly, then leaned back in his chair, with his hands completely off the table to show his innocence. Then I will show you my ugliness. The thin man reached out and picked up the iron barrel and swept it across the table, and had already put all 6 dice into the barrel. He shook his right wrist violently, and the dice spun and collided rapidly in the iron barrel, making bursts of crisp sounds. Suyi closed his eyes slightly, and had already activated his perspective function. In his sea of consciousness, the movement of the 6 dice became extremely slow, and the size was magnified more than 10 times. He saw the dice spinning and colliding non-stop, and saw the thin man's ears constantly shaking, as if he was adjusting the direction of the dice's rotation according to his hearing, so that all the dice had the 6 points facing up. 20 seconds later, the thin man suddenly put the iron cylinder on the table. You could still hear the dice spinning in the iron cylinder, and finally it stopped steadily. Suyi felt relieved. Although the thin man had good skills, he had not yet reached the ability to fully control the dice. Among the 6 dice on the table, 5 had 6 points facing up, and the remaining 1 had 5 points facing up. The iron bucket was opened. More than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at the dice on the table at the same time, and exclaimed. 5 of the 6 dice were 6 points, and the remaining 1 was 5 points, totaling an astonishing number of 35 points. This was already an excellent result. The fat man slowly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Suyi with slightly mocking eyes, to see how he would deal with this tricky situation. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't believe that Suyi could roll 6 sixes and win the game. The throwing cylinder and dice were brought over. Suyi sat upright on the chair, holding the throwing cylinder in his right hand, covering the 6 dice in the middle. He gently moved his wrist, and the dice began to roll in the throwing cylinder, also making a rustling sound. After shaking it for a few times, Suyi stopped the movement of his right hand. He took his hand and placed it on the armrest of the chair he was sitting on, then waved to the person next to him. Someone came up and opened the dice barrel. They saw 6 crystal dice neatly arranged in a row in the middle. All 6 dice had 6 points facing up, which was an incredible 36 points. Everyone was stunned. The hall was silent, with only the slightest sound of breathing. After a long time, the thin man who was fighting with Suyi stood up dejectedly and bowed deeply to Suyi. "Master, I will learn from you." He quietly retreated to the fat man's side without saying a word. The fat man stared at the dice on the table with a frown, his eyes flickering rapidly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The other people in the hall slowly spread out to both sides, silently surrounding Suyi in the middle. "Don't be like that. It's rude." Suyi waved his hands and suddenly laughed. He bowed to the fat man in front of the hall and said, "Is this boss a little dissatisfied? How about we raise the bet? Add 1 bet." Everyone was stunned at the same time. The fat man stared at Suyi deeply, and after a long while he slowly said, "How do you want to add?" "I'm betting 6 million on this bet." Suyi smiled faintly, indescribably calm and composed. "If I lose, I will pay you back your 6 million gambling debt. If you lose, call out that Sister Ing and ask her to answer me honestly." Hao Jian struggled madly again. He was filled with hatred toward Suyi. "Since you have already won, why don't you just stop while you are ahead? Now you want to gamble again. Gambling is not reliable, don't you know?" He just forgot that it was because of his unreliability that Suyi had to face such a dangerous environment. "You are someone important." The fat man said word by word, "I will bet with you again." He waved his hand, and someone quickly took away the gambling equipment. Someone else brought up a plate with 2 identical dice rolls on it, each containing 6 dice. "We're going to play it dark this time." The fat man raised his hand, 2 sets of dice, completely closed. "The winner is determined by fate." "Sure." Suyi nodded. "How do we compare?" "It's also a size comparison." The fat man pointed to someone and said, "You go." The man who was chosen walked over to sit opposite Suyi. He raised his hand to signal Suyi. "Mr. Su, please choose." "You choose first." Suyi nodded slightly. The man was not polite and took a set of throwing cylinders to his side. Someone brought the remaining set to Suyi. "Bigger or smaller?" the person opposite asked again. "The guest should follow the host's wishes. You decide." Suyi looked at the other party with a faint smile and sharp eyes. "Just now we were competing for the biggest, this time we'll compete for the smallest." The man opposite said calmly, placing his hand on the throwing cylinder. Suyi let out a cold smile. This is obviously a game of magic, designed to trick those fools who don't know how to play. Suyi turned on the perspective function and had already seen the dice in the tube clearly. The dice in the opponent's tube all have 1 point on all 6 sides, while the 6 dice in his tube all have 6 points on all 6 sides. The other party seemed generous, but in fact, every step was calculated. If Suyi had chosen the one that was a little bit, the other party would naturally have a way to make the gambling become a big one. These tricks were played by the other party very well, and they only fooled the rookies who came in to give money without knowing the world. Suyi looked at Hao Jian, who was like an idiot beside him, and sighed softly. It was really hard for such a guy with such low IQ to have been in the world for so many years and only met a deadly enemy now. What a great luck! The opponent across from Suyi had already started to shake the dice barrel in a pretentious manner. After a moment, he stopped the dice barrel on the table and slowly revealed the 6 dice under the barrel. As expected by Suyi, all 6 dice were facing up. In this round, the opponent's points were actually 6. "It can't be any lower," the onlookers exclaimed. Watching the true performances of these performance masters, Suyi almost couldn't help laughing. He suddenly had a strange feeling. Why is this world so absurd? Why do people have to calculate so much? Do they think they can live forever? Everyone looked at Suyi with a hint of hidden pity. The result was already determined, and what awaited Suyi was nothing more than a willing to gamble and failure outcome. What a pity, this guy is actually quite capable. Many people thought so. Somehow, Suyi felt a little angry. Looking at these big men pretending to act, these vampires who eat people without leaving any bones, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and suddenly he felt a bloodthirsty impulse. Suyi suddenly moved. He raised his right arm and slammed it hard on the table in front of him. There was no deafening sound, and the table remained motionless. The throwing cylinder in front of him suddenly flew into the air, flying more than 10 feet high. The 6 dice under the throwing tube suddenly bounced up into the air like 6 small bombs, and then suddenly exploded. A light smoke drifted in the air, and after a long time, it slowly fell on the table, revealing Suyi's devilishly cold face. The solid iron cylinder seemed to have been crushed by a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. It fell from the air, as fragile as a piece of instant noodles, and suddenly broke into dozens of pieces, scattered on the spacious table. White smoke drifted away. Everyone in the room suddenly fell silent, as if unable to accept this strange scene. The muscles on the fat man's face trembled slightly, and a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down from his forehead and dripped into his eyes, causing his eyeballs to sting. "It seems that I won," Suyi said coldly. 0 o'clock. No one answered. Hao Jian didn't understand why Suyi wanted to add another bet, and he had no idea about the strategy and tactics that Suyi had planned in an instant. Although Suyi won the first round, he did not break the bottom line in the hearts of these gamblers. If he forced his opponent to keep his promise, there might be a bloody battle in this hall today. Suyi was not afraid to attack these scumbags, but his mission today was not to raid the casino. He only needed to take Hao Jian away safely, and it would be even better if he could get some additional information. Therefore, if he wanted to leave safely and peacefully today, he would need to give these ignorant gamblers a strong dose of medicine. That was why he added a bet just now in Suyi's furious attack. Suyi stared at the fat man coldly, until he broke out in a cold sweat. Time seemed to stand still, and everyone stood there in a daze, not knowing how to break the deadlock. "Move the table away." After a long while, Suyi waved his hand and said, "This table is too much of a hindrance here." Several big men walked to the table woodenly and carried away the big table and the garbage on it. Suyi's opponent had already dragged the chair away. At this time, Suyi sat firmly in the hall, facing the fat man from a distance, forming a strange scene. "Call someone." After a long time, Suyi said coldly. The air seemed to be infused with a lively breath, becoming lively. The fat man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and waved his hand suddenly. One of his men ran quickly to the back hall, and in just a moment he brought out a woman with a charming figure. "What are you doing?" "I'm busy." The woman's face was full of impatience. She walked to the fat man and saw Suyi sitting in the middle of the hall. "Hey, where did this little brat come from?" The woman twisted her waist coquettishly and stuck to the fat man. "It's really funny to see him sitting in the middle of the room stupidly." The fat man's body twitched slightly, and he slowly turned his head to look at the woman. The woman didn't notice anything, and when she saw Hao Jian again, she waved her hand in disdain. "Why is this rubbish still here? All his family members died, so no one came to redeem him." Seeing Hao Jian's cannibalistic eyes, the woman smiled disdainfully. "Fool, you're an idiot who was sold by others and still counts money for others. Your mother gave birth to you, which was a pure waste of food." "Pa!" A loud slap sounded. In the eyes of disbelief, the fat man raised his arm and slapped the woman's face hard, almost making her fly up, turning around a few times on the spot, and then falling to the ground. A big man came over quickly, grabbed the woman's hair, dragged her to Suyi, and then quietly retreated. The woman covered half of her swollen cheek, feeling that the world seemed to have changed. How could she, a beautiful woman who was flattered and loved by all the gang members, become a rag now? This slap completely changed her worldview. Suyi leaned forward slightly and approached her face with a cold smile. "Sister Ing, right? Who asked you to frame Hao Jian? Tell me his name." "Me." The woman was about to explode when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned her head to look at everyone in the room and found that everyone looked away and didn't even look at her. If you don't answer the questions properly, someone will break your neck soon. Suye's emotionless cold voice rang in her ears. You only have one chance, grasp it well. I dare not say it. Sister Ing suddenly screamed as if someone was stepped on her neck. This has nothing to do with me. Which is more important, your life or the lives of others? Suyi reached out and grabbed her hair, slowly pulling her to his side. Speak nicely, or you will die faster. Finally, the woman whispered a name. Suyi frowned, and had no impression of this person in his mind. However, with this name, there will definitely be some clues in the future investigation, so it is not a matter of urgency. He slowly let go, and the woman fell at his feet like a dead dog. Suyi stood up, smiled faintly and looked at the fat man. We are now done with each other, can I take Hao Jian away now? The fat man waved his hand. The two big men flew forward, untied the ropes on Hao Jian, and took the rag out of his mouth. Hao Jian loosened his aching muscles and bones, and the injuries on his body made him groan in pain. The fat man stood up and nodded toward Suyi. When you are in the arena, you have no choice. I hope young Master Su can put aside the past grudges and let this matter go. For a boss, this was his biggest surrender. Everyone in the room was silent, looking at Suyi standing in the middle of the hall. I don't have time to bother with you. Suyi looked calmly at the faces of the people in the room and said, let's just leave this matter alone. We will not interfere with each other from now on. The fat man's expression relaxed and he raised his hand towards Suyi. Please. Let's go. Suyi turned and walked out without even looking at Hao Jian. Hao Jian, with a face full of shame, limped behind Suyi and quickly walked out of this dangerous hall. This young man is an extraordinary person. After Suyi and the other men had disappeared, the fat man said in a deep voice, fortunately, he has no intention of killing us today, otherwise none of us would survive. Master, why did you hit me like this? Duing got up from the ground, walked to the fat man and hugged his arm aggrievedly. Why are you so cruel? If I don't beat you, that kid will beat you to death. The fat man touched Du Ying's red and swollen face. Wait and apply some medicine on the back, you will look like a bun. Hateful. Du Ying was sure that the fat man was not targeting him on purpose, and immediately became cheerful again. However, the scars on her face were really ugly, so she covered her face and turned away. You are so cruel, can't you hit me a little more gently? We can't afford to mess with this. Don't get involved in it again. The fat man warned her again, if you don't listen to me, I won't be able to save you when the time comes. Du Ying was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. I understand, and I will not get involved in this matter again in the future. Walking in the busy alley, Suyi and Hao Jian did not say another word. It was not until they reached a quiet and deserted intersection that Suyi stopped and turned to look at Hao Jian, who looked uncomfortable. It was not until today that Hao Jian really got to know Suyi. His thunderous style and unpredictable methods made Hao Jian, who originally thought he was very familiar with him, feel a little strange. Is this mysterious boy the nephew who lay on my lap and pestered me to play with him when we were young? Uncle. After looking for a long time, Suyi said sullenly, there is something I want to remind you. Our Su family is only in a short-term setback, and will soon rise again and be stronger than before. When the time comes to harvest, you suddenly find that you have not sown. How will you deal with it then? Hao Jian's heart was shocked, and he almost didn't know how to answer Suyi's heart-wrenching question. Logically speaking, you are the elder, I have no right to say that. Suyi looked at the haggard, scarred face, and an unspeakable emotion rose in his heart. But you are so old, shouldn't you stop? Hao Ying is so old now. As a father, what kind of example should you set for her? You are also a middle-aged man with elderly parents, young children, and a sister in the middle. Do you still want to mess around like this? Hao Jian was completely silent. After a long while, he whispered, I was wrong. I will correct my mistakes and start over, and do something down to earth. That's good. Suyi nodded, feeling a little relieved. Looking at Hao Jian's attitude today, it seemed that he was really touched, and maybe he would change his ways in the future. The two walked forward slowly, and there seemed to be a hint of warmth. Looking at Suyi's handsome and tall figure, Hao Jian felt emotional. He suddenly remembered something and said to Suyi, the Su family suddenly collapsed before, and now it seems that it was plotted against by someone. Oh. So you turned to look at Hao Jian. Why do you say that? From today's situation, someone wants to use me to deal with your father. Hao Jian showed a trace of shame on his face. It's also my fault that I fell into their trap. If you hadn't taken action today, our Hao family and your Su family would have faced unexpected disasters. I've also had some feelings recently. Su Yi nodded, and then asked, before the Su family collapsed, you suddenly withdrew your investment in advance. Did you hear any rumors? That's not the case. Hao Jian gritted his teeth and said, it was all that damn Du Ying's fault. She led me to participate in gambling and made me lose a large sum of money. I had no way to pay it back and was too embarrassed to ask my sister and brother-in-law for help, so I resorted to this desperate measure to get some money. In the end, the money was still lost in the casino. That woman. Su Yi looked at Hao Jian speechlessly. What's good about it? You are just a mixed person, and now the price you pay is painful enough, right? Didn't you see the face of that woman today? She was hired by someone to target me. In fact, the real target is your father. Hao Jian suddenly became smart. This matter is very complicated. You must be careful in dealing with it. The enemies hiding in the dark are the most terrifying. Su Yi smiled. Now that they have revealed their true colors, we don't need to worry too much. They were planning to kill us this time, but we turned the tables on them. We just have to wait and see what other cards they have to play. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the door of Hao Jian's house. After knocking on the door and entering, they found that Su Dingquan and Hao Mei were already in the hall with the two elders and Hao Ying, anxiously waiting for news from Su Yi and the others. You damn child. Seeing Hao Jian coming in dejectedly, Su Ye's grandmother stood up suddenly, picked up a broom beside her, and hit Hao Jian on the head. You cheated your parents, cheated your wife, cheated your children, cheated your sister and brother-in-law, and now you even cheated your nephew. Why did I give birth to such a thing as you? Su Dingquan hurried forward to stop her. Mom, look at Xiao Jian, he has been wronged, look at his injuries. Don't be angry, we are a family, if something happens and we don't help, who will help? Hao De looked at Hao Jian's dead face and slapped the armrest of the sofa in anger. What a sin. If anything happens to you, Xiao Yi, where will I put my old face? Dad, don't be angry. Hao Mei hurried over to comfort the old man. Hao Ying ran over and held Hao Jian's arm. Dad, how is your injury? She helped Hao Jian sit down on the chair, and quickly ran into the house to get red medicine to apply to Hao Jian. Su Yi carefully checked the injuries on Hao Jian's body, and heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bones are fine. These skin injuries will be fine after good care. After a busy period, everyone sat down and talked carefully. Su Dingquan looked at Su Yi with a frown. Xiao Yi, you went to negotiate with the people in the casino without discussing it with me. Do you know how dangerous this is? You are still a teenager, how can you negotiate with those ruthless gangsters? It's okay. Looking at Su Dingquan's caring eyes, Su Yi felt warm in his heart. I met a big guy some time ago and helped him cure his illness. Now I still have some face. When I mentioned his name, the people in the casino didn't make things difficult for me. What about the money? Su Dingquan frowned. How much money do you owe them? I'll find a way to raise the money. We can't let Xiao Jian be targeted by those people. Hao Jian looked ashamed and whispered to Su Dingquan, brother-in-law, Xiao Ye has already settled this matter. The casino will not ask me for debts anymore, and I will not get involved in gambling again. Really? The two families looked at each other, wondering how Su Yi had resolved the matter. Su Yi was vague and put all the credit on the big boss he knew. Everyone was relieved that there was no debt. Su Dingquan sighed, God bless me. I thought this matter could not be resolved amicably, and I was ready to sell the valuable things I had to save Xiao Jian. I didn't expect that the matter could be resolved satisfactorily. Xiao Ye has really grown up now. Brother-in-law. Hearing that Su Dingquan was going to sell his things, Hao Jian was so ashamed that he prostrated himself. He looked at Su Dingquan gratefully and whispered, brother-in-law, today's incident seems to have a different background. It seems that someone is behind it, and what they want is exactly your things. How could this happen? Su Dingquan was shocked. This incident actually happened because of me. It actually has nothing to do with my brother-in-law. Hao Jian said bitterly, a fly won't eat eggs without cracks. It's just that I'm not good enough and just run into other people's guns. But this time I have made up my mind to be a good person in the future and not waste my time and cause trouble to my family anymore. That's great. Su Dingquan looked at Hao Jian in surprise. Xiao Jian, it's great that you think this way. If you don't look at anything else, look at the two elders and Xiaoying. You are their support, how can you indulge yourself like this? Su Dingquan had never said anything about Hao Jian before, he just quietly cleaned up his mess. Today, seeing Hao Jian's return to his rightful place, he said one more word. Hao De patted Su Dingquan's hand and said generously, Dingquan, I was a little reluctant to let Xiaomei marry you at that time, because I despised you for not having any foundation and was afraid that Xiaomei would suffer with you. After so many years, I found that the best thing I did in my life was to give Xiaomei to you. Su Dingquan and Hao Mei's eyes were red. Su Yi saw that the atmosphere was a little sad, and hurriedly smiled to liven it up. No matter how many difficulties we have experienced before, today we have a happy ending. Uncle, do a good job in the future, and we will work together to get back what we lost. How wonderful it would be. Everyone calmed down and sat down to eat together. Although it was just a simple bowl of noodles, it brought out the warmth of the room. After dinner, it was already late. To let the Hao family have a good rest, Su Dingquan took his wife and children and left the Hao family and walked back to his own home. After a night of tossing and turning, none of the three of them felt sleepy, so they sat in the living room and chatted. Only then did Su Yi have the opportunity to ask Su Dingquan, Dad, what valuable things does our Su family have that make people so concerned about it? It's nothing, actually. Su Dingquan smiled. My family has been poor farmers for generations, and we don't have any heirlooms. Your father started his own business from scratch, and at the time he did quite a bit. But then things suddenly changed, and the project collapsed and couldn't continue, and it was eventually liquidated. Even so, I still had one last card in my hand. Huh. Su Yi was stunned. What cards did you leave? The commercial real estate project that Dad was operating at the time broke down due to a broken capital chain. There were many reasons for this. Su Dingquan said calmly, revealing a bit of his heroic nature, but it's definitely not that this project has no prospects. Later, no matter how difficult the times were, Dad always held the development rights of this project in his hands. Although many people tried to buy my development rights through various channels, I rejected them all. The development rights of the project. Su Yi was excited. What's the big deal? Silly boy. Su Dingquan smiled proudly. Don't think that our project has been left unfinished and is now standing there with more than debts. But according to my understanding of Pengcheng's development in recent years and the city's overall planning, our project's land area and development positioning are very advanced. One day, the situation may suddenly change, and our project may have a chance to revive. By then, I, Su Dingquan, can make another move and earn a place in the business community of Pengcheng. Pa. Su Yi and Hao Mei applauded enthusiastically, expressing their warmest support for Su Dingquan's ambitions. Su Yi was moved. He didn't expect that after the project failed miserably, Su Dingquan was still planning and waiting for the day of a comeback. My father looks gentle and kind, but I didn't expect he has such a fierce side. Dingquan, you said before that you wanted to sell the valuables. Does that mean you want to sell the project management rights to save Xiaojian? Hao Mei looked at Su Dingquan. Yes. Su Dingquan smiled. If it is absolutely necessary, I can only sacrifice the car to save the driver. In my mind, the value of any asset can be compared with my family. Although Xiaojian is a little bit out of tune, I believe he will repent one day. After going through such a big storm this time, I think he is in good condition. Hao Mei silently held Su Dingquan's broad hand, with a hint of moisture in her eyes. Dingquan, marrying you is the best thing I have done in my life. We are husband and wife, so we should stick together through thick and thin. Su Dingquan was also a little moved. At that time, you ignored the opposition of your family and married a poor boy like me. I made up my mind to give you a happy life and make Dad and Mom recognize us. This time we have experienced changes, and you still stick with me and suffer with me. Although I feel sad that I can't give you a superior life, I actually feel very sweet in my heart. Oh, you guys are so cheesy. Su Ye's heart was moist, as if a trace of moisture was about to seep out. He said loudly, You guys can stay here and make love, I have to go to rest. How can you be so annoying, kid? Su Dingquan laughed. Go to bed quickly. School will start in a few days. You must study hard and don't let your mother and I worry about you all day long. Su Yi ran back to his room. Hao Mei looked at Su Dingquan with satisfaction. Xiao Yi has grown up. He is not only well-behaved and sensible, but also capable of doing things. I believe he will become a great man in the future. Of course, a good father will have a good son. Su Dingquan nodded. Don't you see how good his father is? The next day, Su Yi went to work as usual. After working for a summer vacation, Su Yi was very familiar with the environment of the wedding company and got along well with all the employees of the company. During this period, he had undergone tremendous changes. With the care of the magic mirror, his personal strength soared, and he and Lan Mei also had a very close relationship. Thinking that he would leave here in a few days and return to school to continue his boring study career, Su Yi felt reluctant to leave his first job in his life. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Yi was following several workers from the site department to set up a wedding scene when the phone in his pocket started to ring. He took out his phone, looked at it, and walked to a quieter place to answer the call. Miss Lin, what's the matter? The person who called was his good friend and classmate Lin Miaoxi. Su Yi. Lin Miaoxi seemed very excited on the other end of the phone. Su Yi hurriedly said in a soft voice, don't be anxious. Talk slowly if you have anything to say. My mother's illness. Lin Miaoxi adjusted her mood. Today I took my mother to the hospital for a follow-up examination, and the doctor was shocked when he saw the results. My mother's illness is completely cured. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Isn't this all expected? I thought there was something wrong with the treatment. Are you a cold-blooded animal? Lin Miaoxi seemed very angry. Such good news, why are you not excited at all? I'm not unexcited. Su Yi smiled bitterly. If you don't believe me, come and see. I'm so happy that I can't close my mouth. That's more like it. Just as Lin Miaoxi finished speaking, her phone was snatched away by Aunt Lin next to her. Xiao Yi. How can you ask Aunt Lin to thank you? Otherwise, I will introduce Cici to you as your girlfriend. Mom. Lin Miaoxi snatched the phone in a rage. You automatically ignored what I said just now. My mom was so happy that she was a little confused. Su Yi wiped the cold sweat from his head. It's okay, as long as Aunt Lin is happy. My mother asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight. Lin Miaoxi said hurriedly. The hospital is in an uproar, the director is here too. There are people everywhere, I won't say any more to you. Hey, don't spread the word about me. Su Yi hung up the phone speechlessly after hearing the busy tone on the other end. He was going to go to the Lin family for dinner that night to remind Aunt Lin and Lin Miaoxi that no matter who asked about his experience in treating illnesses, they should not expose themselves. If everyone came up to him and asked him to treat them, how could he have any private time? When he arrived at Lin Miaoxi's house in the evening, the mother and daughter of the Lin family had already prepared a large table of sumptuous meals for him. Su Yi was not shy and started eating right after washing his hands. Aunt Lin smiled as she watched Su Yi chewing the food, feeling closer to him than her own son. After eating and drinking, the three of them cleared the table. Su Yi and Lin Miaoxi were drinking tea nearby, while Aunt Lin was drinking the bitter medicine in a bowl. The medicine that Su Yi prescribed for Aunt Lin was very effective. Within 2 days, Aunt Lin felt that her body was getting better rapidly, her vitality was constantly recovering, and even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were reduced a lot. It is estimated that after a course of treatment, her body will probably be much better than before she got sick. The three of them were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of a car stopping outside the door. After a while, there was a clear knock at the door. Lin Miaoxi left the house and went to the door to see. After a while, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked in with a strange look on his face. Director Chen. Aunt Lin stood up in surprise and greeted the person who came in. Lin Miaoxi whispered in Su Ye's ear, "This is Director Chen from Pengcheng First People's Hospital. I met him during the follow-up visit this morning." Sister Lin. Dean Chen greeted Aunt Lin, looking very enthusiastic. Aunt Lin asked Dean Chen to sit down at the table, and then she was busy pouring tea for him. After finishing the work and sitting down, Dean Chen looked at Su Yi who was sitting at the table. "Sister Lin. Is this your son? I haven't seen him before. This is our Cece's classmate and her good friend. Aunt Lin introduced with a smile. It is thanks to him that I was cured of my illness. Before she finished speaking, Lin Miaoxi gently twisted Aunt Lin's arm under the table. Aunt Lin suddenly realized and almost slapped herself. Look at my mouth, Xiaoyi didn't let me talk nonsense about his treatment just now during dinner, and now I'm talking too much. Dean Chen looked at Su Yi in surprise, and he understood what Aunt Lin meant. He looked Su Yi up and down, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. Even if you have great medical skills, if you don't plan to practice medicine, we won't force you. Let's just treat it as a casual chat, there is no other meaning." Who would believe you? Su Yi thought to himself. But there is an old saying, don't hit a smiling person, and the director of the largest hospital in Pengcheng was so polite to him, so he had to give him some face. Su Yi put on a smile and said, I'm not hiding it on purpose. I'm still a student, and my most important task right now is to study. If I waste too much time on other things, it will not be good for my future development. Dean Chen nodded silently. He asked tentatively, excuse me. What medical theory did Mr. Su use to treat Sister Lin's illness? Su Yi thought for a moment, the combination of the internal energy of ancient Chinese martial arts and the secret recipe passed down from ancestors. So that's how it is. Dean Chen suddenly realized, no wonder it has such a good therapeutic effect. Chinese ancient martial arts are profound and have many incredible powers. Ancient Chinese medicine prescriptions are also full of wonders. No wonder Sister Lin can create miracles in medical history. Seeing that Dean Chen was hesitant to speak, Aunt Lin said, Dean Chen, is there something you want to talk about today? Yes. Dean Chen looked at Aunt Lin and her daughter, then at Su Yi. Actually, I came here today to learn how Sister Lin's illness was cured. Because I have an extremely special case in my hands right now, and conventional medical methods are of no use at all. And the family of that case has a deep connection with me. I came here just to see who is the expert who diagnosed Sister Lin, and I want to ask him for help. Su Ye's expression changed, extremely special case. If it is convenient, Dean Chen might as well talk about this case. Seeing Su Ye's inquiry, Dean Chen showed a hint of joy on his face. If Su Yi ignored his suggestion, he would naturally retreat, knowing that Su Yi had no intention of practicing medicine. Su Ye's inquiry at this moment showed that what he said before was just to avoid trouble, not that he would never diagnose people. Whether Mr. Su is willing to treat my patient or not, I thank you first. Dean Chen looked solemn and nodded at Su Yi. My case is a female patient in her 30s. Her body suffered a serious blow in the fight, causing damage to her internal organs and chronic failure. I have used all medical means, but her body has not improved much. Fighting. Su Yi thought for a moment, could it be that he was injured in a competition between masters? No. Dean Chen shook his head. My patient is a senior member of the covert front. Some time ago, she was discovered by the enemy while performing a mission at the border. The enemy dispatched dozens of experts to chase her and intercept her, trying to snatch back the confidential information in her hands. She fought with the enemy for 2 days and 2 nights, killing and injuring more than 20 experts of the enemy, but she was also seriously injured. Fortunately, our support personnel rushed over at the most critical moment, drove the enemy away, and saved her life. So that's how it is. Su Yi felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He thought for a moment and asked again, then why did this patient come to you? Dean Chen thought for a moment and said, this is confidential. Because she obtained very important intelligence, the enemy agents abroad have not given up hunting her down. Currently, she is the only one who knows where the intelligence is hidden, and because she was too weak, she was already unconscious when she was rescued. So. Su Yi had already guessed the answer, the higher-ups secretly sent her to you for treatment. Dean Chen nodded. In fact, there is another reason. The patient's grandfather is a senior leader, and my teacher when I was studying for my doctorate was his healthcare physician. Because my teacher was too old to handle the rescue, he recommended me, his favorite student, to the leader. The matter has been made very clear. A female agent was seriously injured and is now being secretly treated by Dean Chen. The female agent's grandfather is a senior leader and is very concerned about this matter. However, Dean Chen has limited means and is unable to cure his own patient, so Dean Chen desperately sought medical treatment and found himself. Suyi lowered his head and thought. Everyone in the room looked at him nervously, waiting for his decision. The air seemed to freeze, and Dean Chin swallowed hard. Mr. Su, if possible, I suggest you help. First, the country needs it, and second, doctors are like parents. To put it another way, this patient has a very powerful background. If you can cure her illness, it will definitely be of great help to your future personal development. Director Chen is a straightforward person. Suyi finally made up his mind. He looked up at Director Chen and smiled. I will help you and diagnose this patient for you. But I can't guarantee it. If I am not capable enough, don't complain. That won't happen. Dean Chen was delighted. Mr. Su, just do your best. If it's convenient, I'll call them now and ask them to send someone to pick you up. Suyi nodded. It's better to get treatment sooner rather than later. You can contact them. Dean Chen ran to the yard and made a phone call. After a while, he returned to the house and said, I have contacted them. Their people will come to pick me up in half an hour. Have some tea. Suyi raised his hand and asked Dean Chen to sit down. It seems that the ward for this case is not in the hospital. Yes. Dean Chen nodded. There is a military sanatorium in the northern suburbs of Pengcheng City. The medical facilities there are very complete. In addition, her condition needs to be kept extremely confidential, so she can only be treated there in secret. Suyi nodded. The room fell silent, and everyone was waiting silently for the relevant personnel to come. 20 minutes later, there was a sharp sound of car brakes outside the door. A sound of footsteps gathered at the door, making a chaotic sound. Suyi and Dean Chen looked at each other at the same time and frowned slightly. That's not right. Dean Chen stood up in surprise. The person who came to pick us up can't be like this. Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud banging on the door. A loud voice shouted at the door, it's right here. I conducted a thorough investigation in the market and finally found the address of the old woman after much trouble. Open the door. Someone kicked the door with his foot. If you don't open the door, I will tear down your house. Suyi was speechless. He had already guessed who was banging on the door at this critical moment. It should be the urban management officer who was taught a lesson by him in the market that day, and now he came to seek revenge. Suyi. Lin Miaoxi's face turned pale and she grabbed Suyi's hand. Don't be afraid. Suyi smiled faintly. She reached out and held Lin Miaoxi's hand, then said to Aunt Lin and Dean Chen, wait in the room for a while. Cici and I will go and finish this matter. Lin Miaoxi felt relieved when Suyi's powerful hand grasped her. Looking at Suyi's calm expression, it seemed that even if there was a mountain in front of him, he could step on the top of it. This is a real man. Lin Miaoxi felt sweet in her heart, and her heart had long been floating and tied to Suyi. At this moment, she was not worried or afraid at all, as if with Suyi around, he could withstand the collapse of the sky. The two walked through the yard and came to the door. Suyi stretched out his hand to open the door bolt and stretched out his hand to pull the door open. A young man was kicking the door hard, and the door suddenly opened. He couldn't defend himself for a moment and rushed into the door. Suyi held Lin Miaoxi with one hand, and with the other hand, he held the top of the young man's head. The young man used the wrong force and his neck was almost broken. Just as he was about to raise his head and curse, Suyi had already raised his right foot and kicked him between the chest and abdomen, and pushed outward with his right palm. A huge force hit him. The young man flew backwards like a cloud, and fell down next to a pile of garbage more than 10 meters away. It seemed that all the bones in his body were broken, and he wailed loudly and couldn't get up. Suyi looked up and saw 4 or 5 pickup trucks, off-road vehicles, and SUVs surrounding the small courtyard gate. All the headlights were turned on at the same time, illuminating himself and Lin Miaoxi beside him in front of the courtyard gate as if they were in the center of the stage. Next to the car stood about 20 young men dressed in different styles. Some were tall and thin, some were short and fat, some were sturdy, and some were mean. However, they all had one thing in common: their eyes were cold and their faces were murderous. They looked like hooligans who had been hanging around in society for a long time. At this time, no one spoke, just staring blankly at Suyi and Lin Miaoxi in front of them. Suyi felt something was wrong, and when he looked at Lin Miaoxi beside him, his mouth almost drooled. Because she was at home at night, Lin Miaoxi was wearing a light and thin nightgown. Under the intense headlights, the clothes on her body were almost negligible, and her slender figure and large areas of fair skin could be clearly seen. In such light, people seemed to be admiring a beauty who appeared in the middle of the stage in a bikini. Many people's eyes flashed pink light, and they couldn't wait to pounce on her. "Cece, you go back first." Suyi couldn't bear it anymore. He patted Lin Miaoxi's shoulder and pushed her into the door. Lin Miaoxi felt something was wrong. She glanced down and instantly realized that something was wrong with her. "Ah!" Lin Miaoxi screamed and ran quickly to the yard. Seeing the beautiful woman disappear suddenly, the others turned their eyes and looked at Suyi standing tall at the door. "It was this guy," a sharp voice shouted. "It was he who broke my hand." Suyi looked in the direction of the sound and saw the son of the director of the Market Management Committee whose hand he had broken that day, a thin young man with an evil smile, with one hand in a plaster cast across his chest and the other hand pointing at him from a distance, shouting hysterically, "Everyone come together, if you kill him, it's my fault." Next to him stood two masters who looked quite powerful. One of them was short, with muscles all over his body, and exuded a strong aura. The other looked gentle and had a pair of glasses, which looked like a venomous snake looking at Suyi, looking more dangerous than the muscular man next to him. "Master Dong, don't worry." The man with glasses stared at Suyi and said slowly, "This kid doesn't look very powerful. Even if he knows a few punches and kicks, how powerful can he be given his age? That girl, I'll take her away later." The muscular man wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, "Today's matter is not challenging. I'm going to pick up a girl and have fun." The young man called Master Dong's mouth twitched, and he seemed to be a little hesitant about the muscular man's proposal. He turned his head to look at the ferocious thugs surrounding him, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "That girl belongs to Brother Zhu." "Very good." The muscular man laughed wildly, stepped out of his camp, and ran towards the direction where Suyi was standing. But in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Suyi's face, and his palm like a palm fan grabbed Suyi's chest. "Boy, lie down." A sharp gust of wind came, startling Suyi slightly. This muscular man who looked wretched actually had a lot of strength in his hands. His big palms were covered with thick calluses, and he seemed to be a good hand with a long period of training experience. If he caught this hand, it would be difficult to escape from his grasp. In a flash, Suyi took a step back gracefully, sucking in his chest, and narrowly avoided the muscular man's iron palm. The muscular man's palm missed, and his feet had already used a move to sweep away thousands of troops, and his thick legs like iron fences swept towards Suyi's waist fiercely. Suyi's toes bounced upwards, easily dodging the muscular man's thundering attack. While the muscular man was still lunging forward with his punch, he flew behind the muscular man and slapped him on the back of the shoulder. The inner strength was everywhere, and the muscular man felt like a hard iron plate hitting his shoulder. He staggered forward and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. "You're quite capable, kid." The muscular man removed the force Suyi had applied to him, stabilized his lower body, and twisted his waist suddenly. His right arm swung back and swept across, hitting Suyi's waist directly. Suyi moved his feet quickly, unleashed the tiger roar fist, and began to confront the muscular man head-on. After 3 moves, Suyi had figured out the muscular man's background. He had some strength and was quite agile, but he had never practiced internal skills and was not very good at martial arts. Although he was quite powerful compared to ordinary people, he was no match for Suyi, a master who had cultivated both internal and external skills and possessed superior ancient martial arts. Just as he was about to take down the muscular man with 3 punches and 2 kicks, the men with glasses next to Master Dong had already seen that something was wrong. He suddenly shouted, "Zhu Huan, I'm here to help you." Along with the shout, the men with the eyes flew up and leaped into the battle group like a rock. With his hands clenched into claws, he attacked Suyi like lightning. It turns out that this guy is practicing eagle claw kung fu. Suyi saw it clearly. His figure shuttled between the 2 people, fighting 1 against 2, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. There were more than 20 thugs outside, watching closely, and Suyi did not want to fight with them. With his skills, dealing with these 2 was not a difficult task. While dodging, he had spotted a flaw and grabbed the ankle of the man with glasses who was leaping into the air. "He biao!" Zhu Heng screamed, but it was too late to rescue him. Suyi grabbed He Biao's ankle with his right hand like an iron hoop, swung him 180 degrees, and then threw him to the ground. A huge force brought He Biao into close contact with the ground. He Biao was like a green-headed fly hit by a fly swatter, sliding forward more than 3 meters on the ground before slowly stopping. He struggled on the ground for a few times, but he still couldn't stand up. His bones were in excruciating pain, and he didn't know how many of them were broken. Zhu Heng was furious, leaping over like a tiger, punching Su Ye's back with both fists. Su Yi turned around suddenly, punching out with both fists at the same time, meeting Zhu Heng's fists like lightning. There was a muffled sound. A strange expression appeared on Zhu Heng's face. He suddenly retracted his fist and stepped back a few steps, then suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Su Yi slowly retracted his fist and let it hang lightly on both sides of his body. He used his internal strength in the previous punch, using the intercepting force in boxing. In the light contact, several finger bones on Zhu Heng's palm had been broken by him. Zhu Heng screamed in pain. Su Yi made a beautiful 270-degree spin in the air, and his right leg swept down like a whip, hitting Zhu Heng's bent back. Zhu Heng fell to the ground silently, coughing violently. He felt a sweetness in his chest, and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. The thugs watching looked at each other in bewilderment, hardly able to believe their eyes. Their gang leader, two of the most skilled martial artists, was so easily beaten to the ground by a skinny teenager. Master Dong, who was standing far away, was already stunned. He pointed at Su Yi while shaking his head, and shouted, "Come on, all of you. There are so many of you, even if you pile him up, you can kill him." The 20 or so young men around him slowly moved forward. Some of them had already reached out from behind to take out machetes, bats, and other weapons. Seeing that a big fight was about to break out, a man suddenly rushed out from the yard and stood beside Su Yi. He raised his arm and pointed at the people who were approaching from the opposite side and shouted loudly, "Stop! Who the hell do you think you are?" Young Master Dong cursed angrily. "After I beat the young one," the old one jumped out. "Beat him too, and don't let anyone in the yard go." Su Yi looked sideways and saw that it was Dean Chen who rushed out. He could no longer sit still after hearing the fight outside, so he asked Lin Miaoxi to stay at home with Aunt Lin and he went out to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, a fierce fight had already taken place in such a short time, and Su Yi had already knocked down the two most powerful masters of the other side. How audacious! Dean Chen had never seen such a low-level gangster fight, and he could not imagine that in such a prosperous city, there would be such a dark corner and such a despicable fight. He roared angrily, "Leave here immediately, or I will call the police." "Call the police?" Master Dong laughed wildly, until his saliva choked his throat and he started to cough violently. The thugs around him watched him go crazy in silence, feeling deeply ashamed for serving such a fool. "Old man, why are you so naive?" After a long while, Master Dong took a step forward arrogantly. "Do you know what my father does? Why did you call the police? Even if I am arrested, they will let me go the next day. If you know what's good for you, kneel down on the ground and let me break your hands and feet, and I will spare your life." President Chen. Su Yi looked at President Chen's face, which had turned purple due to anger, and whispered in his ear, "You have never dealt with people at the bottom of society, so you don't know how lazy they are. Go back to the yard first, I will deal with them all, and then we can talk about business." Su Yi was touched that Dean Chen could come out and stand with him at this time. He looked like an intellectual who was engaged in research and had little social experience. If these ruffians targeted him again, it would be considered that he had harmed others. "No." Dean Chen flatly refused, "I can't let this happen. Is there any rule of law? Is there any basic social morality?" Just as they were arguing, a Mercedes-Benz drove slowly in the distance, followed by a stretched Lincoln sedan. Su Yi had sharp eyes and had already seen the military license plate on the front of the Mercedes-Benz. He was moved slightly and gently nudged Dean Chen next to him. "Look, has the car to pick us up arrived?" When Dean Chen turned his head, the Mercedes-Benz had already stopped at the periphery of the battle circle. A middle-aged man in his 30s got out of the passenger seat, followed by 3 young men in plain clothes who got out of the car. The 4 pushed through the crowd and walked to the center of the battle circle, and came in front of Dean Chen. "Captain Gao." Dean Chen's face lit up, and he stepped forward to shake hands with the middle-aged men. "You brought people here in person. The patient's condition is very bad. I can't sit still. Captain Gao looked worried and looked around in surprise. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered here? It's a long story. Dean Chin smiled bitterly. Mr. Su and I were waiting for you to come over, and suddenly a group of hooligans came. They had done evil in the market before and were taught a lesson by Mr. Su. They found Mr. Su's whereabouts and came here to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, we bumped into you. Is there such a thing? Captain Gao's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Damn it. He turned his head to look at the thugs opposite him, his eyes fixed on Master Dong. Get out of here immediately, and never come to harass us again. If you dare to cause trouble again, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Who are you? Master Dong almost jumped up in anger. Everyone he met tonight was a tough guy. No one seemed to care about his identity. They treated him like a loser and ordered him around, which made him extremely unhappy. At this time, Captain Gao spoke up, which finally touched his bottom line. You're here pretending to be the boss with a few men. Young Master Dong laughed sinisterly. Get out of here if you know what's best for you, or I'll beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. The three young men behind Captain Gao were stunned. They looked at Master Dong with admiration, as if he had done something remarkable. They had never seen such a thing before, to dare to openly insult the captain of the Special Operations Brigade of the military region, the major of the army, and the special combat hero. You are such a fool. Captain Gao cursed in a low voice and turned to look at his subordinates behind him. Does it feel good to hear someone scold me? Could it be that this person said what's in your heart? The three subordinates shuddered and almost jumped up in fear. At this moment, Master Dong was already waving his arms and commanding his thugs from a distance, asking them to capture all the people in the place and not let anyone go. More than 20 thugs who took money from people and helped them get rid of disasters waved their weapons and rushed towards the people in the middle of the battle circle. Captain Gao smiled faintly. President Chen, Mr. Su, let's take shelter in the yard. Once my subordinates finish the matter, we will set off immediately. Su Yi did not insist, and followed Captain Gao and Dean Chen into the yard. Outside, there was a sound of weapons and bodies colliding, and Captain Gao's subordinates had already fought with more than 20 thugs. Captain Gao seemed to be unconcerned about the battle. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, someone on the other end answered the phone. Lao Gao. Why did you think of calling me? I was beaten on your territory, so I asked you for help. Captain Gao said seriously. You must be joking. The voice on the other end was a little surprised. Where are you, in Pengcheng? If it's convenient, I'll come to find you and buy you a drink. Forget about drinking, I'm on a mission. Captain Gao stopped joking and said, I encountered something in your Pengcheng. I came to pick someone up, but was surrounded and beaten by 20 little hooligans. How can you be a director? How can you let these bad guys run rampant? I think the public security in Pengcheng is in a mess. You are so proud of yourself. Is there such a thing? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, then asked, where is it? I'm rushing over now. I have something urgent to do, so I won't wait for you. Captain Gao thought for a moment and said, I'll leave 2 of my men here to wait for you. You must deal with these people seriously and not let them off easily. I'm telling you, if you let this matter go, I will never agree. Don't worry. The person on the other end of the phone was already a little angry. When I catch these bastards, I'll skin them alive. Captain Gao then reported the address to the other party and hung up the phone. In a short moment, the fight outside was almost over. After a few painful screams, it became quiet outside. A young man pushed the door open and reported to Captain Gao, everything has been resolved. Even the lightest wounded will have to stay in bed for a month. You stay and control the scene. Captain Gao nodded. Director Su from the Pengcheng Public Security Bureau will come over to take over. When the matter is settled, you can go back on your own. He turned to look at Dean Chen and Su Yi. Let's leave it at that. The relevant departments will give an explanation. Should we leave now? The patient's condition cannot be delayed. Mr. Su, look. Dean Chen looked at Su Yi. If it's convenient, we. Su Yi called Lin Miaoxi who was standing next to him. Cici, take good care of Aunt Lin. Captain Gao's men will take care of things here. I'll be back soon. You guys take a rest. I won't come over tonight. Knowing that Suyi was going to see an important patient, Lin Miaoxi nodded obediently, although she was reluctant. Captain Gao walked in front, and Dean Chen and Suyi followed him out of the yard. The scene was in a mess. All the thugs were knocked to the ground, covering some part of their bodies and wailing. Suyi nodded in admiration. They knocked down these people in such a short time. The movements were neat and tidy. Captain Gao's men were indeed worthy of being special warfare elites. The three of them ignored the garbage on the ground and came to the Lincoln car behind. Captain Gao still sat in the co-pilot seat, and let Dean Chen and Suyi sit in the back. The sound of sirens could be heard in the distance. The Lincoln slowly started and drove into the dark night. The Mercedes-Benz and the three young men stayed at the scene to prevent any fish from escaping in the chaos. The car sped along the wide avenue. It weaved through the traffic on the main road in the city. A quarter of an hour later, it had left the city and headed for the dark mountainous area outside the city. After driving on the wide expressway for half an hour, the car suddenly turned into a small side road and slowed down slightly. It's really well hidden. Suyi secretly praised in his heart. The car drove forward quickly and soon came to a checkpoint set in the middle of the road. A soldier with live ammunition came forward to check, and after carefully checking Captain Gao's ID, he removed the roadblock and let him pass. After passing through 3 checkpoints, the car finally drove into a large courtyard and stopped in front of a square building. As soon as I got off the car, a doctor in a white coat came up and shook hands with Dean Chen. "What's the situation?" Dean Chen asked in a low voice as they walked into the building. "Not optimistic." The doctor shook his head. He just had another rescue operation. His critical condition is getting higher and higher. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Several people hurried upstairs. At the entrance of the 3rd floor, several plainclothes masters who were obviously skilled were standing guard. Seeing someone coming up, several people slowly surrounded him, and had already controlled all the angles from which they could launch an attack. Another thorough identity check. With the guarantee of Dean Chen and Captain Gao, Suyi was allowed in. The three of them came to a disinfection room, where Suyi changed into clean clothes and sprayed disinfectant all over his body. After fully armed, he walked towards a ward at the end of the corridor. The ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. On a large bed lay a patient, his body filled with transparent tubes, and various liquid medicines were slowly injected into the patient's body, maintaining the patient's life. Suyi frowned and looked at the patient on the bed, and couldn't help but frown slightly. As soon as he entered the ward, his perspective function was already turned on. His eyes swept over the patient on the bed, and even Suyi, who was very calm, took a breath of cold air. Many parts of this person's bones were broken, and I don't know how many bloody battles she had experienced before. Needless to say, the skin on the surface of her body was unbearable to look at. Especially her internal organs were congested and swollen, and almost lost their metabolic function. I don't know what kind of willpower allowed this person on the verge of death to persist and survive. Suyi felt a trace of admiration in his heart, knowing that this was a true steel warrior, a true hero who could sacrifice everything for the honor and strength of the country. "How is it?" Seeing Suyi standing there in silence, Dean Chen asked softly, "Do you want to go to the front for a detailed diagnosis?" This. Suyi was about to answer, but suddenly he looked up at the roof of the ward. The building here is 3 stories high, and the top of the ward is the highest point of the building. At this time, there was a very slight sound of air vibration in the air. Suyi already had a deep inner strength, his hearing became amazing, and it was very quiet at this moment, so he caught a slight difference. As he looked up, Suyi had already activated the perspective function of his binoculars. The solid roof of the building turned into a transparent film in his eyes, and everything that happened on the roof was clearly visible. At this moment, a figure in a black tights just dropped from the sky on the rooftop. Behind him was a black wingsuit, which was slowly gathering behind the figure. Before he could stand firm, the figure had already raised a pitch-black cylindrical weapon in his hand and aimed it at the bed in the ward. Not good. An extremely dangerous aura instantly flashed through Suyi's mind. At this time, he had no time to warn. He glanced to the side and saw a sharp scalpel placed on the instrument rack. In just a moment, Suyi had already grabbed the scalpel. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp titanium alloy scalpel flew into the air and flew towards the roof of the ward. With a soft puff sound, the scalpel passed through the thick concrete roof and the waterproof and heatproof insulation, and appeared in front of the man in black like a ghost. Before he could pull the trigger of the weapon in his hand, the scalpel flashed like thunder and pierced right into his heart, and the sharp tip had already pierced through his back. The man in black stumbled, and before he lost his life, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Driven by the huge momentum of the scalpel, the weapon in his hand had changed direction, and the muzzle was raised upward. With a huge bang, a ball of fire shot out from the muzzle, slanting towards the mountain wall in the distance, and a brilliant spark bloomed on the mountain wall. Everything happened in a flash. There was a slight commotion in the distance, and it seemed that there were conflicts and exchanges of fire in other places. Suyi made a lightning move, and a heavy object fell from the roof. The roar of artillery fire and the fighting in the distance rang out at the same time. Captain Gao in the ward was gritting his teeth, and he looked at Suyi with a hint of surprise. He whispered, "I'll go out and take a look," and then flew out of the ward. The commotion outside soon calmed down. After a while, Captain Gao walked in from outside, with a hint of blood on his body. Suyi and Dean Chen were sitting on chairs by the corridor. When they saw Captain Gao coming, they stood up together to greet him. There were 3 people on the other side, who relied on flying suits to glide from the top of the hill outside into the sanatorium. Captain Gao nodded to Suyi with a hint of gratitude. One of them landed on the roof of the ward, and the other 2 were offset and landed somewhere else. Fortunately, Mr. Su acted quickly, otherwise there would be an unexpected disaster today. The attack launched by the men on the roof in his dying struggle did not hit the important target, but hit the cliff in the distance. "What's the situation now?" Suyi asked with concern. The man on the rooftop was stabbed in the heart with a scalpel and died instantly. The other 2 were discovered by our guards and have now been shot dead. Captain Gao looked at Suyi deeply. "I didn't expect that Mr. Su, at such a young age, would have such profound skills. My family passed down a set of martial arts secrets, so I have some skills." Suyi didn't want to talk more about his own affairs, so he changed the subject and said, "I have understood the patient's condition, and he needs to be treated immediately. If you have any needs for equipment or manpower, we will do our best to cooperate." Dean Chen looked at Suyi eagerly. "I hope Mr. Su can do his best to save the patient's life, because she is so important." "I'll do my best." Suyi nodded. "Actually, no cooperation is needed. My treatment method is to use the true qi formed by practicing ancient martial arts to open up the patient's meridians and restore her body's basic metabolic functions. Subsequent recovery can be slowly recuperated with conventional means. I can prescribe a dose of traditional Chinese medicine tonic to speed up the patient's recovery. Mr. Su will make the decision on the treatment." Dean Chen and Captain Gao exchanged glances and said, "This ward is no longer safe. Should we transfer the patient to the underground bunker and then provide treatment?" "I think this is a good idea." Suyi thought for a moment and said, "Move all the medical equipment and beds in this room out, but leave the patient alone. If the enemy has any means of infiltration, they will not guess that we dare to leave the patient in the original ward. The most dangerous place is the safest place." Captain Gao's eyes lit up. "Let's do this." The ward was in a state of chaos. Dean Chen, with a group of doctors and nurses, pushed the tightly covered bed and all the surrounding equipment out of the ward and into the defense bunker hidden deep underground. After everyone left, Suyi closed the door, spread a thick blanket on the floor, and then carried the patient hidden in the cabinet next to him out and gently placed him on the blanket. At this moment, the patient had fallen into a deep coma and was unaware of all the changes in the outside world. Suyi laid her flat with her face down and her back up, then sat cross-legged beside the patient and silently circulated the qi in his body. When the qi reached its highest speed, Suyi extended his right index finger and gently tapped the patient's heart on his back. A pure and soft precious qi penetrated the patient's skin and was injected into the heart, slowly permeating the heart tissue, nourishing the heart tissue that was almost collapsed and had lost its elasticity. True qi is indeed the world's first magical healing holy object. Strands of true qi slowly penetrated into the patient's heart, clearing the blood stasis in the heart and repairing the broken and damaged heart veins. A quarter of an hour later, the patient's heart beat vigorously and the blood transfusion function was re-stimulated. Suyi finally let out a long sigh. His treatment method had been planned long ago and had been carefully planned. But whether it would really be effective or not depended on the actual situation. Seeing that his treatment had worked, he finally calmed down a little. The heart is the most important organ in the human body. Whether it can function normally determines the success or failure of the treatment. Seeing that the patient's heart has begun to beat, although it is still weak at the moment, it has indeed begun to perform its duties. Suyi did not dare to neglect it, and injected life-prolonging qi into the patient's lungs, liver, intestines, and stomach in turn, allowing these organs to restore their basic functions. An hour later, the patient's 5 internal organs had become one whole and began to work in coordination with each other. Only then did Suyi begin to input qi into the patient's spine and limbs to repair her broken bones and the surrounding blood vessels and muscle tissue. This was an extremely difficult task. Suyi's perspective function was fully activated, firmly grasping every fine tissue structure in the patient's body. The true qi was like a skilled little master, quickly repairing and suturing the broken and damaged parts until the corresponding parts were basically restored to normal, and then moving on to the next position. Suyi repaired the patient's body thoroughly, from the toes to the hair. At this moment, he was more familiar with the patient's body than with his own. It was not until he had repaired the last broken skin tissue that Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his whole body was numb, like an empty cloth bag, and he could fall to the ground and faint at any time. Such a comprehensive and large amount of input of true qi to treat the patient, coupled with the full maintenance of mental power to maintain the perspective function, made his body and mind extremely exhausted at the same time. Fortunately, the patient's brain bones and tissues were not seriously damaged, otherwise Suyi doubted whether he could complete the treatment of the patient. Reaching out and grabbing a shoe beside him, Suyi threw it towards the door. He had already fallen beside the patient, almost unconscious. He vaguely heard the sound of the door opening, footsteps, and exclamations, and then he sank into a deep coma. After an unknown amount of time, Suyi slowly woke up from his coma. Just before he opened his eyes, he heard Tian Ao's gloating voice, "Tsk Tsk, you are indeed a lecher. For a beautiful woman, he even gave up his life." "Shut up," Suyi said unhappily, "you saw that I was almost drained of energy, but you didn't even bother to replenish my energy. Now you're talking nonsense here. No amount of sweet talk can cover up your despicable character." "It's not like that." Tianao didn't argue with him for the first time, but explained seriously, "You know, only when a person performs beyond his bottom line can he break through his limit and achieve real growth. You see, you used up your last drop of blood to treat someone this time, and your body has shown the characteristics of extremes. Now the activity of your cells, the quality and quantity of your true qi, the width of your meridians, the capacity of your dantian, and even the limit of your spiritual power in your sea of consciousness have all undergone great changes, which can be regarded as amazing benefits. If I had come to save you earlier, wouldn't all these benefits have become a bubble? What you said seems to make sense." Suyi then remembered to look inside his body. After a thorough inspection, Suyi could not help but feel surprised and happy. Tian Ao really did not lie to him. His body had improved greatly in all aspects. His overall quality should have improved by at least 20% compared to before he treated the patient. Especially the quantity and quality of his mental power, which had greatly improved compared to before. If my sea of consciousness was originally a small pond, it has now become a wide pool of water. The pool is surging and splashing. This is a manifestation of extremely abundant mental power, indicating that my mental power has reached its peak under the current capacity. If I'm really in danger, will you just let go?" Suyi was still a little conflicted. "Nonsense." Tianao cursed angrily, "If you die, won't I be unlucky too? Do you think transferring from one host to another is a joke? In 100 years, I don't have the ability to transfer myself. If you die, I will be miserable. For my own life, will I give up on treating you?" "That's more like it." Suyi smiled contentedly, "I'm relieved." "Shameless villain." Tian Ao muttered in dissatisfaction, and then disappeared. Suyi slowly opened his eyes, and the bright light made him dizzy, so he quickly closed his eyes again. After a long time, Suyi opened his eyes again. After a short period of adapting to the light, Suyi found himself lying on a bed covered with white sheets. Everything around him, including the quilt, pillowcase, and ceiling, was snow white. A surprised voice shouted, "He's awake!" Then there was the sound of footsteps running out quickly. After a while, there was a flurry of footsteps, and Dean Chen and Captain Gao appeared beside his bed at the same time. "Mr. Su, how do you feel?" Dean Chen looked worried. "I'm fine." Su Yi smiled. "Before, I consumed a lot of my true energy and mental strength, and I can no longer support the normal functions of my body. How is the patient?" Hearing his question, Dean Chen showed a hint of surprise on his face. "It's really amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all." "That's irrelevant." Captain Gao looked at Dean Chen speechlessly, then looked at Su Yi and said, "The patient's health has improved greatly, and all her indicators are now stable. If everything goes as expected, she will be able to wake up within 12 hours. Be sure to pay attention to safety and don't let bad guys sneak in again." Su Yi reminded him, and then he remembered something. "What time is it now? How long have I slept?" "You finished your treatment around 6 in the morning. It's 12 noon now." Captain Gao looked at his watch and said, "You were in a coma for 6 hours. He went on to say, "Don't worry about the patient's safety. We have transferred her to an absolutely safe place where not even a single germ can get in." "That's good." Su Yi was relieved. "If the enemy takes advantage of us again, all my efforts will be in vain." "Mr. Su, you have made great contributions to the country this time." Captain Gao looked at Su Yi sincerely. "If we are to give you an award, it would not be too much to give you a special medal." "Don't be so grand." Su Yi was shocked. "I'm just an ordinary student. I helped this time in the hope of doing something for the country. I hope I won't be disturbed and can continue my studies normally." "I understand." Captain Gao nodded. "I will convey your message to the relevant departments." Su Yi was relieved. Dean Chen reached out and handed over his phone. "There were a few calls this morning. I answered them for you. They said you were helping someone and couldn't answer the phone." "Very good." Su Yi nodded. "It's just that my family, Lin Miaoxi, and the company I work for asked about my whereabouts. Please call and tell them as soon as possible so that everyone won't worry." Director Chen winked at Captain Gao, and the two left the ward together. Su Yi then looked through the call records, and as he expected, the calls were from Hao Mei, Lin Miaoxi, and Lan Mei. He called them back one by one to report that they were safe, and then he put down the phone and got up. Last night, Lin Miaoxi felt like she was in a dream. After Su Yi and the others left, within a few minutes, more than a dozen police cars with sirens blaring had surrounded the scene. A middle-aged senior police officer with a dark face arrived and ordered his subordinates to take away all the 20 or so thugs who were rolling and groaning on the ground and tow away all the cars. In just 10 minutes, the scene had been cleaned up. The subordinates left by Captain Gao exchanged a few words with the visitor, and the middle-aged police officer walked into the Lin family's courtyard and briefly asked a few questions about the cause and effect of the incident. The mother and daughter of the Lin family then realized that the person in front of them was Su Zheng, the famous Public Security Bureau chief of Pengcheng City. Su Zheng was a retired soldier who worked in the public security system. He was known for his ruthlessness and vigorous crackdown on gangs and crimes. He knew that the incident was caused by a fight in the market, and the one who came to cause trouble was the son of the director of the Market Management Committee. His face was immediately filled with gloom. Su Zheng promised the mother and daughter of the Lin family that no one would dare to come and cause trouble again, then shook hands and said goodbye to several of Captain Gao's subordinates and hurriedly left the Lin family. Seeing that the matter was successfully resolved, several of Captain Gao's subordinates also quietly left the Lin family and returned to the base to report to Captain Gao. After moving around the bed for a while, Su Yi felt that he was in good physical condition and more energetic than before, and he was completely relieved. This time, the matter was considered a complete success. The patient was basically cured by him, and by coincidence, he also helped to thwart an assassination attempt on the patient. Thinking about it now, it was quite legendary. After leaving the ward, Dean Chen came to greet him. He asked about Su Ye's physical condition and then showed him a stack of examination data. These were the patient's latest physical condition, detected by precise scientific instruments. Su Yi flipped through them roughly. Although he didn't understand the professional medical terms, he could see that the patient's physical condition was good. "I'll prescribe another Chinese medicine prescription to regulate the patient's body." Su Yi sorted out a Chinese medicine prescription for nourishing the body in an instant. Although this prescription cannot be compared with Aunt Lin's prescription, it is also a good prescription. It was selected by Suyi from the countless prescriptions in his mind. It is very suitable for patients to take when they recover from a serious illness. That's great. Dean Chen hurriedly ushered Suyi into an office next door and asked him to write down the prescription on the medical record. After writing the prescription and handing it to Dean Chen, Suyi wanted to say goodbye and leave. Dean Chen, I have been out for quite a while, and the patient has received very good treatment. If there is nothing else, I would like to return to the city right now. I haven't asked for leave from the company. Mr. Su. Captain Gao walked in from the door and just happened to hear Su Ye's words. He smiled and said to Su Yi, it's noon now. No matter how anxious you are to go back, you have to finish your meal first. Su Yi then felt his stomach growl. He hadn't had a drop of water since last night, and he was indeed a little hungry. Thinking of this, he looked up and smiled at Captain Gao, then let's eat before we leave, but don't make it too special, just a normal meal will do. No problem. Captain Gao nodded, we will go to the restaurant and have a standard meal. When the patient recovers, there will be a feast waiting for you. You can have a good meal then. The three of them left the building and came to a restaurant not far away. Captain Gao really didn't do anything special. It was just the ordinary 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a plate of steamed buns. Since Su Yi fainted beside the patient, Dean Chen and Captain Gao rushed to the scene as soon as possible. They had to take care of Su Ye's rest while performing a physical examination on the patient. They were busy for the whole morning and didn't even drink a sip of water. At this time, the patient's condition had improved and Su Yi was not injured. The three of them sat together, chatting and laughing, and ate up the food like a whirlwind, which made them feel particularly satisfied. During the chat, Su Yi learned that Captain Gao's name was Gao Bo and Dean Chen's name was Chen Kefan. Su Yi also asked the two not to be polite to him and just call him by his name. After all, he was too young and felt a little embarrassed to be called Mr. Su all the time. The three were about to leave when a soldier ran in from outside and saluted Gao Bo. Captain Gao, there is an urgent call. Please answer it. Gao Bo was slightly surprised. He asked the two to wait for him for a while, then quickly followed the soldiers out. A few minutes later, Gao Bo returned to the restaurant. Looking at his expression, Su Yi felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Has the patient's condition worsened again? No. Gao Bo waved his hand. It happened a little suddenly. A military commander will be here soon. First, he wants to check on the patient's condition, and second, he wants to thank you in person. He leaned close to Su Ye's ear and said, he is the patient's father. So that's how it is. Su Yi nodded slightly, I don't care, I'll just follow your arrangements. Gao Bo heaved a sigh of relief, that's great. I was afraid you wouldn't want to see him. The chief specifically instructed that if the doctor treating the patient doesn't want to meet, don't force him. I didn't do anything bad. Su Yi said in a low voice, besides, I've never met a senior official before. This time, I can learn a little more, right? You're so funny. Gao Bo tapped Su Ye's shoulder and said, then let's go to the patient's current ward and wait. The chief will definitely check on the patient first when he comes. The three hurriedly walked out of the restaurant, crossed a path and entered an inconspicuous wooden house. There were 2 soldiers with live ammunition waiting in the wooden house. After checking the identities of the 3 people, they gave each of them a pass and then opened a secret door in the back wall of the wooden house. The 3 of them put on their ID cards and filed in, passing through the corridor that led all the way down to the hidden space buried deep underground. After passing through the narrow corridor, Su Ye's eyes suddenly opened up. In front of him appeared a wide hall with 4 spacious corridors leading to 4 directions, each with a different room next to it. The air in the entire underground space was very fresh, with sufficient lighting, and it looked no different from the ground. At this time, the atmosphere in the underground space was very tense. 4 camouflaged soldiers holding submachine guns and loaded with live ammunition were patrolling the hall, their hands never leaving the triggers of their guns. When they saw someone coming in, their eyes turned instantly, with a sharp cold light. After seeing the documents on the 3 people, they returned to normal and no longer paid attention to Su Yi and the other 2. Only ID cards are accepted here. Gao Bo whispered in Su Ye's ear, even if I, the King of Heaven, come here without ID cards, I will be struck like thunder. Su Yi nodded slightly. The three of them did not stop and followed Dean Chen into a corridor and stopped at the door of a room at the end. This room was equipped with one-way glass, and the situation inside could be clearly seen through the glass. The patient that Suyi treated was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Her body functions had recovered, but her brain was in a state of severe ischemia due to insufficient blood supply, and she needed some time to recover before she could wake up. Suyi turned on the perspective function and scanned, and found that the patient's body functions had begun to recover. A lively internal force was running intermittently in her body. She actually cultivated a good internal skill. Suyi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she had suffered such a serious injury before, but she could still hold on. I guess her internal skill also played a big role. It looks like she will be able to wake up completely in a few hours. Suyi thought to himself, after this treatment, her body functions have been fully stimulated by her own true energy. It is estimated that her physical fitness will be able to reach a higher level after recovery. This can be regarded as, no destruction, no construction. A huge roar was heard over the sanatorium. A military helicopter circled at low altitude and landed on the wide helipad behind the sanatorium. A sturdy middle-aged man with 2 yellow stars on his shoulders jumped off the plane and walked to the helipad with 2 guards. The leaders of the sanatorium were already waiting there. After saluting, the group hurried into the wooden house and followed the path that Suyi and the other 3 had just walked all the way to the underground bunker. Seeing a group of people approaching him, Gaobo put his legs together and saluted, "Hello, Chief." The sturdy middle-aged man responded quickly, his eyes sweeping across Gaobo's face. "I heard someone attacked the sanatorium yesterday and almost caused serious damage." A drop of cold sweat dripped down Gaobo's forehead. He was already a powerful figure, but in front of the newcomer, he was like a sheep encountering a tiger. He stammered, "It's all because of the loopholes in our defense. Please punish us, Chief. Don't underestimate your opponent's determination." The middle-aged man did not get angry, but said calmly, "If there is any problem again, I will hold you accountable." "Yes." Gaobo was relieved and quickly pointed to Suyi beside him. "This is Suyi who rescued the patient. Fortunately, he was at the scene last night and thwarted the enemy's conspiracy at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous." "Suyi." The middle-aged man looked at Suyi carefully, then nodded. "It is true that heroes emerge from youth. On behalf of the country and as the patient's father, I thank you for your help and dedication." Looking at the middle-aged man's outstretched hand, Suyi quickly reached out and shook it. "It's all what I should do. Since I have this ability, I will naturally help when the country needs it." "Very good." The middle-aged man nodded approvingly, and then shook the hands of Dean Chen who was standing solemnly beside him. "Dean Chen, thank you for your hard work. As long as the patient is out of danger, everything is worth it." Director Chen shook his arms vigorously, his face full of relief. "Suyi. This is General Zhao, the Chief of Staff of our military region." Gaobo said beside Suyi, "If you have any requests, you can raise them now." "I don't have any requests." Suyi shook his head. "We are all working for the country, how can we ask for compensation?" "Not a bad young man." General Zhao gave Suyi a deep look and said, "If you have anything to ask, please contact Gaobo directly. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best to arrange it." After saying that, General Zhao turned his head and looked towards the ward. After staring at the patient on the bed for a long time, he turned back and asked, "How is Lan Zi's health now?" "She is recovering fully," Dean Chen stepped forward and replied, "She will probably be awake within 8 hours." "Very good." General Zhao nodded. "Once the patient wakes up, transfer him to the military hospital immediately. It's not safe here anymore. What happened last night explains everything." "Yes." Gaobo replied, "We will arrange the transfer plan immediately." General Zhao left in a hurry. Suyi declined the requests of Dean Chen and Gaobo to stay, and wanted to return to Pengcheng as soon as possible. The patient's condition was under control, and there was no point for him to stay here. Dean Chen discussed with Gaobo, exchanged contact information with Suyi, and then sent the Lincoln car that picked up the patient yesterday to take Suyi back to Pengcheng. When he returned to Pengcheng, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Suyi entered the wedding company and found that the company was quiet and everyone had gone to nowhere. "Suyi." The girl at the front desk waved at Su-yi, revealing a white arm. Come here. What are you doing? Su-yi approached carefully. Where are all the people? I'm so busy today, and you took the day off. The girl at the front desk had an ambiguous expression on her face. Why is Boss Lon so nice to you? Is there any story behind it? You are such a gossipy girl. Su-yi made a face. Did the boss tell you anything? It's up to you. The younger sister flipped through the sign-in book on the table. Boss Lon took people to Huayu Hotel, where a wedding will be held tomorrow. All the decorations must be installed today and pass the inspection before it is considered complete. Then I'll go over and help. Su-yi smiled, turned around and left the company. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that he finally finished all the work. Su-yi declined Lan Mei's invitation and resolutely returned to his home. He did not go home last night. If he did not go back today, he was afraid that Hao Mei would nag him again and educate him on family values. Although the family didn't strictly control Su-ye's whereabouts, it was based on Su-ye's self-consciousness. If he often stayed out all night, Hao Mei would probably tighten the noose around his neck, so that he would not be so free in the future. Another 2 busy days. The school term is coming up in the blink of an eye. In another week, students will go back to school, and it will also be time for Su-yi to resign from the company. Su-yi was very popular in the company, and even Teacher Huang had a good impression of him. When he left, in addition to the salary for 1.5 months, Teacher Huang also gave him a big red envelope. He encouraged him to study hard. If there is another opportunity in the future, he is welcome to work in the company. That night, Su-yi invited his good colleagues to dinner and karaoke, and they had a great time, which was a perfect end to his short working life. Then it was time to pick up his lessons again. Su-yi was in a daze during his second year of high school and did not work hard on his lessons. Although his foundation was still there, he still had a lot of lessons that needed to be reviewed. Picking up the textbook again, Su-yi was pleasantly surprised to find a slight change. Since I got the magic mirror and opened my spiritual wisdom, my mental strength has made great progress. Even if I only sleep for 1 or 2 hours a day, I will not feel sleepy, and I will still be energetic and lively. Now I can just flip through the textbooks casually, and the content of the books is like printed in my mind, and I can't forget it even if I want to. Moreover, my ability to analyze and understand has suddenly exploded. The knowledge points that I used to need to think carefully and repeat many times to master are now like reading elementary school textbooks. I can understand them thoroughly and apply them to other situations in an instant. Surprised, Su-yi asked Tian Ao, his great benefactor, for advice. Tian Ao was very disdainful of Su-ye's joy. Are you so happy about this? With the blessing of the magic mirror and the soul-grabbing bead, your brain development has far exceeded that of ordinary people. With your current understanding ability, even if you study the most advanced science and technology, you can achieve great success. But apart from the discovery of artificial intelligence, that is, the opening of your own treasure house, what else can be called cutting-edge technology? Su-yi was speechless. Tianao was telling the truth. What he needed to do now was to work hard and constantly develop his physical and mental strength. According to Tianao's idea, his life goal was no longer the pitiful success and wealth that ordinary people pursued, but a more exciting future. After spending a day or two reviewing the knowledge from the second year of high school, Su-yi confirmed that his current level was higher than those top students who had studied hard for a year, and then he put the book down. There are still several days before school starts. What should I do? Just as Su-yi was wandering in this sweet trouble, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the phone number, Su-yi grinned. He quickly answered the call and said, "Junior sister, why did you think of calling me? Why are you so bored?" Yuan Wanqing's voice was cold and complaining on the other end of the line. Su-yi felt as if he had eaten an ice cream on a hot day, and felt very comfortable. He stopped teasing and said in a serious tone, Miss Yuan, what do you want to talk to me about?" "That's more like it." Yuan Wanqing seemed to chuckle, with a barely perceptible nervousness in her tone. "I actually need your help with something, but I don't know if you're free." "I'm busy reviewing my lessons now." Su-yi pretended to ponder for a moment, "But since you've come to me, it must be something big. Since you trust me, I'll naturally drop everything and fly to your side." "Don't talk nonsense." Yuan Wanqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What I want to ask you is indeed important, but I won't force you. In fact, this matter is very serious, and I don't know if you can handle it. You are the one who is talking nonsense. Suyi smiled. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll go to the pharmacy to find you. I'll wait for you. Yuan Wanqing hesitated for a moment. I might take you to a place tonight, and I'm afraid you won't be able to go home. Do you want to tell your family? One night, Suyi was overjoyed. I'm very excited to be able to spend a night with a beautiful woman. Why are you so vulgar? Dealing with Suyi made the beautiful Yuan feel a little pressured. She said, see you later, and quickly hung up the phone. Suyi grinned and walked out of the house, seeing Hao Mei wiping an antique vase in the living room. This vase was inherited from the Su family. It had not been discarded after many upheavals and had become the treasure of the Su family. Although the value of this antique vase had never been appraised, the whole family treated it as a treasure and did not dare to make any mistakes with it. Seeing Suyi coming out lazily, Hao Mei complained, Xiao Yi, don't study all the time. You're ruining your brain. Don't you know the principle of combining work and rest? Go out and play for a while. I was just about to tell you. Suyi took advantage of the situation and said, a friend of mine asked me to come over to discuss a difficult case. Maybe I'll come over tonight to see a patient. If I don't come back tonight, don't leave the door open for me. What friends? Male or female? Hao Mei asked sensitively, you are still young and society is so chaotic now. You should be careful. He is the chief doctor of Qingxin Chinese medicine shop, a real master. Suyi cleverly avoided the topic of men and women. I can only learn from him, and I will definitely not suffer any loss. The doctor in the Chinese medicine shop. Hao Mei immediately felt relieved. He must be a respected old man. You should learn from him and be modest and prudent. Before he finished speaking, Suyi had already run out quickly. Got it. It was just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The hot sun shone on the wide road, and even the mailbox on the roadside seemed to be smoking. Suyi quickly ran into the Chinese medicine shop, and the cool air hit him in the face, making the sweaty Suyi shiver and almost moan in comfort. Is it that hot? Yuan Wanqing was sitting in a corner drinking kung fu tea. Seeing Suyi looking like a hot dog, she smiled and waved him over. You did it on purpose, didn't you? How could a master like you be so hot? Do masters have to be immune to cold and heat? Suyi said unconvinced, my kung fu is not used to cool myself down, it is mainly used for attack and defense. Really? Yuan Wanqing smiled and said, let's find some time to discuss this. As the saying goes, a calm mind naturally cools down. You look like you're on fire, and it's clear that you're on fire. Come drink the Qingxin tea I brewed, and you'll definitely feel something different after drinking it. It's all for you. Suyi glared at Yuan Wanqing with resentment. If you hadn't come to find me, I'd be lying on the bed sleeping with an English vocabulary book in my arms. How dare you say that? Yuan Wanqing had a hint of sadness on her face, and she didn't seem to want to make Suyi laugh. This matter is quite troublesome. I'm just trying my luck to talk to you about it. You did the right thing. Suyi nodded in appreciation. It happens quite often that a dead cat meets a live mouse. Stop joking and get down to business. After Suyi's jokes, Yuan Wanqing seemed to be in a better mood. In fact, my master belongs to the southern school of the Yushan sect. My master is the current leader of the Yu family, one of the 4 guardian families of the southern school of the Yushan sect, and the only surviving old lady of the older generation of the Yu family. Yushan sect. Suyi nodded. Although I have never heard of it, the name sounds very cool. Don't be ridiculous. Yuan Wanqing glared at him. It doesn't matter what sect she belongs to. It's not the point we're talking about today. My master suddenly got a strange disease a while ago, and her vitality inexplicably depleted. She used to be an energetic old lady, but now she staggers every few steps. It looks like she can't hold on for a few more days. Why did he suddenly get sick? Suyi frowned. If he is not possessed by a demon, then he was attacked by someone. It's impossible to be possessed by a demon. Yuan Wanqing shook her head. The martial arts of the Yushan school are moderate and peaceful, so there is rarely such a thing as being possessed by a demon. Besides, the old lady is an expert in medicine. If someone tried to harm her, she should have noticed it herself. So, this matter is a bit weird. Suyi nodded silently. Could it be that we encountered something unclean, or an evil spirit? Everything has its cause and effect. Yuan Wanqing sighed. Each of the four major families of Yushan Nanzong is an outer sect vassal of the sect. They are in charge of all the business and transactions of Nanzong and have great power in their hands. The interests here are very considerable, so the struggle between the various families has never stopped. I personally suspect that this is an ambitious person who covets the power of the Yu family and wants to blackmail the old lady and take over while the Yu family is leaderless. Which business is the Yu family responsible for? Suyi asked casually. Construction and real estate. Yuan Wanqing briefly introduced the background of the sect to Suyi. The four major families are closely related to Yushan Nanzong, and the sect leaders are all outer disciples that the sect trusts very much. After several generations of management, the sect's industry has grown 100-fold. Now in terms of financial resources, Yushan Nanzong's assets are no less than any super tycoon in Pengcheng. A tall tree attracts the wind. Suyi sighed. The old man of the Yu family, has he passed away? She died suddenly 20 years ago, and her death was unclear. Yuan Wanqing shook her head sadly. The old lady of the Yu family stepped forward at a critical moment and saved the day, allowing the Yu family to get through the most difficult time. Under her leadership, the Yu family not only stood firm, but also became more prosperous than before, and secretly ranked first among the four major families. What a formidable old lady. Suyi nodded. Have you ever carefully examined the old lady's body? Yes. Yuan Wanqing had already carefully examined the old lady and shook her head at this moment. It's just that her vitality is inexplicably exhausted and I can't find the reason. The reason why I came to you is because your Chinese medicine formula is very effective in replenishing vitality. If you can prepare that medicine, maybe it can help her health. Of course, if it's convenient, I would also like to ask you to examine the old lady as well to see if you can find any clues. If it's a disease, it's easy to deal with. Suyi nodded silently. If it's an evil spirit. He suddenly thought of his subordinates. According to Qianao, they were a group of evil spirits. Even if there were more powerful evil creatures, they would probably not be a match for the 5 of them. Even if the opponent was stronger, there was still Black Tiger to help. If the 6 of them couldn't beat them. And there is Boss Qianao. Thinking of this, Suyi cheered up. I will help you get rid of the evil spirit and restore peace to the Yu family. You look like you are a contemporary master. Yuan Wanqing stared at him with eyes wide open. Could it be that you really have the ability to catch monsters and ghosts? You also know that my ancestor had a miraculous doctor. Suyi made up a story. Once he helped save the grandson of a hermit master, which saved the bloodline of that sect. The master couldn't repay him, so he passed on a book called The Great Method of Inviting Immortals to my ancestor. The Great Method of Inviting Immortals. Seeing Suye's serious expression, Yuan Wanqing was half believing and half doubting. What kind of method is this? As long as I recite the spells in the Summoning Immortals method, I can communicate with the other world and invite the immortals to help me. Suyi slapped his right palm with his left hand. With the help of the immortals, what evil spirits can't be captured easily? This is not a joke. Yuan Wanqing said seriously. If you don't have that ability, don't brag here. I'm bragging. Suye's eyes widened. Your words really hurt me. Since you look down on me so much, I'm going to show you how powerful I am this time. But what? Yuan Wanqing blurted out. Don't tell me that the conditions are not met. Please don't move the immortal to come down to earth. That's not the case. Suyi smiled in awe. But if I ask the immortal to come down to earth, it will cost me a lot of my life. Although we have a good relationship, I'm afraid I will ask for some fees after this is done. You don't have to worry about the cost. Yuan Wanqing blurted out without thinking. The old lady is of strategic significance to the Yu family. Her safety is more important than anything else. I can agree on their behalf. If you can solve this matter, as long as it is within the financial capacity of the Yu family, all your requests can be met. At this point, I have nothing more to say. Suyi was secretly happy. It seems that the Yu family has a deep foundation. If we can make a lot of money from them. They are engaged in construction and real estate, or can we use another method to bring them in and let Dad's company regain vitality? While he was daydreaming, Yuan Wanqing had already picked up her phone and dialed a number to discuss going to see a doctor. After a few simple words, Yuan Wanqing put down her phone and looked at Su Yi. We have already contacted, we will leave later. Wait for me here, I will go change clothes. Women are such trouble. Looking at Yuan Wanqing's murderous eyes, Su Yi closed his mouth awkwardly. Yuan Wanqing got up and left. Su Yi leaned back in his chair and called Yu Xiao, the leader of the Lipa group, for the first time. Master Yi, what do you want me to do? In Su Ye's mind, Yu Xiao's figure suddenly appeared. She was wearing a decent white dress, revealing 2 jade arms and white thighs. Her eyes were so charming that Su Yi felt hot all over as her eyes moved, as if his soul was burning. Not good. After a moment, a cool energy rippled in Su Ye's mind, instantly restoring his clarity of mind. Su Yi immediately realized that Yu Xiao had used her charm on him just now, making him almost unable to control himself. Fortunately, the cool energy appeared in time to prevent him from making a fool of himself. How dare you? Su Yi was furious, staring at Yu Xiao with sharp eyes. How dare you use your charm on your master? Do you want to die? Yu Xiao's face showed a pitiful expression. She slowly bent down and knelt down in front of Su Yi. She crawled to Su Ye's feet in a charming manner, stretched out her arms to hug Su Ye's legs, and said in a piteous voice, I am just a little ghost now, please have mercy on me, master. As she spoke, her body twisted like a snake, rubbing gently against Su Ye's body. A stream of heat surged through Su Ye's body, and the fire in his heart suddenly burst and burned, with a tendency that was almost uncontrollable. Su Ye's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly hooked the soul-sucking bead, and then stomped his foot hard on the ground. Yu Xiao's body, which was performing magic, suddenly trembled, and her sea of consciousness seemed to be hit by a thunderbolt. This blow almost shattered her soul, and a thin line of blood had already flowed down her nostrils, dripping onto the ground. Su Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Xiao's front, pulling her up from the ground, and letting her face stay an inch in front of him. Looking at the devilish cold smile on Su Ye's face, Yu Xiao shuddered all over, and finally began to regret that she shouldn't have flirted with Su Yi casually, causing him to launch a fierce attack on her. If I let you live, you will live. If I let you die, you will die. Su Yi was like an iceman, speaking ruthlessly without any emotion, letting every word be imprinted deep into Yu Xiao's soul. I hope this is the last time you do something wrong. Staring at Yu Xiao's red lips, Su Yi suddenly grabbed her black hair, and his lips were already imprinted on Yu Xiao's red lips. An extremely hot breath suddenly poured into Yu Xiao's body, almost melting her pure yin body. This was the most fierce yang fire in Su Ye's origin, and it was the nemesis of Yu Xiao's pure yin body. Su Yi suddenly attacked her, making Yu Xiao almost lose her soul and was about to melt in the scorching flames. At the moment when Yu Xiao was about to die, Su Yi withdrew his yang qi. His lips left Yu Xiao's lips, leaving a row of deep teeth marks on her lips. A trace of Yu Xiao's blood oozed out and stuck to Su Ye's lips. Su Yi licked his lips evilly and took a trace of Yu Xiao's blood into his mouth to taste it carefully. This was a crushing victory in personality and strength, which instantly broke down Yu Xiao's defenses. She had completely surrendered to Su Ye's power and no longer had the courage and willingness to resist. The two of them were connected in spirit, and Su Yi could fully feel Yu Xiao's psychological changes. He let go of Yu Xiao's hands and let her fall limply at his feet. Master Yi. Yu Xiao kowtowed to Su Yi again, and then stood up. At this time, she no longer had any disrespect for Su Yi, only full of submission and loyalty. Very good, this is the attitude you should have. Seeing that Yu Xiao had given in, Su Yi also relaxed his expression. I don't have the time to play this kind of game with you all the time. If you continue to be so naughty, I will be too lazy to discipline you and will just kill you. I don't know how happy those people will be if you die. Those 4 guys are all bastards. Yu Xiao was shocked. They are stupid and bad, how can they be as considerate and capable as me? I am the leader of the heavenly demon sect, and I can shake the earth with just one stomp of my foot. You will understand after a while, Master Yi, I am much more useful than them. As long as you are loyal and obedient, I am very easygoing. Su Yi snapped his fingers. I think you are not bad looking, and your temperament is much better than that so-and-so. I heard her say that day, are you still a virgin? Oh, Master Yi, why are you so annoying? Yu Xiao blushed. Just pretend you didn't hear what that woman said, she is not a good person. Seeing that Su Yi wanted to ask more questions, Yu Xiao quickly interrupted him and said, Master Yi, what do you want to talk to me about? You almost missed the important thing because of the commotion you made. Suyi glared at Yu Xiao fiercely. I was just about to ask you. If there is any evil spirit in this world, can you deal with it? Ha ha ha. Yu Xiao laughed 3 times. Young Master Yi, what you said is weird. We are the ancestors of evil spirits, and ordinary ghosts are no match for us. Just say a word, young Master Yi, and I will catch the evil spirit you mentioned and serve it to young Master Yi as a drink. I don't have such a strong taste. Suyi said speechlessly, don't brag. This time we may really have to fight with real swords and guns. Don't let your defeat and flee. I won't be able to save my face. Don't worry, Master Yi. Yu Xiao's expression returned to normal. The 5 of us are all thousands of years old. Although 99% of our power was consumed before, with the help of the soul-snatching pearl, our power has now recovered to 50% or 60%. Unless we encounter the 10,000 years old evil ancestor, we will have the strength to fight. That's good. It's probably not some powerful ghost. Suyi was relieved. There's nothing wrong with your true body showing up in the world, right? The energy in us is enough to walk in the human world without any hindrance. Yu Xiao nodded. As long as they are not true immortals, ordinary people will not be able to see through our whereabouts. This. Suyi thought for a moment, a blush on his face. I just lied to people, saying that I can summon immortals. When I need you later, you might as well make some supernatural appearances to make the customers think that you are real immortals I invited. Understood. Yu Xiao snapped her fingers and said, playing tricks is our specialty in the Tianma sect. Just watch, young Master Yi. I'll go diagnose someone later, you stay in the sea of consciousness and keep an eye on them. Suyi also instructed, if you find anything abnormal, let me know in time. Don't worry. Yu Xiao nodded, I will stay in young Master Yi's sea of consciousness so that I can respond at any time. With Yu Xiao by his side, Suyi immediately felt more confident. He turned his head triumphantly and saw Yuan Wanqing coming out from the back hall. She had changed out of her tang suit and put on a pair of neat black clothes and pants. The short suit could not cover the whiteness of her chest, and the tight pants outlined her slender figure. The fitted clothes showed off her curvy figure, which made Suyi swallow hard. What are you doing stupidly? Come with me. Yuan Wanqing walked past Suyi and saw him staring at her blankly. She couldn't help but glance at him in reproach. Have you never seen a beautiful woman? You look like a hungry wolf. Hungry wolf is a hungry wolf, why add a small word? Suyi jumped up. He followed closely behind Yuan Wanqing, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her body. It's so nice to wear this, it will definitely boost the business of the medicine shop. Are you sick? Yuan Wanqing said without stopping and without turning her head, this is a Chinese medicine shop, not a fashion store. The two walked through a narrow corridor and came to the side door of the pharmacy. The bright sunlight made Suyi squint his eyes and watched Yuan Wanqing fly to a red Ferrari convertible sports car parked outside the door. You drive this car? Suyi stopped in surprise, it doesn't match your temperament. Shut up. Yuan Wanqing said coldly, get in the car, or run behind me. Get in the car. Suyi quickly jumped into the passenger seat, muttering, I didn't expect that he's such a reserved type. With a loud roar, the sports car suddenly accelerated and rushed out of the alley and into the surging traffic on the street. Suyi was sweating profusely, and his right hand tightly grasped the handrail on the car door. Junior sister, this is not a racetrack. Outside the city, there were obviously fewer motor vehicles. The sports car was running like a wild horse, constantly overtaking, and speeding forward with a desperate energy. Suyi asked carefully, you bought your driver's license, right? Why are you driving so wildly? Driver's license. Yuan Wanqing turned her head and glanced at Suyi. Sister, do I need a driver's license to drive? Oh my god. Suyi covered his eyes speechlessly. I didn't expect you to be a two-faced person. Half an hour later, Yuan Wanqing and Suyi had already left the urban area of Pengcheng and drove into a medium-sized town. This town was quietly located among the mountains. The houses in the town were all ancient buildings with a strong historical atmosphere. The sports car drove across the wide bluestone road and into a huge parking lot. With a sharp brake sound, Yuan Wanqing had already parked the car steadily in the parking space. Suyi retched for a while, and with a sullen face, He slowly got out of the car, holding the car door, and stood in front of the car with a bad look on his face. Not really. Yuan Wanqing gave him a strange look. With your strength, you can't withstand a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. My body can bear it, but my spirit can't. Suyi was speechless, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. It costs money to take other cars, but riding in your car is simply fatal. Okay, let's go. Yuan Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth and came over to pat Suyi on the shoulder. Let's go meet today's protagonist. Opposite the parking lot is a large mansion. Suyi realized that this huge parking lot actually belonged to the owner of this mansion. Just looking at this parking lot, a sense of grandeur came to his face. Two capable young men stood in front of the mansion, with amiable faces and bright eyes. A middle-aged man in a white training suit was pacing in the small square in front of the door, holding 2 walnuts in his hands. Seeing Yuan Wanqing coming, the middle-aged man came forward from a distance and politely bowed to her. Senior sister Yuan is here. Yes. Yuan Wanqing nodded. Junior brother Ding, I'm here to see the master. Oh. The middle-aged man looked at Suyi who was following her. This little brother is a friend of mine. Yuan Wanqing didn't explain much. Let's go see the old lady. Please come in. The middle-aged man didn't ask any more questions. He watched Yuan Wanqing and Suyi walk into the spacious door, and then slowly paced back and forth at the door. Your status is not low. Suyi followed behind Yuan Wanqing and laughed softly. That uncle has to call you senior sister. You said that the one who has achieved success should be the first. Yuan Wanqing walked in front and said without turning her head, I still want to call you senior brother. Excuse me, I'll let you go. Suyi laughed dryly, his eyes rolling around, carefully observing the surrounding environment. He turned his eyes back and looked at the beautiful woman walking in front of him, her waist swaying lightly and her steps gracefully. He couldn't help but stare at her back blankly, his soul wandering away. After entering 2 courtyards in a row, Yuan Wanqing suddenly stopped. Suyi couldn't stop in time and almost bumped into Yuan Wanqing. When the beautiful woman looked at him with a reproachful look, Suyi was admiring the green grass on the roadside. Look at this lush green grass, how charmingly it twists in the wind. Yuan Wanqing frowned, having basically become immune to Suyi's unreliability. She whispered, wait here for a moment, I'll go and tell the old lady. Yuan Wanqing left. Suyi walked around the courtyard a few times out of boredom, then walked up to the corridor in front and peeked inside through the exquisite carved patterns. Just as he was looking at it with great interest, a clear female voice rang out from behind him. Who are you? What are you doing here in a sneaky way? Suyi was startled and quickly turned his head to look back. He saw a beautiful girl standing in the center of the courtyard where he had just stood. The girl had a pretty face, fair skin, and rosy cheeks. Her figure had begun to develop, with the right parts being bulgy and the right parts being thin. She stood firmly in the center of the courtyard, with an invisible energy. She must be a martial artist, with a faint flow of true energy all over her body, and it was obvious that she had a strong internal strength. Seeing Suyi looking her up and down with a sly look in his eyes, the girl was already filled with anger. She coldly shouted at Suyi, I'm asking you a question, are you deaf? Looking at the girl's unfriendly eyes, Suyi knew that she must have misunderstood him and regarded him as a thief. He smiled at the girl with good intentions, but he didn't expect it to have the opposite effect. In the girl's eyes, Suyi's laughter was indescribable. She could no longer suppress her anger, and leaped forward, already in front of Suyi. Her right hand stretched out like lightning, grabbing Suyi's front lapel. You thief, you are so bold. Do you think that I am easy to talk to, so you can take advantage of me? What did you get here? Suyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that he was taking advantage of the girl by smiling at her in a flattering way? Thinking in his heart, Suyi naturally raised his left hand and grabbed the girl's fair wrist. Don't rush to do it, let's communicate first. Boy, you dare to fight me. The girl had been ready for a long time. She suddenly turned around and pressed her shoulder against Suyi's ribs. An extremely strong force burst out and threw Suyi's body down suddenly. Your moves are quite fierce. Suyi was startled, and he exerted force with his feet. His body flew up in the wind like a light leaf. With the help of the girl's power, he rolled in the air and stood opposite the girl. As soon as the girl straightened up, Suyi was already standing in front of her with a smile, saying, "Beautiful girl, can we chat first? It's so unpleasant to start fighting right away." As he said this, his left hand was still holding the girl's wrist. The girl struggled hard, but failed to get out. She was slightly shocked, knowing that Suyi was a master, and his skills were probably not inferior to hers. How could such a young master suddenly appear in her yard? What on earth are those people at the door doing? The girl cursed in her heart and glared at Suyi fiercely. "What are you doing? Have you never touched a girl's hand before? Why are you holding her hand tightly and not letting go? I'll let you go if you promise not to hit me." Suyi was unmoved and put forward his own conditions. "Let go." The girl was furious, her left leg swung out like a spring, and kicked Suyi's head and neck fiercely. Suyi turned his right hand outward and grabbed the girl's ankle. His skill was far superior to the girl's, and he grabbed the girl firmly. The girl pulled her legs back in shame, but Suyi's palm was like a steel hoop, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move at all. The girl was wearing loose training clothes. In this position, the loose trouser legs slid down, revealing a white calf. The skin on the calf was smooth and delicate, like a piece of white jade. Suyi looked down along the ankle, and through the wide trouser legs, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. He felt his nose getting hot, as if there was boiling liquid seeping out of his nose, dripping to the ground. Seeing his strange eyes, the girl immediately realized that he had seen her private parts. Looking at his nosebleed, the girl was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to chop Suyi into 17 or 18 pieces with a machete. "What are you doing?" A voice came from behind. Yuan Wanqing met with the old lady of the Yu family and came out to take Suyi in. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw Suyi and the little beauty entangled in an extremely ambiguous posture, and Suyi was bleeding from the nose. "Xiaoya, stop it now." Yuan Wanqing didn't see the whole process and thought the girl had hit Suyi's nose and made it bleed, so she quickly scolded the girl, "Let go, stop hitting me." Suyi loosened his grip on the girl. Yuan Wanqing looked at Suyi's nose and found that there was no scar. She quickly took out a snow-white handkerchief and handed it to Suyi. "Here, wipe the blood from your nose and plug your nose first." Turning back, Yuan Wanqing began to scold the girl, "Suyi is our guest. I invited him to treat the old lady. How come you beat him up and made him bleed from the nose as soon as he arrived?" "I'm so angry." The girl was so angry that she was fuming, but she didn't dare to act rashly in front of Yuan Wanqing. She said aggrievedly, "I didn't hit him, he wanted his nose to bleed." "I saw it all, and you're still denying it." Yuan Wanqing glared at the girl in reproach. Could it be that the weather is too hot and Suyi has a nosebleed? "It's not that it's hot." Suyi shyly spoke for the girl, "I was just angry and couldn't control myself. I can't blame this lady. I wonder who this lady is." "This is Yusia, the old lady's granddaughter." Seeing that Suyi didn't care, Yuan Wanqing let the matter go lightly. "You are of the same age, you can have a good chat when you have a chance. By the way, does Xiaoya also go to Pengcheng No. 1 middle school? Didn't you know each other before?" "Aunt, I can transfer here when school starts this summer, okay." Yusia looked at Yuan Wanqing dissatisfiedly. "You don't care about me at all. You don't know anything about me." "Oh, classmate Yu is also going to Pengcheng No. 1 middle school?" Suyi asked with interest, "Are you also in the third year of high school? Where did you go to school before?" "My grades are not very good. If there is a chance, I hope you can help me more." "Okay." Yuan Wanqing was both angry and amused. "Why are you trying to establish a relationship with her now? I've already talked to the old lady, and she asked you to come in and diagnose her. You two can talk again when you have a chance, and you come with me now." Suyi waved to Yusia reluctantly and followed Yuan Wanqing. Yusia bit her lips fiercely, with a dangerous light in her eyes. "This little bastard is also from Pengcheng No. 1 middle school. Now it's good, wait until he goes to school, and see how I torture him." Suye's right eye twitched wildly. He was thinking about the meaning of this, and had already followed Yuan Wanqing to a quiet courtyard. Yuan Wanqing pointed to the half-open courtyard door and said, "Go in by yourself. If there is any situation, you can communicate directly with the old lady. Leave here, I want to take a good look." Suyi looked at the silent courtyard, and his heart skipped a beat and he felt a little uneasy. Although it was afternoon and the sun was shining brightly, he felt a chill in his heart. This yard is a little weird. Yuan Wanqing nodded to Su Yi, turned around and left quickly. She must have been wary of this place before, afraid of being ambushed by the evil spirit. Su Yi despised Yuan Wanqing's disloyalty in his heart, and asked Yu Xiao in his sea of consciousness, "How is it? Is this courtyard a little strange?" "This yard is quite strange." Yu Xiao stayed in Su Ye's sea of consciousness, and her mind scanned the surroundings of the yard carefully. After a long time, she said carefully, "There is indeed an evil spirit here. If it goes as expected, someone has set up a Yin Sha soul-locking formation in this yard. Although it is not clear from outside the yard, the piercing Yin Qi overflowing from it cannot be faked. Let's not talk about anything else. Can you beat the sneaky guys here?" Su Yi asked nervously. "If you can't, I'll quickly contact Tianao to take charge." "Oh, Master Yi." Yu Xiao complained in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you trust me? In fact, you have the magic mirror to protect you, and you are almost indestructible. And I am the dignified leader of the heavenly demon sect. I am the only one who harms others. How could I be defeated by other little sneaky people? Although this Insha soul-locking formation is a bit famous, it is no match for me. I guess you have a way to break it." Su Yi half believed and half doubted. If this formation is not broken, the old lady of the Yu family will definitely not be able to recover. The Insha soul-locking formation is actually quite powerful. Yu Xiao put away her frivolous attitude and became cautious. Its greatest effect is to absorb the essence and blood of others invisibly. It is a first-class insidious formation that harms others and benefits oneself. The old lady you mentioned who suddenly ran out of essence and blood must have been poisoned by this evil formation. If we don't break the formation quickly to save people, the old lady will lose her life in a moment. Then what should we do? Yu Xiao became rational, and Su Yi trusted her a little more. "I know nothing about these formations, so I have to rely on your wisdom." "Don't worry, Master Yi." Yu Xiao comforted him. "I am more than 90% sure that we can break the formation and save people. But we still have to be careful and cautious in the implementation. First of all, we can't let people know that we have noticed something fishy. If the opponent takes emergency measures, things will become a little troublesome." "Well, that's no problem." Su Yi nodded. "I just helped the old lady to check her illness, and didn't say anything else. Once we enter the yard, follow my instructions." Yu Xiao nodded. "We will investigate the situation quietly and then take action." Su Yi was communicating with Yu Xiao here. From other perspectives, he was just standing blankly at the gate of the yard. After the two of them finished their plan, Su Yi slowly walked to the gate and gently pushed it open to go in. The yard looks like an ordinary farmyard. Except for a winding blue stone path, the rest is all fertile soil. There are rows of vegetable plots everywhere, full of fruits from the harvest. Long loofahs hang by the wall, and green cucumbers hang on the vegetable racks. The ground is full of plump rapeseed and Chinese cabbage, and the red tomatoes and slender beans are full of temptation to eat a big meal. This vegetable field is doing very well. Su Yi sighed and picked a cucumber from the shelf next to it. "I wiped it on my clothes and started chewing it." While walking and eating, Su Yi walked deep into the yard and came to a grape trellis in front of the main house. A faint scent of cigar drifted over, attracting Su Ye's eyes. Reclining on a lounge chair under the grape trellis was a thin old lady. She had a thick cigar in her mouth and kept puffing away. Wisps of green smoke drifted through her bun on the temples, filling the fresh air. Although the old lady looks gray-haired and has many wrinkles on her face, her eyes are clear and transparent, and she is no less beautiful than a young girl in her 10s or 20s. Having such a pair of moving eyes makes the old lady look much younger, and you can even feel a trace of youthfulness and liveliness in her body. Seeing Su Yi slowly approaching, the old lady's eyes rolled around. She reached out and pointed at a small bamboo stool beside her. "Come, sit here." Su Yi walked over to her and slowly sat down. The old lady glanced at Su Yi and pushed the cigar in her mouth towards Su Yi. "Would you like a puff?" Su Yi shook his head with a bitter face. The old lady suddenly laughed happily. "Su Yi, right? I heard from Shaoqing that you are a great doctor, right? It's okay." Su Yi rolled his eyes, looked around, and answered absent-mindedly. "Yes." The old lady stretched out her left wrist and placed it on Su Yi's thigh. "Let me see if my disease can be cured." Suye's heart moved, and he felt a little bit of intimacy with the old lady's cheerful personality. What kind of wisdom does it take to face life and death calmly while still maintaining the freshness and coolness of a young girl? Suyi sighed to himself, placing his fingers on the old lady's wrist. Of course, he couldn't take her pulse, he was just pretending. In fact, he had already activated his perspective function and began to scan the old lady's body through his spiritual consciousness. Suyi was somewhat moved at the first sight. The old lady had a very good physical foundation, and her muscles and bones were very energetic. It was obvious that she had cultivated for a long time, and her physical condition was basically maintained at the level of an ordinary person in his 40s. At her age, it was not easy to maintain such physical strength. But in the old lady's meridians, there was no trace of true energy flowing. Including the upper and lower dantian and all the acupoints that could store internal energy, they were now empty. Not only that, several major meridians in the body had begun to show signs of withering, like branches burned by a wildfire. Even ordinary people should have some vital energy similar to true qi in their bodies. The abundance of vital energy can tell a person's physical quality. The old lady obviously has the physique of an internal martial arts master, but she doesn't have a single trace of true qi in her body. This is definitely an extremely abnormal thing. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, if the human body loses its vital energy, it will become an empty shell. Not only will all kinds of diseases come, but the patient will also become listless and have many distracting thoughts, and eventually die. The old lady had a strong spirit and a healthy physique, but there was no true energy in her body at all, which was really surprising. How is it? Is there any cure? Looking at Suye's unpredictable expression, the old lady laughed happily. Are you scared? Ugh. Suyi felt a little sad. If he let such a cheerful old lady die in front of him, his conscience would be uneasy. Suyi made a thoughtful expression while communicating with Yu Xiao in his sea of consciousness. How is it? Do you see anything wrong? It's exactly what I guessed. Yu Xiao's voice was full of confidence. It is indeed the Yin Sha soul-locking formation. This old lady is really lucky. She can live in such a formation and still survive until today. Her willpower and physique have surprised me. Don't be surprised. Tell me what to do. Suyi asked, how should we deal with this situation? I need to get closer to see some of the details of the formation. Yu Xiao said, you'd better stroll around the yard so that I can take a closer look at the clues of this formation. Suyi looked up at the old lady and gently put her wrist on the recliner. The old lady's illness is a bit strange, I need to think about it carefully. As you wish. The old lady nodded and put the cigar to her lips again. Suyi stood up and paced slowly in the yard, as if thinking about the old lady's condition. In his sea of consciousness, Yu Xiao directed him to walk around in the yard, taking the opportunity to carefully examine the secrets of the formation. After walking around, Yu Xiao had a comprehensive understanding of the entire formation. She suddenly asked Suyi to stop and said, Young Master Yi, do you see the row of wooden stakes in front? Yeah. Suyi nodded imperceptibly. Go over and pee on the third wooden stake from left to right, Yu Xiao ordered. What? Suyi almost jumped up, isn't this too shameless? Which is more important, moral integrity or saving people? Yu Xiao smiled and said, you don't have to be shy. I'm a girl and I don't care, but you are shy. I'm not shy, I just think it's too uncivilized. Suyi corrected Yu Xiao's statement, don't you think it's not good to do this kind of thing in someone else's yard casually? Don't think too much, just do it quickly. Yu Xiao urged, my approach must be meaningful. If my inference is verified later, then we will have more than 90% chance of breaking this Yin Sha soul-locking formation. Don't play with me. Suyi warned, and secretly glanced at the old lady. Then he reluctantly unzipped his pants and started peeing on the wooden stake. This kid. The old lady leaned back on the recliner and had already seen Suye's every move. Seeing Suyi peeing against the corner, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Not bad, just my taste. Something strange happened. A faint white smoke that was almost invisible to the naked eye suddenly emerged from the wooden stake that was watered by Suyi. The white smoke disappeared in an instant, and the ground around the wooden stake suddenly shook slightly, as if something heavy suddenly pressed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A strange feeling suddenly emerged from the yard and quickly scanned the yard. Suyi pretended to know nothing and tied his pants slowly with a relaxed expression. The feeling passed through Suyi, but he didn't notice anything wrong, so it disappeared with a trace of resentment. Okay, we've got away with it. Yu Xiao in her sea of consciousness laughed, everything is clear now. Now let's go back and talk to the old lady, then trick her into the house and tell her the truth, so that she can cooperate with our next move. What action should we take? Suyi shouted, we had to be very careful when peeing just now, and now we have to do something else. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the opponent? So the pee wasn't in vain. Yu Xiao said with a smile, the pee you just made has broken the secondary array eye of the Yin Sha soul locking array. It's equivalent to blinding the eyes of the array. Now, no matter what we do, we don't have to worry about the person who is secretly manipulating the array discovering it. So that's how it is. Suyi was overjoyed. I didn't expect that boy's urine has such a powerful function. Hee hee. Yu Xiao laughed, stop bragging, are you still a virgin? Are you peeping? Suyi shouted, remember not to pry into my privacy. What are you afraid of? Yu Xiao said disapprovingly, because of the soul capture pearl, I am your closest servant. What can you hide from your personal servant? Recently, I have been studying the 4 great classical novels and found that I am like Hua Shiren, the maidservant beside Jia Baoyu. She doesn't know anything about Baoyu. You know a lot. It seems you have put a lot of effort into it recently. Suyi said helplessly, okay, stop being so gossipy. Even if you know my privacy, don't spread it around, and don't use it to threaten me. How dare you? You are the owner of the house. The two of them were talking about this in a casual manner. Suyi had already returned to the old lady. How about it, have you thought it through? The old lady looked at Suyi with a smile, how are you going to treat my illness? Let me ask one more question. Suyi thought for a moment, did the old lady feel anxious, short of breath, and paralyzed all over her body as soon as she left this yard, as if she was about to die? That's right. The old lady sighed, someone said that this yard has bad feng shui and asked me to move to another place. But I couldn't leave here anymore, so I had to wait for death in the yard. I've already thought of a way to cure the disease. It's nothing more than using the magical prescription passed down from our ancestors to replenish the vitality in your body, and then you will slowly recover. Suyi said casually as he sat down next to the old lady. That's the only way. The old lady stared at the grape trellis above her head and sighed, it's just that the loss of my true energy is too mysterious, which makes me feel that something is wrong. Forget it, we are all mortals, so we won't fight against the sky, and just accept it as it comes. Come on, I'll help you sit inside. Suyi helped the old lady stand up, I can also prescribe a prescription for you. Arriving at the spacious and bright hall, Suyi helped the old lady sit down beside the desk. Then he closed the door and dragged a chair over to sit down beside her. Huh. The old lady was stunned, aren't you going to prescribe medicine for me? Why are you sitting next to me in such a sticky way? I'm going to tell you something very secret. Suyi whispered mysteriously, in fact, junior sister invited me here not because she wanted to rely on my medical skills, but because I have wonderful magic skills. Magic. The old lady was stunned, who is your junior sister? Yuan Wanqing. Suyi wiped the sweat off his forehead. These are all minor details. We don't need to pay attention to them. Anyway, junior sister felt that something was strange and suspected that there was an evil spirit at work, so she asked me to investigate secretly. I was walking around in the yard just now, actually checking the evil formation that Joe had set up in the yard. Just now, I peed, which actually broke the eye of the evil formation and deceived the eyes and ears of the person who set up the formation. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say these words to you here. So that's how it is. The old lady nodded, I thought you were a straightforward person. I didn't expect you to be plotting against others. You are such a little brat. When facing an evil person, you can't use conventional means. Suyi smiled embarrassedly, anyway, I have figured out the situation. Someone has set up an extremely insidious formation in your yard, called the Yin Sha soul locking formation. Now I know all the details of the formation, and I will make some arrangements to break the formation later. The old lady just needs to sit still at home and watch how I break this evil formation and restore her health. Don't worry, I can still hold on. The old lady looked at Su Yi. You must plan carefully. Even if it takes a few days, I can still hold on. We can't delay. Yu Xiao said in Su Ye's sea of consciousness, we have broken the secondary formation of the formation, which has aroused the enemy's vigilance. If it goes as expected, he will launch a large-scale attack tonight and take the old lady's life. We will break the formation tonight and decide the outcome in one round. What's the point of winning? Aren't we going to win? Su Yi said to Yu Xiao in dissatisfaction, and then said to the old lady, there is no room for negotiation. We must come to a conclusion tonight. But please rest assured, old lady. I am confident that I can break the formation and catch the evildoer behind it. I'll leave it all to you. The old lady looked at Su Yi deeply and said, but don't force yourself. I've lived enough even if I die alone. I can't risk your life. No. Su Yi waved his hand proudly. I have the secret summoning immortals passed down by my ancestors, which can invite immortals to help. Even the most powerful evil spirit can't match the immortals, right? Is it true? The old lady looked at Su Yi with doubt and said, it's getting late now. If you have any materials you need, I'll ask them to prepare them. This matter needs to be handled by a reliable person. Su Yi thought for a moment, I guess your family may have spies from the enemy who have been observing your every move. I came in today and I guess I have been noticed by someone with ulterior motives. Why don't I prescribe a prescription first and pretend to have someone get the medicine? Then secretly list some materials needed to break the formation and have someone quietly buy them. The old lady walked to the table against the wall, picked up an antique telephone, and dialed a number. Less than 10 minutes later, Yuan Wanqing hurried in from outside the yard and walked through the yard to the living room in a few steps. What's the situation? She looked at Su Yi. Did you see any clues? I understand everything. Su Yi nodded. Someone set up a Yin Sha soul-locking formation in the old lady's yard and used despicable means to steal her energy, so her body became extremely weak. My previous guess turned out to be true. Yuan Wanqing showed an angry expression on her face. Can you find out who did it? It's difficult. Su Yi smiled bitterly. Let's break this formation first. Tracking down the mastermind behind the scenes is a follow-up matter, not a top priority. You're right. Yuan Wanqing reacted immediately and smiled embarrassedly. I was too anxious. Your starting point is good. Su Yi stopped talking nonsense and told Yuan Wanqing the method he had discussed with the old lady. I have a prescription here, and a list of materials. You go and get the herbs on the prescription now, and secretly prepare the things listed on this list for me, and then quietly send them in. I will make some arrangements later. It is expected that at midnight tonight when the Yin energy is at its strongest, the enemy will fully activate the Yin Sha soul-locking formation to take the old lady's life. That will also be the best time for us to counterattack. I will use the method of summoning immortals to let the immortals take down the Yin souls in the formation and break the formation in one fell swoop. It's a perfect plan. Yuan Wanqing nodded and took the note from Su Yi. I will finish these trivial matters before dark, and I will definitely not alert the enemy. I just checked, and the herbs listed by Su Yi are all in our medicine store. The old lady instructed, go to the medicine store to get the herbs, and then quietly buy other things. Yuan Wanqing left. Su Yi asked the old lady to sit cross-legged on the futon, and he urged the true qi to enter several important acupoints on her body to help nourish her somewhat sluggish meridians. After a busy period, the old lady felt refreshed and fell into a deep sleep. It was getting dark. Yuan Wanqing came in from outside, holding a large basket in each hand. She came into the house and put one basket in the corner, and took the other basket to the table. She opened the lid and took out several plates of exquisite dishes. Oh, I'm drooling. Looking at Yuan Wanqing busying around the table, Su Yi smiled and stuck close to her back, then swallowed his saliva as he looked at the delicious dishes. Stay away from me. Yuan Wanqing nagged Su Yi, almost causing him to have a physical reaction. Yuan Wanqing turned her head and glanced at Su Yi. Such a young brat, now he has become so bad. It's all because of you who provoked me. Su Yi didn't dare to do anything else and sat down obediently at the table. Where's the old lady? After putting the dishes and chopsticks on the table, Yuan Wanqing asked, ask her to come and eat a little. She is resting. Su Yi waved his hand gently. I nourished her heart meridians, and she is in good condition now. Let her rest, and we will eat together. I have no appetite. Yuan Wanqing sighed, Master, I feel so upset when I see your health condition. Then don't eat. Go boil some medicine for the old lady. Suyi didn't force him, I have to eat my fill anyway. Otherwise, I won't have enough energy when I go to summon the immortals, and the immortals will go back halfway. That will be troublesome. You are just playing tricks. Yuan Wanqing didn't quite believe what Suyi said, but she didn't dare to completely disbelieve it. She looked helplessly at Suyi, who was chewing, took out a bag of medicinal materials from the basket in the corner, and then carried the basket to Suyi's feet. This is the material you want, it's all in it. Yuan Wanqing went to the inner room to boil the medicine. When Suyi was full, the room was already filled with a faint aroma of medicine. The prescription prescribed by Suyi was a genuine tonic, plus the Yu family had a deep foundation and a large number of precious medicinal materials stored in the warehouse. It was estimated that the old lady would benefit greatly from drinking Suyi's Chinese medicine. Putting the leftovers and dishes into a basket and taking them aside, Suyi took out the exorcism materials that Yuan Wanqing had bought from the bottom of another basket. In the end, it was just some yellow paper, cinnabar, peachwood stakes and the like. Following Yu Xiao's instructions, Suyi began to draw strange symbols of unknown meaning on the yellow paper under the bright light. When Yuan Wanqing came out to look, a thick pile had already accumulated. After drawing the talisman, Suyi picked up the peachwood stake brought by Yuan Wanqing, and used his palm like a knife to cut out 9 square peachwood blocks. He picked up a sharp knife and carved some strange patterns on the peachwood blocks, all of which were strange beasts, birds, and the like. After finishing these chores, there was still a large piece of peachwood left on the table. Suyi wrote quickly on the top of the peachwood, which consisted of 99 seal characters. The tip of the pen danced on the top of the peachwood, without cinnabar or ink, and it didn't even touch the surface of the peachwood. But the peachwood had undergone a magical change, and began to emit a faint golden light. Even if the lights in the room were bright, the golden light could be seen. Yuan Wanqing put her hand over her mouth. For the first time, she believed that Suyi was proficient in the summoning immortals method. She was a martial artist and a top expert. Naturally, she knew some secrets passed down from ancient times. She knew that many of the inheritances passed down were not groundless. Now that she had seen this magical scene with her own eyes, Suyi had become even more mysterious in her heart. The golden light on the peachwood stake flickered. When Suyi finished writing the last word and slowly put down the pen, the golden light on the peachwood stake slowly converged and finally returned to normal. At this time, the peachwood stake looked no different from an ordinary broken piece of wood. It's all done. Suyi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. You stay in the house and accompany the old lady. When I perform a ritual outside to summon the gods, no matter what unusual things happen, don't act rashly. I'll leave it all to you. Yuan Wanqing said softly, showing a bit of weakness. At this time, Suyi's body became bigger and taller in her mind, full of mysterious charm. She was nervous, worried about Suyi, but also hoped that he could show his power and completely eliminate the sneaky things that entangled the old lady. What's wrong? The old lady's voice came from the side. The two turned around and saw that the old lady slowly stood up from the futon in the inner room and stretched her waist. I haven't slept so deeply for a long time. I feel much more energetic now. Suyi, you are indeed an incredible doctor. Yuan Wanqing helped the old lady sit down at the table. Master, do you want to eat something? The old lady shook her head. I have no appetite. I seem to smell the fragrance of Chinese medicine. Is this the medicine prescribed by Suyi? The medicine should be ready. I'll go get it. Yuan Wanqing ran to get the medicine. Suyi gave the old lady a few more instructions, then picked up a pile of messy things and walked out of the house. The weather was fine tonight, with thick clouds floating everywhere in the sky. The moon was hiding behind a layer of gauze-like mist, making the light in the yard flicker and reveal a hint of gloom. According to Yu Xiao's instructions, Suyi pasted various talismans in several hidden corners of the yard, and inserted 9 peachwood blocks into the soft soil in the yard according to the 9 palace directions. Finally, there was only 1 peachwood stake left. Suyi walked to the well in the upper right corner of the yard, dug a deep pit 3 feet and 3 inches east of the well, and buried the peachwood stake deeply. All right. Seeing that everything was in place, Yu Xiao called out to her brothers to show up in her sea of consciousness. They stood beside Yu Xiao and listened to her explain the strategy and tactics for tonight. It is estimated that at midnight tonight, the evil spirits that set up the Insha soul-locking formation will go all out and prepare to kill the old lady in the house. Yu Xiao said coldly, "At that time, I will be responsible for the evil spirits in the formation. I must not let them come out to hurt people. The four of you will help defend around. If other sneaky people appear, annihilate them all. In addition, you will be on guard outside. If there are evil spirits in the formation that want to escape, you will step forward to intercept them and not let them slip out to hurt people." "I see," Qi Mei agreed softly. "Sister Yu, I see you have already set up the 9 palaces formation and the 9 heavens talisman, and buried the soul-fixing stakes. The average sneaky person should not be able to escape from your palm. It's okay to be careful." Yu Xiao nodded. "This is the first time we fight in front of Master Yi, we must do our best. Otherwise, won't Master Yi look down on us?" The 4 subordinates nodded at the same time, obviously taking honor very seriously. Suyi nodded secretly, and added, "If you want to show up, you must be more impressive, and it's best to create some fairy spirit. I lied to the people here that I know the summoning fairy technique. If you come out with a gust of cold wind, wouldn't it be the exorcism technique?" "Oh, Master Yi, you are so rude." Qi Mei flirted at Su Yi and turned in the air. A puff of green smoke passed by, and she had changed into a flowing fairy dress. When Su Yi took a closer look, he found that Qi Mei was dressed exactly like the Chang'e in the painting, with fluttering sleeves and colorful ribbons flying in the air around her. There was a faint mist following her every move, and she looked just like a fairy in an ancient fine brush painting. "Excellent." Su Yi was overjoyed and gave Qi Mei a thumbs up. Seeing Qi Mei's proud look, the others were not to be outdone. Chen Laonian changed into a green short shirt, looking like an ancient country old man. He held a small hoe in his hand, a gourd tied around his waist, and a bun on his head, just like the old woodcutter in Journey to the West. Gao Dazhuang was wearing a golden armor, a golden crown on his head, a golden ribbon around his waist, cloud shoes on his feet, and a golden mace in his hand. He was tall and mighty, and with his cool outfit, he looked like a golden-armored warrior descended from the earth. Looking at Zhang Xiaoliu again, he actually transformed himself into a young general, looking like Neza descended from the earth. He held a short gun in his hand, had 2 high buns on his head, his eyes were wide open, and a magic mirror hung on his chest, emitting a cold light. Yu Xiao, on the other hand, did not dress up too much. She just transformed her clothes into an ancient warrior outfit, which made her look very capable. However, she naturally radiated a light red light, and she was born with a domineering aura that looked down on everything. "Yes, it's a good team." Suyi nodded approvingly. "Now I feel relieved. You guys should work hard in a while, don't give me face. You must smash the Xinsha soul-locking formation to pieces for me, so that I can show off my power in front of the beauty." "That beauty doesn't seem to be your age." Qi Mei said cautiously. "I personally think that Master Yi should find some younger girls." "How can anyone be older than you?" Suyi glared at her. "You're just trying to show off, not to seduce me into bed." "Oh, so that's how it is." Qi Mei nodded thick-skinnedly, not embarrassed at all. "I see, Master Yi's taste is more diverse, different from that of ordinary people." "Shut up." Suyi stopped Qi Mei from talking nonsense, turned around and walked towards the door of the living room. "I'll leave it to you. I'll just stand aside and watch the fun. If you can't handle it, I'll call Heihu out to help." "No need." Li Po's group of 5 shouted in unison. Yu Xiao said sullenly, "Don't mention the black cat. If we can't settle this matter tonight, we might as well just run into a wall and die." "Can ghosts die again?" Suyi muttered in his heart, and turned back to walk into the living room. The old lady had already taken the medicine under Yuan Wanqing's help, and sat upright in a chair with her eyes closed. When she heard Suyi come in, she opened her eyes and asked, "How is it? Is everything ready?" "Just wait and see." Suyi sat down on the chair beside him with a dignified look. "Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing." "Suyi, do you think the mastermind behind the formation will reveal himself after what happens tonight?" Yuan Wanqing asked. "Let's wait and see." Suyi thought for a while, if the Insha soul-locking formation is broken, the people who manipulate the formation in secret will definitely suffer a backlash. From tomorrow onwards, you should pay attention to see if there are any people who suddenly fall ill or even die suddenly in some families or forces related to you. Those who can manipulate such a formation must not be small fry. I don't need to explain the specific operation, right? That's the truth. The old lady nodded. Wanqing, send someone to investigate secretly tomorrow. For such a mastermind, we should try our best to know the situation. Yuan Wanqing nodded in agreement. The three of them sat quietly in the living room waiting. Su Yi and Yuan Wanqing drank tea and chatted casually. The old lady closed her eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep again. The time was getting closer to midnight. Su Yi signaled Yuan Wanqing to turn off the lights, and then sat quietly in the dark. At this time, the house was already dark, and the yard was much brighter than the house. I don't know when, a cold wind blew outside. Gradually, the wind became louder and louder. The leaves in the yard rustled, making the quiet courtyard seem a little eerie. The moon had completely disappeared into the clouds, and the courtyard became hazy and the scenery in front of us could no longer be seen clearly. Young Master Yi, it's almost time. Yu Xiao reminded in her sea of consciousness, let's go out. You just stand on the corridor in front of the door, and we will take care of the rest. Su Yi looked at Yuan Wanqing and said, you protect the old lady. No matter what happens, don't move. Seeing Yuan Wanqing nod, Su Yi stood up calmly, walked out of the room, and closed the door behind him. Standing on the corridor in front of the door, the cold wind blew on the corners of Su Ye's clothes, making him feel a refreshing coolness. After a while, this coolness became a little wrong, as if it contained a hint of cold breath, trying to get into his body. Su Yi silently practiced his qi, and his qi flowed through his meridians like pearls, barely resisting the cold air outside his body. Yu Xiao called out softly in her sea of consciousness, here it comes. As soon as Yu Xiao finished speaking, the whole courtyard suddenly shook as if someone had stepped on it. The small items on the ground and the stone table jingled loudly, as if a low-level earthquake had occurred. The courtyard where the old lady lived was independent of other buildings in Yu's house. At this moment, a whirlwind suddenly rolled up around the courtyard, whimpering and surrounding the courtyard. A black fog slowly dissipated, and in an instant, it covered the courtyard. At this moment, looking from the outside to the inside, it was completely blurry, and the scene in the courtyard could not be seen clearly. A heavy sound of footsteps came, like a giant walking from a distance, stepping into the yard. On the vegetable field in the yard, a deep footprint suddenly appeared out of thin air. The huge footprints were as big as a wash basin, more than 2 inches deep into the ground. The footprints continued to extend forward, as if a tall giant was heading towards the main house in the north of the yard. But in the eyes of ordinary people, there was no trace of anyone in the yard. The people in the remaining houses around the courtyard had already sensed something was wrong with the courtyard. This strange situation had been going on for a while, and everyone was hiding in their houses, not daring to make any noise, and quietly waiting for the final result. The footprints continued to extend forward, and finally arrived in front of the main room. The last footprint stepped right into the 9 palaces formation that Su Yi had arranged with peachwood blocks. The 9 mahogany blocks simultaneously emitted a golden light, forming an elliptical halo that trapped the non-existent giant firmly in the middle. A burst of exasperated roars suddenly sounded, accompanied by angry roars. It was like a beast chained by an iron chain, struggling desperately. The 9 pieces of peachwood kept shaking, and the golden light dimmed. At this time, Yu Xiao, who was staying in Su Ye's sea of consciousness, had already leaped and suddenly appeared in the small courtyard, standing in the air in the void about 10 feet above the ground. Her whole body was radiating a light red, and she looked like a female warrior standing in midair. A gleaming jade sword appeared in her hand, pointing diagonally at the core of the 9 palaces formation. The roar suddenly stopped, as if a ghost had discovered a huge threat that could kill it in an instant, and was stunned. A moment later, a hoarse roar rose into the air, as if the beast that fell into the trap had used all its strength to deliver the final blow. The 9 mahogany blocks that formed the 9 palaces array simultaneously glowed with golden light, and then suddenly exploded. Rays of golden light shot out in the air, outlining a huge, wildly twisting phantom. Yu Xiao's figure moved forward and backward like lightning, and in a split second she had already thrust a sword at the huge phantom. The jade sword pierced the shadow's forehead right between the eyebrows. After Yu Xiao stabbed out with the sword, her figure had already flown back to the original position, as if she had never moved. The shadow's forehead suddenly shrank inward, and then suddenly exploded, and a huge head disappeared in an instant, leaving only a huge headless body. The body shook twice, then silently dissipated towards the ground, like countless golden powders flying in the cold wind, and then disappeared without a trace. In an underground space somewhere, a skinny figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly shook twice and spurted out a mouthful of black blood. He struggled to grab a black bell beside him, shook it rapidly in front of his face, and muttered a spell. As he chanted the spell, the old lady's courtyard underwent another strange change. A dozen large earthen mounds seemed to bulge out in the vegetable garden, as if something was about to come out from the ground. After a moment, the mounds of earth broke apart. Ragged skeletons with incomplete limbs slowly climbed up from the ground, waving their skinny hands and bones, and approached the door of the north room in the courtyard. A mere trifle. Yu Xiao sneered. As she laughed, 4 of her subordinates, covered in golden light and looking as majestic as gods, suddenly appeared in the void and swooped down towards the skeletons that suddenly appeared in the yard. The weapons in their hands had already slashed at these ghosts. Yuan Wanqing hid behind the door and peeked out through the glass window. Seeing so many sneaky people hiding in the usually peaceful courtyard, she was so scared that she jumped behind the old lady, as if she was her solid support. Xiaoqing, don't be afraid. The old lady caressed the back of Yuan Wanqing's hand lovingly. It's okay, Suyi is here. Hearing the sound of weapons clashing outside, Yuan Wanqing walked over cautiously and looked outside. At a glance, she saw several immortals with golden light all over their bodies, holding golden weapons in their hands, and killing the sneaky people in the yard. How could these sneaky ghosts be a match for old ghosts like Qi Mei and Chen Laonian? In a few moves, they slaughtered all the skeletons in the yard. The broken bones and crushed bone powder fell to the ground and scattered into ashes, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man in the underground space swayed and nearly fell to the ground. He cursed angrily, with scarlet light radiating from his eyes. As if he had made up his mind, the black-robed man suddenly broke his wrist, stuffed the bloody hand bone into his mouth, and chewed it with a crunching sound. Some evil spell was activated, but the figure of the man in black robe became illusory. A dark soul shadow slowly floated up from his body and melted into the dark space. In the old lady's courtyard, the Yin energy that had just been quiet for a moment suddenly became strong again. Yu Xiao's eyes swept across the well in the corner, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. The real master finally appeared. In the well. After a sound of splashing water, a black mist suddenly emerged from the well mouth, forming a terrifying ghost shadow in the air. It stared coldly at Yu Xiao and the others standing in the void, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Which evil spirits are you? Why do you want to break my Yin Sha soul-locking formation? We are the true immortals from the 9 layers of heaven, and we have come down to earth to capture you, the evil ghost who harms people." Qi Mei waved her sleeves in the air, twisting her waist beautifully, attracting Su Ye's fiery eyes. Yu Xiao looked at her speechlessly, then turned to look at the black ghost. "You jumping clown. How dare you set up such a vicious formation as the Yin Sha soul-locking formation to harm mortals? It seems that you are tired of living, right? Everyone should go their own way and keep out of each other's way." The ghost's low and hoarse voice sounded particularly harsh, as if he was very afraid of the 5 evil spirits in front of him. "I can see your background, and I know that I am not your opponent. How about everyone taking a step back and not disturbing each other? You want to bargain? Do you have a trump card?" Yu Xiao sneered. "Now you are already in our pocket, what qualifications do you have to negotiate terms here?" "Really?" The ghost coughed softly, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. "Since you don't give us face, we will fight to the death." The voice was faint and slowly lowered. The ghost suddenly raised his head and suddenly opened his big mouth. A black bell flew out of his mouth and swelled up when it saw the wind. In a moment, the bell swelled to the size of a water tank. The fierce wind blew, and the bell made a soul-stirring whistle, covering Yu Xiao's head. "Damn it, it's the soul-devouring bell." Yu Xiao cursed fiercely, and the jade sword in her hand stabbed the dark bell, blocking the bell from her protection range. The bell made a series of piercing whistles, launching waves of sound waves to attack Yu Xiao. A pink light shield appeared on Yu Xiao's body, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye hit the pink light shield and were all bounced away, unable to attack Yu Xiao's body at all. "What magic weapon do you have with you?" the ghost roared, increasing the intensity of the sound wave attack. Unfortunately, Yu Xiao had already merged with the soul-snatching pearl. The soul-snatching pearl itself was of a very high level and was a treasure in the ghost world. It was many levels higher than the soul-snatching bell of the ghost. The ghost tried his best, but he couldn't hurt Yu Xiao at all. The two of them were confronting each other here, and the remaining 4 evil ghosts had already quietly and slowly moved around the ghost and surrounded him silently. The ghost was not paying attention and was already touched by the 4 ghosts. First, Chen Laonian attacked fiercely from behind the ghost and jumped onto its back. Gao Dazhuang jumped high and hugged the ghost's legs. Zhang Xiaoliu and Qi Mei surrounded the ghost from the left and right, each holding one of its arms. In a moment, the ghost was hugged by 4 evil spirits and could not move at all. "Despicable, you sneak attack." Amid the ghost's mournful howl, Chen Laonian bit the ghost's neck and tore off a large piece of soul from him. The ghost's body was no less than a tonic for Lipa, and Chen Laonian swallowed a large piece of the ghost's energy in one gulp without chewing it. The ghost screamed in pain, and Zhang Xiaoliu and Qi Mei had already opened their mouths wide, biting the ghost's arms fiercely. Another 2 large pieces of the ghost were torn away, becoming delicacies in the mouths of the 2 ghosts. Gao Dazhuang, who was standing below, was getting more and more exhausted. He exerted his strength with his arms and tore off half of the ghost's calf, then began to chew it. As he chewed, he made a smacking sound. But in a short moment, the original complete ghost had been devoured by 4 unscrupulous evil ghosts, and about 1/5 of its body had been swallowed up. The ghost screamed in pain, struggling frantically to break free from the control of the 4 ghosts, and did not dare to fight with Yu Xiao anymore. He even abandoned the soul-devouring bell and flew towards the wellhead, apparently wanting to escape. Seeing that the ghost had already escaped to the well mouth and was about to jump into the well to escape, at this moment, the peachwood stake that Sui had buried just now suddenly glowed with golden light, and it flew into the air like a demon-slaying pestle, hitting the ghost hard on the back. The unfortunate ghost screamed and fell to the side of the well. Although it was less than a step away from the well mouth, it could no longer support its body to walk the rest of the short distance. 4 evil ghosts flew over and pressed on the ghost and started to eat it. In just a moment, the ghost was torn apart and devoured by the 4 ghosts, eating it cleanly. The soul-devouring bell that lost control returned to the size of a bowl, circled in the air, and tried to fly out of the battle circle. Yu Xiao was unwilling to let go, and her arm suddenly grew 3 feet long, grabbing the soul-devouring bell that wanted to escape and bringing it in front of her. Looking at the struggling soul-devouring bell, Yu Xiao smiled coldly. She turned the soul-devouring bell over and sprayed a mouthful of pink life essence on it, pouring it into the inner space of the soul-devouring bell. After a sharp and sad howl, the soul-devouring bell finally quieted down, and the ghost clone attached to it was shattered by Yu Xiao, making the soul-devouring bell become an ownerless object. Yuan Wanqing was watching Yu Xiao and the soul-devouring bell fighting in the room, and she didn't even notice the 4 ghosts' miserable eating. When the soul-devouring bell was completely subdued by Yu Xiao and she turned her eyes to the wellhead, the 4 ghosts had straightened up with a righteous look, and there was no trace of their previous meanness and viciousness. "That's enough." Yu Xiao glanced at the 4 ghosts speechlessly. "What a disgrace. Oh, we haven't eaten blood food for a long time, and we couldn't control ourselves for a while." Qi Mei glanced at Yu Xiao. "Anyway, the matter has finally been resolved satisfactorily. It's a pity that we didn't capture the ghost alive and catch his mastermind." Yu Xiao shook her head. "Okay, the job is done. This time my efforts were not in vain, and I finally got a good magic weapon." She threw the soul-devouring bell in her hand into the air. The soul-devouring bell quickly shrank to the size of a fingertip, then flew into Yu Xiao's open mouth and disappeared. At the moment when the ghost was completely devoured by the 4 ghosts, the old lady sitting on the chair suddenly felt a heat in her heart, and a mouthful of dark blood spurted out of her mouth, spraying on the blue brick floor in front of her. A burst of black smoke actually rose, corroding the blue bricks and leaving colorful marks. "Master." Yuan Wanqing was startled and ran up to him. "How are you?" "It's okay." After spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the old lady felt relieved. The abundant true energy that had disappeared without a trace suddenly returned inexplicably, filling her dry dantian again and surging through her meridians again. Seeing the old lady's suddenly rosy cheeks and the traces of energy emanating from her body, Yuan Wanqing shouted in surprise, "Master, has your energy recovered?" The old lady nodded slightly and began to exercise her skills to stimulate the flow of qi and moisten her dry meridians. Yuan Wanqing stopped talking and stood silently beside the old lady, acting as her guardian. "Young Master Yi, the Insha soul-devouring formation has been broken. Let's withdraw first." Yu Xiao turned her head to look at Suyi, who was standing under the corridor. "As for other trivial matters, you can let the people of the Yu family take care of them themselves." Suyi nodded. Yu Xiao and the others disappeared suddenly, having already returned to the magic mirror space. Looking at the yard that had been ruined, Suyi shook his head speechlessly, turned around and pushed the door into the living room. Yuan Wanqing came forward silently and waved at him. Suyi looked at the old lady, and with his divine eyes, he had already grasped the situation in her body. Seeing that the old lady was practicing with all her strength, he did not go forward to disturb her. He stretched out his hand to hold Yuan Wanqing's sleeve, and the two of them quietly left the room and stood at the door to stand guard for the old lady. "Suyi, I didn't expect you to be so awesome." Yuan Wanqing looked at Suyi with a hint of admiration, like an innocent little girl. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't know that there are really immortals in the world." The courtyard had long since returned to calm. The cold wind had long since disappeared, and the courtyard had returned to the sultry atmosphere of a summer night. Suyi was in a playful mood, and suddenly pointed at Yuan Wanqing's feet and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a skeleton." "Ah!" Yuan Wanqing screamed, and jumped onto Suyi, wrapped her arms around his neck, and wrapped her legs around his waist, combining with Suyi in an extremely intimate posture. Through the thin clothes, Suyi could even feel Yuan Wanqing's pounding heart. I didn't expect Yuan Wanqing to react so strongly. It should be because she had just seen the ugly mentality of the skeleton team and had resentment in her heart. Feeling the pleasure of Wenyu, Suyi could no longer restrain his impulse. Yuan Wanqing felt something hard against her, and she was so scared that she shouted again, "Quick, please ask the immortal. There is a skeleton holding me up." A sense of guilt flashed through Suye's heart. He whispered in Yuan Wanqing's ear with difficulty, "There is no skeleton. I was just scaring you." "Nonsense." Yuan Wanqing was embarrassed and anxious. She put one hand on Suye's neck and clenched her other hand into a fist, punching the skeleton that was pressing against her. "Oh!" Suyi cried out, slowly bent down, and a strange expression of pain appeared on his face. Yuan Wanqing finally felt something was wrong. She looked at the ground in the moonlight and found that there was indeed no trace of the skeleton. Then she slowly slid down from Suyi and looked down at the skeleton that she had just hit. Yuan Wanqing was at a loss for words when she saw this. She looked up at Suye's painful face, then raised her fist and punched him in the stomach. Then she punched and kicked Suyi, who was crouching on the ground. Suyi fell to the ground limply, crying out in pain, "Junior sister, stop hitting me. I didn't mean it. Don't act pitiful in front of me." Yuan Wanqing reached out and grabbed Suye's ear, lifted him up from the ground, and held him in front of her. "How dare you scare me, and take advantage of me? Isn't it fun?" Looking at Yuan Wanqing's devilish face, Suyi frowned and grinned. "It's just a joke. Who told you to jump on me? You are so beautiful, don't you allow others to be excited." "Humph." Yuan Wanqing snorted twice and slowly released her fingers. "Although what you said is true, it is wrong. If you want to get close to me, there are many ways. Do you have to scare people? Don't you know that those skeletons are super disgusting?" "Xiaoqing, Sui." The old lady's voice came from inside the room. The two looked at each other, stopped laughing, and returned to the main room together. The old lady opened her slightly closed eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across her eyes. Suyi was overjoyed. "Old lady, are you fully recovered?" "Yes." The old lady nodded and smiled. "It seems that the evil creature that caused trouble has been destroyed by you." Suyi turned on the headlights in the room, illuminating the entire room. He looked at the ruddy old lady, then nodded. "The Insha soul-locking formation has been completely broken. The mastermind behind the evil sent his own soul to fight, but was defeated by the true immortal I invited. If nothing unexpected happens, the old lady will be fine from now on. Thanks to you." The old lady slowly stood up, walked through the house and walked out the door, looking at the messy yard. I didn't expect people's hearts are so corrupt now. I don't know how many ways to harm people I have seen, and this time I have learned more. There are actually people who would use evil spirits to harm people. The human heart is a bottomless pit. Suyi nodded. For their own selfish desires, people can think of any dirty means. After dawn tomorrow, old lady, find someone to level the yard again. These are all trivial matters. The old lady took Suye's hand and went back to the house to sit down. Suyi, do you have any information about the mastermind behind this? Suyi shook his head regretfully. The ghost was killed in a short time by the true immortal I invited, and I didn't have time to get any useful confession. Now if I guess, someone should have lost his life because of what happened tonight. If we investigate carefully, we may find some clues. In the dark underground space, the mysterious black-robed man was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. His skin and muscles were rotting bit by bit, and soon turned into decay, leaving only a terrifying skeleton wrapped in a black robe, which was indescribably weird and evil. Xiaoqing, you are responsible for investigating this matter. In the main hall, the old lady looked at Yuan Wanqing and said, see if there is anything unusual about our enemies. There are 2 points to note. Suyi looked at Yuan Wanqing. First, before the investigation is completed, the old lady's recovery cannot be made public. If the other party is on guard, they will definitely hide the news. It will be very difficult for you to investigate further. The old lady nodded. Then I will pretend to be sick for a few more days. Xiaoqing, please investigate quickly. I am almost going crazy staying in the yard. I am anxious to go out for a walk. Yuan Wanqing smiled and nodded. Suyi looked at Yuan Wanqing again. When investigating, don't just focus on your opponents. Some enemies who look like friends are more terrifying than the opponents in the open. Yuan Wanqing gave Suyi a deep look and said, you are such a smart kid. With Suye's reminder, Yuan Wanqing already had a plan in mind. Okay, let's talk about something happy. The old lady clapped her hands, then patted Suye's thigh. Xiaoyi. You have helped me a lot, so I can't let you work in vain. If you have any requests, just let me know, and I will definitely satisfy you. Looking at the strange look in the old lady's eyes, Suyi smiled awkwardly. What's there to repay? We are all upright people and heroes in the world. We should naturally lend a hand when we are in trouble. I believe that if I encounter any problems, the old lady will definitely not leave it alone. Stop pretending. Yuan Wanqing laughed. Who asked me for a reward before I came here? How come you forgot everything after such a short time? Were you scared silly by the skeleton? Whoever is stupid knows. Suyi pointed at Yuan Wanqing with his finger, then turned to look at the old lady with a smile. I said those things before coming here. Now that I see the old lady is as kind as an older sister, how can I still have the nerve to make any requests? Ugh! Yuan Wanqing made a vomiting expression. Big sister. You are so funny. You call me junior sister when you see me, and call my master big sister when you see him. How are the generations arranged like this? Suyi is just a little kid, just let him yell. The old lady was coaxed by Suyi and smiled. If you look at my temperament, it's not a big deal to be a big sister. Everyone laughed for a while, and the atmosphere in the room became more harmonious. The old lady thought about it carefully, then looked at Suyi. Xiaoyi. Since you don't ask for anything, then I will give you a promise. If you encounter anything in the future and need my help, as long as it is within my ability, I will never shirk it. This is a huge promise. The old lady's power should not be underestimated. She manages billions of assets. Moreover, she is also the outer sect guardian of a major ancient martial arts sect. If she devotes all her efforts to help others, there is almost nothing in the world that cannot be accomplished. After receiving the promise from the old lady, Suyi was deeply moved. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Originally, there is one thing the old lady can help with, but I haven't thought about it yet. I will talk to the old lady later when I have a clue. This is a win-win situation, and I will definitely not let the old lady suffer with me. It seems like you have already made plans. Yuan Wanqing snorted. You are such a smart kid. You know whether it's a big deal or not. Suyi challenged Yuan Wanqing without showing any weakness, causing Yuan Wanqing to almost jump up and beat him up. It's settled now. The old lady smiled, but it seems a bit dishonest of me to just let this go with an empty promise. She stroked her chin and thought for a while. Let's put it this way. Xiaoqing, you know about our real estate's development project in the center of Pengcheng? Yuan Wanqing nodded, yes. Pengcheng Wanli International Apartment, the third phase is now selling hotly. Go and say hello to them and ask them to reserve a house for me. The old lady looked at the roof and thought for a while. I think I went there once and I know the townhouses there are well built. Go and build one for me and I will give it to Suyi as a thank you gift. How can this be possible? Suyi was shocked and almost jumped up. This gift is too expensive, I dare not accept it. Why, my life is not worth a house. The old lady was a little unhappy. I hate those petty kids the most. I thought you were a good person before, don't leave a bad impression on me. When you come to me for help in the future, I may be unhappy and ignore you. Looking at the old lady's cunning eyes, Suyi felt a surge of heat in his heart. He sat on the chair speechlessly. Okay. I will accept the old lady's favor. I want one too. Yuan Wanqing looked at Suyi with envy and said to the old lady coquettishly, it just so happens that I'm alone now, and I want to live there too. No. The old lady waved her hand. If you want to live, go live with Suyi. Master, you are so mean. Yuan Wanqing almost jumped up. I don't want to live with this little brat. Okay, stop making trouble. The old lady looked at Yuan Wanqing with a smile. Master is not criticizing you. You are not young anymore, why don't you find a good man to marry quickly? When you get married, I will give you a villa. Oh, that's annoying. These words hit Yuan Wanqing's sore spot. She didn't dare to argue with the old lady anymore and glared at Suyi fiercely. You are so lucky. Suyi yawned knowingly. Well, I'm a little sleepy after being busy all night. Old lady, let me borrow your place to sleep. Go ahead. The old lady pointed to the side room on the right side of the main house and said, there is a bedroom there with new bedding. Go and have a rest. I'll ask Xiaoqing to wake you up tomorrow morning. Why did you ask me to call him? Yuan Wanqing grumbled in dissatisfaction, and then she heard the old lady say, Xiaoqing, help me go to my room to sleep. Oh. Yuan Wanqing glared at Suyi fiercely and helped the old lady to leave. Suyi was speechless and went to the bedroom on the right. Although the bedroom was a Chinese-style structure, it had all the functions. Suyi took off his clothes and took a shower, then fell headfirst onto the bed. His nerves, which had been tense all night, relaxed instantly and he fell into a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was morning, and the bright sunlight shone through the window onto Suyi's sleeping face. There was a sound of footsteps, and Yuan Wanqing pushed open the half-closed door and walked all the way to the bed, and looked at the bed. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it, but once she did, Yuan Wanqing blushed and secretly said pooh. Suyi was not honest when he slept at night, and he crumpled the sheets together and put them on his body diagonally, revealing his lean but not skinny legs and strong chest. It turned out that this guy had the habit of sleeping without clothes. What's even more infuriating is that maybe a night of deep sleep restored his vitality, and a certain part of his body was full of energy, pushing the sheets up high and standing there shamefully. Yuan Wanqing's face flushed a little, and she tiptoed to Suyi, circled 2 fingers of her right hand, put them in front of the high bulge, and then flicked a finger fiercely. Oh! Suyi, who was sleeping soundly, twitched suddenly, and jumped up half a foot from the bed, then fell down like a shrimp with his back bent. Seeing his painful appearance, Yuan Wanqing regretted it for a while, wondering if she really hurt him. She couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong? Why do you look so painful?" You. Suyi looked at Yuan Wanqing speechlessly, his pupils dilated. Yuan Wanqing panicked. Could it be that I really did something wrong and caused him irreparable harm? She did not care about the difference between men and women, and clumsily lifted the sheet covering Suyi, holding Suyi's lower body and examining it carefully. She was only concerned with checking if Suyi was injured, and could not see Suyi's happy expression with his mouth wide open. Being touched by a soft and tender little hand, Suyi's nerves tensed up, and she could not control herself for a moment, and her body stiffened. Yuan Wanqing was checking, when suddenly Suyi's body tensed up, as if he had been struck by high-voltage electricity. Caught off guard, Suyi could no longer control himself and did something very shameful. You. Yuan Wanqing jumped up with her hands outstretched, staring at Suyi's face with murderous eyes. Rogue, what have you done? I. Suyi blushed and quickly covered her body with the sheet. You touched me and called me a hooligan. You filthy rascal. Yuan Wanqing was about to pounce on Suyi and fight him to death when the old lady walked in from outside the door. It takes so long to wake people up, what are you doing here? She sniffed in confusion. What's that smell? It's so weird. It's okay, Suyi was sleeping too soundly, so I just pushed him. Yuan Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, turned around and rushed to the bathroom. I'll wash my hands. Suyi, get up quickly. Suyi sat up with a red face. Old lady, should you step aside? After all, there are differences between men and women. Little brat, you're still making a fuss about men and women. The old lady grinned, turned around and walked out. It's getting late, get up and have breakfast. After dinner, let Xiaoqing take you back to Pengcheng and take you to pick a house. Suyi got up reluctantly, feeling a little embarrassed to face Yuan Wanqing. After a long time, Yuan Wanqing finally came out of the bathroom. Her hands were so red from washing that the skin was almost washed off. Seeing Suyi's flickering eyes, Yuan Wanqing waved her fist at him. I'll settle the score with you later. You better keep your mouth shut and don't talk nonsense. Oh. Suyi was relieved. He followed Yuan Wanqing out of the bedroom and went to the small restaurant next door to eat. Breakfast was light side dishes, refreshing rolls, and rice porridge. Suyi ate voraciously, and the old lady smiled at Suyi wolfing down his food, her eyes full of loving expression. Yuan Wanqing drank 2 mouthfuls of the porridge casually, and then she curled her lips in disdain, looking at Suyi's ugly appearance with no manners when eating. The meal was quickly finished. Suyi touched his stomach contentedly and said, I'm full. Go. The old lady looked at Yuan Wanqing and said, take Xiaoye back. I'll call the real estate sales department and ask them to help you with the formalities. Oh. Yuan Wanqing agreed aggrievedly, as if she had suffered 1,000 points of damage. She stood up, carried the old lady on her back, and raised her middle finger at Suyi. Why don't you leave quickly? What are you doing here? Don't give me the middle finger. Suyi said loudly, looking at the old lady with a strange expression, and then he showed off to Yuan Wanqing and said, let's go. The old lady pretended to be sick and did not send them out. Yuan Wanqing and Suyi made threatening gestures to each other, silently cursing each other, and walked out of the old lady's yard one after the other and came to the wide passage in Yu's house. A man who looked like a manager was peeking around the yard not far away. When he saw Yuan Wanqing coming out, he hurried over to ask what happened last night. Yuan Wanqing looked gloomy, shook her head and sighed. It's the same as always, sneaking around and making a fuss all night. The steward shuddered, as if frightened. Yuan Wanqing whispered, find a few people to level the old lady's yard. The yang energy is strong during the day, so there is nothing unusual in the yard. The steward nodded and left in a hurry. Yuan Wanqing took Suyi out of the backyard and walked towards the front yard. When they got to the front, they saw Yusia, the girl who had fought with him yesterday, walking in. She must have just finished her exercise, and she exudes a youthful aura. Her 2 cheeks are like 2 red apples, making people want to take a bite. Seeing Yuan Wanqing and Suyi coming over, Yusia jumped over and hugged Yuan Wanqing's shoulders. Auntie, are you okay? What could possibly happen? Yuan Wanqing patted Yusia's forehead in a reproachful manner. Are you hoping that something bad will happen to your aunt? No, the beauty stuck to him for a while, then poked her head out from behind Yuan Wanqing to look at Suyi. Boy, why weren't you eaten by the ghost? If I were eaten by ghosts, the remaining soul would definitely come back to look for you. Suyi looked at Yusia happily. You imagine that I was eaten by ghosts until only half of me was left, with an arm, half of my head, and half of my leg. In the dark night, I floated into your boudoir through the window, quietly looking at you in front of your bed, with a big hole in my stomach, and black blood flowing out. Ugh! Yuan Wanqing bent down and retched a few times, as if she remembered the unpleasant experience last night. Yusia suddenly covered her ears and ran away like a little rabbit. She only left a soft and cruel word, boy, you wait for me. Fight with me. Suyi grinned. He ran to Yuan Wanqing and patted her on the back. Junior sister, are you okay? Stop saying these disgusting things. After all this commotion, Yuan Wanqing seemed to have forgotten her unhappiness in the morning and glared at Suyi fiercely. Is it fun to scare girls? No more, no more. Suyi raised his hand and quickly caught the hydrangea thrown by Yuan Wanqing. He followed Yuan Wanqing diligently, and as she left the Yu residence, they came to the large parking lot opposite the Yu residence. The red Ferrari sports car was parked there quietly. Suyi got into the car with a bitter face and fastened his seat belt. Yuan Wanqing had a hidden smile on her face, and she started the engine quickly and rushed out amid Suye's screams. The sports car kept overtaking and finally stopped suddenly in front of the sales hall of a real estate project in the city center. Suyi quickly jumped out of the car, calmed down, and then followed Yuan Wanqing to the hall. The hall was bustling with people, but everything was in good order. As soon as the two entered the door, a sales lady came up to them with a big smile on her face. When she heard they were looking for the general manager, she quickly led them to an office on the second floor. A middle-aged fat man with greasy black hair and a white face stood up and quickly came forward. "Is this Miss Yuan? The chairman has called just now, and I already know your intentions." "Oh." Yuan Wanqing replied calmly, then sat down on the sofa. "This Mr. Su is the VIP customer. Please introduce the house to him and let him choose a townhouse. Mr. Su, please come over here." The middle-aged fat man enthusiastically led Suyi to a miniature model of the project, pointed to the villa area surrounded by a circle of high-rise buildings and introduced, "This is our high-end residential area. Sales are very good now. There are more than 60 houses in total, and there are still more than a dozen left to be booked. Look here." He pointed at the houses for sale and introduced them to Suyi. "The chairman's intention is to leave the best villa for you. In addition to the 10 ordinary villas here, these two have the best location, supporting facilities, and house layout. Mr. Su, please see which one you like." Suyi looked at it carefully, pointed to a set slightly further back and said, "I think this one is good. It's much quieter than the other one. I don't like crowds, so this one is better." Mr. Su is really discerning. The middle-aged fat man smiled and said, "This villa is the best in the entire villa area, and its conditions are first class in all aspects. If Mr. Su decides on it, I will find someone to help you with the formalities." "That's it." Suyi immediately decided, "I'll have to trouble you with everything else. Mr. Su, please sit down for a moment." The fat man hurried out. Suyi sat down on the sofa. Not long after, a sales lady came in with a stack of documents and invited Suyi to a round table nearby, asking him to sign more than a dozen names on various documents. Everything was ready, and the sales lady took the documents and left. After a while, she came in with a bunch of keys and a file bag, and handed them to Suyi respectfully. "Mr. Su, this is the purchase document for you. Here are the keys to the front and back doors of the villa." "Mr. Su." The middle-aged fat man came over again. "If it's convenient, I'll take you to see the house." Suyi looked at Yuan Wanqing and said, "Junior sister, let's go and take a look together. It's a good opportunity for you to choose the best room for yourself. If you want to stay here in the future, just come and treat it as your own home."